Inside the dormitory, Li Liantong and Zhong Yanru were watching Lu Cheng's exclusive interview with great interest. This was the first time they saw someone they know on television. Random interviews by netizens and brief after-match thoughts excluded. He's slightly different from the Chang that Ke usually speaks of. Li Liantong smiled while watching. The moment Ke brought up her boyfriend, the one word she used the most was dumb-looking. Zhong Yanru nodded too and said, "He didn't feel quite the same as Ke described when he treated us to lunch last time either." The duo's relationship was the main point of interaction during that lunch treat. At the time, Lu Chang had displayed his witty, humorous, caring and generous side to them. Meanwhile, the majority of the questions in the broadcasted exclusive interview were all martial arts related. It was also the area Lu Chang was most familiar and impressive in. When he spoke, his confidence was high and his tone was steady and kind. While he still showed a hint of inexperience and shyness from his demeanor, and the radiance he exuded could no longer be denied. It made a comparative impact on the half-strangers who had only met him a couple of times and watched him fight on challenge tournaments. Li Liantong opened her mouth. Originally, she was going to crack a dirty joke, but in the end, it transformed into a rueful sigh. "Ke sure has good tastes." "Yeah." Zhong Yanru couldn't help but add too when she recalled her knowledge of Lu Chang and the impression she had gotten when they met for a couple of times. Yan Shaoling sat at the second-row seat near the windows inside the classroom. The books on her table had already been piled into a book castle. She rested her chin on one hand, pretended to brush her hair with the other, and pressed an earplug each to her ears. She glanced sideways to the edge of her drawer with a tried and tested posture as she foolishly and happily watched the exclusive interview. This was a pleasant surprise. At first, she was simply planning to refresh the forum and watch the results of the draw. She wasn't expecting anything to happen at all. However, to her surprise, Songcheng TV station made a piece of big news and broadcasted that exclusive interview that had been teased since a long time ago. "Heya! This is the first time I see Lu Cheng speak so many words." Yan Shaoling smiled so brightly that her eyes had turned into slits. The entire exclusive interview wasn't too different from her expectations. One could see clearly that Lu Cheng wasn't a fighter with an exceptionally distinct character. His personal style was less defined, and he looked like your average mature boy. Although he was very confident, collected and dazzling, one of his personal traits was that he lacked a wow factor. Simply put, Yan Shaoling thought that Lu Cheng was the kind of neighbor's boy that matched up with her warm and caring first impression of him. He had not disappointed her. When she thought up to this point, she sent a message to Brahman and purposely provoked her. "Lu Cheng doesn't seem to have a mysterious temperament, don't you think?" She had even purposely complimented the message with a weeping emoji. The Brahmin quickly replied her, "I'm not the kid I was before a long time ago. I like anything that my idol likes." Right after that, she added, "Call me Daddy BTW, you cheeky girl. What do you mean you're not a kid since a long time ago? It's only been slightly more than 3 months. Yan Shaoling roasted her inwardly. She was just about to press her display key when she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She discovered that the light on her cell phone seemed to be covered up by a shadow. Without batting an eyelid, she stuffed her cell phone back into the drawer and covered her ears up once more. She immediately saw a shadow at the corner of her eyes outside the window right after. The homeroom teacher was like a phantom. The lake reflected the remaining lights from the school building beneath the night sky. Ripples appeared on its surface as a slightly cool night wind brushed by. "You recorded this exclusive interview before Valentine's Day, didn't you?" Yan Zhika held onto Lu Cheng's hand and shook it like a swing. "Yeah." Lu Cheng smiled as he admired the liveliness the girl had often displayed as of late. Of course, she looked no different from before in front of other people. Yan Zhika stopped the childish action and sighed ruefully all of a sudden. "It's only been more than 2 months, and you've changed so much since the interview back then. I can't help but feel that the start of the term is a distant memory." It was similar to how she felt that they had associated with each other for a very, very long time. She felt as if they'd been together for so long that she had gotten used to her boyfriend's breath and temperature. She was too embarrassed to point this out. So instead, she smiled and said, "The preliminaries have done you lots of help, I see." He had become more mature, more confident and more responsible. "You know what I think?" Lu Chung smiled and turned to look at the girl's clear, bright eyes. "I think it's mainly because I got a girlfriend." It made him mature in more ways than just on top of the ring. A blush appeared on Yen Zhika's face as she turned her head sideways and spoke as if it was through her gritting teeth. "Now this is the change. Your face has gotten thicker and thicker every day." There wasn't the slightest hint of anger within her scolding tone at all. Lu Chang hid a snicker and pulled the girl over to him. He released her hand and circled it around her slim waist instead. This was the way he liked to walk with her as of late. Wanxing Mountain, Donglin City. At the back of this holiday resort that resided on a land that was proverbially worth over 1,000 pounds of gold, there were many ancient buildings eroded by time that were scattered across this paint-like scenery. It complemented well with the quiet and tranquil night scene of the mountains. The lights in one particular building were up and bright. They illuminated many rows of bookshelves, a table covered in promotional papers, and a young man dressed in the black traditional Chinese clothing with red patterns. He looked to be about 20 years old. Right now, he was suspending his wrist, holding a pen and paying full concentration in writing many words that showed his impressive but hidden talent. "Senior Brother Zhou, are you not interested in checking out the result of the draw?" Two female guests were sitting on the other side of the study. One of them had a ponytail and a pair of thick, black but tidy eyebrows. She was relatively beautiful. Zhou Jingxuan's breathing didn't change, and his writing didn't fall into disorder because of the distraction as he said leisurely, "What's the point of worrying about the draw result? It's not like we can force those old men to restart the whole thing if we drew Monday. Can we?" There was only one rule in the draw of the preliminaries and knockout matches, and that was teams could not be put into the same group. There was no such thing as the first or second team, and just about anything could happen in this tournament. That was why it was so exciting. After he said that, he laughed. "Junior Sister Yi, you aren't worried about the Yenling division draw ceremony either, are you? You took Sister Jianglan over to idle around after all." The person who spoke just now was none other than Yi Yaoting from Ia Martial Arts School. Yenling. Their family shared a relatively deep past with Wanxing School, and they both belonged under one of the 12 greatest forces of current times, Xuanwu School. The core of their martial arts both originated from Heavenly Water Sutra and Xuanwu Divine Sword. Therefore, they called each other senior brothers, junior brothers, senior sisters or junior sisters when they interacted with each other. "Who said I wasn't worried? Isn't it a week away?" Yi Yaoting threw a disdainful glance at Zhou Zhengquan. She had repeated this 3 times already. Senior Brother Zhou obviously paid it no mind. The Yenling division was a little huge, and there were more participating teams here than Songqing. Since the group competition had 2 extra rounds, the draw ceremony was also delayed by a week. Yi was idle and had nothing to do, so when she roughly recalled that Wanxing School also had a team participating in the preliminaries that had successfully advanced to the next stage, she decided that she might as well invite Jianglan on a short-term trip and exchange opinions with each other. The gentle and refined Jianglan also let out a laugh and said, "I'm looking forward to your expression if we really drew Monday." She was slightly older than Zhou Zhengquan, so after they mingled she took up the elder sister position of the group. Speaking of which, Monday Squad was a strong team with the ability to compete for the second stage of the preliminaries. They were pretty famous within this circle. And what expression would I have? I can only take it and leave it, can't I? The tip of Zhou Jingxuan's pen didn't falter in the least. The style of his calligraphy was heavy and impressive. At the worst, we'll just have to wait for another year. On the other hand, their team would probably fall apart if they still couldn't get out of the second stage this time. Wang Shang and Li Menglong's hands are filled with invitations from Nanbei district contest clubs and other city teams who plan to build a 3- or 4-man dance stage team for the Nanbei district contest since a long time ago. Isn't their motto to take root in Songqing and be as steadfast as brothers? Yi Yaoting let the line slip out of her mouth. She felt a little bit of amusement and disdain towards her opponents, but there was also some pity and sadness mixed within as well. Was their dream finally going to bow to reality? Zhou Zhengxuan's weasel hairbrush came to a pause as he picked up a white towel, wiped his palm and let out a sigh. It can't be helped. Songqing may be huge, but its space is finite after all. Songqing is satisfied with just those two teams from Eternal. While he was speaking, a series of footsteps came from outside the door. Hou Yu leaped into the room and said happily, "Senior brother Zhou, the results are out. Looks like it's good news." Zhou Zhengquan smiled and looked at his junior brother. He secretly let out a sigh of relief while Yi Yaoting and Zhang Lan weren't paying attention. He could accept bad draw results, but he couldn't lose his elegant demeanor. Hou Yu answered with a beaming smile, "It's not bad. We got Songcheng University Martial Arts Club." Songcheng University Martial Arts Club? Yi Yaoting experienced an epiphany and asked subconsciously, Songcheng University Martial Arts Club? There were some defeats that one could forget in the blink of an eye, and there were some defeats that remained as fresh as yesterday. Beside her, Zhang Lan's interest had also been piqued as she waited for the answer in anticipation. "Yeah, you should recognize one of their leading players, senior sister Yi. He had participated in the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament before." Hou Yu could vaguely remember a rough outline of the profile. Yi Yaoting inhaled once and asked, "Lu Cheng. Is he one of the Songcheng University Martial Arts Club's leading players now? He should have gotten a professional 9th pin certificate already, shouldn't he? I knew that senior sister Yi would recognize him." Hou Yu was like a monkey who was inflicted with ADHD that couldn't quieten down no matter what. Lu Cheng led Songcheng University Martial Arts Club as one of its leading players and entered the knockout stages? Yi Yaoting couldn't hide her curiosity as she asked further, "Junior brother Hou, how strong is Lu Cheng now?" She knew that Hou Yu was extremely prideful despite looking like a flighty person, and he did have the right to be proud considering that he had become a professional 9th pin fighter before 18 years old. Abruptly, Hou Yu withdrew the smile on his face and said with rare sense of gravity, "Very, very strong." After he said this, he couldn't help but add again, "He's very strong." This was the answer of her proud junior brother Hou Yu. For a time, Yi Yaoting actually forgot how to breathe. When he returned to the dormitory, Lu Cheng began flipping through the Donglin squad's profile. Their members were bred in Wanxing School, and their martial arts originated from the fly-fall punch of the unique skill of Water Sect. Their oldest member was the 24-years-old Zhuo Yanjun, a professional 9th pin fighter, whereas their youngest member was the not-quite-18-years-old Hou Yu, who was also a professional 9th pin fighter. Their leading player was Zhou Zhengquan, a professional 8th pin fighter who hadn't reached 21 years old yet. Last but not least, there was also a 23-years-old professional 9th pin fighter Li Shengnan. This is a very strong and very young team. Lu Cheng forgot that he was just 19 years old. He also forgot that not one leading player and substitute in Songcheng University Martial Arts Club was over 22 years old. The moon hung quietly atop the mountains, and the night wind seeped quietly into the people's ears. Zhang Lan closed her laptop and exhaled quietly. Right now the emotions boiling up inside her were extremely discomforting, and so she stood up, opened the door and walked into the winding corridor. The core force of the Ice Sect, a limitless tremor punch. Lu Cheng's massive improvement caused a little bit of indescribable fear in her heart. She had learned the tremor punch only a year after reaching Dan's stage, and she was still in the process of figuring out the force. Just how long has it been? She subconsciously cast a glance at Yi Yaoting's room, and to her astonishment she found her best friend staring out of the window with a blank look in her eyes. Yi Yaoting shivered when she noticed Zhang Lan's stare. Her eyes regained their luster as she said somewhat in a daze, "Sister Lan, you can't sleep either?" Zhang Lan stared at her for a while before answering with a soft laugh. "Were you shocked?" Yi Yaoting fell silent for a dozen or so seconds before sighing quietly. "A little. I thought that I had become much more mature and strong both regarding mentality and strength after the experience in the preliminaries, But it's only after I watched his latest match videos that I realize what they call complacency. Before this, she was more surprised than anything else when she recalled her previous opponent. She didn't expect the kid she thought she had in her palm to suddenly awaken a supernatural ability and exhibit a short-term burst of strength that caught her off guard. If they were to fight another match again, she believed that the results wouldn't be the same. However, in just less than 4 months of time, that young and inexperienced fellow had completely transformed into a fearsome opponent. Be it his ice sex core force or his seemingly limitless chain of tremor punch, they were all things that she couldn't attain right now. If she were to encounter him again at this period, the chance of her victory was very, very slim. Zhonglan shook her head slightly and laughed in self-derision. I'm a little shocked. Tremor punch is one thing. With the proper inheritance and guidance, it isn't too shocking to find someone who can master it in half a year. However, the core force of the ice sect is more than enough to turn plenty of 8th pin Dan stage fighters green with envy. Didn't they usually say that mastering a visualization diagram's essence and rhythm is pretty difficult? He shouldn't have that much of an advantage even if he is largely accomplished in meditation. She learned tremor punch by herself. At first, she gradually figured out its inner workings after sparring with similar martial arts nonstop. Then, she spent her martial artist association points to consult about the key to visualization. Finally, she created her own tremor punch in a year's time. The mere fine control of muscles wasn't enough to bog down a Dan stage fighter who had reached the stage where her force had become a perfect whole like her. As for force, there was no point in learning visualization diagrams that didn't require comprehension, just like Hongluo martial arts school's flaming force, because they were all of the low rank. A large accomplishment in meditation wasn't recommended, but necessary in grasping the essence and rhythm of a visualization diagram, and even then the fighter still had, as the saying goes, 81 bout of hardships waiting for him. Yaoting felt a lot better after listening to Zhonglan's confession. I thought I was the only one who got upset because of him, but I guess you were also shocked, Sister Lan. Sigh. He may even exceed me regarding rank before I know it. This you don't need to worry about too much. Normally, the faster a fighter advances at the beginning, the longer the time they take to gather themselves before the threshold of Dan stage, unless they have the knowledge of a lifetime to build their foundation. Zhonglan consoled her. Plus, haven't you reached the threshold of Dan stage, and is only one step away from grasping the meaning of withdraw? Yaoting pulled the hair strands beside her lips childishly, inhaled once and said, Sister Lan, you don't have to comfort me. You know that I'm a little nitwit. I recover from shocks in the blink of an eye. Plus, I guess it's not a bad thing to receive a little stimulus now. I've always been quite well regarded among my peers in the past. Not only was I born with inhuman strength, my rank had improved rather swiftly as well. I was always able to overcome most people. So to be frank, it made me a little proud and arrogant. But now I've met my match, my foil, that's why I was hurt. That's how I realized that I'm nothing at all. If I wish to improve further, then I must be able to calm down and become as steady as a rock. Zhonglan nodded ponderingly. Perhaps this really is a good thing for you. Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Inside a bullet train zipping towards Donglin, Lu Chang and Yan Zhika sat close to each other and chatted idly about some recent popular news. They responsibly and diligently played their role as a spectator who bantered flirtatiously with each other from time to time. Suddenly, his cell phone let out a beep. When he picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, he saw a gladdening message. You've received 20,000 yen on your debit card with the tail number XXXX. Your current balance is yen 25. 813.74. The prize money's been transferred into my account already. Lu Chang pushed his cell phone in front of Yan Zhika, not attempting to hide the exact amount of his private money at all. After the draw ceremony had ended, the committee distributed the bonus of the broadcast to each participating team, but as usual Songcheng University practiced its policy of procrastination and took until Friday afternoon before it finally finished the verification process and sent a member of finance to the bank. Martial arts prize money like this was normally the amount paid by the committee after withholding and paying said income tax. Mine hasn't arrived yet. Yenjika's thin, black and long eyebrows wrinkled as she exclaimed in half-doubt and joy. Maybe it's because of a bank difference and it's a weekend. It won't arrive this soon. Lu Chang made a guess. Perhaps it was because the timing of the university finance department's visit to several banks at once was a little awkward. But some transfers were successful now, whereas some had to wait until Monday. It was possible that the message notification he received was due to a lag in the system. It's fine. Yenjika pursed her lips into a smile. She couldn't help but look at Lu Cheng's cell phone screen in curiosity. Cheng's only has 5,000 or so left in his private money. I see. I can't let him book such an expensive hotel the next time we go on a trip. I'll take the initiative and invite him to date tomorrow. I also have my own private money. The fact that the prize money was transferred to his account before the match was a huge boost of morale to Lu Cheng. It made him feel less nervous and more eager for battle. If they could beat Donglin's squad and enter the semifinals, then there would be even more prize money waiting for him. After 2.5 hours later, at 12:15 p.m., the martial arts club group arrived at Donglin North Station and saw the bus sent over by the welcoming staff of the committee. When they saw this scene, Sun Jian and the others immediately recalled their experience at Imo. He asked with a foreboding feeling, "How many audiences are there this time?" Imo's atmosphere had been so terrifying that it felt as if they would consume all challengers alive. "Not many," the staff answered after thinking for a moment. "The match will be held in Wunxing School Stadium. It's halfway up the mountain and could only fit a few hundred people at best." Phew. Limao exhaled and exchanged smiled with Sun Jian and Lin Hua. This revelation made them feel at ease. After climbing up the bus, Yenjika examined the sceneries outside the window and exclaimed suddenly, "When I used to watch professional martial arts competitions in the past, I especially like and envy those die-hard fans who would follow their squad on away expeditions." Lu Chang understood her meaning before she even finished her sentence. He moved his head beside hers, followed her gaze and said, "This can't be Rush. The martial arts club had only started to emerge as a contender as of late, so there's no way everyone will care too much about it. It's a 5-hour to-and-fro trip after all. Hee. In the past I thought of earning enough money after I graduate and act as a Longhu Club's squad following fan whenever there's a vacation. An atmosphere like that must feel pretty great." Most of the students felt nothing about the meandering people outside the window. "You may be too embarrassed to try that when you actually graduate from university?" A thought flashed across Yenjika's mind, and she smiled with deep dimples when she thought of a funny scene. It must be pretty interesting if someone realizes a certain leading player of a club had become a squad-following fan of the Longhu Club. As long as Chang successfully ascends to dance stage while he was still in university, then he'd be powerful enough to act as the leading player within the third level of the Nanbei District contest with his Frost Force and Thunder Roar Zen alone. If he ascended faster and reached the tremendous rate of growth of 1 pin per year such as the likes of Peng Liyun and Ren Li, then he might be taken in directly by Wuyue Club or Longhu Club and nurtured as a substitute talent. It'll also be pretty embarrassing. Lu Chang thought seriously for a moment before saying, "But I don't need to graduate to earn money now. If there is the chance, I can totally bring Ku and let her have a try with me. She seems pretty interested in it as well. Plus, little Wanton would be graduating in another year's time, and Longhu Club's forum would soon be organizing a meetup. They might very well plan a joint match viewing or something." While speaking, his eyes suddenly became transfixed at a particular spot. This was because he saw a few familiar figures. Wasn't that guy standing and facing away from the entrance Kai Zongming? He was also followed by Zhao Chong, Qiu Zhigao, Zhang Jingye and his girlfriend Wu Qian. Wu Qian's 3 roommates had come over as well. "Look over there." Lu Chang patted Yenjika's shoulder once. Yenjika gazed over and looked startled. "Are they your roommates?" She recognized Kai Zongming and Qiu Zhigao. Kai Zongming, Zhao Chong and the others seemed to notice their gazes as well as they looked over, waved both hands excitedly and put on a cheering pose. "Do you think they count as our first squad following fans?" Yenjika let out a low chuckle as her eyes turned. Lu Chang answered seriously and sincerely, "I think they're just taking the opportunity to do a dorm social meetup. They used following the martial arts club on their Donglin expedition and cheering for them as an excuse to invite the girls from another dorm to have fun on foreign ground, putting a new spin on social meetups. What a brilliant tactic. We've been roommates for almost a year. How can their intentions possibly escape my notice? This must be student Little Ming's plan. As the vehicle drove on, Lu Cheng's group slowly moved further away from Kai Zhongming and the others. Half an hour of travel time and lunch midway later, they arrived at the foot of Wenxing Mountain at 2 p.m. Then, the bus went up the winding road and spent 40 minutes to make its way halfway up the mountain and reach Wenxing School Stadium entrance. The match would begin at 3:30 sharp. This is a different kind of home advantage, isn't it? Yan Zhika walked down the bus, inhaled the refreshing mountain air and looked up. Lu Chang also noticed this as he nodded solemnly. Wenxing School had not purposely created a home atmosphere like Yimo's. Instead, they chose to wait at ease for their exhausted enemy. It took them almost 6 hours to depart from Songcheng University New School campus area and reach this place. Although they had taken a short nap midway, the effects ultimately weren't too effective. Except for himself, everyone else pretty much suffered from travel fatigue and became a lot weaker without knowing it. We should have departed last night and stayed overnight at Donglin. We're inexperienced, so it's pretty normal for us to overlook this. But why hasn't Master reminded us about this? Why hasn't he made arrangements beforehand? Geezer Sher walked down the bus in high spirits and stretched his back sloppily. He coughed twice and said, "Let's head in." Did you think my life as a spy was easy? Through the gloomy corridor, across the old threshold, Lu Chang and the others walked into the stadium of Wenxing School. Through the skylight in the dome, the glazed tiles and the stone ring at the center were illuminated. The surrounding practice area showed clearly the many marks and signs of wear. On the two sides of the stadium were raised platforms which were divided into several rows. The highest row had chairs exclusively for VIPs. Here, it was hard to associate this with the character and style of the martial arts club at Songcheng University. The audience was dressed in formal exercise clothes or suits and ties as if they were watching an opera rather than an exciting fight. Old-timers, officials, celebrities, and students. Lu Chang could almost figure out most identities. Next to him, Yan Zhika also felt the same way. She tipped her head and whispered in his ear, "It feels like a gathering of different schools from ancient times." Right? Lu Chang was enlightened suddenly. This is exactly the perfect summary of my feelings. In ancient times, different schools had exchanges and fights to learn from each other. They also invited local senior masters of martial arts, officials, and trainers as guests, and encouraged their disciples to observe and learn. There was nothing wrong with this, but the atmosphere here was the complete opposite of what they were familiar with since their early years. In that past, martial arts didn't belong to the general public. Common people were not even allowed to spectate and cheer. There was no doubt that Lu Chang preferred his noisy martial arts club arena. He discussed his thoughts with Yan Zhika and followed Geezer Sher into the locker room set aside for guest teams. On a seat at the raised platform, Yi Yaoting watched Lu Chang walking away wearing a light-colored coat over her shoulder. She said with a mixture of emotions spreading over her face, "Sister Lan, who do you think will win? The draw in the Yanling division would be held tomorrow evening." She didn't hurry back with Zhang Lan since they couldn't affect the final results. Zhang Lan put his head in his hands and said with a smile, "Speaking of odds, Wenxing School is a potential winner. But Lu Chang and Lin Ke have their strengths and they're the top among the professional 9th pin fighters. If they're in the Little Warrior Sage Challenge tournament, they also have a great chance to defeat an 8th pin fighter in a one-on-one when the opponent is worn out with time. If they took the tactic of attrition warfare, I'm afraid Junior Brother Zhou would not be able to handle it. Senior Brother Zhou is stronger than Wei Shengtian indeed, but not by much. Compared to the time when they competed with the Fearless Squad, Lu Chang and Lin Ke have made great progress." Yi Yaoting didn't explain explicitly, but what she meant was clear. She was afraid that Zhou Zhenquan would lose even more badly than Wei Shengtian. She paused, and then she said, feeling curious, "Sister Lan, do you think Lin Ke has entered into the Danqi state? How could it be so easy to enter into the Danqi state?" Zhang Lan chuckled and said, Lin K didn't understand the meaning of contract until late March. It has been not more than 2 months since that. Without meticulous work, he can't complete it. It took me an entire 7 months to enter the Danchi state from since I mastered the contract. Even if he is gifted, without 3 to 4 months of laying the foundations, he won't progress so quickly, just as high buildings won't rise from the ground without sound foundations. I see. Yi Yaoting nodded, his eyes lost in thought. But Wenxing School has a better chance to win. Junior brother Ho, senior sister Zhua, and senior sister Li are all strong 9th pin fighters. Especially the former, I'm not so sure that we'll definitely win. In the locker room of the guest room, seeing the weary faces of Li Mao, Sun Jian, and others, Geezer Sure made a sound hey, attracting all attention. Yen, what kinds of tactics do you think the Donglin squad will take? How will they choose their formation? He pointed to Yen Zheka and said with a smile, don't be shy, and give us your opinions. Right. Say something, Master Yen. Guqing laughed. Feeling confused and puzzled, Yen Zheka blushed, hearing their laughter. However, she didn't refuse and said in a calm voice, the Donglin squad definitely has watched the video of the fight between the Fearless squad and us, and they'll try to curb Lu Cheng's terrifying strength. Speaking of her boyfriend's great strength, she couldn't help but chuckle. Then she controlled herself and said silently, Yen Zheka. If it was a speech, a laugh would spoil everything. You were not like this before. As Lu Cheng was involved in this, he looked innocent and said quietly, is it so funny? Yen Zheka rolled her eyes to him, took a breath and continued seriously, they don't know our formations, so don't know when to use Zhou Zhengquan of 8th pin in Dan's stage, in response to the order of Lu Cheng and Lin Quebec. I think they'll settle for a compromise and let Zhou Zhengquan come out second. In that case, if Lin K goes first, he'll begin his fight against Zhuo Yanjun, Li Shengnan or Hou Yu. All of them are of professional 9th pin. Even if he knows who he is facing, barring an accident, he would not be able to enjoy a quick victory. That is to say, after using his energy, he then has to fight Zhou Zhengquan. If so, it's a toss of a coin whether he can provide an advantageous situation for Lu Cheng. If Lu Cheng faces a full-strength Zhou Zhengquan, he would not be able to show what he can do even if he has good physical stamina. If Lu Cheng comes out first with his terrifying strength, he does have a chance to compete with Zhou Zhengquan when his enemy is most alert and energetic. So he can create an opportunity for Lin K to win. But Lin K's strength is average. After a fierce fight with the Mighty One in the Dan stage, does he have any hope to win in the face of the professional 9th pin of Donglin squad? But we have senior brother Sun Jian with us. We should fight for it. Hearing her detailed analysis, Sun Jian, Li Mao, and the others all nodded gently. It was likely that these were the tactics that Donglin squad would use. Balanced and pragmatic. By the way, they also grumbled silently. Although we all know you're Lu Cheng's girlfriend, you can't be so biased towards your boyfriend. Don't always disparage Lin K's average strength. It is Cheng's strength which is actually abnormal. Is it because you want to display your affection in front of us damn singles? Be careful. It might damage the harmony, atmosphere, peace, and unity of the martial arts club. Sensing the long looks from the others and a curious gaze from his cousin, Yen Zheka couldn't help but touch her blushing face. Is there something wrong with my analysis? Why is everyone looking so weird? Except Cheng. She restrained her confusion and added, by the way, watch out for Hou Yu. He is currently undefeated in the group competitions, and the worst result was that he once asked to exit the ring because he got too tired. He never pushes himself to the limits. That's to say, nobody knows if Hou Yu has any more aces up his sleeve. All of these above had been discussed between Yen Zheka and Lu Cheng in private. Very good. Geezer Sure nodded with a smile. Coach Sure, another thing. Yen Zheka raised her hand, face flushed. Oops, I forgot it. So embarrassing. Say it. Geezer Sure nodded with a smile. Yen Zheka spoke fast. Water sect focuses on nourishment and longevity. So all martial arts derived from it features good stamina and endurance. I believe Fly Fall Punch of the Wenxing school is no exception. Right? Fly Fall Punch does have this feature. Zhou Zhengquan specializes in attrition warfare as a fighter of 8th pin in Dan's stage. Since Yan Zhika has identified his blind spots that were hidden deliberately, Geezer Shi simply explained a little bit more. No matter Lin Ke or Lu Chang, compared to the time when they were in Yimo, they have improved. Don't worry about it. So what's the biggest problem for us? Geezer Shi chuckled and said, apart from our 2 leading fighters, all the substitutes are somewhat weak. Luckily Wenxing School did not apply for the special competition format because they wanted to spare him blushes and to win the match as usual. Otherwise, we would have 0 chance to win. At that, Sun Jian, Li Mao, Yan Zhika and all felt embarrassed. But, with no more than 1 year of special training, you have improved so much. It's quite pleasing. After explaining their weaknesses, as an elder, Geezer Shi began to comfort them and said, Li Mao, I've seen progress in your still stance recently. It won't take a long time to reach amateur first pin since you're so physically fit. Try your best to get your capability close to the professional 9th pin by this November. Hearing Coach Shi's words, Li Mao felt very excited. Although he did achieve some progress in his still stance, he still lacked confidence and would still get butterflies in his stomach. Now that he had heard this, he felt a sense of relief and certainty. As for you, Yan, Geezer Shi looked at Yan Zhika and said, with 2 or 3 more months of practice, your strength will be strong enough to do internal training. By then, you should ask for help from your family and try to improve your capability near to the professional 9th pin by November 2. Yes, master. Yan Zhika set her mouth in a grim line and nodded, eyes shining. Thinking that she was near to professional 9th pin, the girl couldn't restrain her excitement. Lu Cheng's Thunder Roar Zen was not only a battle style but also a form of internal training that integrated this into your flesh and bones. It was similar to Meteor Force from the Ji family. But the reason why Yan Zhika didn't use it was because she was not physically strong enough to learn it. If she pushed herself, her 5 viscera and 6 bowels would be damaged. In the same way, Lu Chang was not taught Thunder Roar Zen until this semester. Guoqing, you're so skilled in the mountain-moving punch. Added to that, you are talented. The 9th pins like Yan and Li Mao aside, attaining the amateur first pin is possible for you. Sun Jian, if you and Lin Hua continue special training in the next 2 semesters, hopefully, you'll get the certificates of the professional 9th pin before graduation. Geezer Shi gave his comments one by one and seized this opportunity to educate them. At last, he looked at Lu Chang and Lin Ke, and said with a grin, as for the order of play, don't care too much about it. Bear our original purpose in mind. We came here for the hands-on experience. Last time, Lin Ke battled with a fighter of 8 pin in Dan's stage, so this time Lu Chang will go instead. Then he said with a serious face, Lu Chang, you come out first today. Lu Chang took a breath and said in a loud voice, yes, master. What would it be like to face a fighter of 8th pin in Dan's stage who is in his best physical and mental condition? In the locker room of the home team Wenxing School, Master and I Mingfei wore traditional exercise clothes for the occasion. He stroked his beard and said, I won't say anything more. Zhengquan, you'll be going out second. Do your best. Yes, master. Zhou Zhengquan nodded calmly. And I Mingfei then looked at Hou Yu, who looked restless on his seat. Little Yu, you'll go out first. Either Lin Ke or Lu Chang are both very suitable opponents for you. You should go all out to work out the gap between you and the top fighters of professional 9th pin. When he heard this, Hou Yu abruptly stopped fidgeting and said solemnly, yes, master. In the broadcast room of Donglin TV station, the host Wang Tian interrupted their guest, Lin Maosheng, and laughed. The lineup order of players has been sent from the front. The order of Donglin squad is, the first is Hou Yu, the second Zhou Zhengquan, and the third Zhuo Yanjun. While the order of Songcheng University Martial Arts Club is, the first is Lu Chang, the second Lin Ke, and the third Sun Jian. Which also means, the first battle which is about to start is between Hou Yu and Lu Chang. Hou Yu versus Lu Chang. Yan Shaoling moved the video window and put it side by side with the live posts in the forum so that she could put more attention on the battle. Once the order of active players was determined, that meant that the battle was about to start any time. Kai Zongming led Zhang Jingye, Wu Qian, and the others quickly into the stadium of Wenxing School. Because they didn't know this place very well, it took them a lot of time to find the stadium, which was located on the hillside, and this made them almost miss the beginning of the match. The moment they crossed the threshold, they were startled by the solemn and quiet atmosphere. They even thought that they had arrived at the wrong place, so they were stunned for a while and looked around. Then they found Lu Chang and the other players who had exited the locker room and were seated in the reserved seats. They finally felt relieved and could relax a little. "It feels weird," Wu Qian whispered to Zhang Jingye in his ear. "It feels abnormally solemn and very uncomfortable. This is totally different from the excitement which I would have expected to be able to feel." In order to cheer up the team, Zhang Jingye had studied and read up on a lot of martial arts knowledge in a short period of time, but he still could not understand the strange atmosphere of the host stadium. He could only explain, maybe different host teams have different features. The mountain breeze that blew made him shudder, and he thought that this place was like a grave where ancient zombies were awakening. "It's too old and too cold." Kai Zongming coughed twice to attract the attention of Zhao Chong and others. He looked like taking a group of primary school students on tour and took them to find seats to sit. At that moment, the referee entered the ring and looked at both sides before he said, "The second round of the Songcheng Division quarterfinal knockout. Fearless Squad vs. Songcheng University Martial Arts Club. Round 1, Ho Yu vs. Lu Cheng." Lu Cheng looked very calm. He took off his jacket and clasped hands with Yan Zhika next to him. "Don't worry about it too much," Yan Zhika told him with her bright eyes. Lu Cheng grinned. "Okay, relax." He added to say, "Coach Yan." Silently, by only opening his mouth, he had discussed the tactics of how to battle Ho Yu with Yan Zhika many times. After having seen his girlfriend purse her mouth and smile, he high-fived his teammates who were still in their seats and shouted their slogan together. Then he turned around and walked towards the ring along the path under the gaze of the quiet audience. "Lu Cheng, fight!" Kai Zongming cried out unconsciously. Because his behavior was entirely different from the surrounding atmosphere, this drew a lot of attention and everyone turned to look at him, making him feel like a fool. He couldn't help but blush as he whispered to himself, "How fucking embarrassing this is." After hearing this solitary cheer, Yan Zhika looked at Guiqing and Lin Hua. Then all of them stood up from their seats at the same time and shouted together, "Fight Lu Cheng!" This was the strength of the understanding and friendship they had gained gradually from the months spent together training at the martial arts club. After hearing their response, Kai Zongming no longer felt embarrassed. He raised his hands and shouted after those girls, "Fight Lu Cheng! Why should I care about the views of others?" Kai Zongming had set a good example for the others, so Wu Qian, Zhang Jingye, and other students also became braver gradually. They cupped their hands like trumpets and shouted, "Fight Lu Cheng!" The sound echoed through the stadium. They inspired each other and began to shout more enthusiastically. They also cooperated with Yan Zhika and the others. In the end, they shattered the quiet and serious atmosphere of the stadium. Even though their number was limited, their spirits were firm enough. Some of the spectators in formal suits began to feel restless. They felt that they would appear foolish if they didn't do anything, so they started to applaud messily. Accompanied by the scattered applause, Lu Cheng stepped into the ring with a smile. He felt very warm after hearing the cheers of Yan Zhika and Kai Zongming. On the opposite side, Ho Yu shook his legs and scratched the side of the head. Then he smiled sincerely. "You're very strong, so I'm a little nervous. Could you please not talk with me? Is that okay?" Lu Cheng was speechless at this and chuckled. He nodded politely. "Sure." He is really a kid who is less than 18 years old. He thought this and just regarded himself as an old man. During the 3-minute dialogue period, the guest, Lin Maoxing in the broadcast room of Donglin TV station smiled and said, "I have checked their profiles and found that Lu Cheng is already a fighter of professional 9th pin. So we need to emphasize that he is no longer a fighter without any rank because he is now stronger than most of the fighters of professional 9th pin. Previously I thought that Lu Cheng would try his best to develop his own supernatural ability and temper his body to such an extreme state that he would find an opportunity to participate in the ranking event for professional 8th pin. Then he could get the professional 8th pin certificate. The host, Wang Tian, also commented, "Coach Lin, do you think that Hou Yu has any possibility to defeat Lu Cheng?" Lin Maoxing thought for a while and said, "The possibility is small. However, Hou Yu is an important disciple on whom Wenxing School had put lots of attention, so he definitely has something very special. If Lu Cheng underestimates his opponent, he may receive injuries, and this would influence the final result of this battle to a large extent." Wang Tian nodded slightly and said, "Coach Lin has got valid points. A few reporters in the stadium have interviewed several disciples in Wenxing School, and they found that these members also believe in Hou Yu, perhaps just based on faith." While they were explaining the battle in the fan forum of Lu Cheng, Brahman sent an emoji which looked like a person was twisting with arm akimbo and said, "These people really aren't professional enough. The little dragon is really powerful. He even knew that my idol had got his professional 9th pin certificate the same day Lu Cheng received it." Unparalleled Dragon King froze for a while and said, "When did I become a little dragon? Are you guys planning to call me Little Loach the next time?" And, as we know, as long as you know his name and his registered permanent address, you can check his status on the official website. After hanging around with Brahmin, Eternal Nightfall, Wanton Seller, and other girls like them, he felt his mind had become very young, and he would say something or behave very cutely unconsciously. How great but terrible the internet is. Little dragon, little dragon, little dragon. How many attacks do you think Lu Cheng would need to defeat this unknown mutt? Yan Shaoling asked without thinking. Unparalleled Dragon King answered with a contemptuous emoji. "Don't underestimate any fighters of the professional 9th pin. Even if there is nothing unexpected, Lu Cheng probably cannot win the match swiftly and quickly." Oh, I see. Yan Shaoling didn't feel embarrassed and didn't mind exposing her lack of knowledge. In the ring, Lu Cheng kept his word and did not interfere with Hou Yu. While he was preparing his physical condition to be in the best state, he began to plan his tactics for the battle. During this process, he vaguely felt some concern and anxiety, almost like the calm before a storm. Lu Cheng knew clearly that this anxiety was not because of Hou Yu, but because of the second player, Zhou Zhengquan. "Others only think that I have unlimited stamina and am not afraid of a drawn-out battle. However, they don't know that my energy is limited and I can only attack with Thunder Roar Zen a few times and only 3 times with Frost Force. If I waste too much energy on Hou Yu, then I cannot create the best winning opportunity for my brother-in-law when I am confronted by Zhou Zhengquan. So I have to conserve as much energy as possible in the battle with Hou Yu, and the best way to save energy is to go all out and not restrain the attacks. I should try my best to end this battle within 4 or 5 attacks." Lu Cheng took a breath, and gradually his heart lake became quiet and the water in it also froze into ice. After a while, the referee looked at the electronic clock and raised his right hand. Then he swung it down with great force before announcing, "Start." Lu Cheng was like a sprinter who had just heard the starting gun and exploded with his stored power. He exerted force into his legs, straightened his bent knees and rushed towards Hou Yu as quickly as a hunting cloud leopard. He knew that Hou Yu also specifically visited a teacher to study other martial arts besides fly fall punch, which was called the monkey shape. This martial art made him good at dodging. Therefore Lu Cheng didn't prepare to use Frost Force and Thunder Roar Zen directly. She thought it would waste his energy if he could not hit him successfully. Confronted with this attack of Lu Cheng, Hou Yu swung his body like a flexible tape and moved to the side of Lu Cheng in a flash before he kicked out his right leg away quickly and suddenly. At that moment, Lu Cheng twisted his spine and spun his waist. He quickly shifted his center of gravity and suddenly changed his direction, which made Hou Yu's kick lost its target. His mind immediately visualized rolling clouds and he pushed the corresponding muscles in his body. Then he twisted his waist and pushed out his right arm, which punched heavily like a hammer. This was the Thunder Roar Zen. Hou Yu's expression slightly changed and he suddenly moved backward and he did the 3 somersaults, which helped him not only maintain a safe distance but also to keep his balance. Lu Cheng did not give up on chasing him. He exerted force into his feet, which even smashed the black bricks, and ran after him hard. Although your somersault is quite quick, it's still slower than my rush. As soon as Hou Yu stopped, Lu Cheng had been closed in on him. Lu Cheng tightened the muscles in his palms, forearms and upper arms and punched out with his left fist. The second blow of thunder roar zen. The wind rushed towards Hou Yu's face, and his pupils suddenly shrank in response. Before he knew it, Lu Cheng's figure had already dominated his vision. He felt as if that left punch was completely unavoidable. At this critical moment, he crouched down like an agile monkey and successfully dodged the Lu Cheng's thunder roar zen. Then, he put his left hand behind his hip, pushed out with his right hand and swiftly extended towards his enemy's crotch. This was the crotch-catching movement that enabled its user to dodge and attack at the same time. It wasn't like Lu Cheng had never used a similar move before, but they were all executed on the spot with extremely rough follow-ups, since he had never practiced it on purpose before. Meanwhile, the stealing peach movement of monkey shape was the culmination of God knows how many generations of fighters. One careless mistake would put Lu Cheng into a tight spot due to its follow-up movements. So his heart immediately became calm. He still put forth thunder roar zen with his left fist, and the punch created many rings of invisible ripples. With this subtle anti-force, the rebound of the spine and the change in the center of gravity, he forcefully pulled away from his body and flashed to the side. Then he tightened his thigh and kicked at Hou Yu, who was still crouched on the ground, with a crisp sound. Hou Yu didn't succeed in the martial style, stealing peaches, so he pressed down with the left hand in his pocket and exerted a force on it to help him jump out leisurely. He had displayed perfectly one of the changes of crotch-grasping movement. He took this opportunity to rush in front of Lu Cheng and exerted a force on the abdomen. Then he contracted the fascia in his body and punched his opponent with his right arm at an extraordinary speed to not allow the enemy any time to prepare for the tremor punch. Lu Cheng crossed his arms in an unhurried way to stop the attack, and he even borrowed a little power from this attack. But at this moment, the force on Hou Yu's shoulder suddenly erupted. He made his left hand into a fist and punched it out, which was quicker than Lu Cheng's counterattack and also quicker than his reverberation. This was the continuation in the fly-fall punch. With features like gurgling and an endless river, the core of this martial style was to give up exerting force from his feet and to purely attack with the corresponding parts of the muscles, joints, and fascia. Although the power this martial style was certainly weaker than the former, it was faster and was quicker. Hou Yu hoped that he could interrupt Lu Cheng's rhythm, who was still tightening his muscles and preparing for the ice-sect force. To win by speed. As soon as Lu Cheng saw that Hou Yu's left fist had generated powerful wind force and this was rushing towards him, Lu Cheng took a breath, raised his right arm, stabilized his waist, and suddenly exerted force into his feet. Bang! The moment they collided, Lu Cheng straightened his knee and turned his waist. He shook most of his muscles to throw out a powerful swing force. Hou Yu at that moment felt like he was sitting on a flying chair in the amusement park and flew towards the other side involuntarily. He quickly adjusted his center of gravity in the air. The moment he landed, he rushed forward step by step just like an agile monkey, while Lu Cheng rushed up to close the gap. At last, he had come up behind Hou Yu after several steps. With the corresponding changes of the muscles and fascia in his body, including the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, Lu Cheng visualized a brimming river within his mind. Maybe my thunder roar zen couldn't influence Hou Yu badly with 1 or 2 strikes, so the frost force would be much better. If I don't take this opportunity to make this monkey stiffen up and slow down, he would continue to jump around and I would consume more energy. Feeling the breath which was close behind him, Hou Yu suddenly stepped on the ground hard and his 2 feet stopped just like 2 nails firmly pinned to the ground. He turned his body with his momentum and swung his waist. Within his mind, he visualized a full mountain dam. Crash! The dam wall collapsed, so all the water poured out in a torrent, looking like it was about to sweep everything away. This scene affected the corresponding muscle and fascia in Hou Yu's body, so he punched out his 2 fists ferociously. There was an overwhelming attacking force, punching force, as well as a swing force which could blow away any opponent. He could even integrate several different styles into the one punch, which meant that he had really mastered this fist move. This was the dam burst in fly-fall punch. Lu Cheng was so confident that he didn't dodge or hide from this attack. The cold current in his body began to build up and the brimming river in his mind was frozen, which made the spray become like crystal in a moment, changing the cold current into a surging tidewater. This was the frost force. Bang! Hou Yu's fist was very skillful. He punched his fist not to the right and left, but in the up and down direction. Combined with the power like a flood overflowing the dam, part of the frost force had been washed away. He even threw Lu Cheng away. However, at the same time, his body was trembling due to coldness infiltrating into his inner body. His lips instantly became blue and his arms stiffened, which stopped him from using this opportunity to counterattack. Pound! 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 He heard his own intense heartbeat and felt the blood in his body rushing into his trunk and limbs. I'm alive again. For a moment, he actually thought to himself, this was the result even after I had punched and dispersed part of the frost force. That's terrible. After Lu Cheng was flung out, he stretched his body in the air and landed steadily. He moved forward so quickly that he even cracked the black bricks. He turned around and began to attack ferociously again. I have to take the advantage of this situation while my opponent's body is still cold and stiff so that I can force him to trade blows with me directly. Confronted with this unrelenting attack, Hou Yu took a final minute to breathe deeply and to make a humming sound. He shook his muscles, fascia, 5 viscera and 6 bowels by his inner tempering. He also resolved part of the chill force. As Lu Cheng was close in on him, he lifted his leg quickly and escaped from this attack with his agility. One of them kept fleeing while the other kept chasing. They constantly shifted their positions on the ring just like a tiger trying to catch a monkey. During this process, Lu Cheng thought he had found an opportunity to beat his opponent down, so he attacked him with Thunder Roar Zen. However, at the final second, his opponent would always barely dodge his attack with his strange and flexible movements. In the stand of the guest team, Yan Zheka wrinkled her soft and beautiful eyebrows and said to herself, I feel something is wrong with him. Geezer Shi sitting next to her said casually, he is too impatient. Ah! Yan Zheka turned around in bewilderment. Geezer Shi laughed. After experiencing the battle of life and death, he had learned something useful, but he still needs further training to know how to judge the situation. There is no basic strategy that can be suitable for all situations. So confronted with an opponent like Hou Yu, if he is so impatient and attacks ferociously without considering other factors, the result may not turn out well. You can recall the battle now to see how far Tremor Punch has missed the target. Yan Zheka suddenly understood, but she still frowned. She clearly remembered that she had discussed with Cheng how to fight with Zhou Zhengquan and Hou Yu in the previous few days. Their discussion focused mostly on Hou Yu in addition to Zhou Zhengquan. And at that time, they planned that they would fight him by focusing on themselves instead of fighting with him based on movements or sneak attacks. They also decided to block his movements by taking every opportunity to use mercurial balance and to attack him at close range. But Cheng was too impatient. Is there anything in the ring that I haven't noticed which is forcing Cheng to behave like this? Is that Hou Yu's ace card? On the ring, after they had traded blows for a while, Hou Yu gradually became a little slower because he was affected by the residual frost force and he had consumed some energy. He finally slowed by half a beat because he was forced to change his center of gravity and was being blocked continuously by Lu Cheng. This allowed Lu Cheng to close in. Lu Cheng moved his left leg in front of his body to guard against any crotch-grasping movement by his enemy. Then his right arm tightened and compressed the corresponding muscles. Combined with the thunder in his mind, he hit out a tremor punch. This time, he had enough confidence and good follow-up changes which stopped the opponent from escaping. Hou Yu suddenly paused with a solemn face. He dropped his waist and stabilized his center of gravity as the corresponding muscles in his body suddenly shrank. There were many gushes of water constantly gathering and rising within his mind which finally accumulated to achieve a mighty flood. The water poured down from the cliff and hit the ground ferociously, which then splashed with an intense spray. This was waterfall in the fly-fall punch. This was a difficult technique and had a few shock effects like tremor punch. This was the killer move Ho Yu had barely mastered in the recent half-year. He had been waiting until today to see how ferocious this blow was. Bang! Lu Chang and Ho Yu crossed their fists, which caused ring upon ring of concentric ripples to appear in the air. Both of them felt their muscles and fascia shaking and trembling. Because Ho Yu was already prepared for this, his abdomen wriggled. He made a humming sound to barely stop the shock effect. He seized the opportunity to move forwards and punched out his fist, which looked like a waterfall. At this critical moment, Lu Chang, who has been on the alert for Ho Yu's secret movement, suddenly breathed out forcefully and grunted. His abdomen sent out this sound, which was like thunder. He created a reverse shock to offset most of the effect. He twisted his muscles and straightened his spine. He bounced backwards before Ho Yu's fist hit on him. Then he moved back 2 steps and calmly escaped from the blow. Next, he began to move forwards and punched out at his enemy with his left arm as he visualized the thunder cloud in his mind. Because Ho Yu hadn't recovered from the last attack, he couldn't dodge in time. All he could do to defend himself was to cross his arms. Bang! Confronted with the thunder roar Zen, his body seemed to be shaken forcefully and his blood roiled ceaselessly. Lu Chang would never give him the opportunity to dodge. So he raised his arms and punched Ho Yu arrogantly again and again. Bang! 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 Ho Yu felt so stunned that he could see stars and his blood rose into mouth while he was hit by Lu Chang. He staggered and stood on the ring by himself, relying on his desperate perseverance. Lu Chang held his thunder roar Zen and stopped in front of his opponent. While Ho Yu had already lost focus and all his energy, he fell on the ground without any external force, and then he retched constantly. Oh, finally I won! Lu Chang breathed in relief with a clear mind. He felt that the Jindan, the golden elixir, in his body was sending out a hot current to relieve the exhaustion in his body. At the same time, he felt that he was a little more light-headed. In the guest team stand, Yenjika stood up gladly with her clenched fist. But then she thought of the collection of videos she had seen before. Most of the mighty fighters didn't choose to fight patiently, but were ferocious and impatient just like Chang when they were confronted by Ho Yu. Is it because... She suddenly thought of a possibility. Is this because Ho Yu had a supernatural ability which could cause his opponents to become impatient? Lu Chang subconsciously rubbed his temples and also sensed something wrong. At first, I just planned to go all out without hiding my ability or preserving my strength. Then I planned to display Frost Force without hesitation if I had the chance so that I could defeat Ho Yu as soon as possible to save more energy. But the reality was that the more I battled, the more impatient I was. I even started to compete with him against his strengths, which made me miss several thunder roar Zens. My consumption is much more than I expected. After he realized this, he recalled the battle and suddenly understood that the worry and anxiety he had felt in the beginning felt like was similar to increasingly heavy rain falling on a building. This is not normal. Can Ho Yu affect my emotions? Lu Chang squinted and couldn't help but look at Ho Yu, who was held by others, so he could exit the ring. Lu Chang saw that Ho Yu could not even stand independently with his 2 weak legs. At the same time, he also saw Zhou Zhengquan taking off his coat and walking towards the ring calmly. First round, Lu Chang wins. As the referee's voice echoed inside the arena, Guiqing, Lin Hua, and the others in the away team's seats cheered excitedly in celebration of Lu Chang's triumphant first round. All that remains now is to see how far Chang can push Zhou Zhengquan, Sun Jian said with joy and expectation. Li Mao nodded and agreed. Yeah. To them, Lu Chang was famous for his superhuman stamina. Therefore, they assumed that attrition warfare was completely useless against him. As long as Lu Chang could defeat Ho Yu smoothly without any surprises, he would be able to face the 8th Pin Dan stage fighter, Zhou Zhengquan, in his peak form. Sensing her teammates' high spirits, Yenjika chewed her lower lip without saying anything. While the others believed that Chang would be able to face every opponent in perfect form as if it was the first round. As long as he wasn't defeated, she knew clearly that even Chang had his own limit. After Lu Chang used Tremor Force to give her a message during the ranking event, Yenjika used this opportunity to ask him about his abnormal stamina and got a positive response. According to Chang, his stamina was 10 times or even dozens of times what normal people had. However, his energy and spirit, which were also greatly improved through meditation, were quite normal, and still far weaker than his stamina since they were only 3 or 4 times what the other fighters of the same rank had. In fact, after the fierce battle just now, he didn't feel as relaxed as he appeared to be. Scenes of past events appeared in Yenjika's mind, one by one. Lu Cheng's persistence while struggling to knead her aching muscles with tremor force, his exhaustion and how he almost fell asleep the moment he touched the pillow, which moved her and let her ache for him, and then the kiss between them under that warm and impassioned situation. While all those memories filled Yenjika with tender feelings, she still couldn't help worrying about Cheng's safety, with tears were shining in her eyes. "Come on, Lu Cheng! Come on, Lu Cheng!" On the other side, Kai Zongming, Zhang Jingye, and the others were still cheering triumphantly to relieve their own tension, regardless of the hostility they sensed from the eyes of the other fighters and the audience. It wasn't until Zhou Zhengquan was about to reach the arena that they stopped to catch their breath. An 8th pin fighter at Dan's stage. Can Lu Cheng defeat him? Wu Qian asked worriedly, with a sweating forehead and flushing face, after shouting for a long time. Though she seldom practiced martial arts, she knew the common sense of rank clearly as a college student growing up in modern society. Zhang Jingye put on a big smile and said, "Don't worry. Haven't I told you that Cheng has the superhuman stamina? Now his state is just like in the first round. Though he will most likely be defeated by the 8-pin fighter at the Dan stage, he will at least cause great trouble to his opponent, facilitating Lin Kei's performance in the next round." Kai Zongming nodded with the others, making the girls in their dorm even more excited. "What a game we have here today." As a busybody who liked getting in on the excitement, Yi Yaoting turned to look at the arena with great enthusiasm. Though, on the one hand, Lu Cheng had left her with a deep impression from the failed competition and sense of frustration, as she was not a genius as she had believed. On the other hand, Zhou Zhengquan was her senior brother and friend. Yi Yaoting was still looking forward to an exciting competition beyond everyone's expectation. She wanted to see the two fighters be well matched in strength and thus end the match with a fierce hand-to-hand battle. Zhang Lan smiled, sighed, and then said, "Considering Lu Cheng's stamina, it won't be easy for little brother Zhou to defeat him. What a pity that Lu Cheng hadn't reached the peak of body refining state yet. Otherwise, he might be able to reach the rank professional 8th pin this time, since it wouldn't be impossible for him to defeat an 8th pin fighter at Dan's stage, especially when considering his martial arts strength, core force of ice sect based on supernatural ability, and his continuous use of tremor punch. While anyone who was at the Dan stage would naturally be ranked 8th pin, some 8th pin fighters hadn't reached the Dan stage yet. Unparalleled Dragon King had just made a post in the forum of Lu Cheng's fans. Lu Cheng's performance was a little weird. It was like he was trying to hit a mosquito with a 1,000-kilogram hammer. Eternal Nightfall Yen Shaoling replied with an emoji whose mouth looked like the logo of Nike. So what? He still won the round, and he had enough stamina to waste. I just said it without thinking. According to his previous performances, Lu Cheng had a talent for fighting. So, he shouldn't have made such a mistake. Though being choked off by the little girl, Unparalleled Dragon King found it hard to get annoyed with her. I don't care. Anyway, he won the first round. Yen Shaoling replied without any doubt. Brahmin, who had been watching the match with full attention, also popped in and said, "Precisely. We all have moments of poor on-the-spot performance. Besides, his coach is really a tough cookie, who should be helping with his analysis and summary after the match." Unparalleled Dragon King sent an "I'm too helpless to say anything" emoji. Small dragon, how fierce do you think the battle between my idol and this Zhou will be?" Brahmin asked without too many considerations. Unparalleled Dragon King thought for a while and then answered, "With Lu Cheng's stamina, needless to say, he must still be at his peak. Though he might not defeat an 8th pin fighter at the Dan stage, it is also difficult for his opponent to win the match, which would cost him a lot. Besides, the longer they fight, the more benefits Lu Cheng will get." "Ha ha, little dragon. You were such a nice guy. Brahmin praised him generously. In the area of Wenxing School, Zhui Yanjun couldn't help sighing when she saw Hou, who came back while being supported by others. What a pity, little monkey, Li Shengnan echoed. Alas, if it were not Lu Cheng, who had abnormal stamina, but Lin Ke, you might have won the match. He could pin down his opponent with monkey-like movement and thus trick him into using killer moves frequently, which would consume his stamina rapidly. It was a good way to defeat those at the peak of professional ninth pin. Not necessarily. Hou shook his head with a wry smile and said, though I can influence someone's mood with my supernatural ability, I'm unable to change their thoughts. So, however annoyed and impatient a ninth pin fighter might be, it's not necessary for him to keep using such stamina-demanding movements. After saying that, he suddenly recalled Lu Cheng's performance and felt that Lu Cheng was like a bottomless ocean. Regardless of how much effort Hou put forth, Lu Cheng was still energetic, without any trace of exhaustion. Even at the last moment, he could still throw a series of tremor punches at him like a furious storm. What a horrible guy. In the arena, Lu Cheng took a deep breath to slightly refresh his tired mind. Seeing Zhou Zhengquan coming up the stone steps leisurely, Lu Cheng quickly thought about the way he would fight in the next round. He had discussed Zhou Jingxuan's kung fu, strength, and fighting style with Yan Zhika many times, so he was not nervous. He knew what to expect and that all the key points would soon appear in his mind as long as he wanted them. In view of this, Lu Cheng decided to analyze his opponent's opinion of him, based on Zhou Jingxuan's condition. The deepest impression I've left him must be the power of flame and frost, while the latter helped me to master a core force of the ice sect and obtain abnormal stamina. As a result, I'm not afraid of attrition warfare and able to use tremor punch continuously. Wait. Thinking about it, Lu Cheng suddenly noticed something of key importance. Though he couldn't keep using tremor punch because of limited energy, it was still a secret that only Zheka and himself knew. Even his master didn't completely understand his limits. In other words, he was not tired at all and would never feel tired. Maybe he could make an empty show of strength as a double bluff, and thus create an opportunity to use Frost Force? It was unfortunate that even though he had just reached the door of severe warning, he was still unable to use it in actual combat. Otherwise, it was likely that he could perform a miracle. Of course, he got a new understanding of Zhou Zhengquan through fighting with Hou. While there were some movements of the water sect that required one to gather strength first and then make a powerful eruption, the Dan stage would help him to compress all his force and finally make an outbreak of strength. Thus, the combination of these two methods could probably bring him something unexpected. Zhou Zhengquan hadn't fought against Dan stage fighters in the past half-year because all of his opponents were of professional ninth pin. Even though Lu Cheng hadn't seen this fighting style in his fighting videos, it was a possibility Lu Cheng must watch out for. While Lu Cheng was still lost in thought, Zhou Zhengquan, in a consistent gentleman gesture, stopped in front of his opponent, patted his black martial arts suit, and then slightly bent his knee to take the fighting stance of fly fall, during which process he was always relaxed. Withdrawing his thoughts, Lu Cheng once again showed his perfect body condition. It was his first fight against a real eighth-pin fighter. The referee raised his hand up in the air. Then, he took a glance at each of them and suddenly waved his hand down. Begin! In order to confuse his opponent, pretending he was not tired at all, Lu Cheng bent his back like a bow, exerted force against the floor with both feet, and then pounced at Zhou Zhengquan as a forestalled attack without any hesitation. Zhou Zhengxuan's eyelids slightly twitched as he stood still with a relaxed expression. He should have absolute reaction as a mighty one at Dan stage, but this time he didn't sense Lu Cheng's attempt at launching an attack. As soon as he approached Zhou Zhengquan, Lu Cheng swung his center of gravity, making a sliding step with a flying immortal movement, after which he flashed to the side of his opponent. Straightening his back and waist, Lu Cheng got ready, raised his right hand, and made a downward cut with his fist. Zhou Zhengquan did not seem to be worried at all as he stretched out his right arm to ward off Lu Cheng's blow while taking a step to the right at the same time. At this moment, Lu Cheng wriggled his backbone and once again swung his center of gravity, pulling his body back to its original position before taking another sliding step. Then, He landed hard on the ground, switched his waist to activate all his tendons and muscles, and punched at Zhou Zhengquan with his bomb-like right fist. However, Zhou Jingxuan's back muscle bulged as he straightened and wriggled his back, also pulling himself back with mercurial balance. Then, he gathered strength purely with his abdomen muscle and stretched his right arm out with lightning speed. This was known as continuation, from fly-fall punch. I can easily tell when you are trying to use a feint. Don't try to cheat me. How funny is it that you dare to compare with me in terms of mercurial balance? Don't you know that you are showing off your incompetence in the presence of an expert? Not only did Lu Cheng's mercurial balance influence the release of power, it also required a range of motion to swing his center of gravity again. But for a dance stage fighter, mercurial balance was based on uniting of all his force, which had already turned into an instinct for his physical body. He could come into or out of mercurial balance at any time since he needn't consider how to connect it with other movements. Bang! As their fists collided with each other, the two fighters reeled to show they were tied in the first round of attacks. While Lu Cheng gathered strength with his feet, Zhou Zhengquan only used relevant muscles. This is the gap between Lu Cheng's present level and the 8th pin dance stage. Seeing his first blow work as expected, Zhou Zhengquan immediately made a series of attacks which were much quicker and more compact than Hou. Besides, since he was still putting all his force together perfectly, each of his blows was as powerful as what Lu Cheng made with both feet. Releasing power with his back muscles, bulging his abdomen, exploding with energy, stretching his tendons and fighting hand-to-hand with the abrupt, explosive force of his joints, Zhou Zhengquan kept accelerating his movements while attacking Lu Cheng fiercely and continuously, leaving him no time to tighten and compress his muscles. Daring not to release power with both feet, Lu Cheng could only follow Zhou Jingxuan's movements and block his attacks using his abdomen, back, joints, and tendons. As a result, his stance was almost broken after a few blows while he was also in danger. However, Lu Cheng was not scared, for he had already foreseen the present situation in the beginning when he made a forestalled attack. He was actually repeating his previous battle with Wei Shengtian. Though he had no time to compress his muscles and make a tremor punch, he could make Zhou Jingxuan's oppression and strength his, and thus complete the movement step by step. After exchanging a few blows with Zhou Zhengquan, he had secretly tightened the right side of his upper body. When the thundercloud began exploding in his mind, Lu Cheng swung his waist and back, suddenly bouncing back with a blow from his right fist under the attack of Zhou Zhengyun's continuous flood. The first blow of Thunder Roar Zen. Bang! Zhou Zhengxuan's shoulders exploded as he swung out his left arm to block Lu Cheng's fist. Upon impact with Lu Cheng's fist, he felt like he was hit with a bomb. After the large explosion, his ears even had the ringing sound. The blast wave spread across the whole field in an instant, making him bounce up and down, while all his muscles, joints, and tendons trembled uncontrollably. Tremor punch. Lu Cheng's pupils slightly contracted as he took a short breath. Lu Cheng straightened his waist and back to push his advantage. His left arm tightened and he got ready to throw a series of punches at Zhou Zhengquan, releasing a terrifying shock wave following the attack of the Frost Force. He would never leave any chance for the opponent to retaliate. At this moment, he noticed Zhou Jingxuan's rolling qi and blood, outer strength, and living spirit all contracted inward, along with the short breath he took. Is it an eruption of dance stage Mighty One's full power? An idea suddenly came to Lu Cheng's mind. Recalling the similar cases he had experienced or watched, he sprang his backbone to take a step to the side and thus avoided fighting head-to-head against Zhou Zhengquan with Thunder Roar Zen. If he did not make this change, Zhou Zhengquan would suffer a more violent shock, but Lu Cheng's stance would also be broken. His whole body might even be launched up into the air. Any carelessness would bring him great loss and put him further from weakening his opponent. He should bide his time instead of yielding to impulse. However, as Lu Cheng flashed aside, Zhou Zhengquan calmed his qi and blood down, moving his abdomen to adjust the distribution of energy. There was no sign that he had just contracted all his energy to form a human body Big Dan, as if it was purely Lu Cheng's hallucination. Since the shock was immediately eliminated, Zhou Zhengquan put on a casual smile as if he was saying, "I'm just playing you." Straightening his knees, he again pounced towards Lu Cheng at lightning speed with incomparable power. This placed an enormous strain on Lu Cheng's heart. It was so depressing to see his well-designed movements simply destroyed by his opponent. But Lu Cheng soon shook off the negative feelings with the help of the freeze water to ice method in his heart lake. Though it disappointed Lu Cheng, it could still benefit him. At least he convinced Zhou Zhengquan that he was not tired at all. As a result, he should be more careful and find a better opportunity to make the most of his delaying tactics. Having cut off all means of retreat, one could be as fierce as a tiger or wolf that would fight to the death no matter who they met. He was going to take actions that were outside of Zhou Zhengyun's expectations. In face of Zhou Zhengquan's flood-like attack, Lu Cheng remained calm and took a few steps back. While doing so, he maintained his center of gravity and footwork with super ability to control his body, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. While Lu Cheng was stepping back continuously, Zhou Zhengquan kept attacking and narrowing the gap between them. When Lu Cheng had accumulated enough energy and was about fiercely counterattack with the strategy known as cut off all means of retreat, which Lin Ke had once used, he saw Zhou Zhengquan swing the center of gravity, straighten his back and flash to his side without any warning. By strategically timing his moves, Zhou Zhengquan succeeded in frustrating his opponent. Lu Cheng felt as though he had used full force to hit some puffy cotton. Absolute reaction, the special ability of a dance stage master. Because of their entirely different fighting style, Lu Cheng failed to apply the same strategy, with which he successfully defeated Wei Shengtian, to defeat Zhou Zhengquan. Failing to gather strength and launch a new round of attacks, Lu Cheng was forced to approach Zhou Zhengquan and once again trapped under the continuous blows of his fly-fall punch, which was actually a combination of a low-flying kicks, an eruption of shoulder strength, an abrupt explosive force, a pointing claw and burst fist. Having learned a lesson, this time Lu Cheng kept calm while using his listening skill to borrow strength from his opponent. Instead of putting strength beneath his legs, he made movements with corresponding body parts to the 24 blizzard strikes, which helped him compensate for his weaknesses in strength and movement connections. Sometimes he strained the tendons on both sides and threw quick punches, sometimes he bulged the muscles in his back and bounced to pounce towards his opponent, and sometimes he tightened the muscles in his abdomen so he could borrow strength to fight back. Gradually he understood more about the 24 blizzard strikes and thus repaired many omissions in the connection between movements. Therefore he became crazier, fiercer, and faster through fighting. Pam pam pam, bam bam bam. There was a series of collisions between the two fighters in such a small area. Even the audience outside could hear the dull thud from the hand-to-hand combat and sense the boiling blood. Indulging in the fight, Lu Cheng deeply understood the united strength of a dance stage master, as whatever effort he had made, he could not escape from his current inferior position. During this process, Zhou Zhengquan, who was in a black martial arts suit, kept changing his position using mercurial balance, and thus changed his fighting tempo in a disgusting way. Lu Cheng was unable to use force and compress his strength to use tremor punch. On the other hand, the strength Lu Cheng had gathered with his listening skill would be broken up and thus the connection of his 24 blizzard strikes would be destroyed. What a solid martial arts foundation Zhou Zhengquan had shown through his strategy. Lu Cheng was not discouraged. Though he had made great progress with the help of the Jindan and his own hard work, which seemed as if he had shed his mortal body and exchanged his bones, he was still an amateur who had just started learning martial arts half a year ago. So there was still a large gap between him and Zhou Zhengquan, who had been learning kung fu from childhood and was used to practicing in actual combat. As long as he addressed the problems and the gap between them, Lu Cheng would certainly take actions to make up for it. No one could be a first-class player as soon as he logged into a new game. Zhou Zhengquan's strategy was known as dripping water wears through a stone, or boiling a frog in warm water, which aimed at destroying Lu Cheng bit by bit without using too much stamina and energy. Sensing his opponent's attempt, Lu Cheng suddenly regained his center of gravity and lowered his body into a half-sitting position. He pressed both legs inwardly, abruptly turning his waist and back the moment his arm touched Zhou Zhengquan's fist. With all his muscles and joints widely opened, he threw a powerful swing force at Zhou Zhengquan, like a volcanic eruption. Zhou Zhengquan immediately swung his upper body to avoid Lu Cheng's attack while fixing both feet in their original position. Crack! A number of cracks appeared on the black bricks under his feet as they fiercely sprang back along with his body. This did not come as a surprise to Lu Cheng, so he seized the opportunity to visualize a rolling thundercloud in his mind and tightened his corresponding muscles. Crack! He stepped heavily onto the ground, shattering both the black bricks and his own shoes into pieces, which turned into a number of flying butterflies. The strong rebound conducted along Lu Cheng's ankles and knees, forcing him to straighten his waist and back as he flung his right arm to punch at Zhou Zhengquan with great power. Boom! The thundercloud exploded in his mind, bursting out with a great shock. In the face of Lu Cheng's sudden movements, Zhou Zhengquan, who was attacking actively and thus unable to dodge, also visualized accumulated streams to absorb Lu Cheng's borrowing force movement into his own body. Crash! Running water cascaded down and crashed against the ground. The fly fall punch, waterfall. Bang! Loops of invisible ripples sprang out from where the two fists collided with each other. Lu Cheng felt his blood burning as well as his muscles and joints trembling, making him feel nauseous. Fortunately, he had already made preparations for it, moving his abdomen muscles to cooperate with the thundercloud in his mind. Lu Cheng's body made a loud sound and counteracted most of the influence with another shock to the opposite side. On the other side, Zhou Zhengquan also made the same sound to defuse Lu Cheng's attack. Pausing for a second, Lu Cheng tightened his bare instep, twisted his waist, and threw out a whip kick. However, it seemed that Lu Cheng's opponent had regained energy sooner than him. Bulging his leg muscles unhurriedly, Zhou Zhengquan blocked Lu Cheng's leg, precisely with a flying kick. Bang! When their legs collided with each other in the air, some frost appeared and then vanished all of a sudden. Sensing the incoming danger, Zhou Zhengquan felt the rolling cold wave piercing into his skin and bones, blending with his blood, freezing his whole body. Ice sect force? His lips suddenly turned blue, with astonishment and confusion in his eyes. Lu Cheng withdrew his right foot, bent his body, and was about to swing out his arm. At this moment, he felt the river in his mind was totally frozen and unable to be activated. The so-called force could not be merely thrown out with his bare hand. Ever since Lu Cheng defeated the Azure Dragon Squad, though he had not mastered Severe Warning yet, he had managed to apply Frost Force to his feet movements after the 1-month practice. Though his supernatural ability was not powerful enough, the cold wave could be weakened by 2 pairs of martial arts shoes. Thus, an ordinary fighter could bear it. Therefore, Lu Cheng broke his shoes to make the unexpected kick. Zhou Zhengquan's body froze for a short while. Noticing that Lu Cheng was taking this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, he gave up hiding his strength until the next round. In an instant, all of his qi, blood, spirit, willpower, and the force of his whole body flowed towards his abdomen, where he started to compress it. Just like they were uniting to form a human body Big Dan. Even the cold and stiff feelings were absorbed. Knowing he would be facing a Dan Stage Master's explosive force, Lu Cheng took no actions to protect himself. Instead, he adjusted his body state unhurriedly, and once again visualized a murky river flooding onto an ice field. Having no extra energy and stamina to wait for a better chance, he decided to cut off all means of retreat and launch a last-ditch attack. While the cold current was flowing, the river froze rapidly along with the splashing waves, which immediately turned into ice crystals. At this moment, when everything seemed to be still, Lu Cheng slammed his foot down and exerted force with waist and back, throwing a fierce punch at his opponent. This was the power of frost and the flood of cold current. Bang! As Zhou Zhengquan's human body Big Dan exploded, a powerful current of energy spurted out to dispel the cold and stiffness. Crack! He punched his right fist out as the gigantic flood waters burst through the dike. Bang! While Lu Cheng was directly sent into the air by this blow, Zhou Zhengquan's right arm was covered in frost for a brief moment. Thump! Thump! Zhou Zhengquan's heart rate suddenly accelerated as if the audience outside could hear it. Then his blood made a sound of loud pouring floods, quickly breaking through the layer of ice and the stiffness. On the other side, Lu Cheng barely made the last blow with frost force since his energy was already at its limit. Now, no matter how hard he tried to adjust his muscles to restore his center of gravity, there was not enough strength left for him to take further action. Thud! Suddenly, he fell to the ground in the arena, which was a heartrending scene in Yan Zhika's eyes. Walking towards his opponent, Zhou Zhengquan was a bit slow but managed to approach Lu Cheng before he was able to stand up. Crack! All of a sudden, Zhou Zhengquan tightened his leg muscles and threw a whip kick towards Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng was struggling to block the attack with both arms, since he had lost his stance. Crack! Leaving Lu Cheng no chance to take a breath, Zhou Zhengquan threw interlocking kicks at him, finally stopping just before his instep was about to touch Lu Cheng's neck. Round 2. Zhou Zhengquan wins. The referee raised his right hand. Taking a deep breath, Lu Cheng stood slowly and firmly, showing no signs of tiredness. He slightly nodded to Zhou Zhengquan and then turned around rapidly to leave the arena. Though his first blow with frost force was weakened by Zhou Jingquan's martial arts shoes, and the second one was just like an arrow at the end of its flight, the superposition of them was of greater destructive force than an accurate single blow of frost force, from which Zhou Zhengquan must have suffered a lot. So they must seize the opportunity and leave this 8th pin master at the dance stage little time to renew his strength. In view of this, Lu Cheng had narrowly accomplished the goal he had set in the beginning. In the visiting team area, Lin Ke remained calm as he took off his coat and stepped out in strides. On the viewing platform, Yi Yaoting propped her hand on her chin. Full of doubt, she said, Lu Cheng's final choice was quite impulsive. Should he not have used his legs to dodge Brother Zhou's explosive counterattack, and then patiently wait for another opportunity? If he'd have done that, he not only could have successfully dissolved Senior Brother Zhou's all-out effort, but could have gone on to cripple him and hit him with another ice sect force. However, he'd neglected the best choice and shown that he was inflexible and impatient. Making all that racket and making up for it with another frost force, it was hard to understand. This and the impression of his skill she had before didn't quite fit. Not waiting for Zhang Lan to reply, Yi Yaoting suddenly thought of how Lu Cheng and Hou Yu had both been impetuous in their moves during the fight. Her heart stirred, and she started to make the connection. She felt that this change was complementary. She recalled some rumors that had been spreading amongst the Wunxing school, as well as her private conversations with Zhang Lan, and it struck her. She lowered her voice and said, "Could it be Junior Brother Hou's supernatural ability?" Its influence had unexpectedly carried over to this round. "It's very possible," Zhang Lan said, seemingly speaking to herself. Afterwards, she added, "But I think the way Lu Cheng dealt with it wasn't that big a problem." "Why?" Yu Yaoting blinked, her face full of confusion. Zhang Lan chuckled and explained, "Don't you think that Senior Brother Zhou was scared stiff and was overly cautious?" "Sister Lan, are you saying that Senior Brother Zhou tried to minimize the energy consumption when breaking Lu Cheng down? This the right choice, isn't it?" Lin Ke is still waiting afterward. Yi Yaoting saw nothing wrong. Zhang Lan sighed. "This may be because he has only fought in challenge tournaments before. According to my experience, the more you want to conserve, the more you want to economize and use the most frugal method to defeat your enemies, you'd end up losing more than you gain. If Senior Brother Zhou had suppressed Lu Cheng with the continuation pose afterward, regardless of the cost, and gone all out one time, the result possibly could have been completely different. Lu Cheng simply had no time to use the ice sect force. At best, he could have used Tremor Punch. When Senior Brother Zhou discovered that by trying to conserve his energy, he was only opening himself up to an ice sect force surprise attack, and he didn't have to in the least bit go all out. His following moves were then different. If Lu Cheng chose to dodge this time, there might not be another chance for him to hit Senior Brother Zhou with another ice sect force. In other words, he could have chosen to hit his opponent with more ice sect force, or allowed him to go all out. Which was better? Different people would have different opinions. Yi Yaoting nodded but did not quite get it, rethinking and mulling over the fight. Over in the home team side, Zhu Yanjun, Li Shengnan, and others yet again looked towards Hou Yu in excitement. praising him. Junior brother Ho, has your supernatural ability improved again? It's been this long, and yet it can still break Lu Cheng's spirits. Ho Yu was baffled. Could be that he's easily influenced. Even though he didn't quite understand this development, at least it wasn't unexpected. In the fan forum, as it cut to shots of Lin Ke, Eternal Nightfall, Yan Xiaoling said with excitement, "I'm so angry. The show needs to record Lu Cheng more. I'd like to see him head back to the substitute seat." "Me too." Brahmin jumped in. "Didn't you notice last time there was a super beautiful substitute girl in Songcheng University Martial Arts Club? I've always wanted to see how she and Lu Cheng would interact with each other. Wonder if she's Lu Cheng's girlfriend. If she's Lu Cheng's girlfriend, I can accept it?" Yan Xiaoling responded as she daydreamed. Spending every day together, asking for guidance and direction, studying move sets, their bodies would come into contact from time to time. It's like a pile of dry sticks. One small ember and the fire will start blazing. Brahmin responded with a blinking emoji. "I also can accept it. After all, I'm still young. We can't say for sure if there's still some rich or other powerful suitors. By then, Lu Cheng's martial arts ability has increased by leaps and bounds. Time will change many things. Do not discriminate against a poor young man." Unparalleled Dragon King used an insipid emoji and interrupted. "What novels and TV shows are you all watching? Furthermore, don't you guys think that Lu Cheng's final hit was a little strange? I've read both boy and girl novels." Brahmin responded in delight. Little Changya. Speaking of this, do you still remember Lu Cheng's girlfriend's ID? Isn't it similar to yours?" "Sure is. A lot of interesting ones have been taken." Yan Xiaoling retorted indignantly. Fan, what did you register as?" "Me. I registered under Lu Cheng's #1 girl." "You?" Brahmin flaunted. Yan Xiaoling sent a bewildered emoji. "I registered Lu Cheng's daughter." Whoa! The unparalleled Dragon King, Okamoto's fan and others expressed their admiration one after the other. As expected, little Changya was shameless. "By the way, little dragon, what did you just mention about something being strange?" Yan Xiaoling said, bringing the discussion back around. Unparalleled Dragon King responded with a funny-looking expression. "Nothing. I shouldn't discuss such an indecent topic during such a solemn occasion." And furthermore, after thinking carefully and analyzing it over, it seemed that he could understand it. Facing Lin Ke, Lu Cheng extended his hand, and they bumped fist, completing the connecting ceremony. Afterward, he lowered his voice and warned, "Don't hurt yourself." This was the second round of the away competition. If his brother-in-law got injured, even if he was victorious, it would be the beginning of the end for the next rounds. Lin Ke withdrew his hand and nodded his head slightly. He went past Lu Cheng, heading towards the steps. Lu Cheng had not yet gotten back to his seat when he saw Yan Zheka waving a large white towel, beckoning him over. "Does Ho Yu have a supernatural ability?" she said in a low voice. Lu Cheng took the towel and wiped off the sweat on top of his head and neck. He nodded his head gently. "I think so. It makes sense now. Otherwise, people who are of 9th pin have no reason to push themselves when encountering Ho Yu." As she said this, Yan Zheka's dimples appeared and a smile crossed her lips. He doesn't. Lu Cheng smiled and changed the topic. "He doesn't have a group of onlookers always wanting to him get a licking?" "Aha!" Yan Zheka nodded quickly and went back to the visiting team seats together with him. She also let him drape the white towel over himself to avoid catching a cold from exhaustion and the cold winds. At the moment Lu Cheng was sweating profusely, so he'd end up dirtying any clothes that he would wear. "Well done. You hit him with 2 frost forces. We're winning this." Sun Jian, Li Mao, and others rose in succession, clapping and expressing their heartfelt praise for Lu Cheng. Shortly afterward, they sat down at the same time, directing their gaze back to the ring. "Are you tired?" Yan Zheka said softly as she leaned to the side. moving close to Lu Chang. Yeah. Lu Chang didn't conceal it. Yen Zheka wanted to dote on him, and it was hard to cover up her curiosity. She looked down at her toes and said timidly, "Compared to last time you gave me a massage, which time were you more tired?" "Of course it was that massage when I used the tremor force. My minds are just a little bit numb now. I'm not going to be out like a light when my head hits a pillow like last time." Lu Chang didn't want to make a big display of his exhaustion, so he grinned and said, "About the same. About the same." Yen Zheka glanced at him longingly. She grasped Lu Cheng's hand and pulled him towards her, helping him massage the acupuncture points on his palms and arms. At the same time, she pretended to be calm, powdering her cheeks and grasping the hood of Lu Cheng's coat to cover the place where both their hands were, covering up their interaction. The corner of Lu Cheng's mouth twitched slightly, carrying a warm smile as he gazed towards the fight that was about to begin. Zhou Zhengquan visualized a large river, making his blood surge forth like a raging current, the constant sound crashing in his ears. Using this process, he washed himself of the frost, thawing his own body. This was the water sect school's teaching on how to restore one's essence. Lin Kei stood across from him, bending his waist, biding his time. The referee raised his right hand and announced loudly, "Begin." A moment after the words landed, Lin Kei straightened his legs and bent his back. He seemed like a meteor as he shot out, seemingly surpassing the attack speed possible of a professional ninth-pin fighter. Gasp! In his heart Zhou Zhengquan was scared, but he did not falter. His ankles shot forward. His body surged forward like waves released from a dam. It seemed as if he and his opponent were going to have a head-on collision. Seeing that they were both about to collide, he shifted his balance and slid, dodging to Lin Kei's side. At the same time, Lin Kei also shifted his balance. Changing directions in this way, it seemed as if both sides were in some unspoken synchronized dance. Looking at the scene, Zhang Lan lifted her face from her hands and blurted out, "Mercurial balance." Lin Kei had already grasped the mercurial balance. Those who had the mercurial balance ability had to succeed in meditation and depend on their spirit for strong self-control. Every muscle and tendon had to be trained to blend in a single stance for the entire body strength to be unobstructed. In other words, Lin Kei was already very close to the Dan stage. After arriving at this stance, fighter didn't merely have mercurial balance. Due to the body's muscles and tendons being trained to such a fine point in all areas, and working in tandem with a strong spirit, they were close to absolute reaction. At most, in 2 months he'll be able to enter the Dan stage, Zhang Lan said in shock, unable to stop from gasping. This was nearly 100% faster than herself. He was worthy of his reputation as someone on the edge of genius. For an expert, one could tell whether they had it or not based on one punch. After a few short blows, Zhou Zhengquan appeared more dismal upon the current situation. However, compared to fighting Lu Chang, he didn't have any hesitations, any concerns, and he didn't have to be needlessly cautious. As a result, his display of his true martial arts strength was obvious. As he slammed his foot down and recoiled, he didn't slip. He regained his balance and rushed towards Lin Kei, who didn't get out of the way at all. He slid one step to the left, put out his shoulder and threw his arm out, slamming his fist into his waist. Bam! Zhou Zhengquan was unable to dodge again. His back muscles swole up, his backbone straightened, and his right hand became like a hammer, ruthlessly beating down. He once again opened up with fly-fall punches, continuation. With his 2 fists together as one, he sunk his waist down to his thigh. His entire body's strength, his chi and blood and every perception all contracted and unified as he embraced inwards. His whole body was like a single Dan. During this process, without any warning, he acted like he was giving an ordinary hit. "I know you'll take advantage of the fact I haven't fully broken free of the Frost Force attack's influence. Here, I'm giving you an opportunity." In the face of Zhou Zhengquan's sudden contraction, it was as if Lin Kei had hit something that wasn't at all flesh but rather some artificial object. Felt like he had stepped into a trap. His arm went soft. His entire being felt like a top being spun around. He shakily slid 2 steps to the side, using the yin-yang twist to try and find some respite. Zhou Jingxuan's entire body, as well as his qi and blood, had arrived at a point where he could strike in the blink of an eye. His swollen muscles and tendons seemed to burst through his skin like a volcanic explosion. In this moment, Zhou Zhengquan somehow seemed like he was both several centimeters taller and several kilograms heavier. Crack! The green bricks disintegrated underneath his feet, and his body was like an eagle as he violently flew and landed advantageously in front of Lin Quebec, visualizing the stored-up flood within him rushing forth. He bent his waist and threw his arm forward, making a fist and thrusting out. The fly-fall punches, damn, burst. He was like a wild animal in his violence, making it so that you couldn't evade and couldn't dodge. This strength was equivalent to an 8th pin in Dan's stage. Just then, as Lin Ke was leaning his legs inwards, he paused. He'd predicted long ago that this pitfall would occur, and using all of his strength, energy, qi, and blood, he used gravity to pull it all down and form into a sphere. Boom! The sphere rushed forward with an explosive power, surging outwards, accompanied by the image of a fiery comet tearing through the horizon in his mind. Lin Ke threw forth his right fist, lifted up his arm, and heroically slammed it to the ground. Crack! Lin Ke pushed against the inside of his legs, braced his body and waist, and then threw his shoulder forward, throwing out a punch like a fired artillery shell. Jiang Lan's pupils contracted as she found that she had a renewed knowledge of Lin Quebec. Force concentration was the main sign of the Dan stage. Even though he could only concentrate it into a sphere and not a single point, it explained a lot. Perhaps before summer break let out at Songcheng University he'd achieve full Dan stage. Bang! Zhou Zhengquan and Lin Ke's fists collided together with an oppressive sound, creating shockwaves around them and a raging wind. Boom! It was as if a meteor from above had hit Zhou Zhengquan. Not only did he get a terrible shock, but it was like he had just gone face to face with a giant explosion. All he could feel were his bones and viscera undulating endlessly, and his qi and blood boiling over. Imitating the explosiveness of the Dan stage's meteor force was not a run-of-the-mill occurrence. Even more importantly, Zhou Zhengquan was already not at his peak state due to the remaining influence of Lu Cheng's frost force lingering inside his body. Even in the face of a single punch, his insides and outsides would be moved. It nearly made him paralyzed, and for a moment he'd lost the ability to move. Snap! Crack! Lin Ke had been thrown to the side by his opponent's boundless strength. He stumbled backward, crushing a brick with every step. After 5 steps in a row, he steadied himself and blew out a breath of air. Under the flood of the dam burst, his yin-yang twist unexpectedly couldn't release that much power. He'd nearly broken his arm. This was the might of the Dan stage and the flying fall punches dam burst put together. Were it not for Zhou Zhengquan locking up, he could have already taken the opportunity for victory. Lin Ke stomped his foot and launched his body forwards, his opponent like a comet rushing towards the ground, taking advantage of his weakness and take him down. Bang! Lin Ke adjusted his balance as he rushed forward a few steps and twisted his waist. He tensed his back and arm muscles and ferociously threw out his left fist. Zhou Zhengquan was always a vain person, and in this critical moment his expression was calm. His qi and blood, strength, vibration, icy chill, stiffness and his spirit came together and once again contracted into a single point. He positioned his arms and let his inner strength explode, screaming outwards. Abruptly turning his waist, he threw out his thigh in an intense and terrible swing force. When Lin Ke's fist hit its target, it was as if a 10-wheeler had slammed him. It felt like he was in a daze and that his body was going to fly away of its own will. In this moment, Zhou Zhengquan again contracted his explosive power and reconcentrated it to a single point. It was like his entire body had lost all of its air, blood and life force. Boom! Due to this sudden explosion and the violent surge directed at his legs, it caused his shoes to split open. With the help of this force, Zhou Zhengquan could surpass the human body's limits. He pounced towards Lin Kei, who had just fallen to the ground, with such speed and spanning such a large distance that it caused Yi Yaoting and other professional ninth pin fighters to feel like it was supernatural. The record average people set in the long jump could not compete with this. Zhou Zhengquan had planned his attack while Lin Kei had been falling to the ground. Pouncing like a tiger hunting its prey, accompanied by the screeching wind, he landed in front of Lin Kei in no time. Bending his waist and bracing his thigh, he delivered 3 consecutive powerful hits with all of his power concentrated into one dantian point. At last, in this moment, he'd arrived at the absolute limits of his power. He was now using his killer move, which was normally used to take down a mighty one in Dan stage. 3 consecutive fly-fall strikes. Ordinarily, there was a limit to how many times someone at the 8th pin Dan stage could attack. On top of that, when dealing with successive attacks such as this, once reaching 3 or 4 hits, the body would simply overload and problems would arise. Zhou Zhengquan practiced an off-branch of the water sect school, flowing condensation. Therefore he could surpass the 2 consecutive strikes that an ordinary 8th Dan stage would do and accomplish 3 consecutive strikes. Even if a similar 8th pin expert like Wei Xingtian was here, if he were to exert his full power, he would also be in imminent danger. 3 or 4 strikes in a single maneuver, this was the real deal. Boom! Attacking with that kind of power, all kinds of feelings rushed forward. Zhou Jingxuan's body swelled, his muscles clear and defined, along with vague, indistinct changes. Inside his mind, he visualized a continuous convergence of the flood and an unending increasing of power. After bringing back his feet in a majestic display, he slammed them down in a great torrent, violently slamming to the ground with a resounding crash. He lifted his right arm up, made a fist, and exerting all of his strength, struck down with a loud bang. The fly-fall punches waterfall. This time he'd make Lin Kei stay down, rather than letting him get away. Bang! The explosion rang out as his fist slammed down. Lin Kei just balanced himself when encountering such a hopeless strike. He breathed in quickly. His entire body shivered as his qi and blood concentrated and formed into a single sphere. In his mind, he again visualized himself as a flaming comet splitting open the sky. He lowered his waist and positioned his legs, arranging his stance. Since he couldn't escape, he'd have to do his best. There was a loud rumble, like a comet falling to earth. Lin Kei summoned his courage and threw out the sphere, his temples pounding. All of the muscles in his body expanded, but his back was compressed and stretched taut. Bang! His feet pressed down and his waist lowered. He made a fist with his right hand and slammed forward in an attempt to bat away his opponent's fist. Bang! Their fists collided, and the 2 fighters' bodies simultaneously shook as if they'd been shot out of the cannon. Zhou Zhengquan absolutely had the advantage, as the tremor that he'd received wasn't at all severe. But his body's reserves were far from being sufficient to win against Lin Quebec. He had all the classic symptoms. Something like a ringing in his ears, non-stop shaking, his qi and blood rolling over, and a dry throat. This made him want to pull out his left leg. But he didn't have enough time to keep up. As Lin Kei was slammed by the fist coming down, both of his legs seemed to sink into the bricks. All of the muscles and tendons in his body all began to tremble, and he was unable to control the shaking. At that moment, he moved back and forth stiffly like a puppet as if he'd just been launched from a catapult. It looked like there was an invisible giant in the pit of his stomach pushing and pulling him about. Yin-yang twist. In this critical moment, he depended on the yin-yang twist to lend him some strength. With this self-banishment, he could get some distance between him and Zhou Zhengquan to avoid being met with another strike. Zhou Jingxuan's 3 consecutive fly-fall strikes was exceptionally terrifying. Even after resisting it, Lin Kei still was unable to figure it out. All he could do was throw out his thigh, fall to the ground and roll away. If he didn't do this, he'd definitely get seriously injured. During this process, Lin Kei was in total control of his body, which had been blended together. His tendons throbbed in succession, his muscles swelled, and he quickly slammed to the floor, simultaneously creating and expending energy. Zhou Zhengquan had difficulty finding his balance as he shook from the cold current. Although he had caught up, he felt like his body was suddenly barren, and he was unable to maintain his natural posture. If I could just strike without any problems, Lin Ke would lose. The sad thought occurred to him that he was fighting a losing battle. Were it not for the two frost forces, the consecutive tremor punches he'd received, and his dissipation being greater than predicted, this would have been the time when he could have collected the victory along with the spoils. Breathing slowly, Zhou Zhengquan took large strides and stepped up to Lin Quebec. Although his opponent's right fist was at his side, Lin Ke took the opportunity to turn and, without the slightest warning sign, threw out his left leg. So quick and fierce was the strike that his foot had about 500 kilograms of force. Bang! Dan staged Mighty One's absolute reaction. Zhou Zhengquan's body was slow by half a beat, and he didn't have time to defend himself. He had no opportunity to grasp the leg, and all he could do was reluctantly brace his muscles and give a low kick to ward it off. Bang! Amongst the impact, Lin Ke hit quickly and stood up once again. Not fleeing, and not yielding, he stood up and punched forward. Fighting until this point, Zhou Zhengquan truly was reaching his limit. However, he saw that Lin Ke was sweating like a fountain, and his face was pale. He obviously was also not relaxed. He clenched his jaw as he carried out the fly-fall punches, continuation, bringing close combat to his opponent. Until this moment, Lu Chang had been holding his breath ever since Zhou Zhengquan's 3 consecutive strikes. He'd been shaken to his core due to his brother-in-law's narrow escape a moment ago. If it were himself, even though he was in optimal condition, he was afraid he also would not be able to ward off the kind of attacks Zhou Zhengquan was using. After all, his own frost force required preparation. He was unable to do it in a split second. Was this really an 8th Dan stage Mighty One's true fighting ability? As he turned the thought over in his mind, he suddenly noticed that Yan Zheka, who just gave him a massage, tightly squeezed his left hand with her right hand. "Relax," he consoled her, reaching out and patting the back of her hand. Yan Zheka pursed her beautiful lips and nodded gently. Bang! Crash! The more Zhou Zhengquan struck, the more fearful he became. It was as if he was facing an emotionless robot, who wasn't in the least bit afraid or worried. His weariness had begun to be obvious, but his face was still cold and his gaze was steady. It couldn't help but make him suspect that he'd made some mistake. Lin Ke used the yin-yang twist as his core technique. He then relied on his entire strength to launch a chain of 24 blizzard strikes. The more he hit, the more violent and insane he became, gradually wearing down his opponent. Zhou Zhengquan was powerless to strike out again. He had no choice but to painfully prop himself up and wait for his enemy to reach his limit. After a dozen or so strikes, Lin Ke twisted his body and mixed in rebounds. He raised his left arm above his head, and his right fist flew out with lightning speed in a seabed burst punch. Bang! The shattered Zhou Zhengquan wasn't able to square up his hands in time, and got a direct hit. Bang! Lin Ke's punch reverberated. His left fist once again went out, stopping short of Zhou Zhengquan's lower abdomen. Zhou Zhengquan froze. Panting for air, he said matter-of-factly, "Fine, I submit." Lin Ke sighed heavily and didn't respond. Sweat rolled over his eyelids, obscuring his vision. His expression was just as indifferent as before, the points of his eyes as steady as they always had been. The referee raised his right hand and loudly declared, "Round 3, Lin Ke wins." Phew! Wu Qian and other supporters finally heaved out their worry and anxiety upon the referee's announcement. Although they had little to do with martial arts and rarely watched competitions of the body refining and the danqi stages, they were shocked and impressed by Zhou Zhengquan's imposing bearing and terrifying strength that was beyond human limit. Unconsciously, they felt nervous, horrified, and perturbed. Encountering a tiger in person would be the most impressive and intuitive way for a man with no knowledge of how fierce and brutal a tiger could be to feel its force. As pressure faded away, joy started to show. They raised their hands up high in the air, shouting out for the victory despite sitting in an away stadium, ignoring the bearing they were expected to hold as ladies. How handsome and charming Lin Ke is. Lu Cheng has a girlfriend already. Is Lin Ke available? Similar thoughts flashed by Wu Qian's roommate's mind. By their side, Zhao Chong and Qiu Zhigao indulged themselves in this victorious moment. The feeling of oppression from that eighth-pin rival of the dance stage was deadly. Zhou Zhengquan patted his dark martial arts suit and slowly turned around to walk out of the ring, listening to the cheers scattered in the mostly quiet stadium, as if time didn't matter at all. "It'll look ugly if I walk faster," thought him, feeling his calves cramping, thighs shivering, and body at the rim of collapsing. Strolling was the only way for him to maintain his elegance and grace. Would this give Lin Ke more time to recover? It was beyond his concern. The problem is senior sister Zhua's now. The distance for him to get down the ring is shorter than hers to come from the home seats. I won't cause any delay as long as I can make it to the bottom of this flight of stairs before she gets here. At Songchang University Martial Arts Club seats, Yan Zhika's tensed body relaxed and pursed lips softened upon Sun Jian and Li Mao's cheers. She leaned towards Lu Cheng and whispered, "I thought my cousin would lose." In her voice there was obvious fear. The horror of Zhou Jingxuan's triple blow could probably smash any professional ninth-pin fighter. Lu Cheng grabbed her hand under his clothes, comforting her with a gentle smile. I was shocked as well. Yan Zhika's eyes shone like gems, looking at the figure standing inside the ring. She asked as if she was unsure about her own judgment, "What do you think about my cousin's next fight?" "Your cousin is not yet a true master of the dance stage." Two imitated dance stage explosions driving the meteor force were quite something for him, answered Lu Cheng, pondering while watching. He used professional terms wherever he couldn't find a better expression. He also underwent Zhou Jingxuan's continuous blows. "I'm guessing he's already close to his limit." He was trying to tell her by implication not to expect a victory over Zhou Yanjun or consuming much of her physical strength. Yan Zhika's sparkling teeth exposed as she bit her lower lip and sighed. "I agree. Can't you say something nice to make me feel better?" "Something nice?" laughed Lu Cheng. "We've already taken 2 rounds. Even if your cousin can't consume much of Zhou Yanjun's strength and senior brother Sun Jian can't win in defiance of nature, we'd only lose by 2:3, which still leaves us a good chance to turn the table in our home game." He paused a little while before continuing, neither arrogant nor humble. "I've learned my lesson today of Ho Yu's supernatural ability that I won't be affected by it this much next time. So I'll have more strength to confront Zhou Zhengquan, consume him more, and hopefully force him to launch his continuous blows earlier, setting up better for your cousin to do better in the last match. We have a decent chance of taking it by 3:1. Yan Zhika's eyes glittered at her boyfriend's high-spirited face and confident words, the corners of her mouth turning upward and her head nodding. On the fans' forum, the eternal nightfall Yan Shaoling sent an emoji of touching the chin. "I've suddenly noticed Lin Ke's charm, pretty good-looking and attractiveness. How come he doesn't have a fan forum? Yeah, I still like our idol better, but I have to admit that Lin Ke is actually more handsome," responded the Brahmin with an emoji of confusion. The unparalleled Dragon King replied, "It seems pretty odd to me. Normally you girls are more into good-looking cool guys like Lin Quebec." He appeared quite a character in the interview earlier, with a unique, unspeakable feeling. "Pretty cute, isn't it, little dragon? I get it and stop hiding your girly heart." Yan Shaoling sent an amused emoji. "To be honest, I'm a masochist and I'm super into cold and unconcerned guys. But I met Lu Cheng first. Haha. Right now on my mind is the line, meeting Lu Cheng causes the waste of my life." "What? You're a masochist? I don't know you anymore. We're no friends." The Brahmin used a shocked emoji. The unparalleled Dragon King sent the emoji with a hand wiping off cold sweat. "Little Nightfall, no girls are more self-deprecated than you." He quickly added, "I think Lu Cheng's fan forum is also attributed to his miraculous achievements in the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament, which gave him a legendary color, drawing wide attention. Attention lasts long enough, turning passers-by into fans." "I was kidding?" Yan Shaoling flung up his hands bitterly. Little dragon, you've got the point. I was impressed by Lu Cheng's wild bearing when he defeated the professional ninth pin rival, and went on to look for his information, which was very fascinating. The all good names are taken by dogs jumped out. Who said Lin Ke had no fans? I'm a big fan, and I like him and Lu Cheng being a couple, which is why I'm hanging around here. Ha. A girl Nye Chi replied with a smile. I think the credit of Lu Cheng's forum goes to Little Nightfall, a persevering supporter. I'm quite a fan of Lin Ke myself and thought about creating a forum for him. But the possible boringness from only 1 or 2 users put me off. Only you and the Brahmin can handle it. Lu Cheng's forum had a couple of hundreds of fans, but only less than 24 would show up upon his matches, among whom no more than 10 were active users. That was how hard for a professional martial artist of a low rank to win supporters. Most people's passion and interest in a particular fighter would die shortly after it developed. Ha! A compliment for me. That makes me shy. Yan Shaoling sent an emoji with the shy face. The Brahmin interrupted. Little Nightfall, why not create a forum for Lin Ke? We'll help keep it hot. I'd love to, but my love can't be shared. Forget about it unless I register another account. Yan Shaoling replied shamelessly. Leave it. Save the opportunity for a true fan of Lin Ke's, suggested the unparalleled Dragon King. Yan Shaoling agreed with a nod. That's right. Little Dragon. Do you think Songcheng University will win today? Damn it. Why did you bring up such a frivolous topic while others were discussing so seriously? The unparalleled Dragon King teased before answering. Well, it depends on how much strength Lin Ke has left. If he can manage to throw a tremor punch at Zhu Yanjun, Sun Jian will score an easy win. Otherwise, they'll probably lose by 2:3, which gives them an opportunity to turn the table at their home game. They have been performing pretty oddly today. It'll be a whole different story after their coach's summary. Got it. I'll hold my tears back if they lose today, the Brahmin cut in a comment. In the stand, Yi Yaoting was lost for a while before turning her face aside. Sister Lan, what are you thinking? Zhang Lan was brought back from a trance and smiled. I was thinking how big a chance I have to win over Brother Zhou after his triple blow at his best. How big? Asked Yi Yaoting out of curiosity. My maths is too bad to reach a result. Zhang Lan rolled her eyes at her. How could she give a number on such a matter where only instinct and feelings were accounted for? She took another moment on this matter. I'd be on the downside for sure. It'll be tough. After the preliminaries, I thought I had a good chance of taking the 7th pin certificate. Yeah, seems like I was too confident. The ranking events for the 6th pin and 7th pin might be held for a region of several provinces, such as the Southwest District. For cities rich in martial arts resources and talents like the capital Huahai, an event could be held alone. The events for the 4th pin and 5th pin of the Dan stage would be national. Rules applied to the top 3 pins were completely different. I thought I was pretty good among all the professional 9th pin fighter. Yi Yaoting joked at herself with some self-deprecation. Zhang Lan turned to look at her and advised earnestly, You're already at the peak of the body refining stage. After the preliminaries, it's time to calm down and converge, preparing for the Dan stage. Otherwise, Lu Cheng and even Xiaoyuan might overtake you. He has improved dearly in Guangnan, with a large potential of reaching the Dan stage within this year or as late as the first half of next year. In the National University Martial Arts Games finals in April, Li Xiaoyuan's team of Guangnan University Martial Arts Club made it to the top 4. In the end, Peng Liyun successfully led Shanbei University to defend their champion title. Yi Yaoting nodded her head thoughtfully. As Zhou Zhengquan leisurely walked down the last stone step, Zhu Yanjun was already in front of him. Their hands clapped as Zhou Zhengquan lowered his voice, trying to sound genteel. He's pretty much done. Don't dash forward prematurely. Watch out for his last charge. Got it. Zhu Yanjun took a deep breath before passing Zhou Zhengquan onto the flight of stairs. Different from most Wansheng school disciples, she had been practicing an extra style called the Black Water Sword, originated from the brilliant Xuanwu divine sword. She seemed extremely sincere about martial arts, that she would bow to show her appreciation for martial arts, which had greatly changed her life every time she got in the ring. I'm an ordinary girl with a pretty nice name and an ordinary face, ordinary disposition, ordinary background, and ordinary intelligence. I'd graduate from an average college, get an average job, date an average boyfriend, experience once or a few times love before entering an average marriage and living an ordinary life just like my father and mother. Fortunately, I'm talented in martial arts. Now I'm on an entirely different path of life. Zhuo Yanjun walked towards Lin Ke during her Thanksgiving, recalling Zhou Jingxuan's words and waiting for the match to begin. In spite of Lin Ke in the middle of the expiration and inspiration exercise, the referee raised his right hand and shouted, "Fight!" Zhuo Yanjun immediately started to move about, smartly slashing, cutting, pointing and poking with her arms like two swords, avoiding frontal confrontation. Lin Ke stood there firmly, struggling bitterly to block the attacks with his hands, elbows, arms, shoulders, and kicks from both legs. Zhuo Yanjun agilely slid to Lin Ke's side, slashing down her right arm with great force. An abnormal flush suddenly appeared on Lin Ke's face, his dorsal muscles inflated and spine wiggling, pulling his body by force to confront Zhuo Yanjun face to face and duck this slash. His right foot stepped forward like a meteor, closing in on his rival. His left arm rose to block and his right fist punched out, temple swelling. The series of moves smoothly and swiftly took Zhuo Yanjun by surprise. She managed to block with her elbow. Bang! Her body shook upon the hit. Descriptions about the tremor punch flashed by in her head. When she was about to practice breathing exercise to cancel out the force, she noticed how weak the tremor was. She barely felt anything. An arrow at the end of its flight? The classic line junior brother Zhou often chanted came to Zhuo Yanjun. She threw her right arm out towards Lin Ke's neck, seeing the sweat dripping down from his head, and an expression other than coldness in his eyes. It was an expression of disappointment and unwillingness. Round 4. Zhuo Yanjun wins. The referee announced the result. Lin Ke turned around to go down without a word. His face didn't change much, but his legs were obviously heavier than before. Lu Cheng dashed out from his seat to give him a hand. When he reached his future brother-in-law, Lin Ke slightly lowered his head and forced a word out very quietly. "Sorry." "Sorry?" Lu Cheng was puzzled, unsure what he was apologizing for. But soon he felt Lin Ke's stubborn desire for victories and undefeated pride. "Last time, I fought 2 matches after defeating Wei Xingtian, putting the nail in the coffin and making his desperateness meaningful. This time he knocked Zhou Zhengquan out but had no strength left to fight on. He felt disappointed and painful. He felt sorry. Everybody can accept this defeat, but he cannot. He can accept nothing but victories. This is Lin Ke." Lu Cheng reached his hand out to pat Lin Ke's shoulder and said in a very serious tone, "Win it next time. Win it next time." Lin Ke nodded slightly upon hearing Lu Cheng's words. A faint but pure will for battle replaced the disappointment and unwillingness, burning in his eyes. Sun Jian was approaching towards them. He said with a jibe at himself, only half-jokingly, "I always complained you guys together would kill my opportunity to shine in the ring. But right now I wish you two could save me from having to go in the ring." If they were having a conversation online, he would add a laughing with tears emoji here. Lu Cheng was close to a laugh. He tried to talk with due solemnity. "Do your best. Enjoy the moves of a true professional 9th pin rival. Enjoy." Sun Jian shivered unconsciously. Taking a glance at Zhuo Yanjun, who was calm and breathing evenly, he felt like a frog about to challenge a viper. A competent professional 9th pin rival in nearly perfect status. What can I do? There's nothing to enjoy. I'm about to be tortured. However, how could I find my exact problems without confronting one professional 9th pin rival in person? How could I face my father after graduation? He took a deep breath and reached out his right hand to Lin Ke. The usual coldness had recaptured Lin Ke's face. He lifted his arm and slapped Sun Jian's right palm. As a student of psychology, He knew very well that such an action was a way to cultivate collective consciousness and enhance the group cohesion. He didn't want to uncover it or exclude himself. Sun Jian passed the two teammates and went up the flight of stairs, less nervous than Li Mao but just as anxious. The gap between Zhu Yanjun and him was too big to be narrowed by crying out slogans or burning up enthusiasm. Last year when Qin Zhonghua issued a challenge to Lin Ke, he was one of the better amateur first pin fighters, feeling great about himself and getting ready for the professional ranking event. In the end, he suffered a bitter rout. After 6 months of hardcore training, he was finally qualified for the professional 9th pin level at the end of last month. A long-sought dream had come true. Named one of the capable 9th pin fighters, Zhu Yanjun should be of a similar level as Lin Ke 6 months ago, if not slightly better. I've got the amateur 3rd pin certificate and am probably of the 2nd pin at my best, still much weaker than Qin Zhonghua 6 months ago. The gap can easily be imagined. Whatever. I'll just show my style and spirit. Sun Jian tried to comfort himself as he got in a starting stance. Once the referee called the beginning of the match, he launched a surprise attack as planned instead of moving about, dashing at his rival like a tiger coming down a hill, his back bent and knees straightened. Zhu Yanjun apparently didn't see this coming, but she was confident and capable, taking one stride forward calmly to block Sun Jian's footwork. Her right shoulder pulled a sudden strength, throwing her arm out downward like a sword. Bam! Sun Jian's right arm muscles inflated, exerting strength to throw a fierce punch out to block the rival's slash. His knuckles made a sudden sound. 5 fingers sprang open with an abrupt explosive force, turning the fist into a claw and biting on Zhu Yanjun's forearm in a split second. Flower-tearing and willow-striking hand. Zhu Yanjun's arm softened like a noodle and then suddenly shook with great might, tightened up like a sword or an iron stick. Sun Jian's hand was shaken off. She then turned her body sideways, her abs inflating and fascia tugging, pushing her left elbow out rapidly like a dagger. That was an infusion of the fly-fall punches continuation and the Blackwater sword's melee piercing, fast and compact. Sun Jian had no time to duck or to exert strength from his feet. He struggled to drive his shoulders to swing his arms to block the elbow. Bam! He was forced to take one step backward, but Zhu Yanjun went on with more strikes, pushing him into a frantic status. Eventually, her sword hit him right in the chest, almost knocking him out of consciousness. Round 5. Zhu Yanjun won. The final result. Dongling Squad wins. The referee's announcement was welcomed by Zhang Jingye's silence and the hometown crowd's restrained claps. Phew. Lu Chang and Yan Zhika both heaved a sigh, rather gloomy. The defeat had been predicted and the chance of turning the table was still there. However, a loss is a loss, an upsetting result. Seeing a Donglin television station reporter approaching, Lu Chang quickly gathered himself together and turned to ask Yan Zhika, "Do I look all right?" "You look great." Yan Zhika smiled, her eyes beautifully shining. "Good luck." "Yes." Lu Chang took off the big white towel from his shoulders and stood up. "Hello, Lu Chang. I'm Zhang Hai, a reporter from Donglin TV. May I ask you a few questions?" The reporter sounded the note of stereotyped fanaticism. Lu Chang didn't try to conceal his disappointment for the defeat. "Of course." Zhang Hai, a young man in his early 20s, very approachable, put on a smile. "Lu Chang, you guys did great today. I would give you a September 10th. I've read your information. This is your first time confronting an 8th pin dan stage rival in nearly perfect status, isn't it? What do you feel?" Lu Chang took a moment to reflect on it. "He's very powerful, suppressing me in every way. However, I think I could have done better." "Oh? What made you say that?" asked Zhang Hai, seemingly very interested. Lu Chang forced a bitter smile. "I guess I cared too much about it and didn't have much experience. I was rushing it a lot in the first fight, intending to finish the opponent quickly. I made many mistakes and the emotion went on to the second match. I couldn't make a better, wiser choice at the critical moment." He didn't reveal Hou Yu's supernatural ability and acted as if he didn't notice it at all to trick Dongling Squad to bet heavily on this in the next round. "All is fair in war." "Understood. You've only trained for under a year." It's perfectly normal that you don't have enough experience. Take it easy. Zhang Hai gave some comfort before continuing with his list of questions. He stopped politely after a few more questions and turned to Lin Ke. Lu Cheng took a few steps back, getting closer to Yan Zhike, and asked in a low voice, "Ko, did I do okay? Could anybody tell I was lying? Would Dongling Squad be alarmed?" Yan Zhike smiled and nodded, showing her dimples. Very sincere and real. Her limpid eyes rolled as she wiped her smile partially off. "You look like a great liar. Would you lie to me like that?" "Air." Lu Cheng's mouth opened slightly, speechless. "That was very different from what I was expecting. Shouldn't you give me some compliment? This deceiving strategy was from you. Feels tricked again." After a brief thought, he started to find it amusing. "How can my small thoughts ever get away from Coach Yen? I can fool everyone but you." Yan Zhike nodded first, but soon her pretty face straightened. "You fool everyone but me? Tell me, which girl do you plan to fool?" "Another trick." Lu Cheng was stunned, afraid of giving an answer. Yan Zhike burst into a laugh looking at the stunned Lu Cheng. The gloominess from today's loss completely faded away. The silly Cheng is so adorable. On the other side, Zhang Hai had just finished his opening remark in front of Lin Ke, about to get on his first question. "Lin Ke, today you experienced the 8th Pin Dan stage rivals' continuous explosions. What do you think?" Lin Ke, holding a white towel to wipe the sweat, answered calmly. "Very powerful." "A man of few words indeed." Zhang Hai kept his smile. "What would you comment on your own performance?" "I lost." Lin Ke squeezed 2 words out of his mouth before leaving for the visiting team locker room. "I lost? What kind of answer is this?" "I was asking for a comment." Zhang Hai was totally lost. Yan Zhike in a distant sighed and lowered her voice to Lu Cheng. "In my cousin's dictionary, a loss means a terrible fight." "A loss means a terrible fight?" Lu Cheng pondered on the line. "I also hate to lose, but I can't be extreme like Lin Ke. Different people have different personalities." He felt bad for the reporter. He needed an interpreter to complete an interview with Lin Ke. The trip back was tiring, constantly on the run. The crew arrived at Songcheng University new campus around 9 p.m. They ate on the train to save time. Seeing weariness on Yan Zhike's face, Lu Cheng didn't want to drag her to a lakeside stroll. He held her hand on the pedestrian walkway and slowly walked her to her dorm building. Shortly before they arrived, he intended to ask Yan Zhike out tomorrow to go shopping as the award money had sat in his account, ready to pay for a ring. In a close relationship as them, a date shouldn't be a difficult thing to ask. But Lu Cheng was trying hard to make an excuse in hopes of creating a surprise. Yan Zhike looked up, a bit shy as she was also thinking about asking Cheng out on a date to shop for a ring as a surprise. What should I say if I want to ask him out? Her lips pursed, eyes looking into the distance. When she was finally ready to bring it up, she heard Lu Cheng's voice. Ko, could you go shopping with me tomorrow? My martial arts shoes are worn out again. I need a new pair or two. Lu Cheng hadn't finished his excuse. A beautiful smile already climbed on Yan Zhike's face, darkening all the street lamps. Okay. Lu Cheng didn't know why the girl seemed so pleased, but her smile totally moved him. Back in his empty dorm, he realized Zhao Chong and other roommates would spend the night in Donglin to have a social meetup there tomorrow. Only girls can temporarily pull Chong away from study. He shook his head with a smile and grabbed a thermos bottle to wash up. He heard the sound of the key turning in the lock and saw Kai Zongming walk in. You are back, Lu Cheng said, shocked by his sudden appearance. Kai Zongming answered with a smirk. Surprise. Damn your surprise. Lu Cheng looked behind Ming's back, puzzled. Where is Chong? In Donglin. They will take the train tomorrow 5 p.m. Kai Zongming sounded as if it was a matter of course. How come you are back early? Lu Cheng let out a laugh and asked. Kai Zongming clicked his tongue. I have the special training tomorrow morning. Also, I have a girlfriend already. Setting up for them is enough. Why should I stay there and watch the model worker show off his love? Oh! Lu Chang showed his understanding with a smirk and commented, Talker, I didn't think you could stick to the special training. Kai Zongming's face suddenly turned. Of course. I'm a man who lives up to my words. He switched to an aroused voice. Chang, I'll be on the bench next term. You want to fill in as a substitute? Lu Chang examined Kai Zongming from top to bottom several times. Suddenly, his shoulder trembled as he stretched out his right hand and made a grab for Kai Zongming's left arm. His martial arts had been drilled into his very muscles, and while he couldn't claim to break steel chains with the strength of his wrist and finger alone, he could at least tear a person's flesh off their body. Right now, his 5 steely fingers pierced the air and caused a faint screech. It was incredibly imposing. Kai Zongming was startled. He immediately swung his left arm backward to avoid the sharp blow. The grab was just a feint. Lu Chang strode forwards, and his left leg caught up with student Little Ming at the perfect moment. He pressed his sides against Kai Zongming's body, pushed and forced his friend to take a step backward. Kai Zongming knocked into the back of a simple sofa, lost his balance and looked like he would fall on his back. It was at this moment Lu Chang extended his right hand and grabbed Kai Zongming's arm as quickly as lightning. He pulled with delicate force and helped him regain his balance. Throughout the entire process, Lu Chang had never put down the vacuum flask he was holding in his left hand. He stared at the bewildered student Little Ming, lifted his right forefinger and beamed. You're too weak. You plan to dominate the martial arts club's substitute lineup with just this level of skill? Think again. Kai Zongming came to a realization and felt a rise of irritation and amusement instantly. You're so low I want to beat you up. This also amused Lu Chang. Come on. Fight me. The one who backs out is a puppy. Kai Zongming was so furious, he nearly spat out a proverbial mouthful of blood. He replied in a solemn and dignified manner. A cultured and civilized person as I would come to blows with another person. Come, let's compete in games if you're not a chicken. We'll pick whatever you can think of. All right, bring it on. Lu Chang was also a young man who loved playing games before he had a girlfriend. But now time was too short, and he didn't have much to spare at all. Therefore, he could only play it at leisure. In the end, Lu Chang lost horribly, because he thought Yanzhika's messages were more important than the game. As a result, he was tarried during critical moments of the game and was ravaged by student Little Ming. The reason Kai Zongming hadn't replied messages of his own was that his overachieving girlfriend was currently engrossed in reviewing her lessons. After he was done relaxing, it was time for the regular training again. Next morning early, Lu Chang appeared beside Weishui Lake before the sky had brightened yet. He repeated the still stance, and moves per his routine. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. This time, he spent more time on cultivating the simplified physical invulnerability move, severe warning. He hoped to master the basics as soon as possible and use it against Zhou Zhengquan. They were facing a situation where they must make a 3-1 comeback, and he had expressed his desire and confidence to win to Yanzhika and Lin Quebec. In that case, he must seize any opportunities that might improve his strength. There was no doubt that the mastery of his current strongest killer move was one of the most important parts of this process. A man cannot back down from a challenge. The river became frozen, and the sky became covered in thunderclouds. Lu Chang worked hard to combine the 2 types of visualization methods together to complete the very first step of blending Frost Force and Thunder Roar Zen together. However, the difficulty he faced in this regard far exceeded his imagination. The 2 visualization methods had repelled each other, and if he wanted to switch between them seamlessly, he could only adapt, experience, and mix them bit by bit. It didn't look like there was a shortcut he could take. This made him feel a little frustrated and restless while he was training. He had no choice but to open his eyes, inhale the fresh morning air, and quell the various ripples in his heart. Watching leisurely from the sidelines, Geezer Sure let out a chuckle and said, "You plan to grasp severe warning before Sunday? I have to give it a try." Lu Cheng's face turned red. Geezer Sure walked over with his hands behind his back and chuckled. Even if it's just a simplified version, a physical invulnerability move isn't something that you can grasp in an instant. Even if you did create a miracle just like the few times you did before and barely grasped the basics before Sunday's match, it's still just the basics. It's useless for the match. Do you think that Zhou Zhengquan would stand there like a steak and wait until you finished prepared, severe warning? Do you think that he'll fight you head-on? Even your frost force takes a short amount of time to form up, much less the severe warning move you just grasped. If you really put all your hopes onto this one move, then you'll only feel like a 3 years old wielding a 100-pound hammer later. Not only would you miss your enemy, but you would also more likely hurt yourself instead. Lu Cheng felt a chill up his spine when he finished listening to his master. He felt that his words made a lot of sense. He was still thinking too optimistically. A killer move that he wasn't familiar with could only be a flaw in a battle against an 8th Pindan stage fighter, who surpassed him in both strength and experience. What should I do then, master? Lu Cheng finally thought to consult his master's wisdom. Geezer Sher coughed twice and said, "As a senior in the path of life, and as the master who taught you martial arts, I have a responsibility to tell you a few things. Failure and defeat aren't something that you can avoid just because you want to, and reality is not the games you play. You should know that not every hurdle in life will be within the range of your abilities. Even if we're to survey the history of martial arts development comprehensively, there are only a handful of seniors who wielded unparalleled talent and luck who managed to live a full life without ever experiencing a single defeat. Now, with the boom of professional martial arts competitions, mighty ones clashed far more often with each other than they used to. It's now impossible to replicate those magnificent feats ever again. Even someone as powerful as Dragon King, Warrior Sage, and Geezer Sher's eyes looked a little distant when he said this. And other experts had tasted the flavor of defeat and failure in their lives. It's not a bad thing for you to experience this sooner in your life. Your master had seen many young, extraordinarily talented fighters who cruised to victory every battle when they first started, causing their self-confidence to swell to the max. After they encountered an unexpected and terrible defeat, most of them found it difficult to swallow and was left with severe psychological holes in their heart. From then on their improvement turned slow, hence vanishing from the ranks of geniuses and becoming ordinary people. Timely setbacks will let you know your limits in a year, and your limits in 10 years. You'll realize what you should do and what you shouldn't do, for what you should strive for, and for what you shouldn't strive for. Fighters who had truly experienced many life or death battles and survived all shared a characteristic like this. They know what's beyond their reach, what constitutes a risk, and what's the limit of their power. Lu Cheng looked pensive as he listened to his master's words and nodded slightly. It was true that he had noticed his lack of experience and gap in rank after the battle against Zhou Zhengquan. The slight scorn he felt towards the 8th Pindan stage fighters after beating Wei Xingtian had also evaporated completely after that battle. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have thought to train hard the move, severe warning. A defeat like this would only make him feel more confident in himself. He hadn't experienced too much pain or wavered too much in confidence. A year later, he might not necessarily lose to him again if he fought Zhou Zhengquan one-on-one a year later. That being said, if I'm being entirely honest with myself, this doesn't really feel like a setback at all. I understand, master. Lu Cheng exhaled and said, but what should I do now? I feel like we have a chance to make a comeback. Geezer Sher chuckled. Now you should keep practicing severe warning. Ah, Lu Cheng wore a dumb look on his face. I'm educated, okay, so you can't trick me. That's not what you said just now. Geezer Sher said unhurriedly, the reason you practice severe warning is not to master it, but to use it and further improve your grasp over Frost Force and Thunder Roar Zen. These two skills are your true assets in the battle against Zhou Zhengquan. I got it. Lu Cheng came to realization. He nearly fell astray there. As the saying goes, experience counts for something. When Lu Cheng was done with his training and took off on a jog around the lake, Geezer Sher finally hummed a tune and made his way to the martial arts club, looking so pleased with himself that he might as well have drunk 5 kilograms of good wine. He had been holding those words for several months now, and finally, he found the chance to spill it all out today. It was a mentally and physically soothing experience, and he felt as if the sky had turned blue, the water had cleared out, the wine had become tasty, and even the air had become pleasant smelling. Geezer sure thought happily and drank a sip of wine. At 2 p.m., Lu Chang woke up from his nap and relieved some of the fatigue he accumulated from the difficult training. When he recalled that he would soon be strolling down the streets with Yen Zheke, and finding the opportunity to gift her a ring of incredible significance, he immediately felt a wave of excitement. He hastily entered the washroom and cleaned himself thoroughly. His hair was combed to look fresh and cool. What should I wear? Should I wear more formal clothes since I'll be giving her a ring? The inexperienced Lu Chang returned to his wardrobe and fell into deep thought. It was the middle of May, and it was sunny for the past few days. T-shirt and jeans were the mainstream to follow. While recalling student Little Ming's guidance, he picked a pair of casual pants and a navy blue-colored shirt. A moment of thought later, he put on another thin jacket. Although it was kind of dumb to wear a jacket at this temperature, there should be air conditioning inside the shopping mall. If Ka felt cold during this period, then his jacket would come into play, haha. Lu Chang walked out of the door while feeling good about himself and arrived at Building 3's entrance. It didn't take more than a few minutes before he saw Yen Zheke appearing at the unit's doorway. She was wearing a white-colored half-sleeve one-piece dress. The waist area of the dress was tight, emphasizing her slender waist. The hem of her skirt, just slightly above her knees, was adorned with gauze folds that looked graceful and light. When the attire was complemented with Yen Zheke's exquisite and beautiful countenance, it made Lu Chang feel as if he had seen a fairy as she walked towards him with her hair swaying behind her back. Although they could meet every day, and he thought that he had gotten used to her beauty already, he was still often stunned by Yen Zheke's display of beauty. The more he looked at her, the more beautiful she appeared in his eyes. Perhaps this was what it meant by beauty is in the eye of the gazer? Yen Zheke didn't make the choice that accentuated her look of maturity too much, and wore a pair of small white shoes at the bottom only. Overall, her attire fully displayed the most attractive youthfulness and pure beauty of her age. Sensing her boyfriend's passionate and loving gaze, Yen Zheke drew dimples on her face and looked to the side with a hint of embarrassment. She nonchalantly said, "Let's go." Lu Chang gripped her palm, lowered his voice and said brazenly, "I thought I saw a fairy just now." Yen Zheke glared at him and said in half playfulness and joy, "That's so corny." Hee hee. Lu Chang chuckled. It was only then he noticed that the girl was carrying a light orange-colored handbag that added a bright shade of color to her overall plain-looking attire. This kept her from looking overly monochromatic. "Your handbag looks really familiar," he chatted idly. "It looks like..." Yen Zheke pursed her lips into a smile and helped him. "Like the brown-yellow handbags used by elderly women when they go to temples for a prayer?" "Yes, exactly. It looks more or less the same other than the fact that the color's a bit different." Lu Chang nodded strongly. "I'm not sure what the foreign designers were thinking either." Yen Zheke laughed softly and said, "I remember that there's an LV handbag of red, white and blue color that looks almost the same as our PP bag." "Haha. Yeah, I saw that news before too." Lu Chang echoed with a smile before asking in puzzlement. "But I remember that it says Louis Vuitton on the news." Yen Zheke suddenly burst out in laughter, turned her head and cast him a glance. "Stupid. LV is the abbreviation of Lois Vuitton." Lu Chang wiped away the cold sweat that didn't exist. "I've always thought that they represented different brands. I learned something new again today." Yen Zheke chuckled softly for a while. "I have another cousin who thought the same thing before he had a girlfriend. Remember? It also has a nickname called Donkey Brand." There is a definite gap between the domain of knowledge of a man and a woman. Once again, Lu Chang realized that Coach Yen truly was his life coach. The two chatted about all kinds of things as if they had an endless supply of topics along the way. It was only when they got on the school bus and sat together that they fell silent for an instant. "I need to wait until that opportunity shows up before I gift the ring to Ku as a pleasant surprise." Lu Chang looked at the aisle to prevent the girl from discovering his thoughts. It feels so embarrassing to think that we're going to gift each other rings later. Also, how am I going to hint Chung about this? I can't suggest it directly, can I? Yenjika looked outside the window in both embarrassment and joy. The school bus slowly rumbled to life, and Yenjika broke away from her thoughts. She remembered something and tugged at Lu Cheng's palm while her lips were compressed. Chung, I don't think deception will work anymore. Why's that? Lu Cheng grabbed her left palm in return with a confused expression on his face. Yenjika answered him with a hint of upset in her tone. I forgot about Coach Shi. He's a physical invulnerability mighty one, so I doubt the elders of Wenxing School would be so naive to think that Coach Shi couldn't tell anything. Oh my god. This is so embarrassing. How could I have made such a huge mistake as the brain of the martial arts club? It's all because Coach Shi's presence was too weak during the previous match. I was the one who did the general analysis, and before I knew it I forgot we had an elderly senior in our midst. Yes, it's all his fault. Lu Cheng hadn't thought about it too deeply at the time, but the moment his girlfriend reminded him, he immediately came to realization. Yeah. We were like children without our mother, especially during the preliminaries. I almost forget that we even have a coach. You think so too? Yenjika was so touched that she nearly broke into tears. She stared pitifully at Lu Cheng and shook his hands slightly. I knew it. It's not my fault. He never reminded me about this even after the match has ended until now. Lu Cheng reacted with a mutter. His master hadn't told him what to pay attention to when he fought the first match of his life in the Little Warrior Sage Challenge tournament either. Did he just forget about it? Was he too lazy? Or was he doing this on purpose to train me? Yenjika was relieved from her tension after she found an ally. Then, a thought flashed through her mind as she pondered. Maybe we can turn this to our advantage. Ah? What do you mean? Lu Cheng asked in doubt. Yenjika withdrew her delicate palm, unlocked her phone display, opened her notebook and typed swiftly while talking to her boyfriend. Look, this is the current depth of our thinking. At the first level, we pretended that we didn't notice Ho Yu's supernatural ability. However, Wenxing School knew that we have a physical invulnerability might one and saw through our pretense. Therefore, they didn't fall for our trap and changed their original plan A to plan B. Now, we go one step lower and reach our depth of thinking just now. This is called the second level. We figured out that our physical invulnerability coach is a hole in our plan, and that our deception had already failed. We now know that Wenxing School would no longer rely on their plan A. That's Ho Yu's supernatural ability to fight their match. What about the Wenxing School? They probably knew that we knew about this too. Even if we didn't, our physical invulnerability coach would have reminded us about this as well. Therefore, the modified version of plan A should be even more surprising. Lu Cheng was a little dazed by her explanation, but he was a student who entered Songcheng University with his abilities. He was barely able to grasp the key points of her explanation. Cool. This game of thinking depth keeps looping deeper and deeper. Am I right? You know that I know, and I know that you know that I know, and so on. Yeah. There is only one key point to an analysis of thinking depth, and that's to determine which level our opponent is at accurately. Then, we position ourselves one level below him. Yenjika typed swiftly while she analyzed with great focus. Right now, the data we possess are heavily leaned towards Donglin Squad's martial arts and fighting style. We lack data on their behavior, habits, and conduct, so, for now, we can only determine temporarily that their depth of thinking is somewhere around the second level. While listening to her serious explanations and looking at the look of concentration on her face, Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel that Yenjika was shining so brightly and beautifully that he couldn't move his eyes away. He worked his sensitive organs and confirmed that no one was paying attention to them. Then, he held an arm up to block off the sight of the person who would most likely notice them, lowered his head, and pecked once quickly on the girl's soft and smooth cheek. That being said, there is a high chance that they might choose a more reliable and conservative tactic. While Yenjika was pondering, she suddenly noticed that her vision had become dimmed. Then, she felt a sudden touch of warmth on her face. She was stunned for a few seconds before she came to herself, lowered her voice and asked in both surprise and embarrassment, "What are you doing?" "We're on a school bus right now." Lu Chang didn't take it a step further and straightened himself on his seat once more. While gazing into the girl's eyes, he chuckled softly and said, "Coach Yen is so beautiful just now." Yen Zhika immediately understood his meaning and blushed red in embarrassment. She let out a humph, restrained the urge to smile and looked outside the window. She said with gentle eyes, "P pervert." Her side face looked incredibly beautiful. Lu Chang let out a complacent chuckle and accepted the nickname pervert like a duck to water. A few minutes later, when the boiling sensation on her cheeks had mostly subsided, Yen Zhika cast a diffident glance to her surroundings and noticed that everyone was looking drowsy amidst the afternoon sunlight and slightly wobbly drive. Phew! She let out a secret sigh of relief and changed the topic while feeling sweet on the inside. "Chung, how far have you mastered that simplified physical invulnerable move?" Cheng's face is getting thicker and thicker every day. He could say corny lines like the one just now without any fear or embarrassment now. Lu Chang reiterated his master's guidance before concluding. "For now I can only leave it at that. Severe warning isn't something that I can grasp just because I want to. I would have to prepare myself even for the first hurdle." "The first hurdle? You mean the combination of the two types of visualization methods you mentioned before?" Yen Zhika was extremely curious about her boyfriend's martial arts. When the two methods were put together, the produced effects far exceeded just two. Lu Chang nodded helplessly as he looked at his girlfriend's spirited eyes. "Yeah. One is a thundercloud and the other an icebound. Not only do they not share any similarities, they also even repel each other." Yen Zhika's vibrant eyes moved upwards as she pondered. "The core of my grandfather's yin-yang twist is the transformation of the two contradicting objects, yin and yang. If I'm to explain this using dialectical materialism, it would be the unity and conflict of opposites. I believe that you should think in this respect." After she said this, she grabbed Lu Cheng's arm and drew a circle on the back of his hand with a smile. "For example, this symbol is pretty vivid, isn't it?" Lu Cheng watched and learned the symbol seriously. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "Tai Chi." The unity and conflict of opposites, the transformation of yin and yang. While thinking, an idea suddenly flashed across his mind. He had recalled a better point of reference. His Jindan was an entity of unity and conflict of fire and ice, wasn't it? In that case, couldn't he imitate it by mixing the two visualization methods directly to form some balance, instead of putting them together? If he did that, would severe warning become different when he unleashed it? The more Lu Cheng thought, the more excited he became. He held Yen Zhika's hands and looked at her sincerely, saying, "I think I have some idea on what to do now. As I thought, Coach Yen is the best." "Really?" Yen Zhika was also pleasantly surprised by this outcome. She was both happy and proud of herself. Lu Cheng said with a hint of urgency. "I'll give it a try tomorrow morning." Yen Zhika didn't answer him and simply drew her lips into a smile. Today she felt especially involved and accomplished. In a fairly reputable shopping mall in Songcheng, Yen Zhika accepted a box from the sales clerk's hand and passed it to Lu Cheng, saying, "Try this one." Lu Cheng cast a glance at the price tag and said softly, "There's no need to buy something this expensive, is there? It's going to spoil quickly anyway." Because the first pair of martial arts shoes Yen Zhika gifted him held a significant meaning, he hadn't worn it too many times. He wore it occasionally only when he was doing his daily training, and he would even clean it immediately after he was done and take care of it like he was taking care of his own body. "I don't think it's too expensive." Yen Zhika paused before changing the subject and smiling faintly. "I'm a believer that you get what you pay for. A good pair of martial arts shoes could help you exert strength. Even if it gives you less than 100th boost, it's still better than nothing. Plus, it's not like those random branded martial arts shoes are much cheaper. Unless a fighter had cultivated unique skills like Golden Bell Cover, they were ultimately mortal flesh before they reached physical invulnerability state. If they stepped on something sharp while barefooted, they might very well hurt themselves because of their exertion. Martial arts shoes was a safeguard against injury. Unless it was necessary, no one would intentionally damage it. Not much cheaper? Lu Chang complained amusedly in his head. That's several hundred yuan of difference. It's a whole month of food expenses for me in the past. Although he had gone through some hardships during the 3 years after he finished primary school and started high school, his grandpa, grandma, and cousins had looked after him. His disposition was leaned more towards the generous side too. Therefore, he hadn't developed a stingy habit despite his love for money. Now that he was at the stage where he had just earned a large sum of income with his own abilities, and brimming with confidence and youth, one might even say that he spent a little too lavishly. Of course, his spending was mostly on yen jika. He wasn't willing to spend too much. Right now, he reminded himself of the code. Everything Coach Yen says is correct, and didn't refute her. Instead, he tried on many pairs of shoes. Let's go to Feiyue and check out that brand next. Yen Jika swept a glance across the shoes he had tried on and happily made the decision. She felt happier choosing stuff for Chang than buying clothes for herself. Again, Chang experienced a moment of bewilderment that roughly translated into, "What did I spend so much time doing just now?" Yen Jika said matter-of-factly, "Yeah, we should practice comparison shopping, right? Who knows? Maybe the other shops are holding some kind of event or discount. Didn't you say you don't mind this little bit of price difference?" Lu Chang expressed his doubt as a good student under Coach Yen. Yen Jika cast him a slightly scornful glance and smiled faintly. "This is different from buying a cheap pair of martial arts shoes directly. We're planning to buy a good pair of martial arts shoes anyway, so if there is a discount we would be making a profit, right? It may not be much money, but I like making a profit this way." "What kind of logic is that?" Lu Chang wore a stupefied expression on his face. Yen Jika raised her head slightly with pride. "A woman's logic. All right." Lu Chang was left speechless. So he followed Yen Jika into one specialty shop after another. In the end, they returned to the first shop and bought the first and third martial arts shoes he tested earlier. "For what did I test so many pairs of shoes?" Lu Chang wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead that didn't exist. Yen Jika took out her own card when they were at the cash register. "Let me pay for this." Lu Chang stopped her and said. Yen Jika acted tsundere on purpose and said, "I got my reward money, and I want to buy my boyfriend some stuff." "Nod your head if you're my boyfriend." Fine. What else could Lu Chang do? He could only nod while feeling a tinge of sweetness in his heart. After Yen Jika had paid for the shoes, she happily pointed at the floor above and said, "Let's go check out some clothes next. I feel like you only have a few summer wear in your closet." Right now a slim-fit shirt would fit you nicely." "All right." Lu Chang followed behind his girlfriend while holding 2 bags. In the past, he often saw men complaining about shopping with their girlfriend or wife. The most common scenario was the girl shopping inside while the man sat outside resting, looking so worn out that he might succumb to a paralysis. Right now, though, he wanted to say that the most tiring task was in fact complying your girlfriend's wishes and trying on all kinds of stuff. While it was a sweet and happy experience, it certainly was physically and emotionally exhausting. Couldn't they just make a swift decision? "I guess only a guy with an abnormal stamina like me could take to this like ducks to water," Lu Chang thought proudly. When a few more shopping bags had appeared in his hands, Yen Jika finally made her way to the first floor of the shopping mall. Lu Chang stared at the few jewelry shops nearby and began pondering how he should abduct Ku into the shops. Just when he was done coming up with his excuse, Yen Jika happily said to him with a pink face, "Chang, let's go in and check out some jewelry, shall we?" That's simple." Lu Chang's mind went blank for a second before he hurriedly nodded. "Okay. I'll encourage Ku to test a ring later and memorize her favorite type and finger size. I'll act like I'm dissatisfied with the selection of choices later. Take her away, make an excuse to go to the washroom, come back and buy it. Finally, I'll give her a pleasant surprise during lunch." Lu Chang went through his plan once more and thought that it was perfect. He had even prepared what he wanted to say when gifting her the ring. Yen Jika stared straight ahead, not even daring to look at Lu Chang. She casually picked a jewelry store and rushed into it. While pretending to look at the jewelry carefully, Her heart was beating rapidly. My purpose must be kept from him, or I'll be so embarrassed. Thanks to my foresight, I made sure he wasn't holding my hand before I suggested this, or my little secret would have been exposed by his listening skill. But how do I give him a hint later? Lu Cheng followed Yan Zhika's line of sight and also looked at the rings in the glass showcase. His heart was also beating heavily, but it due to fear of the prices. There were diamond rings priced from 17,000 or 18,000 yuan up to hundreds of thousands of yuan, and a few near 15,000 or 16,000 yuan. Even the cheapest rings were at least 10,000 yuan. Compared with the price of these rings, my secret stash is so miserable and shabby. Most of Lu Cheng's complacency about having earned more than 13,000 yuan within half a year had disappeared. He felt eager and desperate to a great extent rather than feel self-abased. I will take advantage of my young age while I can still struggle for success. I must climb higher in life. However, according to what my master said, the Dan stage is considered as the real entry of martial arts in the field of fighters. Yan Zhika didn't even realize what she was looking at right now, only recovering back to normal after dozens of seconds. She glanced at the jewelry and then moved a few steps with an easy grace. She came to the counter with the platinum ring and started to study the ring carefully. After seeing the prices at this counter, Lu Cheng felt like he was back in the real world again. Following Yan Zhika's sight, he pointed at a classic ring of simple style and asked, "Do you want to try this one?" "Ah, why so active?" Yan Zhika was startled for a while and pretended to be very casual. "Okay." Because both Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika had an excellent temperament, the clerk showed them a polite smile while putting on gloves. "Miss, what size ring do you wear? I haven't bought a ring before. Please help me measure it." Yan Zhika answered leisurely and gracefully because there was no reason to be ashamed of not buying any rings in the past. Which little child would buy a ring for nothing? "Okay." The clerk turned around to look for the measuring tools. For Lu Cheng, this was a critical moment. He stared at them with bright eyes and listened to them very carefully. Yan Zhika looked at him and she felt that Cheng was acting a little strange. "The middle finger is size 11, so this ring will fit you well," the clerk said as she was looking at the measuring data of Yan Zhika's left hand. "And what about the size of her fourth finger?" Lu Cheng could not help but interrupt her. Yan Zhika experienced an epiphany and was vaguely aware of her boyfriend's intent. After she thought about it, she suddenly combined the arrival of the prize money, the sudden shopping invitation, and the proposal for trying the ring. She came to an obvious conclusion. "Does Cheng want to give me a ring?" The corners of her mouth pulled up and she couldn't even cover her smile. Her black eyes were filled with a shining brightness. For bodies no fluttering side by side of splendid phoenix wings. For hearts the 1-minute thread from root to tip of the magic horn. She thought of this sentence suddenly in her mind and she felt very warm and sweet. "The size of the fourth finger is 9. The clerk completed the measurement and took out of the ring which Lu Cheng referred to previously. She helped Yan Zhika put it on her middle finger and complimented her with a smile. "It fits so well and looks very beautiful. Let's look for another one." Yan Zhika offered this suggestion before Lu Cheng could offer an excuse. She took off the ring and deliberately looked at her phone to hide her smile, then asked him seriously, "Cheng, I have something to ask you." "What do you want to ask?" Lu Cheng was pulled out of the jewelry store by Yan Zhika. As they stopped in the corner of the store, Lu Cheng was very confused. Yan Zhika bit her lips slightly and said with a faint smile, "You want to buy me a ring, don't you?" "Ah!" Lu Cheng was so surprised by her words. Was my intent too obvious? What about the surprise? His girlfriend said with a serious face, "Do not lie to me." Lu Cheng blushed, so he had to say frankly, "Yes, I want to. I thought about it once I got the prize money, and I want to give you a ring now that we have dated for almost 100 days. When children turn 100 days old, they will celebrate for longevity. Our relationship is like that, like a newborn child. So, on our 100th day we also need a symbol celebrating longevity and us growing old together." This was what he had prepared to say when he gave her the ring. In his imagination, surprising her, along with the appropriate atmosphere, these words would have been quite touching and sincere. But now, without any preparation, he suddenly had to say these words. It made him feel very awkward no matter how he said it. And his feeling was correct. Under the wrong atmosphere, the more Yenjika listened to his word, the funnier she felt. What's the connection between these two things? What a strange metaphor. His words had her laughing. She laughed so happily with one hand clutching her mouth and the other pressing on her stomach. Ha! I can remember this proposal from Chung for a lifetime and I will laugh at it forever. Did he say that our relationship is just like a newborn child and also needs a celebration for its 100th day? So should we also hold a party for turning 100 days old? Lu Chung took a breath and looked at his girlfriend, who was laughing with a doting face. Could still be considered as a success since it made her laugh. Yenjika laughed for a while. Then she gradually stopped to recall what Lu Chung has said just now. She didn't know why, but she felt touched now. Her cheeks became pink and she blushed because of the laughter as she stared at Lu Chung with her bright and blazing eyes. She grunted and said, "Since you are so sincere giving me a ring, I will reluctantly accept it, but all the rings are in pairs. If I'm the only one with a ring, then how can we be called a couple?" As she was saying this, she could not help but look to the other side, not daring to make eye contact with Lu Chung. Lu Chung instantly forgot the previous embarrassment. He nodded heavily and said, "Then I will buy 2 rings, one for you, the other one for me." "No, it will only have good meaning if I buy your ring." Yenjika led him step by step and finally set the stage to say this line. "Well, I tackled this complicated problem in a very easy manner without referring to anything about money." "Yes, you are right." Lu Chung pulled Yenjika along gladly and said, "So, let's go select the couple rings." While he was speaking, he suddenly felt that the development seemed to be prearranged. Who was the one that suggested looking at the jewelry? I might have fallen for another trick. He bore the inexplicable smile and warmth in his heart, then asked tentatively, "Ku, had you already planned to take me select a ring today? What are you talking about? I do not understand." Yenjika's beautiful face blushed at once and she answered without any doubt, while looking away. She, at first, intended to answer no directly, but she didn't want to lie to Lu Chung. How did Chung suddenly become so smart? Lu Chung stopped asking her because he already felt so happy, just like a weasel who had stolen a chick. He pulled Yenjika back into the jewelry store with a big smile, while this time they looked at the platinum rings for couples. They examined the rings for a while before Coach Yen made the decision to buy a pair of rings with a simple and classic style. There were 2 spiral lines around the ring, which intersected at the forefront of the ring, bringing out the polished water droplets. Because the size was different and didn't have a fancy diamond, the female ring was cheaper, only 1,100 yuan. Lu Chung paid the bill with his credit card. Then he carried lots of shopping bags and looked around in order to find a quiet place where he could put the ring on Yenjika. As to which finger he should put the ring on, he had already checked. It should be the left middle finger. Yenjika watched him as he looked for the place. Then she pretended to mention, inadvertently, "There is a cafe on the 4th floor." "Is there?" Lu Chung asked subconsciously, showing no doubt. Then he sighed and said, "You are quite observant. Today, I enjoyed the happiness of shopping with her and while experiencing both pain and happiness." Yenjika raised her head with a proud look on her face and replied, "Of course, I'm a famous detective." On the 4th floor, they found seats near the corner of the Yuanmu Cafe. This time, Lu Chung sat on the seat in front of Yenjika deliberately. Then he opened the box of the female ring and solemnly picked up her left hand. Yenjika lightly bit her lips with a crimson face and her sweet dimples. Even though she was afraid to look at Lu Chung, she still watched his actions firmly, while he put the ring on her middle finger with his serious and solemn face. Suddenly, she felt the surrounding atmosphere become very solemn and serious. It wasn't a game playing house between young couples. As Lu Chung was putting the ring on, slowly he said, half jokingly with some emotion, "As long as you wear this ring, you'll be my wife." The moment he said the word wife, he felt something heavy, and he felt it would be the scariest responsibility in his whole lifetime. This time I gave her a normal ring, but next time I will give her better rings for the engagement, the marriage, and the anniversary. Yenjika chuckled and wanted to curse him and say that it was a nice try. However, she just opened her mouth without saying anything. Instead, she just watched Lu Cheng completing this ceremony with her charming eyes. Then, she also opened the box with the male ring, picked it up, and held Lu Cheng's left hand. When she was putting the ring on his middle finger, she was slightly trembling. Then she looked at the shining rings on their fingers. She said gladly and shyly, "As long as you wear this ring, you are my Cheng." At first, her first voice was so thin and low, just like the hum of mosquitoes. But, as she spoke, the words became smoother, more confident, and firmer. Hearing this sentence, Lu Cheng felt his heart fill with excitement and satisfaction, wishing to hold his beloved girl in his arms, to share his feelings and his passion with her. But the cafe wasn't private enough and often had guests walking around. He could only control his emotions and sit next to Yenjika so that she could lean on his chest as he touched her sleek black hair. Yenjika leaned on him quietly and listened to his passionate heartbeat. She could feel the obvious love that flowed from him as she enjoyed his silent tenderness. After quite a while, she suddenly laughed, then whispered, "I thought of a word." "Which word?" Lu Cheng asked her with a smile on his mouth. His voice was very soft because he didn't want to break the peaceful joy. Yenjika reached out her hand to hold his arm and chuckled while saying, "You can guess." Lu Cheng thought it over and also considered his own feelings. Then he asked indefinitely, "Is it marriage?" "Yes." Yenjika agreed with him with her crimson cheeks, feeling there was a kind of tacit understanding between them. Lu Cheng looked at her shy look and he could not help but begin to flirt with her. Since we have exchanged rings, is it time for you to start referring to me in a different way? Then what should I call you?" Yenjika looked very innocent and confused. "Something used between husband and wife." Lu Cheng was thick-skinned and he said it with a laugh. Yenjika suddenly felt shy and angry, so she hit his chest with her hand slightly and said, "That was a nice try." After enjoying the time in the coffee shop, in which they talked aimlessly but closely, and eating the local dishes which Kai Zoming recommended, they walked through the old campus holding hands, getting on the last school bus which drove back to the new campus while it wasn't dark yet. When she was exiting the bus, Yenjika suddenly took a deep breath. What happened? Lu Cheng was very sensitive to his surroundings and he always paid attention to his girlfriend, so there was no way he would not notice her abnormal behavior. Yenjika pursed her mouth and turned around as she said a little embarrassingly, "My legs are a little tired." After practicing martial arts for the whole morning and going shopping for the whole afternoon, it was no wonder her legs were tired. Lu Cheng immediately said, "How about we find a place to sit down, so I can massage your legs?" He was not tired, and even his fatigued spirit had disappeared because of the ring exchange. He was completely excited. Yenjika glanced at him with a supercilious look and felt a little annoyed but funny. "I'm wear a skirt today, fool." No matter what posture she sat in when he massaged her legs and feet, she would easily be exposed and she would definitely be embarrassed. Lu Cheng patted his head and thought to himself that he wasn't delicate enough. So he then suggested, "So, let's look for a bench to sit on and rest for a while." Because it was the last bus, once the bus was gone, it became quiet. However, there were still fewer people passing by. Yenjika nodded, following Lu Cheng to find a bench. Then, because she had a tacit understanding with him, so she took out a tissue from her bag and gave it to her boyfriend to wipe the surface of the bench. After sitting down, she bent down and rubbed her calf while blinking. Then, she said with a curious and shy smile, "Cheng, I thought you would suggest taking a walk along the lake." Cheng was so excited and happy when we exchanged the rings this afternoon. I felt like he was suppressing his passion, and he wanted to release it and make out with me. It's unbelievable that he is holding back. After they talked about it on the 1st of May, Lu Cheng hadn't kissed her so violently while they were taking a walk. But the environment and atmosphere along the lake was so good and the mood was still fiery. Sometimes they would even do something hot and passionate. So, on such a special day, when they had exchanged rings, Yenjika thought the suggestion for taking a walk along the lake was a request to make out. Lu Cheng put his hand around her shoulder and let her lean towards him. Then he turned around and looked into her eyes. Then, he smiled and said, "If I suggested going to the lake now, I would feel that the exchange of rings was an excuse to persuade you to make out with me, or to do something closer. But, in fact, this was very important and solemn for me. It is my promise and my hope, instead of an excuse to convince you to make out with me. I want to prove that you are the most important in my heart. It's only because I like you that I want to make out with you and why I am so excited and desperate make out. It isn't because I am eager. I want to prove that I will keep my promise, that I can bear it." Although this was an impulsive blur, this was also a burst of what he had thought about for so many days. Yenjika's beautiful black eyes seemed to have a layer of mist as she bit her pink lips with her beautiful teeth which were as smooth as shell. Finally, she denounced him cutely. "You are getting more and more nauseating. Now you can even say those lovey words which are similar to the dialogues that appear in TV series. I even like it a little. I like it more than just a little." Lu Cheng could understand the real meaning of her words, so he chuckled before saying, "Anyway, I do not want desire to have any part of this particular day for us. Of course, I had a passionate impulse this afternoon, but I held myself back in the end." Speaking up to this point, he added with a smile, "In fact, I also like the way we are right now. I also like it." Yenjika leaned her face on Lu Cheng's shoulder, and then she smiled beautifully and quietly. After a brief snuggle without any talking, she whispered just like she was playing tricks on him, but also like she was still confused about her own emotions. What if I invite you to go to the lake for a walk tomorrow night?" Badump. Lu Cheng's heart suddenly began to beat heavily, and he also felt the rapid heartbeat of his girlfriend from their clenched hands. He suddenly felt nervous and full of expectation as he said, "I would totally love to." Yenjika slightly opened her mouth and took a quick breath. Then she tried to recover her emotions to stop being too shy. She murmured with a smile, "I just said if. I just want to make fun of Cheng. Why do I feel like I am getting into trouble inexplicably right after I said that?" But Cheng's reaction is really funny. Lu Cheng laughed and shook his head. He lightly rubbed his girlfriend's hair and deliberately said with a ferocious face, "Be careful because the beast in me might come out. I believe you." Yenjika sat straight and smiled sweetly with her pure and innocent eyes. Then she jumped up and walked with her hands clasped behind her back. "Let's go back to the dorm now. Today is a happy day." Outside the third dormitory building, Lu Cheng pulled on Yenjika's hands, feeling reluctant to let her go. "See you tomorrow." Yenjika resisted the urge to spend time with him as she spoke with bright eyes. Lu Cheng looked at the ring on her left hand and then at his own ring. After staring at both of them, he suddenly felt a burst of impulse, so he pulled her back and held him in his arms tightly. "This is my wife." "What happened?" Yenjika felt his excitement, so she blinked her eyes and asked in confusion. Lu Cheng said with a half-joking, emotional tone, "I noticed the rings on our hands are in pairs, so I suddenly wanted to call you my wife." When he was saying these words, he suddenly became a little shy. "But I still think that I am unqualified to call you that way. I don't have enough ability to give you the life you deserve yet. So I held myself back." "You are so nauseating." Yenjika gently patted him. After she tried to calm down for tens of seconds, she thought of something and endured the smile. She separated herself from Lu Cheng's embrace and said, like a delicate water lotus, "So, how about I call you a sweet name?" "Really?" Lu Cheng felt so surprised. "Did what I said just now touch Ku? So touched that she even gained the courage to call me husband?" "Really?" Yenjika said it with a very serious face. "Good. Okay." Lu Cheng nodded heavily, and he answered without pause for fear that she would change her mind. Yenjika took 2 steps towards the dormitory. Then she turned around and looked at Lu Cheng shyly. She opened her mouth slightly and spoke in a low voice. "Wife." "Ha ha ha. After she spoke, she ran into the dormitory with light steps, with her beautiful long hair flying in the air, and with her happy laughter. She just left Lu Cheng alone, looking dumb, and she even laughed herself to tears. Today is a happy day. Wife, I was played by her again. Lu Cheng wanted to behave like he was annoyed, but he still couldn't cover the smile on his face. While he is going back to the dorm with lots of shopping bags, he looked through the bills. Then he found that besides the ring, Yan Zhika also bought him clothes, pants, and shoes which amounted to 7 or 8,000 yuan. Although she didn't buy too many things, the price of each item was relatively high. And looking at Zhika's attitude, she still thought that these clothes and pants were not good enough. Lu Cheng wasn't a fool, so he could easily notice that Yan Zhika wasn't sensitive to money at all. In other words, she has never had to worry about money. And just thinking about the grace of her mother, thinking about the martial arts of her grandparents, I could obviously understand her attitude. After putting down the bags, Lu Cheng replied to the message from Yan Zhika as he gently let out a breath of relief. If I want to marry this girl and give her have a better life, I have to work harder. If it happened before, he would certainly feel self-abased, but now he had experienced so many things again and again. He felt that he had the confidence to fight and to struggle for success. As long as Zhika and him were always in love, everything else would be okay. Although I'm not a rich kid, I will become rich on my own. The next morning, beside the lake, Lu Cheng, who was filled with a struggling spirit at first, calmed down and began to do the daily tempering. After he finished most of the homework, he began considering how to rely on the Jindan to complete the combination of the two ways of visualization. He practiced concealing his spirit and getting rid of stray thoughts. Then he gradually calmed his spirit and approached the Jindan, the golden elixir, in his lower abdomen. Before this, he had already considered how the ice and fire were unified. He was an outstanding student who had experienced the physical course in middle school and high school. He also had 2 compulsory courses for university physics, so he was already accustomed to the thinking pattern for analyzing natural phenomenon by their pattern. If it was spoken in a similar way or in a bit unclear way, ice was only different from fire on the surface. In fact, they belong to one of the material states. They are the same material with different forms, different temperatures, different pressures, and different environments. If you think about it in the extremes, ice can be replaced by the frozen state at ultra-low temperatures, while fire can be referred to as the plasma state at ultra-high temperatures. The same material with different minute structure and the same thing with different aspects, they are opposite but unified. Lu Cheng didn't study these 2 aspects deeply. He could barely grasp this point and immersed his spirit in it slowly, which helped him enlarge the inner image of the Jindan, the golden elixir, in the range of visibility. Blaze was considered as the sun, as the fixed star which emitted light and heat in the extreme cold and dark universe, and which also brought out the color of life for the eternal loneliness. There were abnormally cold and ruthless ice crystals around them that looked like planets and moons. But if you watched them from the outside world, they reflected the light and were shining like the stars in the sky, which also was similar to the fixed stars. Lu Cheng thought it went against his understanding and against the astronomical phenomena he observed. So he dared to make a change from regarding ice crystals as stars or planets, to a symbol of the dark universe at a low temperature. And what they reflected was the vast sky instead of specific stars. Because his cognitions have changed, what he saw also began to shake. The sky and the nebula in the Jindan, the golden elixir, suddenly magnified to the extreme. In the infinite and cold dark sky, the dust material accumulated gradually and attracted each other. So they ultimately reached the limit of gravity, and the sky collapsed violently and changed dramatically. It also burned the fire and gave birth to a fixed star. Lu Cheng at first cognized the ice and fire in microscopic structure as a diametrical unity, but now they are at the aspect of astronomy. Minimum and maximum are against each other but also unified together. And this was slightly different form, the essence, in the image of Longhu immortal. The picture flashed through his mind, so Lu Cheng's spirit flew up, forcing him to withdraw from his mind and stop visualizing. He always had a feeling that Longhu immortal made some mistakes when he was dealing with the star image of the Jindan, the golden elixir. Longhu Immortal regarded Blaze as a great sun and ice crystal as stars. So his success had some lucky factors. At that moment, he suddenly understood why Peng Liyun chose to take college entrance examination and attend the university, also why, in particular, he chose the Department of Physics in Shanqing University. In ancient times, the fighters neither had tools nor did they have relatively realistic theories, so what they could do was to percept the nature by their own feelings and accumulated them, then pass to the next generation. While nowadays, our society had much clearer understanding to the material and to the universe. If we don't use them on martial arts, then it would be such a big pity. Geezer Sure stood next to him relaxingly, and found that his disciple was in a daze instead of practicing severe warning. So he asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Cheng has been embarrassed to talk about his own ideas before because he was afraid of being despised by his master. However, since now he was asked, so he honestly confessed, "Master, I'm thinking that since Longhu Immortal could balance and unite ice and fire, why couldn't I combine the Thunder Roar Zen with the Frost Force?" Geezer Sure was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed himself into fits. "Okay, good. You have more ideas than I did at your age. Just try it. Having a try won't make anything wrong. Only if you tried could you know what was whimsical, what was the right direction, what lacked training, and the difficulty of the ideas that can be implemented really." Lu Cheng turned, blushed, and felt slightly embarrassed. But at the same time he received encouragement from his master. So he began to calm down and to think about what was in common between Thundercloud and Icebound. The very essence of the Thundercloud visualization lay in the vibration of thunder, which could touch off the subtle changes inside the body. Combined with the tightening and compression of muscles, the changes exploded the tremor force. The frozen river centered on freeze and cold waves, stilling all, even the surging kinetic energy. Lu Cheng, whose understanding of physics was limited to textbooks, could not find in which dimensions or aspects they were in concordance for the moment. People naturally resorted to something familiar for clues when they had no methods or way of thinking. Similarly, there was only one thing that Lu Cheng was familiar with and could count on: the balance of ice and blaze of his internal Jindan. The balance between ice and blaze. The ice is similar to the essence of the frozen river. But the blaze has nothing to do with the sound of the thundercloud. Lu Cheng puzzled over this problem, as if trying to solve an impossible chemical equation. Thundercloud, thunder, thundercloud, blaze, he whispered, attempting to associate the two things together. Shortly afterward he thought about a stance training he had practiced before, lightning and fire stance. Thunder and lightning made blaze. Lu Cheng got excited as he thought of it. He believed he had found the right way. The truth was he found he reached a dead end soon. The key of the thundercloud visualization was the vibration of thunder, rather than the cleaving of lightning. Lu Cheng heaved a sigh and suppressed his depression with the freeze water to ice. Ku had told me that I should think over it from different angles or way of thinking when unable to work out a question. Lu Cheng remembered Yen Zhika's instruction, pulled himself together and started to rethink this problem. He consulted his curve wrecker girlfriend when he had time for self-learning. From different angles, change my way of thinking. From different angles, change my way of thinking. A train of thought came to Lu Cheng's mind. He concentrated on what he wanted and what he was familiar with. New ideas continuously occurred and then were denied. The balance between ice and blaze. The balance between ice and blaze. Lu Cheng repeated it as if delirious. An odd idea flashed across his mind all of a sudden. I have the ice of the frozen river and the blaze of the lightning and fire stance. So the balance between ice and blaze. Although it has nothing to do with the Thunder Roar Zen, it indeed achieved the balance between ice and blaze. I have to temporarily get rid of the thinking of the combination of the severe warning and the visualization of the thundercloud and icebound. The balance between ice and blaze had been achieved. Master has mentioned Longhu Immortal emulated yin and yang with ice and blaze, yin and yang, yin and yang. He was stunned at the thought of this. It might be a sign of a positive outcome. Yin and yang, negative and positive electric charges generated thunderclouds. Even though I cannot associate the frozen river with negative charges for the moment, I can think about it from the perspective of the ancient naive materialism. Yin and yang collide to produce thunder and lightning. The Jindan, the golden elixir, of Longhu Immortal obviously supports my opinion. Lu Chang was suddenly enlightened, in the best of moods. When two reactants cannot react with each other, a catalyst is necessary to be put in. Isn't it? After deliberating upon this, Lu Chang suppressed his excitement and started his meditation, visualization, and concealment of spirit and qi. A giant river went rolling, bitter cold suddenly falling, both banks being covered by snow and the waves freezing. A frozen river picture was visualized in Lu Chang's mind. Lu Chang did not attempt to mix ice and blaze together in his own way, because his understanding was not deep enough for him to do so. Although he had known the theoretical basis of the Jindan, the balance between ice and blaze, he did not know how to put it into practice. What he could do now was to imitate it laboriously with the Jindan as a catalyst. Lu Chang put some attention on the following moves. Lowering his weight, he pulled in the brightness of the vast nebula to make the visualized picture of the frozen river change in a marvelous way. He took this opportunity to visualize the lightning and fire pillar through the great sun surrounded by the brightness. A bolt of silvery white lightning hit the frozen river, fire blazing on the surface of the river. The visualization of ice and blaze struck at the foundation of the other. Lu Chang straightway withdrew his spirits from the visualization and came back to the state of silence and clarity. He settled the last clarity and led the contradiction to the Jindan following the subtle link between them. The nebula slightly vibrated and then slowly moved around, immediately assimilating the contradiction. The visualized blaze oddly blasted off and hung on the horizon, becoming an Arctic sun, shining but not warm enough to melt frost. The sun without some warmth shone upon the frozen river, making the surface glittering in a dreamy way. The fragile balance between ice and blaze recovered. Lu Chang did not have time to show his excitement. He quickly concentrated on the current feelings and tried to remember the subtle changes of his body. When his spirit was about to dry up, he controlled the ice and blaze and made them collide head-on. The sun turned to be a fireball, crashing down on the frozen river. At the last moment, Lu Chang tried to put into the river the essence of the visualization of the thundercloud, cold waves and hot currents. Make the ice act as yin and blaze as yang. Boom! The ice and blaze collided. Yin and yang dashed together. Geyser Shi leisurely watched Lu Chang ponder long over the question and perceived his reaction to failures. Finally, he laughed and shook his head. He walked to a tree slowly, taking out his wine pot to please himself with a sip. After a few steps, his expression suddenly changed. He turned around in a flash and looked down at the ground. Blasts of cold air swept through the ground, leaving transient ripples of white frost. What's the hell? Geyser Shi looked up at Lu Chang with astonishment and rare bewilderment. Lu Chang was mentally exhausted. He rubbed his temples for headache relief before he found his master was looking at him with surprised eyes. The final collision was totally out of control for Lu Chang. He had to think about the lessons for improvement afterward. It was impossible to succeed in the complete integration in mere a single day. Geyser Shi cleared his throat before Lu Chang reported his progress to him. What were you doing? Master, you told me that you wanted to integrate the two visualizations. Longhu Immortal followed the example of yin and yang with ice and blaze. Yin and yang generate thunder and lightning, so I pulled in the lightning and fire pillar as yang, and the frozen river as yin to create thundercloud for vibration. Lu Chang did not explain that the key lay in the understanding and grasp of balance between ice and blaze, which could activate the Jindan to complete the pull-in, because he thought it might be too difficult for his old master to understand it with a low-level science attainment. Geyser Shi generally understood the intention of Lu Chang without much pondering, laughing grudgingly. Good. A young man of the new age. Good idea. But the power of the lightning and fire stance is far away from the frozen river. You can't achieve the true balance between ice and blaze. A good blaze visualization is necessary. Being praised, Lu Chang smiled. You don't need to be in a hurry. Take your time for that. It was precisely because the power of the lightning and fire stance was far away from the frozen river. The cold waves of frost could run over the hot current of blaze in the last collision, generating the similar effect of the severe warning. No one knew whether the ice and blaze would cancel out or intertwine with each other and mutated to something strange if they reached the balance. It was against Lu Cheng's intention. He had better keep it in his heart when there were only 6 days left for the competition. Moreover, a good blaze visualization required the fighter to be sensitive to the visualized picture. Even if he was very familiar with the visualization method, as if traveling along a familiar road in a light carriage, it would still take several days for him to cross the threshold. He did not have enough time. Geezer sure lowered his head and waved his arm. Go to jogging. Don't force yourself for visualization. It might hurt your brain. You can continue tomorrow. Yes, master. Lu Cheng answered cheerfully and walked away. Seeing Lu Cheng walk far away, Geezer sure breathed a sigh of relief and said in a self-mockery way, "The youth of today indeed have bold vision and courage in action. Give me a fright. I narrowly lost face before my disciple." He paused and shook his head. But it's hard to say whether it's good or bad for the competition at the weekend. Back in the day when I was young. Sign. At 9 o'clock, night wind with coolish damp air from the lake dispersed the accumulated heat during days of scorching sun. Students felt long-absent comfort. Yenjika stayed in the classroom to do self-studying after her last class to wait for Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng took over Yenjika's canvas shoulder bag and casually carried it on his own shoulder. He held the girl's hand, walking to the long bridge together. Yenjika was concerned about what they had talked about on the school bus yesterday. She asked, "Cheng, didn't you say that you would attempt to figure out the opposition and unity of the two visualization methods?" Lu Cheng smiled. "Yes, I did. I initially succeeded with right direction and way of thinking. Cool. Can't you pretend to forget it and ask me a few days later? I wanted to give you a surprise." That was why he did not mention it for the day. "I have a good memory," Yenjika said with a smiling face. "Your initial success is also a surprise for me." She pursed her lips and smiled, gracefully glancing to the side. "Thanks to my advice. Yet, Cheng is really amazing. He succeeded within only a single day, creating another miracle as he always did." Lu Cheng never forgot to praise Coach Yen. He said sincerely, "My success should be attributed to the diametrical unity that you taught me, and your instruction that I can change my way of thinking when I encounter difficulties." Lu Cheng described his general thinking process but left out the Jindan, the golden elixir, and some details. Sweet dimples appeared on Yenjika's cheeks. She smiled with a little bit of proud and shy emotion. Yenjika said playfully, "Look, it's my merits. Right. You're the pillar of our home." Lu Cheng pounced on the opportunity to flirt with Yenjika in a praising tone. "Our home." Her sparkling eyes took a look at him and subconsciously turned to her left hand where there was a simple but classical style of ring. "My Cheng?" Lu Cheng noticed what she was looking at. He smilingly reached out his left hand to touch her, making their rings show in a pair. It reminded Lu Cheng of his excitement yesterday and the responsibility on his shoulders, as well as Yenjika's cute trick. He cleared his throat. We still have about half an hour. Why not go for a walk along the lakeside?" It was an unalterable principle that the man should take the initiative in such things. Yenjika blushed after a brief blank, remembering her trick last night. She wanted to say something but only uttered one word, looking towards the side with messy thoughts and racing heartbeat. We are just going for a stroll. It's not a big deal." The thin voice sounded shy and timid, which raced Lu Cheng's heartbeat too. He held the girl's hand, walking down the long bridge and turning to the path to the lakeside. They walked for a while in the increasingly quiet lakeside. Yenjika's heartbeat raced up, so did Lu Cheng. "If Cheng wants to go further, to what extent should I permit?" she thought, quivering with excitement and fear. Yenjika had confidence in her boyfriend after their conversation during the May Day holiday and according to Cheng's excellent performance. She believed he could control himself and tried to suppress her imagination. Yet, She still held instinctive fear for the unfamiliar things she had never experienced. Lu Chang looked around to make sure no one else here. He asked Yanjika to sit on the bench at the edge of the grove, standing in front of her. Yanjika wore her white patterned short-sleeved t-shirt. Her heart beat so fast that her charming and soft body quivered obviously. His throat was dry when he saw the girl look down with her long black hair falling as beautiful as a fairy on a drawing. He slowly bent down. Yanjika felt Lu Cheng's movement, her heartbeat racing up again. She could not help keeping a firm grasp on her skirt. Is he coming? At this time, Lu Cheng got down on one knee and took her nervous left hand. Looking at her ignorant eyes, he lowered his head and gave a sweet kiss on her middle finger where the ring was. Yanjika never thought they began in such way. She felt like drunk after a brief blank with both her body and heart turning soft. She shyly and happily watched Lu Cheng move his lips upward, from her middle finger to the back of a hand, to the wrist, to the forearm and to the upper arm. Even though his warm kiss was not on some sensitive part, she still felt he kissed on her heart. When his kiss left the girl's arm, he pushed aside her hair and gently put his lips on her white and slim neck. His kisses fell on her face, her chin, cheeks, tip of the nose, eyebrows. The girl closed her eyes, embracing all of this quietly. Lu Cheng released his passion a little by a little. He targeted his kiss on her little and cute earlobe, nibbled her rubine-like ear affectionately. Yanjika's body shivered violently and then felt the kiss on her lips. She attempted to meet the kiss on her initiative this time. The young lovebirds kissed passionately, and Lu Cheng kept his hands to himself. It was natural and understandable that he wanted to go further. Yet he knew that they were at the lakeside, rather than a private room. Although there was no one around, he should show enough respect to the girl. Sweet time was always fleeting. Coming back to his dorm, Lu Cheng recalled what had happened just now and the success he had made in the morning. High-spirited emotion emerging in his heart with the passion to work hard. I have to complete the severe warning for the competition at the weekend. It was Sunday morning. Lu Cheng stood still beside Weishui Lake with his eyes closed. His body was undulating like water ripples in a near indiscernible manner. The surrounding winds sounded very soft. They were joined with the coldness, wetness, and freshness from last night's heavy rain, and they made everything appear incredibly peaceful and tranquil. It was at this moment Lu Cheng moved his left leg inwards, flicked his waist and punched out with his right fist as if he was holding an invisible club. Pa! The fist struck thin air, and the quiet wind abruptly burst into waves of rippling wails. Compared to before, they were now tainted with bone-chilling coldness. A translucent glow appeared out of nowhere, covering the ground in a meter's radius with a sheet of thin, silver frost. The further out the ice spread, the smoother they appeared. This dreamlike scenery that went against the law of seasons stayed for a full 3 seconds before finally disappearing. Lu Cheng himself couldn't quite believe his eyes when he opened his eyes and saw this. Was this the might of his unique version of severe warning? Although he could only use this one time without a full rest and sleep, not even an 8th pin dan stage fighter could have withstood a blow like this, could they? After working to improve his skill and perfecting the difficult process of imitation for almost a whole week, he had finally completed the fusion between Thundercloud and Icebound. He could declare that he had invented the completely new visualization method called Fallen Son of Ice and Thunder. He had also mastered the changes of the muscles, fascia, and innards corresponding to this method through lots of work. This also meant that he had mastered the first step of his simplified physical invulnerable move, severe warning. Right now, the biggest problem he faced was that he hadn't familiarized himself with the skill and could not use it with a great degree of flexibility just yet. It's slightly slower than Frost Force, but the match would be a piece of cake if I could find the opportunity to give Zhou Zhenquan a shot. Lu Cheng thought happily to himself. Although he had simplified severe warning into a martial art that could be triggered with only one visualization diagram, and it was now no longer necessary to alternate and combine 2 visualization diagrams to execute severe warning. He had just mastered the first step. This meant that he needed time to prepare before he could execute the technique. Therefore, he would have to prepare a trap beforehand and use his excellent improvisation skills to create the opportunity to use it. This would be something beyond Zhou Jingxuan's expectations. He would not be prepared for it. For now, Lu Cheng couldn't determine the exact might of severe warning, since he hadn't used it in real combat yet. He grew excited and eager the moment he thought of the completion of his killer move, the match later this afternoon and the proverbial fight between dragons and tigers. He inhaled once before speaking eagerly to Geezer Shur beside him. "Master, I'm going on a jog." Once he had taken an hour of deep afternoon nap, then the only thing left to do was to wait for the match to begin. "Go!" Geezer Shur waved his hand gruffly. It was only when Lu Cheng departed the scene excitedly that he sighed with a smile on his face and shook his head. "Youth!" At slightly over 2 in the afternoon, Yanzhika finished tidying her stuff and put on her black-trimmed white martial arts suit. She got ready to leave with a little bit of anxiety and excitement. It was at this moment Li Liantong closed the computer and cried out hastily, "Ko, wait for me. We'll go together." "You're heading over this early?" Yanzhika knew that her roommate was planning to watch the match and cheer for the martial arts club too, but she didn't expect her to depart this early. Li Liantong had purposely changed into a short-sleeved t-shirt, a pair of jeans and sports shoes for the occasion. She pointed at herself and smiled. "That's because I feel like I fell in love with the atmosphere of a martial arts competition. Don't you think this outfit suits me well? The feeling where everyone was working together towards a goal, the atmosphere where one could vent themselves fully without fear of attention, and the excitement when singing and shouting for victory." She loved and yearned all of them. There, she could become a different Li Liantong. "It looks fine. Actually, you'd feel a greater sense of participation if you wear a similar martial arts suit." Yanzhika answered the question seriously first before looking her roommate up and down. She teased her. "Dirty Tong. Are you possessed or something? I'm pretty sure you don't really like martial arts at the beginning. I thought Dirty Talk and Yaoi are your true loves." "People will change," Li Liantong said with a straight face. "A gentle, quiet and sunny girl like me needs a hobby that's slightly masculine to harmonize. I mean to counteract my disposition." Zhong Yanru had turned her head around to listen to them since a while ago, and she scoffed the moment she heard this. "Dirty Tong, you're growing more and more suspicious now." "What do you mean suspicious? Look, I've even prepared a cheering trumpet and a balloon hammer." Li Liantong pulled out her weaponry. Yanzhika pursed her lips into a smile and spoke with the bearing of a famous detective. "That makes you even more suspicious." Yeah, Dirty Tong. You've never been this proactive and eager about martial arts competition before." Shi Xiangyang smiled meaningfully while lying at the edge of the bed, saying, "Did you have a crush for a fighter or something?" Li Liantong stared at her 3 roommates with an indignant look. "Am I really such a person in your minds?" "Yes, you are." Yanzhika, Zhong Yanru and Shi Xiangyang answered in unison. "Seriously, I have fallen in love with martial arts competition. Haven't I been watching your preliminaries all this time? I was touched by Lin Kei and your Cheng's performance, and I was attracted by the atmosphere surrounding a competition. Cool. Trust me. I'm this close from becoming your martial art club's die-hard fan." Li Liangtong spoke her mind in a joking tone. Yanzhika finally stopped teasing her and gave her a faint smile, saying, "You're welcome. It feels so good when someone supports you, especially when it's your close roommate." It was at this moment Li Liantong's eyes swirled, as she tossed her serious look to the back of her mind and chuckled. "Ko, you kidnapped Chang because you were close to him to begin with. I won't fight you for him since we're good roomies. Now, does Lin Kei have a girlfriend?" "I knew it. I knew that you have a scheme in mind." Zhong Yanru broke into laughter. Shi Xiangyang also rubbed her cheeks and said, "I knew it too. That's why Dirty Tong from before was such a strange sight. But this is the true Dirty Tong I know of. Close to Chang to begin with. I wonder why it sounds weird when this comes out of Dirty Tong's mouth. Thank goodness they didn't know that Lin Kei is my cousin yet." Yen Zhika thought as she pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Forget it, dirty Tong. Lin Kei's attitude isn't something that the average person can get used to." She let out a sudden sigh when she said this. As his sister, of course, she wanted her cousin to have a happier life. But Li Liantong didn't pay it any mind. She raised her balloon hammer and said, "Do I look like the average person to you?" After the joke, she beckoned Zhong Yenru and Shi Xiangyang to join her seriously. "Ru Pak Choi, let's go together. Let's go and cheer for the martial arts club." Inside the Art Institute's female dorm, Wu Qian finished her makeup and asked her roomies, "Are you girl going to watch the match?" "I'm busy. I don't want to get off my bed, so you'll have to save the lovey-dovey show for someone else." Two of the girls immediately raised their objections. They had only watched the martial arts club's competition at the beginning due to a sense of novelty. Another gentle and quiet girl wearing a pair of spectacles with big frames hastily tidied her stuff and said, "Wu Qian, I'd like to go with you." "You're going, Yanxi?" Earlier Wu Qian had predicted their reactions, and she thought that Fan Yanxi was the most unlikely person to agree to her invitation. After all, she was walking the path of a gentle and quiet artist. Fan Yanxi nodded thoughtfully and said, "Yeah, I quite like watching the martial arts club compete." Wu Qian cast her a doubtful glance, but she refrained from asking any further and smiled faintly. "All right, be quick. I'll wait for you." Fan Yanxi nodded heavily. She would cheer for the martial arts club today. As usual, Yen Shaoling cooped herself inside her bed and swiftly entered live stream website on her computer. At the same time, she was looking at the data unparalleled Dragon King provided her and the ones she found herself. Although she often commented in a self-depreciating manner on the forum, saying that she was fine for not knowing anything and her job was to play the role of a smitten girl. In reality, she was a very earnest and hard-working girl. She had been cramming martial arts knowledge into her brain all this time in an attempt to catch up to her forum friends' footsteps. "I can't always rely on self-depreciation to maintain my moderator status. I'll cheer for Luchang and Songcheng University Martial Arts Club later with all my heart." Inside Songcheng University Martial Arts Arena, Xu Rui sat at the reporter's seat and looked at the interview notice on her cell phone's notepad. She let out a distressed sigh. She could feel a headache coming the moment she recalled that she was going to interview that Lin Kei. Her glowing cell phone screen was displaying a few lines of words. "Lin Xie, a martial arts fanatic. He's not difficult to talk to if he wins. He could be led to speak about the details of the match. But if he loses, then..." While Xu Rui's thoughts were all over the place, she suddenly felt the noisy spectators' grandstand fall silent for an instant. She instinctively looked towards the main entrance. There, she saw Zhou Zhengquan leading the way into the martial arts arena, while clad in a black traditional Chinese clothing with red patterns on it. His temperament was kindly, and his bearing was calm. His presence had subdued the relatively few crowd in an instant. Behind Zhou Zhengquan, Hou Yu, Zhuo Yanjun, Li Shengnan and other fighters filed into the arena. On May 19, 2:46 p.m., Donglin's squad officially arrived at Songcheng University Martial Arts Arena. This was the final match of the Songcheng Division quarterfinals. The Donglin squad calmly passed through the arena amidst countless gazes and walked into the away team's locker room. When passing by the reporter's seat, Zhou Zhengquan swept across Xu Rui before he smiled at her and said, "Hello, Reporter Xu." The Donglin squad had often visited Songcheng during the group competition. Therefore, he had seen this rather memorable-looking reporter a couple of times. Xu Rui remembered the no-interview rule before a match clearly, so she had no choice but to stand up and smile sweetly. "Hello to you too. Do your best." After the short exchange of regards, Zhou Zhengquan stared straightly ahead and walked forwards with steady footsteps and a straight back. It was only when they left the reporter's seat that Hou Yu moved closer to his senior brother with a look of excitement on his face. He lowered his voice and asked, "Senior brother Zhou, why didn't you chat longer with Reporter Xu?" As a standard hyperactive 18-years-old teenager, The next thing Hou enjoyed gossiping the most other than martial arts was games and girls. Every time they met Xu Rui or watched Yenjika in her match videos, they would often bring them up in discussion with his senior and junior brothers later. Now that they ran into Xu Rui in the flesh again, he couldn't help but tease Zhou Zhengquan a little about her. Accepting interviews before a match makes one susceptible to emotions. Zhou Zhengquan answered calmly and indifferently. That's true. Hou nodded. Then he winked and said again, Senior brother Zhou, do you have plans to get her phone number or QQID or something later? Zhou Zhengquan let out a soft laugh. No, I don't. Asking a girl for contact on my own accord would damage my image. Monkey. Can't you focus a little more on the match? Li Xingnan was perceptive, and she scolded Hou when she heard what he said. Hou stuck out his tongue in secret before answering with all smiles. Got it. I'm always focused when in a match. But it hasn't started yet, has it? Meanwhile, Xu Rui watched the team vanishing into the locker room's entrance and shook her head. She let out a sneer and said, What a showy person. Do you really think there's a kind of man that I haven't met yet in my life? When Lu Chang, Yenjika and the others reached the martial arts arena, there weren't many audiences yet in the venue. However, the students they ran into along the way often recognized them the moment they saw their attire and temperament. Even if they didn't, they would know that he was the leading player of the martial arts club, Lu Chang from the incredibly identifiable Yenjika beside him. Do your best. Everyone in our dorm had come over to cheer for you all. A candid male student swung his fist in midair. Do your best, Lu Chang. Although the girl's voice was obviously shaking from embarrassment, she ultimately gathered her courage and shouted out the words. Lu Chang didn't expect that he would receive such warm treatment, and he wasn't sure how he should react on the spot. In the end, he could only return the greeting by nodding, waving, and smiling stiffly. With a smile on her face, Yenjika restrained the laughter that was about to escape her lungs and walked forwards calmly, as if she didn't recognize the guy beside her. It was only when they were about to reach the locker room's entrance that she let out a faint chuckle and said, It feels good to be a superstar. Isn't it? Lu Chang gave his stiff facial muscles a rub before smiling bitterly. I finally understood what it means to be overwhelmed by favor. This was the support of his fellow students. They were both a pressure and a driving force behind his back. While overwhelmed by emotions, he pushed the locker room's door open and allowed Yenjika to enter first. He and the rest of the team followed closely behind her. Clang. The bustling noise that filled the martial arts arena was isolated outside. At 3 p.m. sharp, all the participants of the preliminaries gathered inside the locker room. Geezer Sher took a sip of wine, wiped his mouth and surveyed the surroundings once before chuckling. Little Yen, you may speak for this pre-match meeting again. Me again? Yenjika was both annoyed and amused. Just who is the real coach here? I'm throwing in the towel. Everyone including Lu Chang broke into big or small laughter after they heard their conversation. The tension that were brewing prior to a match instantly dissipated by a lot. Even Lin Kei had drawn an indiscernible curve along his lips to express that brief moment of amusement he felt. Yenjika rolled her eyes at her boyfriend before pursing her lips and said, Judging from Wenxing School's usual conduct and the fact that they'd won the first match, I believe that they'll take the steady approach. They'd likely strive to make as little mistakes as possible. Fine, I'll speak. I've discussed this plenty of times with Chang anyway. She didn't describe the depth of thinking the analysis in detail, however. This was to prevent everyone from being confused by it. This means that they'll still not risk starting off with their 8-pin Dan stage fighter, or leaving him for the last match. They'd send out Zhou Zhengquan second, just like last time. The girl's eyes were firm as she declared this confidently. If Zhou Zhengquan went up first and ran into the Lin Kei Lu Chang order, then they may very well repeat Fearless Squad's fate and be taken out by Lu Cheng's abnormal stamina. But if they sent him out last, there's also the risk that we may start with Lu Chang and cause them to lose 2 matches in a row. Her analysis was built on the basis that the enemy had no idea that even Chang could become tired or exhausted. Judging from what happened on and after the match, It would appear that she was the only one who realized this. So they'll be going with the same lineup as last time? Sun Jian raised his hand and asked. Yen Zhika shook her head in a very coach-like manner. More or less, yes. But I believe that they'd make some minor tweaks to their lineup and put Hou Yu at the last. Why is that? Li Mao and Guoqing asked in unison. Wanxing School knew very well that they couldn't hide the fact that Hou Yu possessed a supernatural ability from us. Therefore, he was no longer usable as a surprise factor. Also, his fighting style works very well as the last member of the lineup. Yen Zhika answered him with bright and spirited eyes. Imagine this. If we go by the Lu Changlin K order, then as long as Zhou Zhengquan performed relatively well during his match, Lin K would be weary and weakened even if he wasn't as exhausted as he was during the previous match. This outcome is perfect for someone who is well versed in the monkey style like him. Moreover, his supernatural ability is pretty special. Even if Lin K is guarded and alert against it, once he's weakened he'd still be easy for prey to his ability's influence. If we let Lin K go first, then he'd be worn down regardless if he goes up against Zhuo Yanjun or Li Shengnan. Some pressure will be lifted off Zhou Jingquan's shoulders, and as a dance stage fighter, even if she couldn't beat Lu Chang at his full might, there is a high chance that she'd be able to injure Lu Chang. After all, the waterfall move of Fly Fall Punch is somewhat similar to Tremor Punch. Lu Chang may have abnormal stamina, but it doesn't mean that he is indestructible. If Zhou Zhengquan left a lasting effect on him, then he'd face great trouble when going up against Hou Yu's hit-and-run style. Sun Jiang understood Yen Zhika's words and felt that it made a lot of sense. However, another question popped up in his mind. If Hou Yu is so suited to fight last, then why didn't Donglin's squad do so during the previous match? First, they were planning to surprise us with his supernatural ability. Second, Hou Yu's fighting style is extremely exhausting to himself too. Also, we've only talked about Lu Chang and Lin K but not you, senior brother Sun Jian. Yen Zhika smiled faintly. Hou Yu will be exhausted after he took them out. He may not necessarily be able to beat you afterward, so it's likely that they might lose the match with a 2-3 score. That's why they sought for victory last time, and stability this time. When she was done speaking, she swept a glance across everyone's faces and finally remembered a thing called embarrassment. She spoke with a slight blush on her face. My analysis is finished. In the end, the final say of the lineup fell in Coach Shi's hands. Beside Yen Zhika, Lu Chang took the momentary pause to ponder about the pros and cons of the timing of his appearance. If appeared first, then he would be fighting Zhou Zhengquan at his peak. With Zhou Jingquan's strength and experience, he might not necessarily find the chance to use severe warning. Therefore, the only good thing about this matchup was that he wouldn't be weary from Hou Yu's supernatural ability and would definitely do better than he did at Donglin. He would have the chance to force out multiple bursts from the enemy. If he appeared later, then Zhou Jingquan's strength would fall off considerably after battling Lin Quebec. He was confident that he could create an opportunity to use severe warning then. However, the problem was that severe warning put a lot of burden on his current self, and it wasn't like he had nothing else to do after beating Zhou Zhengquan. There was still Hou Yu waiting for him as his next opponent. This meant that he wouldn't be able to drop all thoughts of retreat, caution, and reservation of strength and stake it all against Zhou Zhengquan for the opportunity to use severe warning. It would appear that going first would be the better choice for him. However, Lu Chang didn't make the most advantageous choice for himself. This was because he noticed another problem. They must win this match with a 3-1 victory to have a chance at turning things around. This meant that the person who showed up later absolutely couldn't afford to lose, and would bear the full pressure of winning the match for the squad. It was one thing if Lin K won, but if he lost then it would be a huge blow to him judging from the amount of pride and desire for victory he displayed, and the apology he forced out of his mouth during his large match. He would be filled with guilt. Guilt strong enough to upset even a normal person for a long time, much less a guy with a bit of mental illness like him. He could not put the burden on him. He could not worsen his condition. He wasn't pitying Lin K, but protecting him. He didn't do this just for Yen Zhika's sake, but also because they shared a bond of comradeship built from being the two greatest pillars of the martial arts club and fighting side by side for many matches. His shoulders were used exactly for this moment as a leading player and a man. I'll be the one to bear this burden. Lu Chang exhaled and interrupted Geezer Shur before he could speak. Coach, I wish to go second. His teammates immediately focused their gazes on him. There were puzzlement, astonishment, worry, and rare surprise. Volunteers seldom occurred in this team. Lin Kei pursed his lips and took a step forwards. He stared straight into Geezer Shur's eyes and said, Coach, I'd like to go second. Lu Chang had predicted this reaction from Lin Kei from the beginning. While complaining about his brother-in-law's strong pride, he explained his reasons with a calm look on his face. I learned a killer move as of late. It'll be perfect to use after Zhou Zhengquan had gotten weak. Geezer Shur chuckled. I see that everyone's eager to contribute their strength. I know that Lu Chang has recently learned his killer move, so he shall appear second. Lin Kei turned his head and cast a deep glance at Lu Chang. Finally, he gave Lu Chang an imperceptible nod. He retreated back to his corner and no longer said anything. The order will be Lin Kei, Lu Chang, and Sun Jian. Please make your final adjustments before the match starts. Geezer Shur said leisurely. Yanjika was an incredibly smart girl. She figured out her boyfriend's thoughts the moment he made his offer. Therefore, after she pulled him away and sat down at a different corner of the locker room, she lowered her voice with dimples on her cheeks. Thank you. Do we still need to say thanks between us? Lu Chang cracked a joke from the past. Yanjika rolled her eyes at him before shooting a smile. I'm saying on behalf of my cousin. Your cousin doesn't need to thank me either. Unless he doesn't think of me as his comrade, Lu Chang said seriously. However, he thought his reply was overly serious, and so he chuckled in a low tone and said, Unless he doesn't think of me as his brother-in-law. Yanjika stared embarrassedly at the guy who was growing more and more thick-skinned every day. She itched to give him a pinch, but when she recalled that he was about to go into battle, she forcefully restrained the urge and let out an angry humph. Lu Chang felt happy listening to the girl's coquettish protest. He closed his eyes and prepared to rest. Yanjika's expression grew soft as she watched his movements with spirited eyes. She moved next to his ears and whispered softly, Chang, you're so good. Now this was the proper thank you a girlfriend should say to her boyfriend. The corner of Lu Chang's lips immediately curled upwards, but he didn't open his eyes. He simply grabbed Yanjika's delicate hands and drew strength from it so he could better steady himself better. This was pressure but also a driving force behind his back. Inside the away team's locker room, Wanxing School's leader Ni Mingfei cast a glance across his disciples' faces. Hou Yu immediately stopped running all over the locker room. We'll focus on steadiness this match. Zhengquan shall enter second just like last time. This way he could be fight offensively or defensively. Ni Mingfei said concisely but comprehensively, Little Yu, they must be on guard against your supernatural ability now, so you'll go last. You must win even if you have to eke out a victory. Yanjun, you're the vanguard. Be it Lu Chang or Lin Kei, you must remember no matter who your opponent is. Don't be afraid, and perform at your usual standard. Do you all understand? We understand. Hou Yu and Zhua Yanjun answered in unison. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhengquan took out his own crimson-black-colored martial arts suit and went into the shower room. At 3:27 p.m., Fang Juexiao suddenly looked up spiritedly inside Songcheng TV station's broadcast room. He said to the guest Gan Lu beside him, They came out. Both sides had come out. The BGM of the broadcast was filled with the noise of blowing trumpets. The participants of the first match were made clear after they obtained the fresh list of names and order. Lin Kei would be battling Zhou Yanjun once more. On the viewing platform, Li Liantong originally was able to contain herself, but when she saw Lu Chang, Lin Kei, and other hangers-on come out from inside the locker room, and heard the eruption of screams of the vuvuzelas all around, it ignited her hidden passion deep inside. Along with the spectators nearby, she raised both hands and waved them frantically, yelling in rhythm, Songcheng University! Songcheng University! Let's go! Songcheng University! Seeing their roommate losing herself like this, Zhong Yanru and Shi Xiangyang were momentarily dumbstruck. It was unbelievable that this was Dirty Tong, who usually was in such control of herself. It didn't matter if she was outwardly quiet. On the inside she was quite filthy. It was nothing like how she was behaving now. When the broadcaster started to announce the names of Songcheng University's leading players and substitutes, Li Liantong and the crowd would subsequently follow with a chant. They felt that something had roused their hearts, and they were eager to let it out. They all felt like they'd assimilated into a kind of craziness that made everyone around feel a strange kind of intoxication. Even though every person had their personality and different habits as they yelled out, none of them had the fervor of Li Liantong. There were some last remaining remnants of aloofness, but their voices became like beads of water forming tidal waves. Lin Ke, Lu Cheng. Following Kai Zhongming and the others, Wu Qian and Zhang Jingye shouted. Fan Yanxi blew her vuvuzela to her heart's content. Her quiet exterior was betrayed by her blushing face and the zeal in her eyes. Amidst the clamor, the referee ascended onto the ring and looked at both sides, conducting a final confirmation. He breathed in and without the aid of a megaphone allowed his words to penetrate through the clamor loud and clear to every nook and cranny of the arena. Quarter-final of Songcheng Division Knockout. Songcheng University Martial Arts Club versus Donglin Squad. Round 1, Lin Ke versus Zhuo Yanjun. Lin Ke stood up quickly. Instead of walking directly to the ring, he stepped over Li Mao and Yan Zhika, came in front of Lu Chang, and extended his right hand. At first, Lu Chang stared blankly, but then proceeded to reveal a smile and extended his hand to shake with Lin Ke. You can do it. Lin Ke nodded, turned around, and taking a few paces, ascended onto the ring. Zhou Yanjun was already standing there, straight as an arrow. She closed her eyes. Still happily in her martial arts world, she ascended onto the ring. Her enemy across from her was not easy to deal with. Last time, even with his strength exhausted, he was still capable of causing fear. Meeting again now, she believed that everyone was certain he would win. All they could see was how large the concrete dissipation was. However, I still believe that, step by step, I'm becoming a strong professional ninth pin. True, I'm not quite at the Dan stage, and won't be able to make up for this large deficiency in level. However, just because hope seems far away doesn't mean that it's not there. This wasn't blind arrogance on Zhou Yanjun's part. Rather, it was that she believed when coming up against a powerful enemy, she held on to the belief that going into the fight with an attack state of mind would greatly increase the odds of succeeding as opposed to a slow and steady approach. If you were going to settle for second best, you'd better have room to retreat as well. And if you didn't move as if you intended to win, then how could expect to ask for exhausting opponents? As Zhuo Yanjun clarified her ideas, the referee raised his right hand and opened his mouth with utter seriousness. 3 minutes of talk time. Zhou Yanjun knew that speaking with Lin Ke was like trying to draw blood from a stone. She also didn't want to waste words, so she shut her eyes and went over her state of mind and corresponding moves one last time. Inside the broadcasting room of Songcheng TV station, Fang Juexiao chuckled. If Lin Ke is any indication, Songcheng University Martial Arts Club really seems like they don't have any fighters skilled in the gift of gab. During a broadcast, it's hard to decipher any trash talk during the match. He could bit by bit become Songcheng TV station's resident presenter for martial arts competition for his gifts in many ways, and he even understood lip language. Gan Lu shook his head in laughter. Aren't you taking into account their background? If they're too good at insulting people, they'll be taken care of by their school. Of course, college students' character will be a bit higher. Gan, you've been separated from regular society for too long. Spend a little more time on the internet. Most college students are better than you at insulting others. Also, I'm merely referring to being witty. Aren't you talking about something else entirely? Fang Juexiao tried his best to keep the atmosphere lively as Lin Ke and Zhuo Yanjun stood silently. As for the analysis of the outcome of this match, they had discussed it earlier. They all agreed more or less that both sides had a chance. It all depended on their display here. While Fong Juexiao and Gan Lu were talking about fighters with the gift of gab, Kai Zoming looked towards the ring at Lin Quebec, feeling the passion all around. It once again made his heart ache to go up there. If it was me standing there, I'd be as handsome as he was. I also wouldn't waste these 3 minutes. Atop the ring, the judge looked at his electronic watch, silently counting. Once again he raised his right hand and shouted, "Begin!" With the lingering sound of the announcement still echoing, Lin Kei's inner body transmitted a repeating sound, like a sonorous thunderclap. It was like the roar of a motorcycle passing by, or the burgeoning exhaust of a passing car. It made Zhu Yanjun suddenly remember a line written about the fly-fall punch in ancient texts. Coming events cast their shadow before them, just like the wind blowing when it was about to rain on the mountainside. This was a display of Lin Kei's muscle, bone, sinew and internal organ storage of energy. It signified that his body refining had broken the limits, and showed that he was only 20 or 30 days away from reaching the Dan stage. In the midst of the reverberating sound, Lin Kei had abruptly thrown himself forward with the speed of a meteor. In a split second, he erased the more than 6-meter gap between the two of them. It was an astonishing display of power, enough to astonish. Although Zhu Yanjun was in attack mode and had wanted to come out swinging from the very beginning, she'd attached too much importance to herself. Her opponent had claimed the high ground in an instant. She wouldn't dare go with him toe-to-toe in this standoff. However, she couldn't retreat. In the face of this kind of confrontation, if you couldn't get out of the way, your opponent's strength was like a rainbow ever advancing. It put her at a thorough disadvantage, and made her want to withdraw from the situation completely. Her previous attack mode was double the effort for half the reward. While this thought swirled about, the part of her that was rich with experience in the ring did a sliding step to the left. It looked as if she was keeping away from the frontal point, and leaning to hit her opponent. She moved and Lin Kei's balance faltered, but his body seemed to turn inwards at high speed, not in the least bit blocked up. Seeing that her opponent's right arm muscle had already tightened, Zhu Yanjun straightened her spine, tensed her back muscles, and again forced her body to pull back. She wasn't avoiding him, but rather was using this as a pretext to wear down Lin Kei's energy. Regaining her balance, she violently used the crowns of her feet. Pressing on the left side of her waist in a straight incline, there was an accompanying sound of green bricks bursting. It was like a sword rushing out of a small box, or a white mist illuminating the entire room, the point sharp enough to kill. Unsheathed sword disrupts water of black water swordplay. This was something from the water sect, obtained through meditation by the founder of the Wunxing school. It began a long time ago, near the East Ocean, after he had challenged a grand and powerful kendo master. He took the master's technique of drawing his sword along with his own swordplay and proceeded to mix them, extracting the strength of both sides and casting out both of their weaknesses. Zhu Yanjun had twisted her waist to execute the special technique and threw out her right arm, quickly and fiercely moving the palm of her hand up from the bottom to chop Lin Kei's side. Felt like a breakthrough moment. What I'm doing now isn't to wear you down but to win. I'll piece together all of my strength, and I'm not going to hold back. Lin Kei's body suddenly stopped, holding back the energy. He made a fist with his left hand and exploded down like a hammer, and with its small scope ruthlessly beat down on Zhu Yanjun's long sword. Bang! Lin Kei's arm involuntarily flew back as it was dissipated by the unsheathed sword disrupts water. Zhu Yanjun's body shook, and her right hand reverberated. In that moment, her foot drew back one step. It wasn't that she was making her own path, rather she depended on her opponent. Amidst a snapping sound she pounced, her back straight and her left fist raised high in the single-handedly splitting a mountain. She knew Lin Kei's tremor punch wasn't the same as Lu Cheng's. It was more powerful and faster. She couldn't give him the slightest gap. A moment ago, while fighting hand-to-hand, Lin Kei had gotten quite a bit of strength from the yin-yang twist. Along with outstretching his left arm, he turned his entire body. At that moment his right hand went up in a stance to resist the oncoming blow. Bang! As Zhu Yanjun's palm slammed into Lin Kei's arm, her arm muscles bulged and distorted, bursting through her martial arts suit. She succeeded in storing up double the force a while ago. In the face of this kind of strength, her left palm was like a knife. She would scratch downwards, and using a Yin attack, do serious damage to the muscle, tendons, and blood vessels underneath Lin Kei's skin. If she pulled it off, he would need at least a month to heal. Black Water Swordplay's killer move, Yin and Yang double wave, chopping at the Yang and scratching at the Yin. With the Yang she could damage bone, and with the Yin she could attack flesh. At this critical moment, Lin Kei's face turned red. His temples pulsated and his right arm muscles proceeded to swell up. With an abrupt strength, he counteracted Zhou Yanjun's Yin attack. The veins on the back of his hand bulged out like giant cables. After swelling up, Lin Kei first pulled his arm back and then sprang outwards. Zhou Yanjun's palm shakily went out and her waist extended out. Her entire body bent forwards, turning into a defensive posture. Zhou Yanjun didn't have time to adjust herself and had to retreat continuously. Right away, Lin Kei was getting closer and closer, his temples bulging, and his left arm on the verge of delivering a ferocious blow. She gritted her teeth and, imitating Hoyu, crouched down while Lin Kei waved his fist, and wrapped her left hand behind her body. Just then, Lin Kei's body trembled. His fist suddenly drew back and, using his waist as a fulcrum, his right leg shot out. Bam! His right foot was stretched taut, splitting the air with a kick. Zhou Yanjun lifted up her left hand frantically, placing it on her side. This way, under the circumstances, with her balance not being steady, she could just block Lin Kei's leg. Bang! Her body shook, but she couldn't control it. In an attempt to turn the tables, she leaned to the right. Lin Kei suddenly withdrew all of his strength, as well as his qi and blood. He momentarily held onto the sphere and then let it overflow. Boom! His power rushing forth, Lin Kei stamped down and crushed the green bricks. He launched himself forward, scrambling towards Zhou Yanjun and arriving beside her before she could recover her balance and take advantage of the situation. Once again, Zhou Yanjun did not have time to dodge. She fleetingly took a breath and reluctantly braced her arms together, putting them forward to block. Bang! All she felt was the explosion. Her bones rattled, and even her muscles and tendons appeared to shake. Adding to the fact that her balance was not steady, she fell directly on her back, facing upwards. Landing with a grunt, she simply didn't have the ability or the time to shift her abdomen muscles to come back with a counterattack. Lin Kei stretched out his right hand, the one that he had not attacked with. Grabbing her arm, he stood her up. At this moment, the referee loudly declared, "Round 1, Lin Kei wins." The referee's declaration gave way to the sounds of cheers, boos, and the blast of vuvuzelas. Such immediate victories have always been something that makes people happy. Upon hearing Lin Kei's name fall upon his ears, Lu Chang couldn't help but move closer to Yan Zhika and sigh into her ears. Being on the verge of the dance stage is admirable. Indeed, if he and his brother-in-law switched places, and he encountered Zhou Yanjun's black water swordplay, it would be impossible to take his entire body's strength and have it be as one, stopping on a dime and promptly slamming down to block. When you were faced with such speed and ferocity and other characteristics such as this, for the most part all you could do was try and seize any opportunity or dodge quickly. Afterwards, you'd fall directly into your opponent's follow-up attack. If you were even the slightest bit careless, you could end up being like a shipwreck in a ditch. This seemed like the original Dark Sect 9th pin, creating a shadow with the power of blaze, twisting in a flash and simultaneously unleashing a string of attacks. If he died right then and there, he knew that at that moment, regardless of which aspect of martial arts you considered, he was not as good as his enemy. Similarly, his brother-in-law had broken up the double yin-yang wave, something he was at the moment unable to do. He had to learn by doing, as physical training could only get you so far, and in the end you were producing something intangible. Of course, this wasn't to say that if he were to face the double yin-yang wave he would be completely helpless. If he were able to seize it properly, he could manage to shake loose and break it. Yan Zhika looked happy, and her lips curved into a smile after she heard Lu Cheng sigh. She lowered her voice, and jokingly said, This is your little objective. Little objective? Smelling her fragrance, Lu Cheng grinned. Achieving first pin in the first year, physical invulnerability and other things weren't that far off. It didn't feel like it was real, but it hadn't been that long that he'd just entered the world of martial arts. Having reached the peak that he was at today, he was entitled to fumble around a bit when it came to learning about unifying his entire body strength as one through real experience. They were all real right in front of his eyes. He could practically reach out and touch them. Thinking about how the next step for him could take him to this kind of level, it truly got him pumped up. To use an old popular saying, it was exciting. This will be my little objective for the rest of the year. On the away team's side, Zhou Zhengquan pulled at his black martial arts suit, taking large, light strides towards the arena as if he was a fairy. When he ran into Zhou Yanjun, he nodded. Better than I'd expected. This was a tactful way for him, praised Zhou Yanjun. Were it not for Lin Ke being on the edge of the dance stage, the victor wouldn't have been so evident. Zhou Yanjun curbed her rising disappointment and forced herself to say, "Get up there quickly, otherwise you'll give him time to recuperate." Just then in that round, Lin Ke had exerted all of his strength to end the battle quickly, so his exhaustion was quite significant. Zhou Zhengquan smiled and nodded. His body steady, he pushed down and took a large step onto the arena, standing in opposite Lin Ke. In this moment, the crowd's cheering became more spirited. Amongst them, the majority realized quite clearly that the biggest trial had arrived. The referee lifted his spirits and threw down his right hand, not giving either side a chance to adjust. Begin! Lin Ke's tendons made a sound and charged towards Zhou Zhengquan with lightning speed, as if he wanted to repeat what had happened before. Using a scrambling attack to gain the upper hand, he was treating it as if it were a life-or-death battle and he had to fight to kill the powerful enemy. The battle is to the strong. It looked like this, but as a matter of fact, Zhou Zhengquan didn't at all have the feeling that he was soon about to be struck. A dance stage mighty one absolute reaction. However, Zhou Zhengquan didn't dare slack off because he suspected after Lin Ke's absolute reaction, he would again utilize the hidden intention ability. In other words, he would coalesce all of his blood and chi, strength, and other similar things and charge them all into one hidden point until he truly made a move and in a flash revealed himself. In that case, under certain circumstances, even if he had an absolute reaction, there not necessarily may be enough time to resist. Zhou Zhengquan withdrew, falling back a few steps, his movements natural and unrestrained like calm running water. Lin Ke pushed out and like a rainbow shooting towards the sky, threw his foot out. His body became like a comet in a grandiose display of strength and discipline. In this moment, Zhou Zhengquan felt like he'd been born yesterday, as he was unable to ward off the attack. His own stance was obviously stifled by his opponent, to the point that it caused a kind of spiritual rippling. It was easy to make errors in judgment in similar circumstances such as this. Chuckling, he stopped on a dime, bound both of his legs together, quickly shook his waist, and balled his right hand into a fist, hammering it down with a scream. This wasn't just a shaking movement, but rather was a twisting move with the help of his waist. Twisting his entire body as one, it was only possible to use an attack that was weaker than force concentration. Bang! Not only did the air crack like an explosion, but his fist clenched and crushed down like a stone, becoming like an invisible arrow flying towards Lin Ke's face. Lin Ke felt like a strong wind was assaulting his senses. He could barely open his eyes. While his physical energy was somewhat sluggish, his state of mind was steady and didn't waver in the slightest. He blinked both eyes and, borrowing from the strength of his previous pounce, straightened his back and quickly moved to and fro. Not in the slightest way retreating allowed him to strike with a forward punch. As far as following up with another combination, he'd already prepared. Once Zhou Zhengquan was hit by his hammer, he immediately went into a yin-yang twist to gain power and quickly struck out with a meteor force. He exploded forth as if he was in the dance stage, completing 2 consecutive strikes, as if he wanted to determine the winner of the battle with just these few strikes. Bang! As punch after punch rained down, Zhou Zhengquan's chi, blood, and spirits suddenly vanished. His arm immediately became soft and limp, making Lin Ke seem as if he was hitting an empty space. It also made the terrible might and ferocity of just before seem like nothingness. His blood began to flow, his strength converged, and his lower abdomen seemed as if it was concentrating into the Dan. Boom! The human body Big Dan exploded, its vast power surging out. Due to Zhou Jingxuan's softness and limpness, the right fist of his opponent sprang back with a resounding crack, spontaneously taking advantage of Lin Ke's yin-yang twist power. This power was quite enormous. When faced with it, Lin Ke's body began to shake and he was involuntarily tugged backward as if by an invisible rope, going back 2 steps. Zhou Zhengquan took a large stride and advantageously arrived in front of his opponent. In his mind, he visualized a stream building up power and bursting forth, in accordance with his blood and qi once again contracted and consolidated downwards. Double bursts. This was the fly-fall punch's waterfall. All of the strength in Lin Ke's entire body was as one. Within 2 steps he'd already adjusted his balance, but his opponent had caught up earlier. With his right fist held high, he rained down like a hammer blow. Once again, there was no time to dodge or retreat. He quickly drew in a breath of air and condensed his blood, qi, and energy into a sphere. Lin Ke's temples pounded and his face burned red. And just then, the sphere exploded, like a squall carrying everything away. Lin Ke wasn't the least bit intimidated as he compressed his muscles and twisted his arms, tilting upwards as he went into a meteor force. Bang! A sound rattled out as if it was a thunderclap. Zhou Zhengquan and Lin Ke's fists seemed as if they were frozen in midair. The 2 men's bodies both vibrated, and their muscles shook violently. Zhou Zhengquan didn't even let out a groan, once again holding back his qi and blood. He was still forming the Dan, shaking as his power, spirit, and everything else contracted into one point. His inner mind was a deluge of waves crashing forward, like a dammed lake building until it finally burst. Bang! Zhou Jingxuan's entire body rushed forth, and there was an explosive bang like a dam bursting. Underneath his rapidly twisting waist, his left arm flowed out. The fly-fall punches, dam burst. 3 consecutive explosions of the Dan stage. Bang! Zhou Jingxuan's left fist became a hammer ferociously striking out, constantly exploding out with streams of air. From the beginning, he'd drawn from the lesson he learned from Lu Chang in the last fight. He wouldn't again be overcautious. He'd use all of his strength and go all out, and wouldn't hold back at all. This would certainly eat up a massive portion of his energy, but at least he wouldn't be bringing the effects of the tremor punch entering the next round. If he was terrified of the smallest thing and kept thinking over Lu Cheng's battle, then it was very possible that he wouldn't merely be able to lower his own body's energy consumption, but the energy that would be left over would be unstable, making it even more difficult. Lin Ke wasn't truly in the Dan stage, so it was impossible to link up consecutive strikes naturally. Under these circumstances, his entire body trembled, but his expression was steadfast and his face contained no sign of fear. His temples again pounded, his muscles became taut, and like a meteor his fist flew outwards from his waist. Bang! Both sides collided and a boundless energy rushed forth. Lin Ke again couldn't stand steadily. With difficulty, he used the yin-yang twist, and flew backward to avoid breaking his arms, or receiving any other kind of injury. Zhou Zhengquan had previously expected this and didn't shake at all. He caught up with him in a few steps and before his opponent could regain his balance, twisted his shoulder and threw out his right arm, stopping short of Lin Ke's throat. At this moment, Lin Ke's feet had just touched the ground. The might of the 3 consecutive strikes could sweep away any and all fighters under an 8th pin. The referee raised his left hand and yelled emotionlessly, "Round 2, Zhou Zhengquan wins." Lu Chang took a deep breath and stood up from his seat. To be honest, he hadn't thought that Zhou Zhengquan would use the 3 consecutive strikes in the opening round. He'd thought that both fighters would have been intertangled for some time. However, this was also good. even though brother-in-law hadn't allowed Zhou Zhenquan to have any remaining influence or shakiness. At least he didn't have to worry about him using his killer move. Extending his hand and grasping Yan Zheka for a moment, he stepped forward and headed towards the arena. At first, the crowd was still, and then exploded in screams and yells. Lu Cheng. In Songcheng TV station, Fang Juexiao, the host, shook her head and smiled while saying, "They finished this round much sooner than I had expected. Old Gon, could you please give us a quick analysis?" Ganlu answered with a smile, "I have nothing special to say. On the one hand, under a perfect condition, Zhou Jingxuan's able to fight face-to-face against an 8th pin master with his triple bursts of Dan stage. On the other hand, Lin Ke had just defeated a professional 9th pin Mighty One, which cost him much stamina and energy. So the situation today is contrary to last week's fight, when Zhou Zhenquan, who had just defeated Lu Cheng, met Lin Ke in his best state. Thus, the game result is no surprise. I just wonder why Zhou Zhenquan used full strength at the beginning instead of hiding it as he used to. It seemed as if he never expected to enter the next round. Lin Ke should be proud of himself. Zhou Zhenquan regarded him as a well-matched opponent at the same stage. Anyway, he forced Zhou Zhenquan to use triple bursts of Dan stage, didn't he? So Lu Cheng won't have to worry about it in the following round. Hearing the director's cue, Fang Juexiao interrupted Gan Lu in time. Okay, Cheng is in the arena. The second round is about to start. We shall wait and see. Yan Shaoling, who was chatting in the forum while watching the sportscast, suddenly straightened herself, adjusted her sitting posture, and fixed her eyes on the screen attentively. Lu Cheng, Lu Cheng. Cheering sounds echoing around the whole martial arts gymnasium as Lin Ke stepped down from the arena. He was a little shaky from the hand-to-hand fierce battle. He had burned his blood and qi, which could not calm down for the moment. Seeing the oncoming Lu Cheng, Lin Ke slightly lowered his head and exhaled. A near miss. That's not good enough. Though Zhou Zhenquan was forced to use the triple bursts of Dan stage, I should have done better. That's enough. Lu Cheng interrupted him and stretched out his right hand. Lin Ke hesitated for a moment and then gave his response. Instead of merely giving Lu Cheng high five, Lin Ke pressed his hand. Meanwhile, he said in a low voice, "Come on." Lu Cheng nodded, adjusted his condition, and then strode up the stone steps. It was time for him to find and even create an opportunity to give Zhou Zhenquan a severe warning. As a killer move that could only be used once in the match, severe warning required Lu Cheng to make extra certain before using it. Other than that, he could at most use Frost Force once and Tremor Punch 3 or 4 times. At this moment, Zhou Zhenquan was adjusting his breath to calmly refresh himself. His abdomen was swollen and constricted, letting out a humming sound through his throat. Seeing Lu Cheng step onto the arena and then place himself, the referee immediately raised up his right hand and swung it down with great force. Begin! Through his last match and daily practice with Lin Ke, Lu Cheng knew for sure that, though with the help of visualization method he could make some realistic-looking feints, it was still easy for him to be seen through by a real absolute reaction. Daring not to take the risk to visualize, he straightened his knees, moved his waist, and then directly marched over to Zhou Zhenquan. Instead of pouncing at his opponent directly, this time Lu Cheng gathered strength. Through adjusting corresponding body parts and bulging or tightening different muscles with his steps, preparing for a good severe warning. If Zhou Zhenquan felt Lu Cheng's posture fit his fighting style well, and could not help launching a face-to-face attack with an outbreak of strength, he would be caught in Lu Cheng's trap. To say the least, even though Zhou Zhenquan was smart enough to see through Lu Cheng's trick, it wouldn't cost Lu Cheng much energy since he had just made somebody movements instead of stepping into the stage of visualization. It was Lu Cheng's first try in this round, yet he was actually baring the iron teeth behind his seemingly straight and narrow attack. Clump, clump, clump. As Lu Cheng's footsteps became heavier, the stone bricks under his feet began to crack. With the overwhelming presence, his body even seemed to be taller than before, which enabled him to look down at Zhou Zhenquan. While Lu Cheng was twisting his waist and back, and stretching out his right arm, Zhou Zhengquan, who had been waiting, suddenly began to move. Swinging his center of gravity, he slid and flashed to Lu Cheng's side, shook his right shoulder, and threw his arm at his opponent as if he was paddling. Snap! Knowing Zhou Zhengquan had seen through his trap, Lu Cheng gave up using severe warning forcibly so as not to make a vain effort. Quickly adjusting his whole body, Lu Cheng tightened his waist and legs to throw a side kick at Zhou Zhengquan, which was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Zhou Zhengquan lowered his shoulder to withdraw his force and then swung his center of gravity to change his position swiftly like a ghost, after which he appeared at Lu Cheng's right side. Gathering strength with his waist and back, he tightened one arm to form an air-piercing iron whip and threw it at Lu Cheng's head. Sure enough, it was a guerrilla hit under mercurial balance. If he hadn't given up using severe warning blindly, he would have suffered a great loss. As the thought crossed Lu Cheng's mind, he suddenly lowered his weight into a steady stance while swinging his fist upwards to block Zhou Zhengquan's attack. Bang! With a dull thud, Lu Cheng's right arm swung back using the strength he had borrowed. When he was about to make a whip kick at Zhou Zhengquan, with the 24 blizzard strikes, his opponent suddenly swung his center of gravity and again changed his direction. This forced Lu Cheng's wuthering wind to come to an irreversible pause, preventing it from becoming more fierce and destructive. Flashing to Lu Cheng's back, Zhou Zhengquan tightened his abdominal muscles and the surrounding tendons, and then punched at Lu Cheng's backbone as swift as lightning. Continuation, one kind of fly-fall punch, which was famous for gathering strength swiftly and its perfect connection with other movements. Swinging his waist and back to dodge the attack, Lu Cheng threw out his punches at the same time, exploding the air with a sharp snap. After the collision of fist and elbow, Zhou Zhengquan bulged his back muscle and stretched right hand to make a blow, leaving Lu Cheng no chance to take action. Crash, 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 bang, bang, bang. They kept colliding into each other within the small area, while Lu Cheng had to use intermittent 24 blizzard strikes to block his opponent's continuous fierce blows. Though he had learned from their last fight and wouldn't soon be in great peril, he was unable to use frost force or tremor punch under such condition, not to mention severe warning. Having totally devoted himself to the fight, Lu Cheng raised one arm to block Zhou Zhengquan's burst fist. Then he took the opportunity to twist his waist and back, opened all his muscles and joints, and then threw a fierce swing force at his opponent. Just as he did in their last match, Lu Cheng wanted to gain himself a second to tighten and compress his muscles for a tremor punch. Once Zhou Zhengquan's body was shocked, he would be forced to calm it down with humming sound or forced concentration. That would be Lu Cheng's best opportunity to use severe warning. However, this time, Zhou Zhengquan didn't force himself to swing back. Instead, he flew to his original direction, leaving Lu Cheng no target to throw his tremor punch at. Arching and stretching his foot, Lu Cheng broke the stone bricks with an outbreak of strength while pouncing at Zhou Zhengyun like an eagle chasing his prey. Meanwhile, he kept adjusting his muscles in preparation for a successful severe warning. Crash, crash, crash. Just like a fierce barbarian, Lu Cheng broke the stone brick one by one with every step towards Zhou Zhengquan, while the latter kept moving back smoothly and swiftly as if having eyes in the back of his head. Occasionally, he would change direction with mercurial balance like a butterfly dancing on the arena. Chasing and moving back in this way, they had almost gone around the whole arena while maintaining the same distance between them. By this time, Lu Cheng was unable to keep adjusting his body to correspond with the severe warning. Thus, he had to abandon all the preparation actions, which suddenly weakened his strength. Sensing Lu Cheng's weakness, Zhou Zhengquan immediately stopped to gather all his energy into his muscles and tendons. Crack! With the groan of another broken brick, Zhou Zhengyun visualized rising water and a waterfall roaring down onto the ground. Taking advantage of his opponent's temporary weakness, he stretched arms to throw a fist out like lightning, giving Lu Cheng a powerful blow with explosive strength. The fly-fall punch, waterfall. Continuation, one kind of fly-fall punch, which was famous for gathering strength swiftly and its perfect connection with other movements. Bang! The thundercloud exploded in Lu Cheng's mind when his palms froze in the air. There were circles of invisible waves rippling outward with great speed, while the two on the arena both felt their muscles and tendons trembling, their internal organs burning and shaking, and all their chi and blood burning, which prevented them from gathering and releasing force temporarily. Moving his abdominal muscle and thus activating his internal organs, Lu Cheng's body rumbled, releasing a similar humming sound as from Zhou Zhengquan's throat. They both made a reverse shock with their inner body refining method to counterbalance most of the effects and restore their energy. Swinging his center of gravity, Zhou Zhengquan again used the continuation of fly-fall punch. As long as Lu Cheng had borrowed strength 2 or 3 times, he would immediately change attacking rhythms, as an experienced fighter, to interrupt Lu Cheng's follow-up movements. I can't always be led by the nose. After a while, Lu Cheng was caught by this thought and decided to create an opportunity for his severe warning. When Zhou Zhengquan once again moved around him with mercurial balance, Lu Cheng suddenly gathered strength with his waist and back to pounce forward widely, as if he wanted to keep out of the attacking range of fly-fall punch continuation. Clump, clump, clump. Listening carefully to the footsteps chasing him, Lu Cheng began adjusting his corresponding muscles and tendons in preparation for a back thrust. As soon as Zhou Zhengyun approached him, crack, stepping heavily onto the ground and breaking the black stones, Lu Cheng bounced back while visualizing a fallen sun with ice and thunder in his mind, preparation for pouncing at his opponent and giving him a fatal blow. However, Lu Cheng froze as soon as he turned around, for Zhou Zhengquan was keeping a perfect distance from him, leaving him no chance to use combinational movements or pounce and attack because Zhou Zhengquan would have enough time to dodge his attack. Noticing Lu Cheng's blank expression, Zhou Zhengquan smiled and crooked his finger like a naughty cat that was chasing a mouse. His bald provocation and contempt provoked all the audience's indignation. Yan Shaoling almost exploded with anger while watching the live TV broadcast. It's hateful of him to behave like that. Lu Cheng held himself back, despite the anger that welled up inside him, because he had learned a lesson from Hou Yu's example. In that split second, he realized something crucial. Zhou Zhengquan was trying to annoy and provoke him deliberately. Why would he do that? Is he trying to trick me into making an active attack? The thought flashed through Lu Cheng's mind and suddenly woke him up. Why must I create an opportunity for severe warning by any means? He thought. I'll certainly get the chance as long as I wait patiently. While in Zhou Zhengquan's eyes, I have inexhaustible superhuman stamina. Zhou Zhengquan himself has just defeated Lin Ke with a triple bursts of Dan stage, which greatly weakened him. If he still keeps using continuation to suppress me, his stamina will soon drain away even before I'm forced to show flaws. By that time, he will be unable to make another outbreak of strength. So he just used continuation, trying to push me into creating an opportunity for an active attack. Once I've failed several times and gotten my fighting will be paralyzed, he will take the opportunity to make an outbreak of strength and seize victory. I was a little hasty back then. It's risky to assume I have mastered a killer move. Facing Zhou Zhengquan's provocation, Lu Cheng took a firm stance and waved at his opponent. Come on, let's compare our stamina. Zhou Zhengquan was not stupid. Naturally, he dared not to compare stamina with Lu Cheng. There were already many before him who had tested Lu Cheng, only to end up with a great deal of bitter experience, and he wasn't stubborn enough to join them. Sometimes you had to be apprehensive. In the beginning, he noticed Lu Cheng's intention to make it a quick fight, so he decided to weaken his opponent bit by bit. When the time was right, he would make a sudden release of force and seize victory using his full strength. Upon seeing Lu Cheng calm down and take a stance for comparing stamina with him, Zhou Zhengquan's heart flipped because his plan A was totally destroyed. Now he had no choice but to use plan B, which he had drawn up before the match. But then I'll ruin my public image. Arching his waist and back to pounce forward like lightning, Zhou Zhengquan swung his center of gravity and slid to Lu Cheng's side the moment they approached. Then he twisted his waist, raised his right arm, and gathered all the strength into a fly-fall punch, surging to be thrown at his opponent. Crack! Lu Cheng turned sideways and swung his tightened right arm as if exploding the air with an iron hammer. Even if Zhou Zhengquan was made of stone, he would be beaten into pieces. Bang! While Lu Cheng swayed for a moment with a dull sound, Zhou Zhengquan immediately distanced himself from his opponent after what he did just now. Crack, crack, crack. Bang, bang, bang. They kept fighting and separating continuously, making the most of fly, fall, punch, continuation, and 24 blizzard strikes, which seemed like a reproduction of the previous battle. However, Lu Cheng, who remained calm this time, knew clearly that the one who was anxious for an opportunity had already changed from himself to Zhou Zhengquan. Through holding a defensive stance patiently, Lu Cheng successfully convinced his opponent that he intended to compare stamina, while he himself had already gotten ready for Zhou Zhengquan's release of power. Devoting himself to the battle, Zhou Zhengquan gradually gained the upper hand in the hand-to-hand fight with no one was able to gather strength in their feet. As an experienced fighter, he was good at mingling his forces into one and adjusting his fighting rhythm swiftly, which enabled him to suppress Lu Cheng firmly. While on the other side, Lu Cheng kept defending himself along with his opponent's rhythm, waiting for a turning point to appear. Crack. Failing to make a low kick, Zhou Zhengquan threw a single kick at Lu Cheng's arm, which was just raised to block his attack. Lu Cheng suddenly lowered his center of gravity and twisted his back and waist. Then, he opened all his joints and muscles to make another fierce swing force. He knew Zhou Zhengquan wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Swinging his upper body to one side, Zhou Zhengquan seemed like he was almost thrown away. Then, all of a sudden, his qi and blood quickly flew back to gather in his dantian, which steadied his stance like mountain Tai. Amazing! In comparison with exerting strength from his feet, swinging back with borrowed strength was much smarter. While praising his opponent in his mind, Lu Cheng took advantage of the pause to compress the corresponding muscles and tendons in his arms and visualize a thunderstorm in his mind. His left leg pressed inward and his waist straightened to launch a mountain opening blast with crossed hands from top right to bottom left. Mountain blast punch. Crack. A network of cracks appeared one by one on the ground around him. At the same time, Zhou Zhengquan was visualizing a waterfall cascading off a precipice and crashing into the ground below, releasing a great burst of water. The concentrated energy suddenly exploded in his dantian with a horrible release of force, bending his arm like a bow with his fist acting like a hammer. Snap! Zhou Zhengquan's whole body seemed to be inflated as he threw out his right arm from a higher position, piercing layers of air like lightning. The fly-fall punch, waterfall, bang! The sound of thunder suddenly rumbled overhead, stunning the cheering audience. There was an invisible ripple that turned into a gust of wind blowing from the sides of both fighters. Lu Cheng gave a little hop with roaring in his ears and the feeling of giddiness, while all his qi and blood were rolling as if they were unable to bear the release of the Dan Stage Master's strength. After noticing it was not enough to make a step backward, he had to continue moving further backwards. At the same time, he moved his abdominal muscles, creating the sound of thunder within his body, trying to counteract the shock caused by that reversed waterfall. On the other side, Zhou Zhengquan also suffered a lot from the mountain blast punch and the regular killer move of thunder roar zen. Feeling every joint trembling and every inch of his tendons swinging, he still noticed Lu Cheng's flaws while his opponent was bouncing back, but he was too weak to seize the opportunity to chase and pounce on Lu Cheng. Such situation perfectly met Lu Cheng's previous expectations. After taking 4 steps back to eliminate the shock caused by the release of a Dan Stage Master's strength, he began to adjust the corresponding body parts in preparation to step onto the ground and then bounce back first with a severe warning. At this moment, Zhou Zhengquan's trembling body, rolling blood, and pale face all vanished in an instant, as he united all his qi, blood, and spirit to form a human body Big Dan. Inside the broadcasting room of Songcheng TV station, Ganlu blurted out, "Double bursts." After successfully making a triple burst of Dan Stage, Zhou Zhengquan should still have enough energy and stamina for a double burst. Yan Shaoling, Brahmin, and the audience, who had just been introduced to the horrible triple burst of Dan Stage, suddenly held their breath in anxiety, feeling their heart in their mouths. According to his performance in the previous matches, they were not surprised that Zhou Zhengquan could still make 2 or 3 releases of Dan Stage, but no one had expected that he would make another double hit. Just like Brahmin, Ganlu, And Yan Zheke, Lu Chang had never expected this situation either, so he was still in preparation for the severe warning when he realized Zhou Zhengquan was preparing a forced concentration. It was too late. Lu Chang made a prompt decision, stopping the following preparation and changing his action into the preparatory movement for Frost Force. Luckily, severe warning was a derivative of Frost Force, so there were many similarities between them, like the corresponding state of the tendons, muscles, and internal organs. The difference between them was that Frost Force was relatively simpler and easier for Lu Chang to use in such a short time. Boom! The more compression he got, the more powerful his explosion could be. As the Dan within Zhou Zhengquan's body exploded, all his strength flew out to make him appear even taller and stronger than before. With one forward pounce, he approached Lu Chang, and then raised his right hand to give him a waterfall-like blow. The surging muddy river in Lu Chang's mind suddenly froze inch by inch, turning into a picture, transforming the cold current within his body into a flood. Lu Chang turned his toes inward, twisted his waist and back, and then swung his right arm to punch upward. Rocket-like punch, Frost Force, bang! Lu Chang suddenly lowered his body as he stepped heavily onto the stone brick. Along with his rolling chi and blood, the remaining shock within his body came back to shake his organs, muscles, and tendons, causing him to almost spit blood. Feeling sick and weak, Lu Chang had no choice but to roll back along the waterfall in order to eliminate the remaining shock, or he would receive a broken bone or internal injuries. Zhou Zhengquan's fist was soon covered with a layer of frost after colliding with Lu Chang's. Though a part of the cold current was broken up, the remains still made it into him and soon spread all over his body, making his body tremble and his muscles tighten uncontrollably. If his body condition was the same as before, he would naturally increase his heartbeat and burn his hot blood to defrost his whole body. However, he had just attacked twice before receiving a mountain blast punch, which drained his energy and shocked his organs severely. So for a short time he stayed where he was and couldn't chase Lu Chang, who had also lost his stance and center of gravity. Thump, thump, thump. Boom, boom, boom. While one of them was listening to the loud beating of his heart, the other could hear the sound of thunder within him. They both seized the opportunity to quickly restore as much of their energy as they could. The whole gymnasium was quiet while the audience was praying for Lu Chang in hopes that he would stand up first. Yan Zheke couldn't help standing up from her seat while looking at the arena with great concern. Boom! As soon as the shock was slightly relived, Lu Chang stood up with a carp-jumping move. While Li Liantong, Fan Yanqi, and others in the audience burst into spontaneous cheers, Zhou Zhengquan also took action. Stepping heavily onto the ground, he once again raised his right arm and pounced towards Lu Chang while visualizing a waterfall in his mind. Snap! Striking down with his fist, the fly-fall punch, waterfall. Lu Chang's feet were still trembling, making him unable to dodge, so he had to gather his remaining strength and tighten his muscles in his hands, wrists, and arms while visualizing a shimmering thundercloud in his mind. Boom! Lu Chang raised his fist without hesitation. Thunder roar zen. Bang! The moment he collided with Zhou Zhengquan's fist, Lu Chang immediately exploded with all his tightened body parts to make a short but powerful release of strength. Boom! Lu Chang and Zhou Zhengquan both took a step back. Obviously, they were trembling with bewilderment in their eyes. Boom! Hum! When they both recovered from the shock, Zhou Zhengquan took a deep breath, twisted his waist and back, and then threw another fly-fall punch, waterfall, at Lu Chang. When meeting on a narrow path, he who dares to act wins. Knowing he shouldn't and couldn't dodge at this moment, Lu Chang visualized a thundercloud in his mind and compressed the corresponding tendons and muscles to make a rocket-like punch based on the thunder roar zen. Bang! Being greatly shocked, they both felt sick and found their whole body trembling as if losing control of it temporarily. Boom! With the sound of thunder coming out from his abdomen, Lu Chang seized the opportunity to use another thunder roar zen without adjusting his body condition. Obviously, Zhou Zhengquan was a step slow this time, since he only raised both arms to block the attack. Bang! Giving a little hop, Zhou Zhengquan noticed both his arms turn weak. Was he completely exhausted? Of course Lu Chang wouldn't simply let his opponent go. So he shook his right shoulder and stretched his arm to make another thunder roar zen. Boom! As if being hit by a bomb, Zhou Zhengquan fell to the ground after blocking Lu Cheng's last attack, where he curled himself up and retched violently. If he took another blow, he would have internal bleeding. The referee raised his right hand and announced calmly, "Third round. Lu Cheng wins." After seeing Zhou Zhengquan fall to the ground and hearing the referee's announcement, Brahmin, Yan Shaoling, and the others in front of the screen breathed a sigh of relief, along with Li Liantong, Fan Yanxi, and the rest of the audience in the gymnasium. Regardless of the people around them, they couldn't help shouting with excitement, "Lu Cheng!" During the cheers and applause, they saw Lu Cheng suddenly bend over to retch with a painful expression. Obviously, he was not feeling good. Yan Zhika again felt her heart in her mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng was in bewilderment, feeling as if his whole body was worn out. How come the battle was much tougher and more dangerous than he had expected, since he could neither find any chances to use severe warning nor thoroughly eliminate the effect of the shock? It cost him too much to win this round. Even though Zhou Zhengquan had made another double hit, it shouldn't have been like this. While thinking of the severe warning, he suddenly thought of all the flaws he showed just now as well as how his teacher had warned him. Do you think that Zhou Zhengquan would stand there like a stake and wait until you've finished preparing severe warning? Do you think that he will fight you head-on? Even if your frost force takes a short amount of time to form up, not to mention the severe warning move you just grasped. If you really place all your hopes on this one move, then you will only feel like a 3-year-old wielding a 100-pound hammer. Not only would you miss your enemy, you would more likely hurt yourself instead. The reason you practice severe warning is not to master it, but to use it to further improve your grasp over Frost Force and Thunder Roar Zen. These two skills are your true assets in the battle against Zhou Zhengquan. Yeah, I thought it was quite reasonable when I heard those words for the first time. However, were soon forgotten as I began devoting myself to practicing severe warning. Old Sher, who was sitting in the home team area, sighed to himself with complex emotion. Hey, I was just like him at that age. It was easy to get dizzy with success. In Songcheng TV radio station, the host Fang Juixiao couldn't help but praise. This match is really wonderful. It's been a long time since we've seen hard punches in such intensive fights. Mr. Gon, I see Lu Cheng is very painful and he's been retching. In your eyes, how much impact of the concussion he was affected? Gon Lu sighed. His body refining is close to the peak. He won't show any retching if he is feeling well and could control his body. Well, I had confidence in him earlier and thought he would have a great opportunity to win Hou Yu in the later match with his great physical strength so long as he could defeat Zhou Zhengquan. Now, well, the outcome of the victory will be reversed. So serious? Fang Juixiao asked while knowing the answer. He knew that the audience watching the broadcasting was certainly very concerned about this point. Even the students present would read the forums and look the broadcasting in the interim to find out Lu Cheng's current state from both of their explanations. Gon Lu nodded as a mighty one in Dan's stage, smashing a lot of people's expectations. Yes, quite seriously. Fang Juixiao made a pity look. Unfortunately, this is no dialogue time to let him recover. Well, Hou Yu is about to board the arena. Let's switch the picture back to the scene. Yan Shaoling felt her heart tightened after listening to the analysis of the two explanations. She posted in forum eagerly, tagged Unparalleled Dragon King, Road to the Arena and so on. Come out, is our Lu Cheng's injury serious? Unparalleled Dragon King replied with a sigh emoji. My vision and judgment can be better than a mighty one in Dan's stage? I agree with the explanations. Lu Cheng is deeply affected and his status is terrible. Road to the Arena replied seriously. Brahmin posed an expression of holding back the tears. What should I do? I want to cry. Don't cry. Let's cheer Lu Cheng on. Yan Shaoling patted herself quickly. She bit her lips while clenched the fists, perturbed but expected to look at the live scene as tears still welled up in her eyes. In Songcheng University Martial Arts Arena, Li Liantong and other people got nervous and flushed with an inexplicable care and bad feeling when they saw Lu Cheng's painful expression on the big screen, even though they hadn't read the forum and listened to the explanations. How was he? Did he get hurt? Would he lose the next competition? The outburst of excited shouting because Zhou Zhengquan fell to the ground a moment ago had come into silence. Including Fan Yanxi, many female students who are in prayer put their hands on the lips. Go Lu Cheng! At the host team seats, Yan Zhika walked toward the stone steps without noticing other people's gaze. She looked distressed and worried as her teeth bit lightly on her lip and her fists somehow clenched. On the arena, Lu Cheng came to a little. He held his emotions without reviewing, rethinking and upsetting. He concealed his spirit and qi, visualized thundercloud and moved his belly little by little at once. He shocked every corner of his body in a moment through internal training methods to adjust the state of the body. He tried to recover as much as possible. The energy wasn't completely independent of the body, it also relied on the state of body. Just like the people who caught cold, they were not only tired and weak but also thinking slowly. When Lu Cheng suffered a tremendous impact, his spirit automatically had a small decay. He could not play, severe warning. Later I should defend first, then using the supernatural ability with the help of Frost Force or simply hiding in the normal moves, consuming the limit as soon as possible to squeeze Jindan. This is a non-solution if I fell into a dangerous situation. Lu Cheng quickly made the decision. Don't give up easily. This was not just because in Donglin he showed confidence and rhetoric to Ku, not only due to self-satisfaction. He failed to live up to brother-in-law's effort and pain. There was one more important factor. I want victory. I just want to win but nothing else. He took a breath and thunder growled from his belly. When the referee announced the result of the third game, Hoyu jumped up from his seat and ran to the arena without thinking anything. He always remembered that before he walked out of the locker room. Senior brother Zhou told him. Once he heard the announcement of the last game, he should run to the arena immediately without any delay. When he came close, he suddenly shocked because he saw his senior brother was lying on the ground with messy hair and curled like a shrimp as he looked painful and even vomit a little yellow bile. Is this senior brother Zhou? In Hoyu's memory, senior brother Zhou Zhengquan was very focused on his appearance and style as his hair and clothes had always been arranged meticulous, and also tried his best to be gentle and calm every word and deed. His most worshipped idol was Xie and who was playing the chess like nothing happened after he heard the news of Fei River's success. He had lost before, but he always left gracefully in these rare failures. Senior sister Zhua and Li ridicule him for being a gentle rather than getting any merits. But now, senior brother Zhou was so miserable and lost his manner. To create the chance for him to win Lu Chun, senior brother Zhou even throw his most valued image away. Hoyu, who would be 18 in a few days, was at the age that could be easily moved and excited. When he thought about this, his eyes immediately turned red and he burst out the rage of battle as well. Whatever the cost may be and whatever the level may fight for, I can't fail senior brother Zhou's expectations. Hoyu just went to the stone steps as Zhou Zhengquan had been helped by the staff down. When they passed by each other, Zhou Zhengquan, who with pale face and messy hair, whispered softly, "Try hard." Hoyu nodded his head vigorously and clenched his fists, said, "Yes." When faced with a strong enemy like Lu Cheng, even if he was weak in pain, Hoyu couldn't win without trying hard to take the chances when his body was still affected by the shock. Hoyu boarded the arena, stood in the previous position where Zhou Zhengquan stood before. He heard the sounds of buzzing from Lu Cheng's body. Lu Cheng opened his eyes and let out a turbid breath. He switched instantly from internal training to combat situation. The referee raised his right hand, waving steadily. "Begin." Lu Cheng, whose calves were still shaking, didn't move. Even if he could, he wouldn't move. Because of this state, chasing a monkey who ran all over the arena wasn't a wise decision. A little inattention might affect his mood. He thereby hit more and more urgent and compounded the problem. Thereupon, he took a breath and froze Heart Lake to ice. He calmly observed Ho use every move, not just only waiting for his attack, but also seizing the time to recover. The longer the battle is, the better for himself. Hou Yu bounced around Lu Cheng with his flexible footwork. He suddenly strode to his opponent's side as he saw an opportunity. He twisted his waist and wrung all the strength into a strand, then threw a punch towards the center of Lu Cheng's waist. Lu Cheng lowered himself into a half-sitting position and moved his spine. With the explosive force of shoulder, he clenched his fists and threw a downward punch. Bang! Both of them wobbled a little in the muffled sound. When Lu Cheng thought Hou Yu would keep moving and dodging around but saw Hou Yu clenched his teeth and opened his eyes wide, while he exerted the force from foot and crushed the ground. Would he like to use the fly-fall punch waterfall to trigger the residual effect of my body? Lu Cheng instantly understood the intention of Hou Yu, but he knew that his status wasn't enough to support him to dodge at this time, so he clenched the teeth either, then adjusting the corresponding muscle fascia and moving the related 5 viscera and 6 bowels to visualize a roaring river. No one was a coward here. With the courage of death, Lu Cheng ice bounded the silty water so that the spray became crystal and the whole world instantly stilled. He swelled his arm muscle and threw an upward punch like bore the weight. This was the flood of cold current and the power of frost. At this moment, Hou Yu suddenly clenched his fists with a downward cut in a great momentum like, down it cascades a sheer 3,000 feet. Bang! When the two fists met, a brief hazy appeared just like the hoarfrost turned into mist. Lu Cheng's body trembled visibly once again. His facial muscle was hard to convulse. The residual effect of his body was influenced a lot so that his previous attempt to recover was wasted. Hou Yu shivered constantly and his lips turned purple. His hands and feet were frozen stiff. Dong dong dong. His heart jumped, expanded and contracted rapidly to spurt the hot blood to dispel the chilliness in his body. Then he made a choice which was contrary to his style and disposition that he visualized the water uprose and accumulated once again. Then he twisted his waist and sprang the arm out. I will not back down even a half step. In the meantime, Lu Cheng also moved his belly and visualized thundercloud to reverse offset. He relieved preliminarily while he saw Hou Yu's sinister face and the attack he maintained. Lu Cheng didn't have time to change visualization. He could only turn internal training to external fight. He tightened his arm and thrust the fist upward. Bang! There seemed to be an explosive sound on the arena. Both of them backed up a step as the rebounded power. Hou Yu exerted internal training method. With his red eyes and uncleared shockwaves, he rushed forward while he broke the black bricks. He fought so crazy and concentrated so that he wasn't like the one he used to be. At this time, Lu Cheng was so uncomfortable that he wanted to lie down directly. Therefore he had no time to squeeze Jindan but only managed to take a breath and with the force of venture and bet in the roaring of thunder, waved his arm to use seabed tremor. The fall flew down and hit the ground. Hou Yu didn't use downward cut with fist, just fisted on the side to block Lu Cheng's thunder roar zen. Bang! A sound of thunder came out of nowhere. The audience went quiet because of the shock. The residual effect of Lu Cheng's body was completely detonated that he lost all the energy and his qi and blood surged out of his throat. He felt so dizzy and tingling that he collapsed to the ground. And Hou Yu, who stood opposite to him that had gotten him 1 frost force and twice tremor punches. He couldn't stand anymore as his muscles sniffing, the joints trembling and his qi and blood boiling, so he fell on the ground with a loud crash. After fighting with 3 moves continuously, Hou Yu, who didn't well at this way, and Lu Cheng, who was in the poor state, were both collapsed on the ground at the same time. The referee stood by them and was counting down silently. Li Liantong, Fan Yanxi and other audience felt their angsty hearts were going to spit at first, then came to shout one name in chorus with tears. Lu Cheng! Lu Cheng! Lu Cheng! Lu Cheng! Lu Cheng! Yan Shaoling, Brahmin and others who were now sitting in front of the computer screens also whispered the name and wanted to give him the courage and power through the screen to help him up again. Lu Cheng! Lu Cheng! Yan Zhika, Sun Jian and others were also shouting with the audience, but they stood at the side of the arena and the audience sat in the auditorium. Lin K subconsciously clenched his fists with his eyes staring at the arena fixedly. Lu Cheng saw Hou Yu fell on the ground from the corner of his eye. He tried to stand up first by adjusting his body situation, while he was still retching and finishing one internal training with visualizing thundercloud. However, even his mind and thoughts were still in shock. He was unable to visualize. Lu Cheng! Lu Cheng! In the measured shouting, one figure struggling to get back up. He stood steadily while his legs were still trembling. An indescribable silence had replaced the shouting at once because the person who stood up was Ho Yu. Ho Yu took a deep breath and stepped toward to Lu Cheng's side when he still looked pale. He didn't need to do anything else. The referee raised his right hand and announced the result. Round 4. Ho Yu wins. When Ho Yu heard the result, he looked back at his team seats immediately with his face already covered with tears and snot. Senior brother Zhou, I win. I live up to your expectations. Lin Ke unclenched his hand and buried his face in the hands. Li Liantong, Wu Qian, Fan Yanxi and other students couldn't help crying. We have experienced all kinds of hardship. How can we stop here? We are only one step away from the success. When Lu Cheng heard the announcement hazily, he was filled with pain and chagrin at once. It's all my fault. I get dizzy in success. I have failed to live up to my responsibility to act. At this time, someone with the familiar sense helped him up. As he turned half round, he saw Yen Zhika's beautiful face. As long as he thought the promise that he didn't keep and her expectation that he broke eventually, all the swagger and confidence had vanished like soap bubbles. He was too guilty and shamed to face Yen Zhika. He whispered in pain, "Sorry." Yen Zhika felt pity for the boy in front of her, who was at a point of extreme anguish. She spoke softly with red eyes. "You played very well, and you're very close to winning. I should play better." Lu Cheng clenched his fists. He wanted to punch himself to resolve the shame and self-accusation inward. I could surmount every difficulty to win the victory. Yen Zhika knew that the more they said, the more they grieved. She dropped this conversation and said firmly, "Next time we win it back." Winning the prize back in next time? Lu Cheng was stunned. He made the commitment to her. Right. He calmed down a little and went back to the seats. When he saw Lin Ke who was miserable and the other people like Sun Jian who staring blankly, he couldn't help blaming himself. He took a breath and said solemnly, "Sorry, I didn't play well this time." Li Mao answered right away, "No, you're good enough. The rest of us are too weak." Because of that, now everything means nothing when they lost this competition. They couldn't expect to play the substitute competition. Right? "We are so weak that we could only count on the two of you," Lin Hua said with tears in his eyes. Lin Ke also put down his hands with his sad eyes. He said firmly, "It is also my fault. I'm not good enough." When Lu Cheng heard his teammates were rushing to take responsibility, tears blurred his eyes. At this moment, Geezer Shur remained silent for a while, then said, "Do you understand?" Lu Cheng hung the head down and nodded slightly. "Yes. Never get dizzy with success." Geezer Shur sighed. "Then I teach you another word. You could neither get dizzy with success nor lose vigor in depression." Lost the vigor? Lu Cheng looked up in bewilderment. Geezer Shur nodded his head. Yes, the courage to pursue, the courage to exert, the courage to struggle, the spirit of chasing, the spirit of struggling, the spirit of fighting. After listening to his words, Lu Cheng felt startled and he could not help but shiver. Then he constantly meditated on the three spirits, recovering from his feelings chagrin and self-blame. The failure itself was not terrible. What was really terrible was the feeling of depression after failing. When Geezer Shur saw his reaction, he said with a satisfied smile, "As for you, Dongling Squad is only a small setback on your path as a martial artist. Once you conquer this stumbling block, when you look back, you will realize it was not a big deal after all. You should set your sight on a higher goal. The opponent whom you really need to challenge and defeat is in the University Martial Arts meeting." When Peng Liun was at the level of 8th pin, he beat Zhou Zhengquan down as easily as you beat most of the fighters of 9th pin. After this match, he seemed to have decided to make their master-apprentice relationship public, so he taught Lu Cheng openly. Lu Cheng took a deep breath, feeling his goal for the next match was much clearer. That was trying to catch up to the great monster, Peng Liyun, whose name had consistently been whispered his hearing this year, and fighting towards the real genius who had been set as his idols by his master since he began to learn martial arts, even catching up with him one day. If he could not win first prize in the University Martial Arts Committee before Peng Liyun graduated from the university, then he would be full of regret, even if he had the honor of winning first prize alongside Lin Ke. Geezer sure didn't say more about this. He turned, looked at Sun Jian and said, "Why you are still here, go to the ring quickly. We have to start well and end well." Since his team had lost the last round with a score of 2-3, even if Sun Jian defeated Hou Yu, whose physical condition was very bad, the final score would only be a draw. Then it would be time for the bench war. Among the substitutes, Dongling squad still had Li Shengnan, who was a strong fighter of professional ninth pin. However, there was not even one fighter of amateur first pin in the substitutes of Songcheng University Martial Arts Club, so the result wouldn't change. That was why Sun Jian didn't rush towards the ring. Even if he gave Hou Yu the chance to recover a little, it wouldn't have any influence on the final results. "Good," Sun Jian said while nodding, then walked towards the stone steps as his feelings welled up in his heart. If we substitutes were a little stronger. Hou Yu, who was still in the ring, had already attacked 3 times with waterfall from fly-fall punch. So not only did he feel exhausted, his body was still suffering from the remaining shock effect of the attacks. That meant that he couldn't run around the ring as before. Sun Jian fought carefully and cautiously around him for a while, finding his opponent had trouble even in moving steps, which lent him the courage to approach Hou Yu and throw 24 blizzard strikes at him. Finally, he gained an easy victory using limit attacks. The referee raised his right hand and announced calmly, "Round 5, Sun Jian wins." Under normal circumstances, the audience would cheer for Sun Jian and applaud for the martial arts club. But now they all sat there silently and were even sobbing as if they had watched a tragedy. They had learned some common knowledge about the martial arts, so they knew the rules. They also knew that the substitutes in their own martial arts club were much weaker than the substitutes in the other club. Sure enough, the referee continued, announcing, "The final result of this battle, Songcheng University Martial Arts Club wins. The total result, the 2 teams drew. Here begins the bench war." Geezer sure looked at Li Mao and others. Then he sighed, "Do you want to fight with them? Do we want to go to fight with them? There is no possibility for us to win the battle and no way to change the result." Li Mao and Lin Hua were speechless for a while because they also felt very bewildered. Why should we waste our stamina or our effort? As Yan Zhika's eyelashes hung down, covering her eyes, she squeezed a smile and said, "Of course we'll fight, Coach Sure. Didn't you say that we are here to get for real combat experience? So why wouldn't we fight, even if there is no chance for us to win?" "Yes, that makes sense," Geezer Sure said, blushing and laughing hollowly. "Then go fight. I almost forget that slogan. Don't you want to cheer me up?" Yan Zhika reached out her hands towards Lu Cheng with her bright, red-rimmed eyes. Lu Cheng took a breath. Then he said in the voice that only 2 of them could hear, "Coach Yan, just go for it." Pa, they clapped their hands. Yan Zhika turned around and walked down the stand to the stone steps. There was not just sorrow, sadness, pity, and regret within her heart, but also a firm belief. We can be beaten down, but we must never give up. Watching such a beautiful girl, who did not seem to belong on this violent arena, walking up to the ring without any hesitation, the audience also started to feel inspired as they began to calm down and achieve peace of mind. Soon, the audience could be heard chanting, "We are good enough to fight on such a great level." There were few miracles around the world. At first, Li Shengnan was actually frightened by the ferocious attacks of Yan Zhika at the beginning of the battle. But, as a fighter who had more experience and strength than Yan Zhika, she quickly calmed down and began to attack her opponent. She won the battle very easily and quickly. She even defeated Li Mao and almost defeated Lin Hua in the next rounds. The referee took a breath before he announced it loudly. "Bench war, Dongling squad wins." The final result, Dongling squad wins. The whole arena was silent, and everyone in the martial arts arena looked so sad. Yen Zheka bit her lower lip and pulled Lu Chang, with her eyes full of tears, and said, "Chang, let's go say thank you to the audience." Lu Chang also had the same idea, but because he didn't win, he couldn't do it because he was afraid to face the passionate students and see their disappointed eyes and sad looks. At this moment, after he heard the suggestion of his girlfriend, he took a deep breath and said, "Okay. As a man, I can't retreat. Since this is my responsibility, I should face it on my own. No matter why they are disappointed or how they curse, even if they throw stuff at me, I have to take it. And I will make this fight up to them by continuing to take my duty next time." Lu Chang stood up and patted the other members, like Sun Jian and Li Mao. Then he took them to the stands where they made a bow together to the audience, hand in hand. "Thanks for your support, thanks for your cheering, thanks for your slogans, and thanks for your sorrow." This was the moment that Lu Chang had prepared for. He was waiting to accept the insults of the audience. Suddenly, there was a hoarse scream from the stands. "Let's do it next time. Do it next time." Lu Chang and others were stunned for a while, so they didn't understand this sentence immediately. The audience in the stands was shocked at first, but then they also began to scream in a disorganized way. "Let's do it next time. Let's do it next time. Let's do it next time. Next time, please win for us." The scream gradually became orderly and unified as it began affecting the audience in the other stands as well. In the end, the whole audience shouted in an organized way, "Let's do it next time. Let's do it next time." They had no complaints and no disappointment, only encouragement and expectations. Lu Chang suddenly had tears in his eyes while his nose became sour. Even though he always believed that men shouldn't easily shed tears and men should shed sweats instead of tears. Then he led his members to bow politely again to the audience as thanks for their love and support. "So good to have an audience like you. Next time we will win the battle for you. Let's do it next time. Let's do it next time." The cheering chants in the arena were also shown on TV, allowing many people to hear it. It made the young girls, like Yen Shaoling and Brahman, begin to cry suddenly. They cried sadly as they followed the audience by shouting chokingly, "Next time, do it. Let's do it next time. Let's do it next time. Let's do it next time." Even Xu Rui, who only graduated from the university 1 year ago, felt affected by the atmosphere. She sniffed, with her nose feeling sour, because she was afraid that she would also begin to cry like the young girls. At the same time, there was a problem wandering in her mind. What should I do? Songcheng University lost the match, so how do I interview Lin K after this? Thinking of this, she really was about to cry. "Let's do it next time. Let's do it next time." Lu Chang turned to look at Yen Zheka with his eyes full of tears, and he found that although her eyes were also filled with tears, and the rims of her eyes were obviously red, she was still fighting back tears. "Just cry," he said, shaking her hands slightly. Yen Zheka took a breath and smiled very sadly before saying, "I never cry when I am sad. Let's do it next time. Let's do it next time." Some people, like Li Liantong and Fan Yanxi, had already burst into tears because they were struck by this atmosphere. They were also shouting as they cried. Laughing would be a happy memory to recall, while crying would be a sad event for people to remember. After this match, Lu Chang took a shower, changed his clothes, and walked out of the locker room directly. He had already grown used to it, just like traveling along a familiar road in a light carriage, so he knew there would be an interview waiting for him. He just wanted to finish it as soon as possible. Xu Rui looked at him in surprise as she laughed, then said, "Lu Chang, I thought that you would be the last one to come out." Lu Chang was going to play a joke and say, "I gave the spotlight to my members last time because we had won the match, but today we lost, so I should be the one to take responsibility." However, he actually didn't have the mood to joke about it, so he only answered politely, "Last time I didn't know you were waiting to interview us." Xu Rui complained to herself, then she changed to the right topic. "It seems that you are a little depressed. Was the match today important to you?" "Every match I participated in is important to me," Lu Chang said in a simple way. Failure will definitely make people depressed. Xu Rui thought for a while before she said, "So I dare to ask, what's your opinion about this failure? What do you think caused you to lose the match? And is there anything that you need to improve on?" Our team had the same possibility to win the battle as Dongling Squad. This time, we lost the game mainly because I went with the flow of martial arts so smoothly that I became a little arrogant. If it was not for me wanting to beat my enemy in one extreme attack, I would not have been hit by the eruption of Zhou Jingxuan's dance stage. Lu Cheng said sincerely. It was very brave of him to take responsibility. Men should never shirk their responsibility. As for the reason, that it was the simplified movement of physical invulnerability that caused him to lose the game, he certainly wouldn't talk about it. Since he didn't use it, it would be his trump card. Xu Rui thought back deeply for a while, and then she comforted Lu Cheng. It's normal for young people to be dazed and confused, but knowing how to reflect and review is a sign of maturity. So, Lu Cheng, since your team will participate in the National University Martial Arts match in 6 months, what kind of target have you set? Well, we would like to be in the national finals. Lu Cheng did not say his goal was Peng Liyun, the national champion, because it would certainly be laughed at dramatically by others. Yes, your team is strong, but still, you aren't at the same level as Peng Liyun. Or, we can say, you still are much weaker than him, and his progress is not slower than yours. I hope that you can achieve your goals. Xu Rui ended this brief interview. Then she continued to interview Yan Zhika and others, one by one. At last, she faced an ultimate challenge, which was Lin Ke, who lacked any expression on his face. Lin Ke, what do you think of your performances in today's battle? Xu Rui tried to ask him from the perspective of the martial arts competition. Lin Ke answered indifferently, "Not very good." Why? Xu Rui thought she was going to be crazy. Could you please answer in one go? Why do you behave like a voice assistant that can only answer exactly what I asked? I never expected that Zhou Zhengquan would attack with 3 violent eruptions at the beginning of the battle. Lin Ke spoke with vague pain in his eyes. If I had fought a little bit better and hurt Zhou Zhengquan, then the result would definitely be different. Xu Rui nodded and kept asking, "The National University Martial Arts match will be hosted in 6 months. So what's your plan or your expectation for it?" Lin Ke was silent for a few seconds, and then he answered, "Practicing hard." When he finished his words, he passed by Xu Rui and walked towards the exit of the arena. After hearing this answer, Xu Rui was inexplicably sad. If Lin Ke said, "It's a secret," or "I cannot tell you," it would mean that he was actually in a good mood because he could tell dry jokes. However, he must feel very hurt now. Time went by. It had been more than 1 month since the match they fought in May. It was burning hot outside. Lu Cheng stood next to the lush trees as he closed his eyes to visualize a thunderbolt. Then, he compressed his muscles and moved his abdomen to create a slight shock that could constantly strengthen the organs in his body. Gradually, he felt his heart beat more and more powerful as blood gushed out from it to flow through every organ in his body. And under his control, his heart quickly slowed down its beat with no obstacles. So did the other organs. This symbolized that his martial arts has been tempered into his body, and it was also the sign of the peak of body refining. The next step was to unify the forces around his body at one point and begin to learn how to take back. Lu Cheng opened his eyes, which were full of a strong and ferocious vigor. He did not squeeze the Jindan again to improve his supernatural ability, because he felt it went through the process when he tried to learn how to take back. There were many fighters with a supernatural ability that can't achieve the level of dance stage because their supernatural ability became too strong. I am a fighter, I shouldn't be confused about the main goal and the first goal. So I will ask my master about it and try to avoid awakening other supernatural abilities until I can understand how to take back. In addition, my master has said that he had some hints about the fighting style of the fire sect, and he would have the opportunity to get it for me next semester. Of course, this is in the future. What is most important now is go back home, back to Shoshan. Go back to Shoshan together with Ku. His mind suddenly visualized a picture which looked like a great sun falling from the sky and crashing down onto a frozen river that was thousands of miles long. Yin and Yang crashing into each other ferociously. Bam! Lu Cheng punched towards the tree in front of him, and then he took back his hand, turning away without even glancing at it. As he was walking away, the leaves suddenly began to fall one at a time from the tree, which seemed to stand still. As they dropped down faster, the color of the leaves also appeared to turn more yellow, as if it was the cold winter in September. Twilight had passed and the train was moving. Yen Zheka could not bear the tired feeling, so she fell asleep on her boyfriend's shoulder. Lu Cheng didn't move his right shoulder. Using his left hand, he gently reached out and grabbed the backpack next to them. Then he opened the zipper, dragged out a coat, and covered Yen Zheka. A man should always prevent their girlfriend from getting cold. Also, high-speed bullet trains are always hot in winter and cold in summer. Lu Cheng had taken his girlfriend's travel habits into consideration. So, he did not want her to bear sitting on the train for several hours and proposed to fly home. But Yen Zheka refused, giving him an account of the time for both. From the new campus of Song University to the airport, it takes nearly 50 minutes, almost the same as the train station. After arriving at the airport, you have to take a boarding card, check your baggage, go through the security, and do a series of other things. That will take an hour. Even if the aircraft can take off on time, it still needs at least 2 hours. And the destination is the capital Gaofen, which means you have to ride a train to reach Shoshan. Adding it all together, it's at least 5 hours. And the high-speed rail from Songqing directly to Shoshan, starting from the new campus, only requires 6 hours. And you do not need to be so removed. So it is obvious which is better. When he returned to school previously, Lu Cheng chose a bullet train which ran at night in order to keep the taste of the food he was bringing. That naturally was not as fast as the high-speed rail. The scene outside constantly swept by. Lu Cheng was a little bit excited, yet a little depressed. The excitement was because he was homesick. He missed his father, mother, and everything in Shoshan. The melancholy was because once he went back to Shoshan, he could no longer be with Yen Zheka every day. She went south during the winter, which meant she did not see her relatives and friends for almost a year. So, there must be all kinds of parties. More importantly, she always had to accompany her parents, meaning she was not as free as at school. Fortunately, they had agreed to exercise together every morning. Lu Cheng's thoughts flew even as the high-speed rail began to slow down. The radio announced they were arriving at the station. Next station, Shoshan. The long eyelashes of Yen Zheka trembled 2 times. Her eyes slowly opened, looking oblivious and bewilderment because she just woke up. Where are we now? We will arrive soon. Lu Cheng put his left hand into his pants pocket and took out a pack of paper towels. Yen Zheka had just woken up. Huh, she said, blushed, and let her boyfriend wipe her mouth. Sleep drool again. Your t-shirt, she said, as her eyes turned and she saw the wet spot on Lu Cheng's clothes. She could not help but smile, feeling a little embarrassed, but somehow a little prideful as well. Lu Cheng was about to poke fun at her, but her cell phone played a cheerful ringtone. Empress Dowager. Yen Zheka shrank her neck as she spoke those 2 words after seeing the caller ID. Then she chose to answer. Hey mother, I'll arrive in a few minutes. You are waiting outside. I know you love me the most. Her face stretched with a smile as she continued. Well, the train is about to stop. I'll get my suitcase first. Bye. Poor me. No one to pick me up. Lu Cheng made a self-deprecating comment after quietly listening. They had no car, so there was no difference between picking him up or not. He'd be better of just taking a bus. Right, poor Cheng. Big sister will pick you up. Yen Zheka answered with a smile, easily helping him sort out his collar. Lu Cheng stood up with a smile. 1 hand per bag, he took down her tractor box and the big backpack, easily and steadily. The other passengers were all impressed. This boy was not tall nor robust, but he was really powerful. Carrying 2 bags, dragging the suitcase, holding Yen Zheka, Lu Cheng went through the door. He got off the platform, went through the gate, and arrived at the hall. Yen Zheka stopped walking, with melancholy in her voice. She said, "Hand me my luggage." Having helped her carry the luggage, Lu Cheng waved. Enduring his dismay, he slightly smiled and said, "See you. See you tomorrow," Yen Zheka said as she sighed and smiled. Although they had made an appointment to exercise every morning, Lu Cheng felt the Empress Dowager would give them a hard time. She dragged the suitcase a few steps away, stopped, and looked back at Lu Cheng. After hesitating for a few seconds, she waved her hand, turned back, and walked toward the outside of the hall. Lu Cheng sighed, standing there, intending to wait for a while and then go out, so that he could avoid the embarrassment of meeting Empress Dowager. More than a minute later, his cell phone rang. Yen Zheka said with a red-faced smile, "I met Empress Dowager. You should also go home soon. Relax. The bus doesn't stop running until 9 o'clock. Lu Cheng replied while carrying his luggage out of the station. Yen Zheka sent a well-behaved sit emoji. "In fact, I wanted to give you a farewell kiss." To the shy little coo, "Was this just about thinking?" Lu Cheng replied with a grinning face. "Hey, you understand me very well." Yen Zheka answered with humming emoji. Having said a few words, the girl slowed down. Apparently, she was talking to her parents. Lu Cheng put the phone in his pocket. He sped up to catch up with the last bus. He stood straight at the back door, holding Yin-Yang's stance, and took out his phone. It was almost 8 o'clock. He didn't ask his mother to leave food for him, so he had to get something to eat by himself. He had so many ways to eat his fill now that he was back in Shoshan. Lu Cheng selected Qin Rui's phone number from the address book and immediately called to see whether the old classmate was free. Firstly, he would thank him for helping his cousin's boyfriend join the Ancient Mountain Martial Arts Club. Secondly, he would ask for a part-time job over the summer. "Hey, Cheng, you are back?" From the other end of the phone, Qin Rui was very pleased to ask. Lu Cheng smiled and said, "Yes, just arrived in Shoshan, no food at home. I intended to eat outside. Are you free? Come eat with me?" "Well, where do you want to go?" "There is a new crayfish hall at Peace Bridge. It's very good. You can try it." Qin Rui did not hesitate to agree, although he had just had dinner at 6:30. After Dai Linfeng and other brothers witnessed Lu Cheng beat that professional ninth pin, his position at the martial arts club unknowingly rose. He had never enjoyed such respect. He deeply felt the fickleness of the world and the necessity of his own personal connections. No doubt, Lu Cheng was definitely the most worthy of good relations. Lu Cheng laughed and said, "Let's get there next time. I'm returning home after half a year, so I want to eat something familiar, like Old Lu barbecue. Let's meet there." "Okay." Qin Ryu paused and said, "Your cousin is at the martial arts club. Should we invite her and Xiao Ding to come together?" Ding Yanba had joined the Ancient Mountain Martial Arts Club for almost a month. Qin Rui naturally found out that he was not a family member of Lu Cheng, but the boyfriend of a family member of Lu Cheng. "Fei Fei? Is she in Shoshan?" Lu Cheng surprisedly asked. "When did Qi Yunfei come to Shoshan from Ningxue? Did my aunt say nothing about it?" Qi Yunfei achieved a normal result on the test in June. She failed to be admitted to Shoshan number 1 and Ningxue number 2, but fortunately the score was very close. Lu Cheng's aunt, Qi Yen, offered up the money to send her to Shoshan number 1. "Yes," she said, "these days she was living in your house." Qin Rui smiled and answered, "She lives at my house. Then I have to sleep on the sofa." Lu Cheng did not expect that he would be the king of the living room the first day he came back. He felt both angry and amused as he replied, "That's fine, you can tell them to come over. I will have a look at that dude." Also, he would say a few words so that Fei Fei would not abandon her studies. When Lu Cheng arrived at the Old Lu barbecue with his luggage, Qi Yunfei and her boyfriend were already waiting there, and Qin Rui would arrive a few minutes later because he came from his home. Qi Yunfei was dressed like a popular little girl nowadays. She waved her hand lively. Brother Cheng, here, here." Lu Cheng smiled and walked back. He looked over the young man who was called Ding Yanba. He was more than 1.8 meters tall, which made a cute contrast with little Qi Yunfei. His look was not superior, only positive, with no hostility. His eyebrows were filled with this age-specific vigorous vitality. Grown-up girl, quietly going to Shoshan. Lu Cheng arrived in front of them and set his backpack aside. Qi Yunfei proudly laughed, then said, "What, quietly? I told my mother that I would go to your house to play for a week." As for her sister, Chen Xiaoxiao, she was still struggling with class. Then Qi Yunfei pulled Ding Yanba. Urging him, she said, "Called him Brother Lu Cheng." Ding Yanba had no way out. He embarrassedly shouted, "Brother Lu Cheng, sit down." Lu Cheng pointed to the chair, casually asked, "You have been in the martial arts club for a month, right? How do you feel?" He wanted to laugh after hearing these words. If Yan Zhika was here, he would have been happy as flowers. When did Cheng become so old-fashioned? Sure enough, it was very different to be here with the identity of the brother. Ding Yanba stiffly replied, So, I am tired, but I also feel that I have learned a lot of things. Brother Rue is serious, but he is also very kind to us." "That is not what you said before." Qi Yunfei interrupted with laughter. "You said Brother Rue was always wearing a cold face and always beating you. That was not polite. How long since you changed your position?" Ding Yanba grabbed his chin and said, "Now I understand that Brother Rue did that for our own good. Being strict is good." Lu Cheng agreed. Qi Yunfei shrank her lips and said, "Brother Lu Cheng, you do not know how much he has changed over time. Brother Rue this, Brother Rue that. He was almost like Brother Rue's shadow. That was in order to learn martial arts better." Ding Yanba explained, "You do not know how powerful Brother Rue is. He can get ranked in the whole generation of Shoshan. Do you know the green skin from Ningxue County? What a powerful person. Brother Rue beat him with only a kick and a slap. Green skin? The green skin that came to our school to fight." Qi Yunfei's eyes widely opened, flashing different colors. "Yes, that is him. In front of Brother Rue, he was obedient like a dog." Ding Yanba excitedly answered with a face of worship. Then he said, "Right, Brother Rue had just finished the ranking event and got the rank of amateur first pin. Qin Rue had passed the amateur ranking match in June." Lu Cheng pleasedly nodded his head. At this time, he noticed the arrival of Qin Rue in advance. He waved and loudly shouted, "Qin Rue here." Ding Yanba and Qi Yunfei saw Qin Rue walking towards them. He was more than 1.9 meters tall, like half of an iron tower. They hurriedly stood up, then cautiously and fearfully said, "Brother Rue." Qin Rue smiled. He was about to speak. Suddenly he found the qi of Lu Cheng was close to an upper limit, naturally revealing a sharp and strong feeling. He sat there quietly, but it was as if he was even taller than Rue. As he reached the peak, he was lost for a while. With a half-bitter and half-surprised expression, he laughed and said, "Chang, I was just about to call you Brother Lu." "Brother Lu? Did Brother Rue just call Lu Cheng Brother Lu?" Qi Yunfei, who was feeling at a loss, blinked in disbelief. This was wrong. Could it be because they were in a close relationship such as classmates and were happy to poke fun at each other? Well, that must be the case. Next to her, Ding Yanba also looked perplexed. He had entered Gushin Martial Arts School for nearly a month, and had not seen Brother Rue call someone else brother. The friendship between him and Feifei's cousin must be close. So close that they could joke like that. Brother Lu sounds weird. It makes me sound so old. Lu Cheng took the cup with a smile. He raised the pot of buckwheat tea on the table and poured 2 half-cups. "I heard you've got amateur first pin? You know I don't drink, so in place of alcohol, I'll use tea to give you a toast. Congratulations." Qin Rue immediately sat down, took the cup, and touched Lu Cheng's. After he finished and wiped his mouth, he smiled and said, "There's no need to congratulate me. I can't compare with you. I'm strong and tall. As long as I practice diligently enough and learn something, amateur first pin is relatively simple to get. Anything more will be difficult." "Can't compare with you?" Qi Yunfei was once again confused. Then she found thought of another reason for this. Brother Rui meant that his amateur first pin could not compare with the diploma from Songcheng University? Ding Yanba was stunned. Brother Rui always appeared serious. Only when he was facing senior brother Dai would his expression be more relaxed. But now he was smiling so gently and sounding so sincere. So is this his other side? It was not like the brother Rui he knew. Are they best buddies? In the face of Qin Rui's sigh, Lu Cheng poked fun at him. Don't be modest. No kidding. I don't know how many people want to get to amateur first pin. So in the future you have to eat bite by bite. You have to walk step by step. Man, you'll always find a way. I thought you might get the certificate at the end of April. So I searched on the internet. After searching, gosh, it scared me. I didn't dare to call to congratulate you. Feels like we're not in the same world. Qin Rui sighed and said with a smile. And now how long has it been? Within a blink of an eye. You've gone past what I could have imagined. While he listened to Qin Rui's ramble, Ding Yanba rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he had a case of mistaken identity. Isn't this Brother Rui? When did Brother Rui behave and nag like a 30 or 40-year-old drunkard? He had not drunk anything yet, right? How could he be drunk? Just as he was looking around, Qi Yunfei pulled his clothes, winked at him, and then said, They're so busy. There's no one serving us. I'll go up to order food. Brother Lu Cheng, Brother Rui. What would you like? 10 sticks of chicken wings, 10 sticks of chicken but... Lu Cheng ordered his usual dishes. Most importantly, eggplant, 6 sticks. Qin Rui, what do you want to eat? Qin Rui shook his head and said, I ate at 7 earlier, so I've no appetite now. I'll just pick some food off your plate. Give me a can of coconut juice. I've also quit drinking. Haha. Yes, nice job quitting. Lu turned to Qi Yunfei. I want a can of herbal tea. The rest you can order yourself. Sure. Qi Yunfei pulled Ding Yanba and walked towards the barbecue grilling area. While waiting to order, she lowered her voice and scolded, Liar! What liar? Ding Yanba was not too sure why he was being scolded. You said Brother Rui was very cool and serious. Qi Yunfei glanced at her boyfriend. He doesn't seem like it when I met him earlier. He was laughing and smiling so much like a sunflower under the sun. How loving and warm. Ding Yanba held his chin, smiled and said, I don't understand either. Maybe he gets along well with your brother. Fei, you said your brother was also practicing martial arts and was quite powerful. Did Brother Rui say how we could find his profile on the internet? How would I know? I have never searched him before. Qi Yunfei was also full of curiosity, urging, Quickly, Google him. Ding Yanba took out the phone, opened the Page app, and entered 2 words, Lu Cheng. He thought this might not be too accurate, so he asked, Is your brother in Songcheng University? Yes, I've told you several times. Qi Yunfei said gruffly. With Lu Cheng, Songcheng University as a keyword, Ding Yanba clicked on search. The page refreshed with new topics. Top of the list was the introduction of various subjects. Hey! There are people who have created a wiki page of your brother. Ding Yanba excitedly pointed. He found that the editors were Eternal Nightfall, Brahmin, and Unparalleled Dragon King, among others. Name, Lu Cheng. Age, 19. Height, 1.75, 1.77 meters. Weight, unknown. School, Songcheng University. Martial arts rank, professional 9th pin. Seeing the term professional 9th pin, Ding Yanba's heart skipped a beat. With a shake of his hand, he almost threw out the phone. Professional 9th pin? There was no professional 9th pin in the entire martial arts circle of Shoshan. No, everyone could edit or add anything to the Wikipedia. It was not credible. Ding Yanba scrolled down the page and saw a photo. He determined that it was Lu Cheng, his girlfriend's cousin. At the same time, he also found some links. Some were fans' forums, others were videos of his fights. Videos never lie. It would be obvious whether it was CG or not. Ding Yanba clicked on one and quickly dragged the progress bar forward. Pop! His cell phone dropped and hit the ground hard. What happened? Chi Yunfei quickly checked on her boyfriend and saw his mouth half opened. Ding Yanba shuddered and quickly bent over to pick up his phone. The flash of broken bricks amidst a spider web of cracks and crazy double arm slashes seemed to be truly hitting his soul. That was scary. That was frightening. Was this really Feifei's cousin? What's wrong? Seeing that her boyfriend did not answer, Chi Yunfei's tone became concerned. Ding Yanba passed the phone to her. Watch it for yourself. What's there to see? Chi Yunfei's chubby face was filled of suspicion. She took the phone, clicked play and dragged the play bar forward a few times. Pop! The poor cell phone once again fell onto the ground, cracking the surface of its tempered glass film protection. Chi Yunfei's mouth slightly opened. Her eyes were filled with confusion. To her, the shock she had just received was much bigger than Ding Yanba. After all, this was the cousin whom she spent all summer vacation chatting with. She took a breath and with dazed eyes, she said, I might have met an impostor of my cousin. Their eyes met and remained transfixed until it was their turn to order food. After ordering, they took the coconut juice, herbal tea and other beverages back to the seat, quietly. Then they overheard Lu Chang telling Qin Rui how to upgrade from amateur first pin to professional ninth pin. Focusing and improving meditation is the best. This saves you a few years or even more of body refining. Lu Chang imitated his master's way of talking. Think about it. You can only visualize properly after you know the concealment of spirit. And all the inner practice needs visualization. If not, to polish by the accumulation of physical tempering will be very hard. Inner practice is the core of the body refining state. With higher ranks, it would help practitioners quickly reach the physical quality of professional ninth pin and even be promoted to the peak of body refining. But it is inherited, so not every martial arts club would have it. Qin Rui thoughtfully nodded his head. I understand. Without supernatural ability, visualization meditation is at the core of how to improve martial arts. Speaking of which, he smiled. But our martial arts club doesn't have internal training methods. This was not just any general stance training. Where there is a will, there is a way. As long as you can meditate, there are always ways to get internal training methods, such as from awards from competitions, exchanging at the Martial Arts Association or buying any that are available on the market. Lu Chang comforted Qin Rui. The Martial Artists Association would often be referred to as the Martial Arts Association, so that it would appear closer to the people. Chi Yunfei was silently sitting after she took the drinks to the table. She was behaving well, all quiet and cute. Her eyes constantly glanced back and forth between Lu Chang and Qin Rui. She noticed that although her cousin's facial features had not changed much, but his face and jawline were increasingly angular, exuding masculinity. She did not look carefully before, but now brother Lu Chang seemed to have become more handsome, with a special and charming aura around him. Lu Chang could feel Chi Yunfei staring. He touched his face, slightly worried. He said, Is there something on my face? Did Kiki leave lipstick marks on my face again? Nothing. Chi Yunfei was sitting up straighter and more still than she would in front of her mother. Ding Yanba was trembling, afraid to take a Lu or to speak. Lu Chang took the drinks. He helped Qin Rui open his and handed it to him. He laughed. Here. This drink is for you. Ding Yanba, thanks for taking the trouble. He did not know what to say to his cousin's boyfriend. What is this? I said no trouble. Qin Rui and Lu Chang gave a cheer and drank happily. Chi Yunfei's eyes turned. She pulled up the perplexed Ding Yanba, urging, Didn't you say you wanted to perform a toast to brother Lu Chang and say thank you to him? When did I? Ding Yanba wanted to refute this, but the little girl stared back at him, so he picked up the soy milk bottle nervously. Brother Lu Chang, thank you for your help. Lu Chang touched his jar and drank. When he was about to speak, Qin Rui interrupted. Ding. Meeting Chang is your luck. Some skills he casually teaches you are stronger than ours. Don't waste this opportunity. Yes, brother Rui. Ding Yanba was not a fool. He could hear Qin Rui's sincerity from that advice. So he quickly said, Brother Lu Chang, a toast to you again. This time he downed the whole bottle of soy milk. Practice martial arts hard. Don't let Fei worry. Lu Chang smiled and made his point as a cousin. And then along the same topic, he asked, Qin Rue, does your martial arts club have part-time coaches? Qin Rue paused for a moment. Then he laughed. Yes, we are just worried that we do not have enough staff. Do you want to come? I've nothing to do during this holiday. Practicing martial arts also costs me a lot of money. I don't want to trouble my parents on this matter. So I was intending to find a martial arts part-time job. Lu Chang calmly said. Great. We want experts like you. Qin Rue answered with great surprise. Every summer vacation, many junior high school students would be sent by their parents to practice at least 2 months of martial arts in order to improve their physical fitness. We have more than a dozen summer classes every year. It's very easy. They don't want to achieve a formal rank. It is just exercise. This kind of class? Any student with a pin ranking can teach them, right? Why are you worried about insufficient manpower? Lu Chang asked while stomach rumbled. The barbecue meat was not ready yet. Qin Rue laughed and said, You don't understand. Now, everything needs to be divided into ranks. Our summer class is 3 times a week, half a day each session. Different classes are sorted into suitable times. There are also several classes with tuition. Casually find a set of students with PIN, that is the lowest class, 888 for 2 months. The more powerful teachers are 1288. Our disciples teach for 2088. Nominally they will follow their teachers. They don't only pay, but they also need to have connections. And this works. Lu Chang listened with full of interest. The only uncomfortable part was that his stomach was burning with hunger. Although he was more mature than when he first entered the university, the social class that he had contact with was relatively monotonous. So many things were still confusing. Qin Rue gently patted the table and said, Believe me, at first we did not want to split the classes like that either, but the parents were dissatisfied. Oh, how can my child practice with so many other people? What can he learn? What if he is not taken care of? What if he is hurt? Do you have a better class here? One with fewer students and more a powerful teacher? Money is not a problem. He pinched his throat when he was saying the last few sentences, which looked quite vivid and funny. Qi Yunfei and Ding Yanbo could not help but laugh out loud like 2 small quails. Ding Yanbo did not think Brother Rue even had such a side. Comparison is the source of human progress. Lu Chang forged a famous sentence. His nose wiggled as the fragrance of barbecued meat made it to his nose. Qin Rue drank some coconut juice and continued, College students speak well. Who doesn't have that bit of competitive spirit? If you were to do part-time, you'll probably be scheduled for the most advanced classes. And believe it or not, there will be a team of students waiting to enlist. You are a rare professional 9th pin in Shoshan. Before he could finish, Lu Chang humorously added, Living. Puff. Qi Yunfei just drank some soy milk and almost spit it out. Qin Rue smiled and breathed. The moment you are living is out, the other martial arts clubs can only shut down. We definitely wish you would come. I don't think you need my name in your promotions, right? In this regard, Lu Chang was shy and easily embarrassed. Okay, you want to be modest, said Qin Rue frankly. I can't decide what to do. I'll ask my master tomorrow and give you a call. He was not the owner of that martial arts dojo. It was impossible to promise the salary or bonus Lu Chang could get at this moment. Sure. Sorry to trouble you. Lu Chang sincerely thanked him. At this moment, wistfully, he finally saw the first batch of barbecue being sent over. Later, he ate and replied to Yen Jika, while chatting with Qin Rue about high school students and the Shoshan martial arts circle. By the time they had eaten enough, it was close to 9:30 p.m. After paying the bill and saying goodbye, Lu Chang looked at his cousin and said, Fei, it's late already. Are you going back with me? Yup, Qi Yunfei replied while lightly nodding. She was so well-behaved that Lu Chang was a little surprised. He thought she would drag her feet and refused to do so. When did the little devil become so easy to talk to? He did not reveal his doubts. They said goodbye to Qin Rui and Ding Yanbo. He stopped a taxi and they went straight to their district. In the car, Qi Yunfei maintained a quiet and silent attitude. Lu Cheng was amazed. He guessed that she must have been stunned by something. Just now she was cheerful and playful. Feifei, how are you? You seem a little depressed. Lu Cheng looked at the taxi driver in the front seat and asked her with concern. Qi Yunfei awakened from her daze and said, I played the whole day, so I'm a little sleepy. I'm also sleepy. I didn't even take a nap. Lu Cheng reached up with his hand and covered his mouth, yawned, and smelled the heavy barbecue flavor. Entering their estate, back at home, his mother Qi Fong greeted them when he was just about to open the door. You bad boy, why did you come back so late? Where did you go? How come you two came back together? Lu Cheng laughed and said, We met on the way home. Mom, today when you called, why didn't you say Feifei was coming? Qi Fong laughed twice. I must have been too busy and forgot about it. She sniffed and said, with a voice of disdain, Barbecue. You had a barbecue, that's why you are back so late. I told you that those things were not hygienic. We never know if the meat they use is good or bad. Eat less. Familiar nagging, familiar concern. Lu Cheng did not have the slightest thought of arguing. So he just replied, Yes, yes, yes. Qi Fong continued for a while. Then suddenly, she patted her head and said, Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Cheng, you sleep in the living room tonight. We're giving your room to your cousin. Mom, am I your real son? This is my first day back home. Lu Cheng said jokingly. Qi Fong went back to the sofa and sat down next to Lu Jisheng. She smiled and said, I only dare do this, precisely because you're my biological son. Did Mum just become fashionable? Lu Cheng chuckled. He did not hurry to pack things, sitting down on the single sofa instead. He had intended to have a chat with his father and mother. But all Qi Yunfei did was to go to the room after a quick greeting. After changing clothes, she went straight to the bathroom. Lu Jisheng pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, looked at Lu Cheng with a smile and said, Nice, you're looking good. Martial arts is a very useful thing. Hearing this sentence, Qi Fong looked up and took a breath. She carefully looked at her precious son. Then she laughed and said, If your dad didn't mention it, I would not have noticed. All I could see is that you've lost weight. Your spirit is good. You seem more shuntu, as compared to your father when he was young. Shuntu is Shoshan dialect, meaning handsome. How is it about me again? Lu Jisheng complained and sipped a mouth of tea. After pondering for a dozen seconds, he said, Cheng, is it expensive to practice martial arts? If you do not have enough money, although we're not that rich, we still have some savings. Lu Cheng did not expect that his dad would make such an offer from the start. In a daze he asked, Dad, why did you suddenly ask? To improve from the body refining stage to the Dan stage required a nutritional medicine soup and other things to cooperate with the practice of martial arts so that the strength of the body could integrate as a whole. Though this would cost a lot, he had already made his plans. Besides the youth tournament within the province at the end of July and early August, he also intended to get a part-time job at Gushan Martial Arts School. Along with his private savings of 20,000, he should have enough. Lu Jisheng let out a sigh. Your dad is a knucklehead, only knowledgeable about his own work, and not too concerned about other aspects. Since I knew that you intend to travel down the path of a martial artist, I wanted to do some research, only to find out that I'm of no use. I don't understand anything. I can only watch TV and ask the young men in our factory. They said that professional 9-pin to 8-pin is a threshold to cross. It'll be very expensive. You called your mother before to tell her the news, so you should be at this threshold, right? Father and mother did not ask much about martial arts related things, so Lu Cheng thought that his family was not for or against martial arts. Who knew they had been quietly concerned, inquiring about it and preparing. This love had no regrets, without a word. Puff! He breathed out, barely laughed and said, Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry. I received a bonus from fighting in the competition. And I'll have a part-time job at a classmate school during summer break. I should have enough. If not, I'll ask you for help. Mom and Dad have already worked hard enough just to afford my tuition fees. You keep that little bit of money to spend. Don't scrimp and save too much. You'll be easily looked down on by roommates and friends. Chi Fong interrupted. What is a little money? Lu Cheng laughed. I've more than 20,000 on my card. He only told Mum he had prize money from the preliminaries, but not specifically how much. Chi Fong took it for granted, thinking that it was no more than 1,000. More than 20,000? Chi Fong widened her eyes. Lu Jisheng could not help but push up his glasses. Oops, he accidentally exposed how much his private savings was. Lu Cheng quickly laughed and said, Yes, at your son's current strength. Making a few thousand CNY is very easy. Save your money for a bigger house. I can't sleep in the living room every time my cousin comes. Right? Chi Fong laughed, covered her eyes, then said, Oh, our child has a gift. Lu Jisheng drank his tea and took a long breath. Your mother was right. You really have more skills than when I was young. Lu Cheng smiled. This is called, the blue dye extracted from indigo is bluer than indigo. These words made the old couple laugh. The topic moved from martial arts to the other matters. And Chi Yunfei slipped into the room while rubbing her half-long half-short hair. She turned on her computer and seriously watched the content of the last search. A section of fighting videos with Lu Cheng in them. After watching a video, she could not help but look outside. It seemed unbelievable that the protagonist on the arena was in the living room. She could not believe that it was her cousin. In the living room, Lu Jisheng and Chi Fong knew their son had to exercise every day, so they went back to their room after 10. Lu Cheng took out his boxer briefs, intending to take a shower before sleeping. He had just walked 2 steps when he remembered his cousin was in the house. So he went back to his backpack and took out the pajamas that Yen Jika gave him. He could not wear boxers and run around in front of a 15-year-old girl, right? He knew how to avoid trouble now that he was older. Hey, Jika certainly did not expect the pajamas she gave would come in handy at a time like this. Lu Cheng's thoughts flew. Suddenly he heard his bedroom door opened. Chi Yunfei was standing at the door with her face flushed. She grinned and shouted, Big brother Lu Cheng. Ha! Lu Cheng looked at her in bewilderment. Nothing. I just wanted to call you that. Chi Yunfei shut the door, feeling very happy. Haha. I have a super powerful brother. Are you insane? Lu Cheng was shocked, his lips twitching. He burst into an ironic laugh, completely puzzled. Is this the so-called generation gap? It's almost impossible to understand what's on Fei's mind. He shook the matter off his head and walked into the bathroom to complete his washing up. Back in the living room, he turned off the light and lay down on the couch under a thin duvet, entering his chatting mode with Yen Jika on his mobile as usual. He finally found peace and joy in his heart, like the dim moonlight shining through the window. Poor me. I'm sleeping in the living room on my first day home. Lu Cheng added the pitiful emoji his girlfriend loved to use. Be a rascal among rascal. Haha. I'm rolling and rolling in my massive bed after such a long separation. Yen Jika chuckled. Lu Cheng sent a table-smashing emoji and complained, You don't comfort me at all. There. Let big sister give you a hug. You can sleep in bed soon. Yen Jika loved to call herself a big sister in front of Lu Cheng recently, though she was actually 1 year younger. Sleep in bed? Together with my big sister. Lu Cheng went on to tease her with a sneer. Yen Jika used a yelling emoji. Phew, I won't sleep with the pervert. You just teased me with the photo of a barbecue eggplant. I was trying to seduce you to eat it with me one day. Lu Cheng smiled. Yen Jika asked while stroking her chin and rolling her eyes. What if I want to eat it now? I'll order one and deliver it to you now. Lu Cheng offered. Never mind. My parents are both at home. You come here now is like a sheep going to a tiger's mouth. It's already past 10. You should sleep so you'll have the energy for tomorrow's morning exercise. Entering the dance stage is the most important thing right now. Understand? Yen Jika lay on top of a teddy bear's belly, smiling. Understood. Coach Yen, don't worry. Lu Chang was between seriousness and a joke. Before I reach the peak of the body refining stage, my future brother-in-law is already a capable professional 8th pin martial artist in the dance stage. I have this target to catch up with. Not to mention the devil Peng Leiyun. Chung, speaking of morning exercise, I have one piece of good news and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Yenjika added an emoji sitting there in a trance. Bad news. We can't do exercise together tomorrow morning? Asked Lu Chang, very sensitive. Yenjika clenched her fist and cried. Unfortunately, yes. And not only tomorrow. The Queen Mother has put on a few pounds recently and is also thinking about doing some morning exercise. So we'll be doing it together to improve our relationship, and she wants to teach me a little bit. I can join you only when she's away for business or feels sleeping in. Damn. Queen Mother. You must be doing this on purpose. I didn't know you sometimes want to sleep in. Lu Chang could not afford to resent it. He swallowed his disappointment and tried to comfort her. Queen Mother is too busy to stick to the morning exercise. Your parents both go to work. They can't lock you up as if you were still a young child. We'll find time to date. Yes. Yenjika sat elegantly and nodded along. Chung. I thought you would be really disappointed. I'm disappointed indeed. Feels like the beautiful mornings I've been looking forward to are no longer beautiful. But what can we do? She's your mother after all, replied Lu Chang honestly. An idea flashed in his head and he added, Don't eat too much breakfast tomorrow. Yenjika's soft dimples appeared reading Lu Chang's words, her eyes gentle and caring. This strange line out of the blue confused her. Why? Secret. Lu Chang would not tell her he was to send the rice dumplings she'd been longing for to her tomorrow morning. Secret? You asked me to eat less tomorrow morning. I bet you're to send some food. What breakfast am I longing for in Shoshan? Yenjika sent a there is only one truth emoji before continuing. You're to deliver the rice dumplings to me? Lu Chang replied, a stunned dog. How smart. You got me. It's supposed to be a surprise. Heh. I'm a reputed detective. Yenjika in her white sleeping gown turned around in bed with her mobile, and her lips pursed and eyes curved with an obvious smile. She was so very pleased with this compliment. It sounded better than the rice dumplings. It's thanks to my reasoning power and our mutual understanding and tacit. She sat elegantly after an over 10-second laugh. But my dad will cook breakfast for me tomorrow. I haven't had his cooking for almost a year. And tomorrow night we're going to my grandparents' home. I'll be having breakfast with them the day after tomorrow. Your surprise will have to wait until the day after. She started to feel guilty, wanting to make up. Deal. Breakfast in 3 days. Lu Chang heaved a sigh. As expected. I can't see Ku every day. A flush alongside a smile came to Yenjika's face. I'll come to find you whenever I can. I can also come to see you. Lu Chang adjusted his mood and sneered. Hey, what's the good news? The good news. Yenjika chuckled, leaning towards a cushion. There's light in her eyes and redness on her cheeks. Her teeth gently biting on her bottom lip as her fingers slowly typing. The good news is, Chang, I have started missing you. Lu Chang's heart was beaten, becoming very soft. He carried a very light smile and replied, I'm also missing my Ku. At that very moment, he felt the moonlight tranquil and the dark night gentle. Time flew fast while they were chatting. The clock was turning 10:30. Lu Chang said goodnight to Yenjika unwillingly and shared a photo taken during the barbecue dinner earlier. The first meal back in Shoshan. He wasn't very keen on this kind of stuff. He would update once every 10 days or 2 weeks. He logged out his QQ and put his mobile away, tasting the peaceful night and the sweet love in Yenjika's message, falling asleep with a satisfied smile. He woke up naturally the next morning, washed up quietly, changed into his navy blue martial arts suit and logged on his QQ to send Yenjika a laughing emoji with hands around its waist. The handsome one is up. The beautiful one is sitting on her bed, in a trance. Yenjika replied an emoji with circles in its eyes. They chatted a little bit before Ko finally struggled to get up. Lu Chang checked replies to his new post. The first one was from Fatty Jiang. Chang, your first meal back in Shoshan was not homemade? Is Aunt not around? Yeah. My train arrives tonight. Don't forget to treat me to a meal. Those with a girlfriend must take me out to a big meal. Lu Chang attempted to tease him on his weight, asking him not to think about big meals considering his weight before he noticed other replies. Chang Chili was in shock. What? Chang, you've got a girlfriend? Qin Rue replied with astonishment. Chang, when did you get a girlfriend? A classmate from your university. The class monitor Chiu Hailin laughed with a hand covering her mouth. I didn't see this coming. Chang, you have solved a big problem in the first year, without telling anyone. His previous desk mate Chow Lele laughed along. Neither did I. This is not the Lu Chang I know. When are you going to show us your girlfriend? Holy crap. Brother Lu, barking dogs don't bite. I'm still single. Tao Xiaofei followed. Lu Chang looked blankly with only one thought in his mind. Damn you, Fatty Jiang. You and your big mouth. Lu Chang consolidated the peak status of the body refining stage through exercises, recalling his conversation with his master before leaving school. The meaning of withdrawal requires all forces in your body to mingle together in a solid one. Otherwise, it'll be a tree without roots or the water without a source. This is why one can't jump onto it early and must wait until the peak of the body refining stage to try it. Geezer Shi took a sip of the wine. Lu Chang was very impressed. Master, you said it so well. Sounds so well educated. Geezer Shi continued with a proud smile. It was from my master. Hey boy, can't you focus on the key point? You've mastered meditation and gained the inward vision, but you shouldn't underestimate the Dan stage. This is the very first threshold in professional martial arts training after all. I won't talk too much. Here are the words for you. The human body's grand Dan is round and bright. The rest is you to explore and recognize. Come back when you have no other ways. That's it. Lu Chang felt his master was not a real one. What else do you want? Everyone has his own characteristics and personality. Relying on the master won't take you very far unless you're fine sitting under me all your life. Besides, don't you want to mix Taoist practice into your training? I can't help you there. From now on, you must learn to feel and explore on your own. Geezer Shi sounded more serious than usual. All in all, call me when you need me, but don't always expect an answer from me. Yes, master. Lu Chang nodded with his mind in deep thoughts. A gentle breeze caressed his cheeks. The early morning in June was not hot, but Lu Chang didn't add anything new to his morning training because he hadn't bought medicines to start to mingle his forces into one yet. After his exercise, Lu Chang returned home and had breakfast without Qi Yunfei, who would usually sleep until noon. He took the list of medicines his master gave him and went straight to Jishan House, the best traditional Chinese drugstore of the city. Outside Jishan House, Lu Chang was interrupted by the ring of his mobile. He saw Qin Rue's name and picked up. Hello, Cheng. My master is very glad you're interested in working part-time for us. Qin Rue got right to the point. He proposed 2 types of work for you to choose from. Name it. Lu Chang was pleased. Qin Rue thought it over and adjusted his tone. The first one, you'll become part of our as a part-time instructor for 2 months. There won't be a monthly salary, but you get 30% from our profit from the summer camp. Chung, let me be honest with you. I was scared when I first heard of it. I've never seen my master being this generous with anyone. On average, we'll have 20 summer classes. The profit in these 2 summer months after deducting staff salary, utilities, equipment depreciation and site abrasion will be at least 1 million. At least 1 million? 30% of it will be at least 300,000. Lu Chang had never heard such a big amount of money. He felt stunned and excited. 300,000. 300,000. It's enough to buy a flat in Shoshan, where the average price per square meter is only 3,500. Could this be real? Lu Chang held himself back from saying yes and stabilized his breath. What about the second one? The second one we won't use you to promote. You'll just take 1 VIP class. Those classes are usually advertised as instructed by my master in person. The tuition fee will be $5,888 and there'll be 10 of them in your class. All their tuition fee will be yours. The equipment and site aren't a concern for you. If you see anything off in our training and practice, correct us. Qin Rui explained in details patiently. Moreover, there'll be an individual tutoring fee. The more you make, the more you earn. What individual tutoring fee? Asked Lu Chang, confused. Think about it. Except for VIP classes, other classes each will have 30 to 50 students. How could one instructor guide so many? Instructors teach students and check on their progress in general, correcting one or two from time to time. This won't be enough for some students, and they'll approach you for one-on-one tutoring, paying extra to get a better result. Instructors at my level charge 300 yuan per hour. Qin Rui laughed out. You can set your price later. Honestly, I'm tempted to pay for a few sessions of yours already. Haha, for you it's free. Lu Chang smiled. Qin Rui continued. This kind of tutoring fee we need to give a certain percentage to the martial arts club, but you don't need to. The latter one was apparently not as good. A small class of 10 students needed no more one-on-one instruction. Lu Chang was very tempted by the bonus, but he understood that it was a bit too much for a professional ninth pin martial artist. Abnormality indicates trouble. Don't be blinded by the greed. I'd better consult my master. After all, this old dog still has a few tricks, Lu Chang said with a smile. Qin Rui, I'll think about it and let you know. Sure. Call me, answered Qin Rui generously. Lu Chang took a deep breath and shook his head to calm himself down in front of the lure of money. About half a minute later, he dialed his master's number. Geezer Sher's cough followed a merry ringtone. Hey, brat. Cough. You've got trouble already so quickly. Master, no. It's not a martial arts problem but something else, explained Lu Chang. Name it then. What's the matter? You killed another guy? Asked Geezer Sher casually. Fine. Master deems me as a homicidal maniac now. Lu Chang pissed on himself in secret before briefing about his seeking for a part-time job and Gushin Martial Arts School's 2 offers. Then he asked, Master, which one do you think I should choose? Your heart is leaning to the first one, isn't it? Hundreds of thousands of yuan are placed before you. It's hard for you not to feel tempted, answered Geezer Sher with a laugh. Lu Chang heaved a sigh and went on to explain. I'm very tempted, but with some kind of a guilty conscience, I don't think I should take it. I'm not worth it yet. A professional ninth pin part-time instructor can make 10 grand per month on average. Okay, it is probably considered a scarce resource in Shoshan and we have it doubled. That's way too much for 2 months' work. One cannot reap where she has not sown. Bigger profit comes with bigger risk. You sound sober enough. Geezer Sher chuckled. First of all, anyone with a discerning eye can easily see that your overall strength is among the best few in the body refining stage. Considering your young age, short training, and great potential, you are more than just an average professional ninth pin martial artist, so the average salary and benefits won't apply to you. Second, cough cough, that martial arts school's first offer is pretty much a bundle sale. In this circle, once you allow them to use your name, you must bear the corresponding responsibility. If you can turn around and leave everything behind after, taking this money is not a big deal. However, that's not you. You fought your life for an old friend. After dinner comes the reckoning. If someone capable challenges the school, will you stand up against them? If they get in trouble and turn to you for aid, will you step out to help? If they bully the competitors and dominate the market under your name, will you pry into their conduct? A man, especially those living in this circle, relies on his face. I'm not saying such bundle deals are all bad. Well-known martial artists more or less have some income from such cooperation. Cough cough, but remember to shine your name and learn the other party's lowdown and morality before making your decision. Don't be dragged down without knowing why. Ask yourself if you are willing to tie your future to that martial arts school for that amount of money. Yes, I've been a bit dramatic. Just trying to make a point. Lu Chang asked himself the question and pondered. I got it, master. I know what to do. I better not bite off more than I can chew. Terrific. I have one more line for you. Money is important, but your center should be your martial arts training. Improve yourself and you'll have more opportunities to make more money. Geezer sure warned before hanging up. Lu Chang spent a few minutes on calming himself down. Instead of answering Qin Rue, he dialed Yen Zhika's mobile number. Sitting at the dinner table, Yen Zhika was having a bowl of porridge made by her father with homemade pickled veggies while chatting with her parents, enjoying their company. Her mobile began to ring and vibrate. The corners of her mouth went upward and her eyes and brows softened after a quick glance at the phone. Excited, perturbed, and concerned. I need to answer this, said Yen Zhika in her slender voice. She picked up her phone and quickly went to the living room. As the phone call connected, she made her way upstairs. Hello. What's up? Yen Zhika intended to sound flat and stiff. Watching her daughter from behind, Ji Mingyu sighed over her daughter's softened eyes and unconscious smile. Silly girl. Who can you fool? She glanced at her husband, who seemed completely unaware, and spoke to herself. Only these crude men. Your little princess is pretty much taken away. You don't feel anything. Noticing the different tone of Yen Zhika, Lu Chang put on a gentle smile and asked, Your parents are around? Yen Zhika went upstairs to her bedroom like a little whirlwind. Leaning to the door, she burst into a silent laugh. Not anymore. That's good. I have something to consult Coach Yen. Lu Chang moved to the side, leaving the entrance to Jishan House open. Yen Zhika's sweet dimples appeared. She answered merrily, Go ahead. I'll give you some good advice. Doesn't sound bad at all. Remember I told you I wanted to work part-time in some martial arts club? I asked Qin Rue to help me, and his master offered me a position. Lu Chang informed his girlfriend of the entire matter. Yen Zhika listened carefully with a smile on her face. She really liked it that Lu Chang always discussed things with her before making up his mind, giving her a strong feeling of involvement as a partner breathing the same air and sharing the same fate together. She understood Lu Chang was not indecisive. At critical moments, he was actually a man of determination, very reliable. I agree with Coach Shi's opinion. Chang, you don't need to get too involved with Shoshan's martial arts clubs. Yen Zhika put her thoughts into words carefully. Uncle Xing and my mom both mentioned martial arts clubs in small places like Shoshan usually have ties to local gangs. You might get dirt on yourself. My dad likes to read old books. One of his favorite lines is, There's something you should do, but some are not. Lu Chang planned to get some information on Gushin Martial Arts School from Yen Zhika. Her words strengthened his decision. He promised with no hesitation. I'll follow Coach Yan's advice and take the second offer. My father-in-law sounds intellectual. It's quite different from praising my master. Yen Zhika chuckled, highly satisfied. She then threw another question. Have you got your medicine? I'm right outside the drugstore, laughed Lu Chang. Which one? Asked Yen Zhika with a bright smile, her eyes rolling with beams. Jishan House. Allegedly the best drugstore in Shoshan that sells genuine medicine at a fair rate. Lu Chang enjoyed chatting with his girl. Yen Zhika smiled, her lips pursed. That I can promise you. Don't you find the name familiar? Familiar how? Lu Chang was baffled. Yen Zhika burst into a laugh. Remember? Empress Dowager's family name is Ji. Empress Dowager is Empress Dowager to me. Lu Chang made a joke. Holy crap. What a small world. I'm going to Empress Dowager's drugstore. Concerned Lu Chang might feel inferior, Yen Zhika went on to explain. My dad used to be a poor doctor. Empress Dowager didn't have much to do when she first came to Shoshan. She started her own business while coaching private students. It took her much time and effort to make the company survive. When they finally made peace with my grandparents, the company began to take shape and develop. I grew up in a relative's courtyard, much more lively and bustling than now. Wherever I went, I would meet some uncles and aunts who loved to pinch my face. That's quite similar to my quarter. Lu Chang knew his girlfriend's background pretty well, that he didn't think much about it nor care. He joked along. I thought you were quite ill in your earlier years without much a cheek. A bit baby fat. Yenjika was slightly embarrassed. She could tell her boyfriend didn't feel uncomfortable about it. He was still full of confidence. Lovers in a hot relationship could talk about random stuff forever. The phone call lasted until Ji Mingyu urged Yenjika to go down. She found it hard to tear herself away from her boyfriend but had to say goodbye to Chang and start her day, spending the morning with her parents and visiting her grandpa in the county of Zhengke. Holding the hot phone, Lu Chang dialed Qin Rui's number. Determined. Chang, you've decided? Qin Rui sounded full of joy. My old classmate is about to work part-time in the school as a capable professional ninth pin martial artist. All the schoolmates will look up upon me. Yeah, I just phoned my master. I'm not done training with him yet, so I can't use my name as in, In this circle we must honor teachers and esteem truth. Lu Chang blamed his master. He felt lost after turning the first offer down. 300,000 yuan. My dad hasn't saved this much after decades of hard work. Never mind. In this world, there's something we should do but some are not. Understood. Qin Rui had sympathy for his opinion. So you'll take the VIP class? I'll tell my master right away. Chung, you are already this powerful, still not done training? Your master is too strict. When can you finish? After reaching the Dan stage. From this, not hard to guess how brilliant Lu Cheng's master must be. Maybe, answered Lu Cheng, his face blank as he had no idea when his training would end. Dan stage? High-ranked Dan stage? Or physical invulnerability stage? Qin Rui called back after a few minutes and laughed. My master said it won't be a problem. Come over if you have time today. Let's clinch the deal. Sure. I'll be over in 1 hour. Lu Cheng exhaled, feeling at ease as everything settled. He hung up and walked in Jishan House. He purchased bags of medicine according to the 7 posts, which cost him over 1,700 yuan. 1,700 for 1 week's medicine. 2 months. It will be 15,000. Lu Cheng did some calculation and was shocked by how money-consuming it was to enter the Dan stage. That's if I can wield my strength as one in 2 months. No wonder Ku asked me to save my money. To keep his recipe secure, he didn't let the drugstore cook the medicine for him. He brought the bags back home and then headed over to Gushan Martial Arts School. Outside his destination, he fixed his clothes and hair and whisked away the dust before going in. From today, I'll be a coach here. I must care for my appearance. Gushan Martial Arts School was situated at the surrounding of Shoshan's new commercial district. It was a quiet and elegant place within a bustling environment, and a 3-story building that had slightly aged with time. Once Lu Cheng was done tidying up his appearance, he passed through a couple of plane trees and pushed open the main entrance's door. He discovered that Qin Rui was waiting for him at the front desk since a long time ago. You came early. He walked over and welcomed Lu Cheng happily. Lu Cheng patted his arm and joked. That's because I'm not familiar with Shoshan, am I? I couldn't even estimate the right time to take the bus. Haha. I guess Shoshan has changed a lot in just half a year. There are noisy renovations everywhere in the area. Qin Rui replied before leading Lu Cheng inside the building. It was only after he walked in that Lu Cheng realized how big Gushan Martial Arts School was. The first floor's practice ground alone was several times bigger than the Hongluo Martial Arts School's practice ground he visited before. The area was cleverly designed and split into 7 to 8 areas. Some places were bustling with activities, and some places only had 11 to 12 people. They were all practicing standing stance or punches seriously. Qin Rui chuckled and gave Lu Cheng a brief introduction when he noticed his gaze. It's huge, isn't it? My master often said that acquiring this place is his proudest and most regretful moment in his life. Proudest and most regretful moment? Lu Cheng took the bait and asked. Qin Rui pointed at the practice ground and said, Originally, this place is a workers' club for a Sanji factory. It was sold during a difficult time, so my master bought it since he was looking for a place to open a martial arts school. That was many, many years ago when house prices isn't even a known concept yet. Back then, My master spent most of his savings and owed a lot of money after purchasing this place and the necessary equipment to furnish it. However, as you can see, house prices had gone up by more than tenfold. Right now, our martial arts school is the most valuable and excellent asset we possess. Oh, I see. Lu Cheng laughed involuntarily. The idea never entered his mind at all. After all, who would have thought that the proudest moment of a martial arts school would be its real estate investment? He then asked again with a bit of curiosity, then why is it his most regretful moment? Qin Rui himself could no longer restrain his urge to smile. Back then my master was still young and full of vigor. He was wondering if he should leave Shoshan and open a martial arts school at Gaofan. However, he ultimately gave up when he saw the opportunity to grab this big building for himself. Moreover, he figured that a professional ninth-pin martial arts school would at best make a tiny splash in the big pond that was Gaofan. When he thought that he would be oppressed no matter where he went in Gaofan, he decided that he might as well stay at Shoshan and maintain his circle of influence. But now, every time he thought of Gaofan's house prices, he would be so wrapped up in regret that he couldn't stop talking every day and every month about it. He would forget that he was lucky to buy such a big house and enjoy a martial arts school that's doing relatively well, or that the sheer amount of compensation he would get from relocation alone would have rid him from any money troubles he might have for the rest of his life. Pooh! Why is the proudest and most regretful moments of a martial arts school owner all about home appreciation? Is this what a martial arts school should be paying attention to? Lu Cheng couldn't withhold his laughter. Suddenly, he felt a closer connection with this martial arts school. It was a little more relatable, so to speak. After turning a corner and walking a few steps, Qin Rui led him up a flight of stairs all the way until the third floor of the building. The lighting here was a little dim, with long corridors and many doors at the sides. Qin Rui didn't do a second introduction before the meeting. He looked a little nervous and solemn as he walked to the innermost room and knocked on the door rhythmically. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. After knocking on the door twice, a slightly hoarse voice rang from the inside. Please, come in. Qin Rui turned the handle, pushed the door and allowed Lu Cheng to see everything inside the room in one glance. The room had big windows and was filled with sunlight. The tables and chairs were carved out of rosewood, and the tea set was brimming with warmth. Chu Weikai stood up. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, and his eyes were very sharp. He walked towards Lu Cheng and chuckled. People say that seeing is believing, and your well-rounded spirit and vigorous physique truly is an eye-opener. My friend, Qin Rui and Lin Feng had always thought highly of you and sung your praises to me, but it isn't until that I saw your latest match videos that I truly believe their words. It was then I thought, oh, heroes truly are born from the young. There has never been an invulnerable physical realm mighty one in Shoshan's history, but maybe you can fix this regret of ours. His words had a very worldly feeling behind them. Lu Cheng thought himself used to such situations already, but when he was flattered by a worldly fellow like Chu Weikai where words of praises were tossed at like cannonballs, he immediately panicked a little and didn't know how to respond. In the end, he could only reply humbly, "You are too kind." Chu Weikai finally welcomed Lu Cheng to the guest's seat after they exchanged a few conventional greetings with each other. While steeping a pot of kung fu tea, he beamed and said, Qin Rui had told me your intentions. I can fully understand your master's way of thinking. If my poor disciples were to head outdoors, I would have told them for certain not to advertise themselves carelessly before they are accomplished. Qin Rui and Dai Linfeng didn't sit down. They stood on the left and right side of Chu Weikai respectively. One could see that Gushan Martial Arts School's master and disciple relationship was more traditional and serious. They were nothing like Lu Cheng cracking jokes and even deriding Geezer Shi before him. Of course, the foremost reason behind their casual interaction was that Geezer Shi himself wasn't an overly serious person. Before Lu Cheng could answer him, Chu Weikai picked up his purple clay teapot and poured Lu Cheng a cup of fragrant tea. Come, take it. This is the Herman Wild Camellia tea I requested a friend to bring to me. It is equal to Ningxue County's Maojian green tea. The tea was pale yellow, and ripples broke smoothly from its surface. Lu Cheng took one sip and was immediately assaulted by a bitter taste in his mouth. Then, Ripples of sweetness rolled off his tongue as if the taste buds on his tongue had come alive. The tea left behind a rich aftertaste. This tea is amazing. Lu Chang didn't know tea at all, so he could only return a shallow praise. Chu Weikai smiled reservedly before changing the topic. The martial arts school now has 3 VIP classes. I am old already, so normally I would just observe them casually and give them a few pointers. Lin Feng is the one who leads the classes most of the time. 2 classes would visit the school during every holiday, and they are more familiar with Lin Feng at this point. They may not be used to having a different coach all of a sudden, so I can only leave the last class in your care. When the time is right, then we will recruit a new class. This class starts every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 9 to 12 p.m. Are you okay with this? Yes. Lu Cheng thought for a moment before adding, what happens if I have something to do last minute? You may find someone to replace you or switch to a different class. Chu Weikai beckoned at Dai Linfeng to pick up 4 white papers from the study table. I know this is the first time you work as a part-time coach, and I've purposely asked Linfeng to prepare a contract so you may rest your worries. After all, nothing is set in stone unless it's in black and white, right? Take it and have a look. This contract is very simple. I didn't ask a lawyer to do this since the outcome is often too complicated. I can't understand what they've written. The 4 pieces of white papers were split into 2 copies, and the actual contract was only 2 pages long. There were roughly 7 or 8 lines of content that lay down the rules of several things. The first line was about the method of payment. Lu Chang would be paid 10,000 before he started working, and a total of 20,000 by the end of July. The remaining balance would be paid after the summer school was over. The second line stated that a percentage would not be taken off personal tutoring fees. The third line stated that Lu Chang was solely responsible for any problems that might arise from corporal punishment he dealt. Lu Chang read the contract carefully. After he confirmed that there were no ambiguous statements, he smiled and said, I'm fine with this. All right, then let us sign the contract right away. Chu Weikai asked Dai Linfeng to bring over a fountain pen and smiled derisively at himself. A fountain pen is more comfortable to me at my age. I just can't get used to the felt-tip pen or ballpoint pen you youngsters are familiar with. A moment later, both parties had signed the agreement and kept a copy for themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Chang wrote the card number on another piece of paper. Welcome to our martial arts school. We will bask in your glory if you became famous and celebrated in the future. Chu Weikai shook both of Lu Chang's hands to officially express his welcome before he gave him a friendly warning. These kids are here to strengthen their bodies and learn a few self-defense skills. So please don't be too harsh on them and let them rest if necessary, just in case they overtrain and hurt themselves. Got it. Lu Chang happily agreed. He wasn't inexperienced. Normally, the special training members would aid the lazy geezer sure to split the normal members into groups and teach them during the regular martial arts lessons. Most of the students who joined the martial arts club were looking to better their bodies and learn a few self-defense skills anyway. You may come directly on Monday. Chu Weikai turned his head to look at his disciple, Qin Rue. Tour Lu Chang around the area, so he may familiarize himself with the environment. Yes, master. Qin Rue exhaled. His expression had turned relaxed. It was only when the duo had left and the door was closed when Dai Linfeng frowned slightly and asked, Master, there's no need to act so solicitously, is there? He's obviously trying to keep some distance from us. It was only then Chu Weikai smiled and said, You are still too young. The most important factor to a person's success is to learn how to recognize people and know what kind of person you should stay away from, befriend, or make great efforts to befriend with. I would have gotten out of Shoshan already if I hadn't learned this only when I was 40 years old. The 3rd floor is where our lounge, locker room, office, and strength training gymnasium for internal disciples are. The 2nd floor has 2 practice grounds and 3 big strength training gymnasiums. It's normally quite empty, so a part of the room would be used as a gym. When summer school starts, then everyone would have to rotate usage by time. But your VIP classes don't need to worry about this. You may use strength training gymnasium on the 3rd floor directly. Personal tutoring also happens there as well. Qin Rui introduced the martial arts school's layout and facilities to Lu Cheng. When the duo walked past a practice ground, they suddenly heard an outburst of pleasant surprise. Big brother Lu Cheng. When Lu Cheng looked to that direction, he discovered that the person who made the exclamation was his cousin's boyfriend Ding Yanba. He was a long-term student in this martial arts school, and he was practicing his footing and stance with 7 to 8 other people. Train well. Lu Cheng smiled encouragingly. Meanwhile, Qin Rui straightened his expression and corrected a few mistakes in his student's posture. This was the group of students he was responsible to teach. When the duo went away, a student finally asked Ding Yanba with a soft voice. "Who's that? Ding Ding? You know him? He looks pretty strong." They might not recognize the signs when a fighter had cultivated to a certain level at body refinement stage. They could still sense the sharpness and power brimming from Lu Cheng's presence. He didn't appear weak at all despite standing beside Qin Rui with a height of 1.9 meters. He's my cousin. Ding Yanba brazenly lied to his schoolmates and told them that he was his cousin. He's Brother Rui's classmate. Brother Rui had purposely invited him over to teach the VIP classes. Really? Several students asked in astonishment. This was the VIP classes that the schoolmaster was personally responsible for they were talking about. Of course. Why would I lie to you guys about this? You'd know a few days later. Ding Yanba's face was red with excitement. I haven't even told you guys that big brother Lu Cheng might very well work as the martial arts school head coach. This was something Qin Rui brought up while they were chatting idly. When the rest of the students were about to inquire deeper into the matter, Qin Rui suddenly paused his footsteps, turned and roared. "What are you guys talking about? Are you guys planning to skip lunch?" The students immediately fell silent, afraid to let even a squeak escape their mouths. When he saw this, Lu Cheng said in amusement, "Pretty imposing, aren't you? It's the only way, you know. If you dare show a smile to these brats, they'd return to laugh and goof off just as brazenly. I'm telling you, Cheng, you must set an example when you teach your VIP class on Monday. If they're afraid of you, then they'd be easy to handle. Otherwise, a kid this age can climb up the sky if you let them." Qin Rui taught Lu Cheng his own experiences. Lu Cheng nodded thoughtfully and said, "All right, how should I set an example? What a conundrum." While thinking, Qin Rui asked in a small voice, "Cheng, are you planning to participate in this term's youth tournament?" Lu Cheng was still pondering how best to set an example. He wondered if he should bring a rock over and shatter it to pieces with a single kick right in front of the kids. But he also thought that that would be too forceful, intentional, artificial, and lacking in expert grace. Since he was thinking, he reacted only a few seconds after hearing Qin Rui's question. "I am planning to participate in the tournament, but I'm not sure if I'm qualified to register." The youth tournament's full title was Xing Province's Third Youth Fighter Championship. It was held every 3 years, and the requirement was that all fighters must be from the local province and below 26 years old. This was due to the unwritten rule, there is no hope for those beyond 30 years old to become a physical invulnerable fighter, being compatible in most situations. That was why all fighters who exceeded 25 years old could no longer be considered a youth fighter. Lu Cheng's age met the requirement, but the real problem lay in the fact that his registered residence had been transferred to Songcheng University's address. He had also participated his ranking even at Songcheng, so he wasn't sure if he counted as a local province fighter. Since he was a little nervous about his chances, he was even planning to ask his master to open a backdoor for him if it didn't work out. "The address of my identity card is still Shoshan City anyway. Register." Qin Rui wore a blank look on his face. As someone who hadn't entered university, he had no idea how Cheng, a born and bred Xing province young man, no longer counted as a local province fighter just because he went to university. It was only until Lu Cheng explained things to him that he came to realization and laughed. "Don't worry. This is not a problem. If you can't register yourself, then you can participate as a member of our martial arts school. Didn't you check the supplementary rules? Local province fighters include fighters who are here due to work reasons. The company or organization the fighter belonged to will register on his behalf." "In that case, I'm glad." Lu Cheng let out a sigh of relief and a smile from the bottom of his heart. This was the challenge tournament he had selected very carefully for himself. It perfectly fitted his personal criteria of high prize money, a suitable tier of challenge and minimum amount of travel. It wasn't like he couldn't find other good tournaments out there. For example, there was the Warrior Sage event that was held on every middle third of August and finalized on the coming year of early April with an ultimate showdown. However, even if Lu Cheng wanted to participate in that event, he was guaranteed to be defeated one way or another. He didn't possess the strength to win the prize money at all. Meanwhile, Xing Province's third Youth Fighter Championship was held together by the provincial government and local martial artist association. The initial objective of the tournament was just to set a standard for youth fighters to strive for so that they could alter their image of a province with weak martial arts. However, they discovered that the TV ratings were pretty high after the event was held. After all, the battles of physical invulnerable fighters and high-ranked dance stage fighters were relatively different from low-level fist fights. While many of audiences loved watching thunder and fire flashing across the screen, they enjoyed the thrill of flesh striking against one another too. Therefore, the tournament was held a second and third time beyond the pre-planned one term. With the recent boom of webcast, broadcast fees and prize money had risen tremendously as well. Looking at the plan announced this year, the top 32 fighters were qualified for a flat prize money. The champion would enjoy 600,000 renminbi, the first runner-up would enjoy 350,000 renminbi, and the second and third runner-up would enjoy 200,000 renminbi each. The last 4 participants of the top 8 would be awarded 100,000 renminbi each. The last 8 participants of the top 16 would be awarded 50,000 renminbi each, and the last 16 participants of the top 32 would be awarded 10,000 renminbi each. Lu Cheng didn't know much about the local province's martial arts circle, but he found through the internet and Yanzheka that there were at most 7 or 8 dance stage fighters below 26 years old and even fewer professional ninth pin fighters with powerful supernatural abilities. As long as his luck wasn't completely rotten, he was guaranteed a spot in the top 32. He might not necessarily have no chance to strive for top 16 or top 8 either. If this month's training yielded great results, then Lu Cheng thought he might aim even higher. Qin Rui followed Lu Cheng's sigh with a laugh before he said sincerely, "Our martial arts school is the one who's benefiting from this arrangement. Can you imagine? The caster would introduce you according to your profile. They would say that you're the VIP class coach of Shoshan City's Gushin Martial Arts School. Since you're guaranteed a spot among the top 32, won't our martial arts school reputation spread from Shoshan towards the entire province? Hee. Maybe you'd even get a spot in the Xing Province Apotheosis of Youth Fighters." Lu Cheng had read about the youth tournament before, so naturally, he knew what the Apotheosis of Youth Fighters Qin Rui was talking about. It was an imitation of ancient customs and a youth tournament summary segment created by the Xing Province Satellite TV. Only the top 16 fighters or fighters who were extraordinary in certain aspects would be invited for an exclusive interview. Then, the fighters would be given nicknames they made up on their own that sounded ridiculously melodramatic most of the time, such as Little White Dragon, Emperor Fists of God, and so on. Since he could never a similarly ridiculous apotheosis called the Dongling Apotheosis of Fighters, Lu Cheng had no interest in it at all. He let out a perfunctory laugh and asked, "Will you be participating too?" "Yeah, all inner disciples would be participating in the tournament. We told the parents about this during summer school registration, which is why we've priced it lower than last year too." Qin Rui inhaled and said with a longing expression, "Although there's no way we would enter top 32 and earn prize money, we could at least earn some real combat experience and figure out exactly where we stand among all the youth fighters of the province along the way. Only then we'd be able to find our goal and motivation to work harder." This doesn't sound like something you'd say normally, does it?" Lu Cheng joked. Qin Rui gave him a bitter smile and said, "This is what my master has been prattling about lately. Cheng, my master told you to decide yourself what price you would like to set for private tutoring. So, what's the price you're going to set? Why did you ask this all of a sudden? I'm not sure how much I should ask per hour for my level of skill myself." Lu Cheng answered awkwardly. Plus, it was absolutely within his power to teach a small 10-man class on his own. He didn't need to act unconscionably and start a private tutoring class at all. Some money could be earned, and some shouldn't. Senior brother Dai went to Gaofan last month and asked about this. The standard pricing of a professional 9th pin fighter's private tutoring is worth 5 to 600 per hour. You're definitely stronger than the average professional 9th pin fighters, so you've got to charge at least 800 per hour. After he said this, Qin Rui asked with a smile on his face, Chang, do you think that no one would come to you for private tutoring? There are only 10 people in the VIP class. It's almost the same as private tutoring already. Lu Cheng frowned and voiced his thoughts to Qin Rui. Qin Rui laughed mischievously. Your private tutoring students won't be from the VIP class. It is us inner disciples and long-term students who wish to grow stronger who'd be asking for your help. Naturally, this type of private tutoring didn't include the teaching of martial arts and fighting style. Therefore, a lot of problems could be solved within an hour or two per person. There was no need for constant guidance. I see. It was only now Lu Cheng finally figured out his true customers. Therefore, he beamed at Qin Rui and said, in any case, your fee is free of charge. There was no way those VIP class brats who sought for better health would understand the worth of a top-class professional 9th pin fighter anyway. No way, I can't take it for free. How am I going to face you in the future like this? Just give me a classmate's discount. Qin Rui beamed. I'm booking 2 hours of private tutoring next week. Okay? I need to prepare for the youth tournament. Alright, I'll give you a 70% classmates discount. I'll give you a call when I'm free later. Lu Cheng understood Qin Rui's attitude that refused to take advantage of others for nothing. This was because he was the same kind of person. In reality, he knew that Qin Rui didn't earn much. Since the cost of his martial arts training in his master's martial arts school was paid by his master himself. In return, his salary was far lower than what an average amateur first pin fighter would earn. It was said that he earned a fixed salary of 2,000 per month and took a percentage off private tutoring. When he obtained his amateur first pin certificate, his fixed salary went up by another 1,000. Meanwhile, even the top student among the inner disciples, Dai Linfeng, was earning 3,500 per month only. Of course, it was a passable income at a low-cost place like Shoshan. Qin Rui was feeling happy, so he randomly threw a question at Lu Cheng. There's no need to visit any relatives during summer break, so you should be pretty free, aren't you? Hee. You can't be planning to go on a date with your girlfriend, are you? Hee. Lu Cheng let out a dry laugh and acknowledged it tacitly. Qin Rui already knew he had a girlfriend anyway. It's all because of Fatty Jiang and his big mouth. The duo returned to the first floor and didn't continue the topic further. They went into one of the summer schools. There would only be 5 classes of summer break students at a time inside the martial arts arena. Any more than that would affect the students' long-term training. While walking, Qin Rui suddenly thought that something wasn't right. This was because he hadn't thought through his previous question at all. Cheng had found his girlfriend only after he started university. So how on earth were they going to date each other now that holidays had started? Did he seriously just acknowledge my question tacitly because I asked a careless question? Is he planning to get her from across the country? Wait, she could be someone from our own province. She might even belong in Shoshan. The more he thought, the more his fire of gossip was stoked. He planned to ask someone later and check who else in Shoshan was studying in Songqing. The inner disciple Su Rongfei felt a sense of helplessness as he watched the summer break students failing to assume a horse stance horrendously. He straightened his face and was just about to preach when he suddenly noticed Qin Rui walking over with a young man dressed in a close-fitting t-shirt. When he looked towards their direction, the young man grew more and more familiar to him. Then he recalled what his senior brother Dai told him earlier. Qin Rui's classmate Lu Cheng was going to work here. Abruptly, he felt as if he had returned to that early morning of the first day of Chinese New Year, and that bloody and terrifying scene. He saw that seemingly unexcelled man dressed in black exercise clothes slowly collapse to the ground, while the youngster who hadn't completely shed his innocence stood tall at the end of the battle. Now, he had shed his innocence and was no longer a youngster. He slowly made his way before him. Su Rongfei subconsciously straightened his body and exclaimed respectfully, "Brother Cheng." "Just call me Lu Cheng." Lu Cheng smiled and said, "Even Brother Lu is better sounding than Brother Cheng." "Okay. Don't tell me you know nothing about MAG, manga, anime, and games. While speaking, he swept his gaze across the young boys and girls brimming with the innocence of childhood. He could sense their excitement to be here for the first time. He supposed that practicing martial arts was a fad for these kids. It must appear so fun in their eyes before they learned its hardships. After exchanging some conventional greetings, Lu Chang and Qin Rue bid Su Rongfei goodbye and continued to loiter around the first floor's practice ground. While staring at their backs, a girl asked curiously, "Who's that? Coach Su? I don't think I saw him in the sign-up sheet before." The sign-up sheet would outline the responsible coach for every class. The good ones would be given detailed introductions, whereas the average ones would be briefed over shortly. It allowed the participants to choose which class they wished to register until the slots were filled. As Su Rongfei thought of Dai Linfeng's earlier words, he let out a sigh and said, "He's the new coach of the VIP classes." Wow, the VIP classes! The students of the 30-man class expressed their admiration and yearning. That was the martial arts class taught by the schoolmaster himself. Did this mean that that obviously very strong-looking older brother was about the same level as the schoolmaster? After they were done touring the martial arts school, Qin Rue sent Lu Chang out of the front entrance. When the duo were bidding each other goodbye, they saw Chu Weikai leading Dai Linfeng out of the building in a hurry. "Chairman Wei has invited us over for a meeting. Are you interested in joining us?" Chu Weikai stopped in front of Lu Chang and asked politely. "No, it's fine." Lu Chang turned down the invitation. "We shall take our leave then." Chu Weikai didn't draw out the conversation and headed straight towards the parking lot with Dai Linfeng. Qin Rue walked beside Lu Chang and chuckled. "It's probably about the preliminaries, Captain." Lu Chang nodded and understood roughly what was going on. Qin Rue continued. "Shoshan's teams were all eliminated during the group stages. Chairman Wei had more or less figured out our current standard too. He plans to pick 5 or 6 fighters starting the summer breaks and invite 1 or 2 local professional ninth pins for half a year of special training. It's rumored that besides the input of capital, they would provide internal training methods and good coaches too. You have a chance if you work hard and give it your best shot. You are an amateur first pin fighter after all." Lu Chang consoled Qin Rue after seeing the envy on his face. "I'll try." Qin Rue inhaled once before beaming. Chairman Wei had been sending out invites to several native professional ninth pin fighters for a while now. He's probably going to talk about this again today. In my opinion, the best captain is right here, isn't he? Chang. Wouldn't you be able to sweep them all with your strength? Me? I don't have the time. Lu Chang shook his head. If everything went well, then he would be going on a journey to dominate the University Martial Arts National Tournament while the preliminaries were running next year. After bidding Qin Rue farewell, Lu Chang returned home and searched for the medicine that he bought online previously. He followed each step carefully and finally managed to brew the medicine. Everything was in place, it only needs to boil. Lu Chang, who had never done anything like this before, could finally take a breath. He looked at his phone and made a mental note of the time. If this did not go well, the money would have gone down the drain. Just at this moment, Qi Yunfei, wearing a short-sleeved pajamas dress, walked to the kitchen door. She rubbed her eyes sleepily and asked, "Lu Chang, what are you doing? You're not feeling well." He did not look like it. "Some medicinal tonic for martial arts training." Lu Chang answered briefly with no further details. Oh. While Qi Yunfei had an expression like she could not understand, at the same time, she could feel that he was doing something important. She then swallowed her saliva and asked again, "Brother Lu Chang, is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry that there's going to be a hole in my stomach." Lu Chang looked at her upset but also amused. "Why do you wake up at such an awkward time? Just sleep 1 more hour, it would be perfect. Just wait for a while. It's already 11 plus. My mum will be back soon to make some food. I have to wait so long? I'm starving to death. Starving." Qi Yunfei whined and pouted. Hearing her voice, feeling the tone, Lu Chang suddenly thought of the emoji that rolled on the floor crying. He could not help but laugh a little. "Don't you have a stockpile of snacks?" Those don't fill me up. If it were your girlfriend who is hungry, you would not give such attitude, Chi Yunf said with her mouth in a cute pout. Air. Lu Cheng was a little startled. Why do you say that? Chi Yunfei quickly turned from upset to being joyful. She cheekily said, Yesterday, when we're having the barbecue, your twinkling eyes and expression were too gentle, almost dripping with honey. Even I thought of a phrase, drowning in sweetness. The classic Shiba Inu emoji appeared in Lu Cheng's mind instantly. He smiled awkwardly and said, Where did you learn all these from? Novels. Chi Yunfei answered quickly and firmly. She was not done with her questioning. So, if it was your girlfriend who is hungry, what would you do? Lu Cheng thought for a bit and then smiled brightly. I guess I'll let her try my signature fried rice with eggs. If she has anything else she wants to eat, I'll try to make them. If not, I would quickly make a trip to get them for her. As for you, yup, there's a box at the corner of the dining table there. There's still some cup ramen left. Help yourself to them. His mom always had this weird habit of keeping a box of cup ramen at home. She does not even eat them, wonder what they were there for. Girlfriend over friends. Chi Yunfei gave an expression of shock. The line between friends and girlfriend was too clear. Your girlfriend would have such good treatment, and all I am worthy of is instant ramen? Lu Cheng thought for a bit, and then answered seriously, Yup, yes. Isn't this question redundant? Of course girlfriend is more important than younger sister. Chi Yunfei covered her face and left the kitchen. She walked to the dining table and only after 10 over seconds did she shout. Soy sauce braised beef noodles? I hate this flavor most. Brother Lu Cheng, are there any other flavors? No, just make do with it. We are going to eat soon. Lu Cheng responded coldly. He used his phone to take a picture of the medicine bottles on the stove and sent it to Yenjika. He wanted to share with her the feeling of brewing medicine for the first time. As time passed, after all was done, he poured the 2 medicine brews together and mixed them. Filled a huge bowl to the brim. He took another photo and sent it and a cheeky smiling emoji to Yenjika. Black bowl of medicine, would I be poisoned instead? Yenjika sent an emoji covering its mouth and laughing. You'll need CPR then? You've learned how to tease me? This cannot do, I'm poisoned already. Quick come and do CPR on me. Lu Cheng smiled slyly and texted her back. Yenjika sent an emoji looking proud and with fingers pointing. I didn't say it's me. My dad learned it in the past. He's super good at it. Then, forget it. Lu Cheng sent a blur-looking emoji in response. A careless moment and he was tricked by Yenjika again. Yenjika sent a roll-on-the-floor laughing emoji. You asked you to always think dirty, pervert. Actually, I've checked on it and asked several people. As long as Coach Sure gave the correct prescription, even if you brewed it somewhat wrong, the only thing that would happen would be that the medicinal effect is not the best it could be. Okay. Then I don't need to worry so much now. Later, I would just try drinking a bowl. Lu Cheng took out 2 more bowls and split the brew into 2 portions. One he would drink later, the other he would drink tomorrow morning. Master said before, this medicinal brew could be chilled and kept in the refrigerator. He could drink it once in the morning before he trained and then another bowl half an hour after breakfast. He had no intention to reduce the intensity of his training during the summer holidays. Besides morning training, he was preparing to take 2 more hours of special training in the morning. Plus, when he was working part-time, he could just use the strength training room of the martial arts center. Of course, this was summer break. If he had anything, he could just change the timing and rearrange his matters, but the overall amount of stuff to be done would not change. At about 1 p.m., after he sent Chi Yunfei who lied about going out with friends to sneak out, Lu Cheng changed into his martial arts suit once again and downed the bitter medicine. He had not found a shady spot in the small estate for his special training. If he still did not manage to find a place, by evening, everyone in the estate would know that the boy from Lu Jisheng's family was addicted to martial arts and was not doing a proper job with his life. Braving the July summer sun, stepping on the hot steaming ground, Lu Cheng started to jog at the nearby park which had very little people in midday. The strength of the medicinal brew started to spread within his body. Once he reached the park, there was already a warm feeling in his stomach. So he used the power of frost to take away the heat of his skin and stopped the loss of water through sweat. He found some shade under the tree and made his stance. He started to practice the moves from Thunder Roar Zen. One move, one strike. Though they were slow, they could still bring some wind. At the same time, the lightning and thunder continued to rumble in his belly. The muscles compressed and relaxed. They were trembling so much. Together with the medicine's effect, every wee bit of his strength was being transmitted into every cell at the very end of his body. After a few moves, while he was in the midst of entering meditation state, he could sense rivers of hot current streaming into every inch and edge of his body. With the rumble of the thunder, toxins were purged from his body, making his practice purer than ever. Pam! Bam! The flow of chi repeatedly exploded. Each punch was slower than the previous. Each punch was heavier than the previous. There was no need for special effects. There was already enough force and strength to make someone watching him by the side afraid. He did not know how much time had passed before he started to end his moves. He exhaled some mixed murky chi and reached the peak of his current training. Although he still did not feel any changes and signs of it in his body when he was retracting, he could still feel a slow change in the strength surrounding his body. They were changing slightly but miraculously as he trained and sharpened his skills. Somehow, they were starting to feel transparent and thorough. Lu Chang continued to think about the most appropriate word for the earlier signs. Once more he turned the cold current and expelled some of the summer heat. Without considering any other matter, the power of frost was really useful for this matter. Lu Chang is a walking AC. While his thoughts were running wild, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took a look at it. It was a call from Director Xing from Xing Chenggu. Hello, Uncle Xing? Lu Chang could somewhat guess what this phone call was about. Director Xing laughed heartily and said, "Are you having your holidays already? Have you gone back to Shoshan?" "Just reached yesterday," Lu Chang answered honestly. "I also know that Ku has returned home, so I thought you probably reached home already. If you have time, come over to have a chat. Previously, I didn't manage to give you a good treat." Director Xing asked warmly about his everyday matters. "Yes, all right," Lu Chang answered politely. Director Xing sighed and then he said, smiling but also emotionally, "Don't be shy. Don't think whether this is a good chance to butter up to an official and beat yourself over this. I've watched you fight in the competitions in the recent months. I really think that you've great potential. Plus you have a great character. I can't possibly remain young forever. I would have to think for my children and family's future. To get to know young talents like you is a good thing for me. Haha. If you think about us this way, do you feel better now?" The slightest worries, the tiniest thoughts that he could hardly sense within him were exposed just like that. He was taken aback and with some sweat on his forehead he said, I never had such thoughts. I really take you as an uncle." Uncle Xing's words were just like his character, direct and straightforward. "Then that's good. Back to proper stuff. Next Friday afternoon, Wang Su's case will be heard in court. As a secret witness, you've nothing to worry. There will not be any random, irrelevant people around and we will guarantee your safety. Just be prepared. Dress appropriately and don't be like a rough old man. Me, who always get laughed at for my dressing," Director Xing said brightly. After the honest talk earlier, Lu Chang had already put down whatever little concerns he had in his heart. He smiled and said, "All right." Was the Wang Sun case finally coming to an end? Qin Rue finished his training for the day. He returned home and lied on the bed. Thinking about what happened, he logged onto QQ and searched for the person whom he reckoned to be well informed. "Fatty Jiang, are you there? I want to ask you something." Jiang Fei just woke up from a nap on the bullet train. In the midst of his boredom, he answered Qin Rue. "About what?" Qin Rue was no beautiful lady. He did not need to give any good attitude. "Do you know who were the few from our year who got into Songcheng?" Qin Rue asked. "Why are you asking this?" Chang Fei asked him back curiously. I only know of 4, Chang Yenjika, Gu Chao from Class 7 and Li Liang from Class 8. Maybe there were others. Gu Chao from Class 7, Li Liang from Class 8. Qin Rui tried his best to recall these 2 schoolmates. However, because he really did not know who they were, he had no choice but to ask again. Gu Chao and Li Liang are in which school again? They are both males. Aren't you asking the obvious? Gu Chao is in the engineering faculty of Songqing, and Li Liang is in Songbei Teachers Academy. Zhang Fei felt that Qin Rui's question was ridiculous. Both males, Yenjika is the only female. Qin Rui sucked in a deep cold breath. It can't be. But then again, Fatty Zhang's news was not detailed enough, he may be wrong. Do you know who else in Shoshan managed to go to Songqing? He asked again carefully. Zhang Fei replied grumpily. How would I know what's going on with the other schools? Qin Rui thought about his question again, and then he decided to change the way he asked it. Last time you said that Chang has a girlfriend now. Do you know who she is? Are you dumb or what? I haven't met her, neither do I know her. How would I know? Zhang Fei sent an angry smile emoji over. Wait till I confront Chang and get the answer from him. This person, with no sound, no words, he just made a partner. I see. Qin Rui was unable to confirm and was only filled with guesses and inferences. He asked again to confirm. Only 2 went to Songcheng University, right? Should be. Who wouldn't boast a little if they got into such a university? I remember there were only Chang and Yenjika. Zhang Fei answered again. Only Chang and Yenjika were in Songcheng University. Qin Rui retook a deep breath. It can't be. In her room in Grandpa's place, Yenjika took out her phone and rolled around in bed. Subconsciously, she touched the ring hanging on a chain around her neck and let out a small sigh. It has been a day since I've seen Chang. Yenjika's grandparents kept her at Zhengke County a couple days longer. This meant Lu Chang could only have his days extended one at a time. All he had was his usual schedule of medicine, morning training, special breakfast training, shower, and QQ chat. In the meantime, Qi Yunfei happily went out on dates. Just as he was thinking of not having seen Ke for 2 days, he heard hard knocking on the door. Thump, thump, thump. Who's there? Lu Cheng asked. He could guess who it was according to the style of the toes. Me, Zhang Fei replied at the top of his voice. He didn't consider if anyone would understand what and who me would have been. His answer was better off not given. Lu Chang walked to the shoe cabinet and put on his slippers. He pulled open the main door and saw, a neither fat nor skinny, Zhang Fei at his door, his laptop bag slung over his shoulders, looking suspiciously into the home. Behind him was the gossipy Chang Chili. What are you looking at? Asked Lu Chang as he scolded and laughed at the same time. Zhang Fei sniggered and said, You're afraid that I'll spoil your plan, right? But that's not right either. Now you're an unfortunate guy in a long-distance relationship. With great familiarity, he entered the house and changed into slippers, just as if he'd arrived in his own home. Chang, you're such a terrible buddy. How could you not tell me you got a girlfriend? Chun Chili combed his 3 to 7 hair parting. So what if I had told you guys? Not like the experience could help you get your own partner. Lu Chang argued unreasonably. Chun Chili was speechless for a moment. After a good pause, he said, We could have been happy and celebrated for you. We're buddies, aren't we? What's there to hide between us? Unless it's not a happy matter. I didn't think about it. I thought that once Fatty Zhang knew about it, everyone else would know too. Lu Chang shut the door behind him and followed Chun Chili to the living room. Zhang Fei had already gone and made his round in Lu Cheng's bedroom. He made a weird sound and shouted, Chang, you brought a girl back to your room. Did you just bring her to meet your parents? As a freshman? You're the man. Lu Chang glared at him and said, Have you lost your mind? My cousin came to Shoshan for a short while. I was chased out of my room and was sleeping in the living room. Qi Yunfei, you guys have met her. Zhang Fei seemed a little disappointed. He just made an O sound and then continued to joke. Is it the one who's cute? She should be in her first year of high school now, right? Does she have a boyfriend yet? Chang suddenly, I feel that you would be a great brother-in-law. Half mad, half amused, Lu Chang said, now you decide she's pretty? Too late. She already has a boyfriend. From ages back. Zhang Fei sucked in a deep breath of cold air. Kids nowadays, having a boyfriend in their teens. Older brother. I am still single. This is such a sad thing. Chang, you said that you were still in the process of wooing your girl during the winter holidays. So when did you manage to get her? Chun Chili was rather curious and dragged all of them back to the original topic. This he couldn't keep to himself. While trying to hide a smile, Lu Chang said, after the winter break, when the semester had just started, Chung Chili was speechless once again. He gave a thumbs up and said, you're my idol. There was that one moment where Lu Chang saw himself in the eyes of Chun Chili, the Lu Chang who once admired little Ming so much. Come, introduce your girl to us. You've her photo, right? I'm sure. Zhang Fei put down his laptop bag and went over to Lu Chang and Chun Chili smiling cutely. Lu Chang looked up and down at him. He grinned and said, why would you be interested in a photo of your buddy's girl? If you have the time, why don't you look for a girl that you like and have a chat with her? Stop your crap. Are you not willing to let us see? Zhang Fei was not one to be fooled. He had Lu Chang in a hold. Lu Chang laughed and said, yes, really? I'll buy you guys a meal with her. It's kind of weird just to show you her photo. If Fatty Zhang finds out that it is Ku, then everyone in the class is going to know. Once the whole class knows about it, is almost as good as the whole standard knowing about it. Sooner or later, it is going to travel to Ku's dad's ears. What's weird? Playing mysterious. Zhang Fei was not someone with a low IQ. He could sense the insistence in Lu Cheng's words, so he just grumbled once more and stopped asking. Instead, he switched the topic. You better keep your promise. So when are you going to bring your girlfriend to have a meal with us? I will rush over whenever and wherever. Even if you want to have it at Songcheng. Okay. So wait till the dust has settled, alright? Lu Cheng promised, then he changed the topic. So, how's it going with you and Ban? Any progress? He was too busy the previous semester and did not have time to update Chun Chili on this matter. Still the same. Chun Chili sighed. Lin is always busy with either class or student council matter. We hardly have time to chat. Whoa! Calling her Lin already, huh? Lu Cheng poked fun at him. Zhang Fei shook his head. She's still the same. Never changed, always taking part in this and in that, and dominating with a strong intention to control. Buddy, you better proceed carefully. I just like her the way she is. Chun Chili answered weakly. I feel like I have no space and time in her life. Aren't you both in the same school? Plus you're a complete otaku who hates class and student council staff. If you want to enter her life, it's going to be challenging. Lu Cheng frowned. It's okay. Let me help you seek expert advice. The trio chatted for a while before they took out their laptops, arranged them in a row, and started to play games. Zhang Fei and Chun Chili noticed that Lu Cheng would look at his phone from time to time and respond to messages. With these actions, they were even more confident that he was in a relationship and not just boasting. This made them more and more suspicious. What's there to hide about being in a relationship? Especially if he is the guy. Even if his parents found out, they would likely be approving, right? After gaming for a couple of hours, two of them packed their computers, slowly walked from Lu Cheng's place and got into Fatty Zhang's car. While he put on his seatbelt, he thought about Lu Cheng's attitude. He then exclaimed loudly, Aya, buddy, I know what's so strange already. I can smell the scent of gossip. What's so strange? Chun Chili was not very sensitive about such matters. Buddy, think about it. We all know that Chang is in a relationship, right? There's absolutely no need for him to hide who his girlfriend is. Zhang Fei pointed out the problem in this whole matter. If his girlfriend is from somewhere else, we all don't know her. Even if we see the photo, there'll be no impact at all. No gossip will travel that far. You mean? Chun Chili somewhat caught the hint in Zhang Fei's words. So, this means that we know his girlfriend. That's why he wants to hide her. Zhang Fei said proudly. Someone we know? It wouldn't be our classmate, Ban. Right? Ift. This shit mouth of yours. Chun Chili scolded Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei turned his key and started his engine. He said casually, I was just guessing. Do you think she's Chow Lele? They were sharing a desk for the longest time. They're both not studying here. Maybe they're lonely in their places and started to chat on QQ, then finally got together. That's possible, Chun Chili answered seriously. Then it could also be Li Mengjie. She's studying in Donglin. That's closer to Chang. Zhang Fei continued to guess. Chun Chili laughed. Close? There's someone even closer. Yan Zheka is in Songcheng University, man. How could that be? Zhang Fei chuckled subconsciously, but suddenly his hand froze on the handbrake. It can't be. This is completely unimaginable. This is the third day since I've seen Ku. Lu Cheng finished his morning training, had his morning breakfast, washed up and changed clothes. He picked up his key pouch and his clean martial arts suit. He grabbed his phone, stepped out of the house and flagged down a cab. He went all the way, straight to Gushan Martial Arts School. Today's Monday. If there weren't any surprises, he could transfer the first 10,000 yuan to himself today. Since this was the first time, Chu Weikai, Dai Linfeng, and Qi Rui had all came to accompany him to the VIP classes training ground. Lu Cheng glanced around and realized that most of them were children. The oldest was probably 17 or 18 years old. The youngest was maybe 12 or 13 years old. 6 boys and 4 girls. All dressed cleanly and from every detail. Anyone could see that they were from good families. To be honest, although Lu Cheng was only 19 and a half, and was not that much stronger than the strongest amongst the students. Plus, with his current mental state, everyone really just looked like children to him. Dai Linfeng introduced Lu Cheng. Students, this is Lu Cheng. The Martial Arts Center has specially invited Coach Lu to teach you. He is a real professional ninth pin, much stronger than me. From today, he will teach you all. A 15-year-old girl giggled. Really? Is he better than Coach Dai? How about you both have a round and let us take a look? Her eyes were shining, filled with curiosity and excitement. The new coach looked cool and strong. What would he be like if he really fights? How much stronger is a professional ninth pin compared to an amateur first pin? Wu Ting, stop fooling around. Coach Lu will punish you and make you run 10 rounds later. Dai Linfeng laughed. Lu Cheng took a step forward and smiled gently. Hello everyone. I'm Lu Cheng. Earlier on Coach Dai and the rest were telling me that since I just started teaching, I should show you all some great stuff to keep you all in line. This way you all will be easier to teach in the future. I was just thinking, how should I do that? His honest words made the older students laugh out loud. The new coach looked interesting. Wu Ting, with 2 ponytails, said in a lively manner, crush a large rock on your chest. Coach Lu, I support you. Lu Cheng laughed. This doesn't require much technique. Master Chu, may I borrow your sandbag? He pointed at a boxing sandbag that was not too far away. Sure. Don't need to pay even if you break it, Chu Weikai said and smiled. Qin Rui and Dai Linfeng were interested and stayed back to watch how Lu Cheng intended to play with the sandbag. Just using the sandbag? It would not be easy to impress others with sandbag play. Wu Ting and the rest of the students' eyes followed Lu Cheng. They saw him walk to the side of the sandbag and push the sandbag to get a sense of its material and weight. Was Coach Lu going to punch the sandbag and break it immediately? That did not seem too difficult. Lu Cheng took a step back and started to adjust his muscles and tendons. He made them move in the rhythm of the body's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. This was the preparation for severe warning. However, Lu Cheng had no plans to match the expectations of visualization. He just wanted to impress the students, so there was no need to be too serious. He was preparing to use the front position of severe warning to channel the force such that it would be faster than the swinging movement of the sandbag. This would make the sandbag lose its swinging rhythm and finally, as usual, He would use the thunder roar zen to make an explosion. He took in a deep breath and all his back muscles swelled. His shoulders exploded with force, throwing his right arm out. With a deep heart pound, his arm blasted towards the sandbag. Bam! There was a deep, muffled rumble. The sandbag didn't move an inch. What's this? The students were baffled. Dai Linfeng and Qin Rue were also baffled by Lu Cheng's action. Only Chu Weikai, only his iris started to contract quickly and suddenly. Pum! In a split second, the sandbag in front of Lu Cheng exploded like it had a bomb inside. It broke into countless pieces. The training area was showered with fine sand grains. Everyone was stunned. There was very little sand on Lu Cheng. As though nothing big had happened, Lu Cheng walked back towards the students slowly. He had made the sandbag explode, not just explode in figurative terms, but like a true explosion. Wu Ting and the rest had never seen anything like this. They only knew this was way cooler than just breaking the sandbag. Coach Lu was terrific. Chu Weikai looked at Lu Cheng, who was walking back, and sighed heavily. The next generation just gets scarier and scarier. Teach well, we'll get going. All right? Lu Cheng replied cheerfully as he nodded. Qin Rue and Dai Linfeng had not recovered from what had happened. They just followed Dai Weikai out and up the stairs. Soon they were on the 3rd floor. Then, finally, Qin Rue laughed and said, "That bunch of kids probably wouldn't understand the punch that Lu Cheng delivered just now, right? He was just fooling around. They'll at most feel that it's so cool and amazing. Doubt they'll be impressed." Dai Linfeng took a deep breath and secretly looked at his master. Bitterly smiling, he said, "I think we're the ones that will be done in practice court." Lu Cheng glanced at the cleaner who was sweeping the floor and said to the excited students, "Everyone please introduce yourself, or else I will not know who you are. Now begin from the left." He had read the students' roster at Chu Wei's office before, but he could not match names to faces and only knew that the lively and talkative girl was Wu Ting. On the far left, a girl with freshly cropped hair said with a sweet smile, "My name is Zhang Qiufan. I'm 12 years old and I will be a junior middle school student soon." She was the youngest one in the VIP class. Lu Cheng nodded slightly and had a few ideas about a training regime which would still allow her body to properly develop. Since there were too many students here, no coach was able to pay attention to everyone at the same time and provide individualized instructions tailored to the needs of each member. But the VIP class was an exception with a more personalized environment. "My name is Yao Runway. I'm 15-year-old, a student in the 3rd year of middle school. Well, I will be a freshman in high school when the term starts." Standing about 1.65 meters, a little fatty of probably the same weight introduced himself after him. The classmate of Feifei after 2 months. Lu Cheng smiled and took a closer look at Yao Ruiwei's body shape, finding him deficient internally and exuberant externally. So his training volume must be carefully managed, otherwise something will go wrong. Damn it, my master was never so serious when he taught me. "My name is Li Lei. I'm 18-year-old, a graduate from T Middle High School and will be going to Hongdong University," the oldest student said with pride. He was about 1.7 meters high, having a strong body and noticeably messy and thick eyebrows. In T Middle High School, the level of teaching was not very good, but the practical training and fighting was rampant here. If graduates from this school could enter Hudong University, it was actually very commendable, Lu Cheng was thinking. Hudong University was merely an average major university. "My name's Wu Ting, 15 years old. I have passed the entrance examination and have become a freshman at the first middle school." After the first 5 or 6 students, finally, the wait was over for a girl with fair skin and 2 ponytails. She deliberately stressed that she got into the university through passing the examination in case that others thought that she paid for this enrollment. Fresh and energetic, supple and strong, the girl must be training regularly. At least she is exposed to something related to martial arts. Lu Cheng nodded thoughtfully. After all the students had introduced themselves, he could match almost all their names to their faces and had a basic understanding of their individual physical condition. "Okay, First, I'd like to teach you some meditation techniques to stay calm and to breathe properly, just like warm-up exercises. Lu Chang said in his usual voice. Wu Ting raised her hands immediately and said with excitement, Coach Lu, are you going to teach us how to enter into meditation? That was fundamental to profound martial arts. Don't think about this too much. Lu Chang smiled and said, as you are still young, you haven't fully developed or matured, and are not as vigorous as adults in terms of qi and vitality. Practicing the still stance will tire you and weaken you. It just feels like being hollowed out. I'll just show you some tricks about how to keep calm and to manage your breathing. This will also help you enter into the training state as quickly as possible. Among the students present here, only Li Lei could try the still stance. But it was not necessary to do a little private training for him, since the Keeper Chu had told Qin Rui that it was just for physical fitness. All the students laughed at his humor and felt close to the coach, despite the age and generation gap. They were not very hopeful that they could learn the still stance. After a short time for practicing staying calm and holding their breath, Lu Chang followed the schedule and said, next, I'll teach you horse stance and do stance training. Horse stance? Coach Lu, you're such a high-level professional. Why do you just teach us this? I thought you would teach us moves and techniques about how to show our strength. Wu Ting raised her hand again and said, with a questioning look, you're talking so much. Lu Chang cursed secretly but said smilingly, you guys have no basics. Your waist and back are still stiff. Your foundation is weak. If you don't practice the stance training diligently, even if I teach you these moves and techniques, what you'll learn is no more than presenting an attractive facade, but your punch will be useless, like giving a message. Talking about this, he looked serious and continued. Besides, all profound and strong martial arts come from the basic stance training. How could a high building be built without a solid foundation? Do you have any idea how deep the foundation is? To become who I am today, do you know how long it took me to practice basic stance training? Recalling the image of him blowing up a sandbag with a devastating punch, Wu Tingting and others fell silent and nodded immediately. Don't be too rigid in the horse stance. You should have some flexibility. Shift your body's gravity as if riding a horse. Look closer at my stance. I will demonstrate to you how to generate force from my feet, using the ankles and the knees. Lu Chang was not scripted but explained his own experiences after training himself together with his insights and perceptions from meditation. As they were new, Zhang Qiufan, Yao Ruiwei, and the rest were very enthusiastic and listened, earnest and focused. They followed Lu Cheng's guidance and went into the horse stance immediately. Lu Cheng walked around and observed them carefully. If there were mistakes, he pointed them out immediately. If they did not generate enough force, he managed to correct them with his feet or hands. Remember the feeling you feel now. It is the best stance that fits you. Lu Cheng stood beside Zhang Qiufang and explained, arms across his chest. Yes, Coach Lu. Zhang Qiufang, the youngest and also the most timid one among them, answered seriously. Lu Cheng took his mobile phone out of his pocket to check the time. Then he approached Yao Ruiwei and found him trembling with a sweaty brow. Saying nothing, he watched him for a while and said suddenly, you can have a rest now. What he bore in mind was that these kids came here to improve their bodies and not to learn martial arts. Yao Ruiwei was gritting his teeth. As he heard the words from Coach Lu, he felt that he was having an auditory hallucination. He pointed to himself and asked with confusion, me? Only I can have a break? Yes, you can rest for 10 minutes. Lu Cheng replied with a smile. At this scene, Wu Ting in the behind row grumbled. Coach Lu, you're so biased. Why can he rest but we can't? If you were as big as him, you can rest too. Lu Cheng said half-jokingly. Wu Ting, Zhang Qiufang and all laughed and said, partially in unison, forget it. Lu Cheng turned and saw the little fatty wearing blue looked humiliated by the joke. He said seriously, Yao Ruiwei, do you think I'm only looking at your build? As the saying goes, words are not the same as fighting. No, no, Yao Ruiwei answered, hanging his head. Lu Cheng remained serious and said, I have seen your history and I know that you're not born fat. You're here in the martial arts class to lose weight, right? Right? Yao Ruiwei answered honestly. So I will remind you to inspire you in case you forget why you're here and become less motivated and slack. Train yourself hard. We'll see if you are still as fat in 2 months. Yao Ruiwei gritted his teeth and said, Yes, coach. Stance training, rest, stance training, rest. Lu Chang set the tempo, helping these participants master basic skills and increased the intensity of training gradually. During the break, he took every minute to train himself too and performed Thunder Roar Zen in the center of the ground, which moved the air currents, used the effect of the medicine and continued purifying himself. Hearing the crackle of air currents, Li Lei, Zhang Qiufan and others were excited and eager to have a try. So cool. Little fat Yao Ruiwei murmured. Li Lei took a breath and said, When will I have such kicks and punches? Wu Ting rolled her eyes to them and said, That's ages. My dad said if you could practice martial arts with sound, it would mean a turning point of martial arts. Increased skill in kicks and punches will let you qualify for ranking. 2 hours later, Lu Chang after found them becoming bored. He clapped his hands, saying, All right, that's all the basic foundation. Now I'll teach you some fundamental moves and corresponding force techniques. Wu Ting, Zhang Qiufan and others all burst into cheers and became excited. It was a relief for all of them. However, they found that they had just jumped from one fiery pit into another. After repetitive punches and kicks, their feet and hands became sore. Coach Lu, could you please let us do pair exercises? I saw other classes do pair exercises. Wu Ting grumbled during the break. That's nonsense. Lu Chang commented sharply. 2 rookies doing pair exercises would only develop bad habits and make inaccurate movements. By then, it would be too late to correct. When he was performing the special training, he did pair exercises only with senior brothers and sisters of higher ranks. So can I do pair exercises with you? If there's not enough time, we can pay you for private coaching. Wu Ting proposed hands in the air. Lu Chang chuckled and said, We'll see if you can master basic moves and force techniques. Then I'll give you some time for pair exercises. You don't have to pay. His training was 3 times less intense than the special training for martial arts. That's to say, these big kids wouldn't exercise in pairs until next week. After that, he glanced at the clock on the wall and said, All right, time's up. If you feel sore and tired, you can pay for a therapist in the martial art club. If not, just go home and have a rest, which will be enough to refresh you. Watching Lu Chang walk out of the practice court, Wu Ting said, dropping his voice lower, Coach Lu is so different indeed. I heard from students in other classes. Their coaches are encouraging private lessons, but Coach Lu does the opposite. It shows that Coach Lu is teaching us with all his heart. He doesn't have to hide the real stuff only for private coaching. Li Lei wiped off his sweat and said with a serious face. After physical therapy, Wu Ting returned back home and found that her super busy dad was at home. A rare visitor, she said jokingly, with a sense of grievance. Wu Qinggui took his daughter in his arms, stroked her hair and said, I'm back home as long as I'm free. What do you think of your new coach? Wu Ting knew that her father also practiced martial arts since childhood, but he had failed several ranking events for professional 9th pin. So he moved into business, became rich and reached the peak of his life. However, as his visions and insights were still there, he remained the idol in her heart. She chattered with excitement. Our coach is so amazing. He blew a sandbag up with a punch. Blew up? Wu Qinggui asked with confusion. Is that literal or an exaggeration? Wu Ting said, while gesturing with arms waving, It's true, just like this. Boom! With his mouth half open, Wu Qinggui said to himself in shock. Is it possible for a professional 9th pin? When did Shoshan have such a strong martial artist? And he is prepared to teach these big kids? Wu Ting noticed the change of her father's facial expression. As an idea flashed through her mind. Coach Lu is much stronger than we thought. After eating lunch and hanging out in the strength training gymnasium, the temporarily single Lu Chang phoned Qin Rui and told him to come for still stance coaching at the martial art club in the afternoon. Qin Rue said with a smirk. You're free already? Aren't you dating your girlfriend? Lu Cheng answered quickly. She went to her grandfather's home. Then he realized something. How does Qin Rue know I am meeting with my girlfriend? He is just asking. I can't disclose more information. Qin Rue hung up and texted to Jiang Fei quickly, saying, Fatty Jiang. Now go ask Song Li if Yanjika went to her grandfather's home. The minute Jiang Fei heard the news, he immediately entered the group chat. He did not have Song Li's QQ number, but Du Liu invited him to join the chat after he spread the news of Du Liu and Song Li's relationship. In the chat, Song Li criticized and educated him, and he had also made profound reflections. He directed his message to old memories specifically. Song Li, are you around? There's something I want to ask. Jiang Fei was feeling a mixture of uneasiness, nervousness, excitement, and anticipation. He wanted to both confirm and deny certain things, making for a contradictory situation. The old memories, Song Li instantly replied. What is it? Don't ask me about any secrets. I'll never tell a blabbermouth like you. He took a breath before asking, Is Yanjika staying at her grandfather's place these days? Why are you asking about this? She responded. She was on alert, suspicious that Fatty Jiang had ulterior motives. He picked up the cup next to him and took a gulp of water before typing his reply. I want to confirm one thing. If you answer me, I'll tell you a secret as well. She was instantly curious. What secret? Say it first. Perhaps it had something to do with Ku. If you don't answer my question, I can't verify the secret. He exposed some hints of this secret. After thinking about it, she decided it was not an important thing and replied, Yes, Ku is at her grandfather's place. We even agreed to go shopping together after she returns. So Yanjika was really at her grandfather's place. He was so surprised that his jaw dropped after reading just the first half of the reply. Though he had long prepared for this, there was still a stormy sea within his heart, and he began recalling the past. The beautiful girl who attracted attention even when dressed in an old-fashioned military training uniform. The joy he shared with Chang and the other students when they peeped at the girl as they passed by class 3. The details about her that he had heard from others. The loveliest, purest memories about his youth and girls. The gentle smile on Cheng's face when he was chatting on the phone during the winter break. I'm too stupid. I should have guessed a long time ago. Jiang Fei smacked his forehead, remembering how he had once asked Lu Cheng if the girl he was courting was from Songchang University. His answer was yes. If the girl was a Songchang University student and someone he knew, who else could she be except Yanjika? Hey Fatty Jiang, where's the promised secret? Where are you? After there was no reply from him for a long time, Song Li sent an urging message. Jiang Fei subconsciously raised his hand to reply, but accidentally knocked down the cup next to him, spilling the water inside. He picked up the computer in a hurry and took out the paper towels to wipe the table. He then sighed and cursed in a low voice. What a bastard! Chang, I really envy you. On one hand, he was sincerely happy for his friend. On the other, he felt lost and dejected. Chang was not the only one with a crush on Yanjika. For many boys, Yanjika was like the purest beautiful dream of their youth, untouched by other aspects of their high school. But the dream now belonged to Chang alone. This guy really made Yanjika his girlfriend. Though Chang was much stronger now, he still could not believe that Yanjika would fall for him. He soothed his complex emotions and put down the computer to reply Song Li. The secret is that Yanjika is dating someone. After sending this reply, he inexplicably felt a sense of loss. What? Ku is dating? How can I not know? A shocked Song Li replied. She often talked to Yanjika, even chatting every day. How could she not notice Ku was in a relationship? It must be a lie. No, that did not seem right. She suddenly realized that her focus was completely on Du Liu this semester. They were in the honeymoon stage of their relationship, and she unknowingly missed out on a lot of things. She carefully thought it over and remembered Yanjika would often bring up the martial arts club in their conversations. Each time they came to that topic, she would mention a familiar name. She's dating Lu Cheng? Song Li asked with sudden realization. How could she be unaware of this? When a girl inadvertently mentioned a boy again and again, it could not be any more obvious. Fuck. How could Song Li guess it instantly? Were Chang and Yan Zhika demonstrating their relationship that openly? Zhang Fei stunned for a while before replying. Yes, they started dating last semester. He found it hard to imagine what Yan Zhika would like when she was in love. He suddenly frowned, feeling like he had made a mistake in telling Qin Rue this secret. If he was in Cheng's shoes and made Yan Zhika his girlfriend, he would not refrain from informing the world about it. Why did Cheng want to hide their relationship? Were there any reasons that forced him to do this? Oh no, he had already revealed it. What was wrong with his blabbermouth? Zhang Fei picked up his phone uneasily, having decided to give Lu Cheng a call. If he turned himself in, he could probably avoid a death sentence, right? Lu Cheng picked up his ringing phone and found that the 10,000 yuan from the martial arts club had been deposited into his account. He smiled at Qin Rue. Let's take a break. You can try again later. Don't rush. The more impatient you are, the more difficult it is for you to meditate. Okay. Qin Rue opened his eyes and stretched his neck. He picked up his phone placed on the training equipment next to him. It's really Yan Zhika. His eyes widened and his knees almost buckled. Only one thought came to his mind. He wanted to worship Brother Lu. What's wrong? Lu Cheng asked in concern after noticing his unusual expression. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, Lu Cheng felt the phone in his palm vibrating. Fatty Jiang? Lu Cheng was puzzled when he answered the call. Hey Fatty Jiang. What's up? What was up that he had to give him a call in a rush? Zhang Fei swallowed his saliva with difficulty and asked, Cheng, be honest. Are you dating Yan Zhika? It was as if a thunder had stricken Lu Cheng's head, and he only replied after being stunned for a moment. How did you know? He was planning to deny it, but he could not say it. This relationship was his utmost pride. Weren't you unwilling to tell us who your girlfriend is? That's why I thought it wouldn't be necessary for you to hide her identity if we don't know her. So that means it's someone we all know. Just as Zhang Fei wanted to reveal his involvement with his accomplice Qin Rue, he suddenly stopped. He decided to cover it up using the hints Chang gave during the winter break. However, Lu Cheng suddenly understood and remembered what Qin Rue's inexplicable question. He turned around and glared at Qin Rue, making his knees feel really weak this time. So you had Qin Rue set a trap for me? Lu Cheng interrupted the Zhang Fei's explanation. I was just curious. Zhang Fei answered with a faint laugh. Lu Cheng said gruffly, How can you be so gossipy? I didn't tell you because I was worried you'd tell everyone we know. You didn't tell everyone, did you? I did. Zhang Fei answered in a weak tone, and then he immediately took the courage to say, You should have just told me your relationship directly and warned me not to reveal it. I don't even know what's going on. So how could I keep it a secret? Lu Cheng felt like everything before his eyes went black. Who else did you tell? Du Liu also told you not to spread about his relationship back then. How could he believe in his blabbermouth? Qin Rue and Song Li. Oh, maybe Du Liu will also see it. Zhang Fei answered honestly. Qin Rue, Song Li, and Du Liu? It was still fine. He could still control the present situation. Relieved, Lu Cheng did not have time to strangle Fatty Jiang because he wanted to first deal with the problem. Hurry up and tell Song Li and Du Liu not to tell others. I'll have to warn them again. I'll handle Qin Rue on my own. He called her name so easily and so familiarly, Zhang Fei nearly clenched his fist and cried. He replied quickly, Okay, I'll do that immediately. But why are you hiding this? This is great news. Lu Cheng thought it for a while and thought it was inconvenient to explain it over the phone. Come to Gushan Martial Arts School. I'll tell you and Qin Rue face to face. Deal. After hanging up the call, he immediately messaged Du Liu and Song Li. A funny thought popped into his mind. He wondered if he would be assassinated if he went to Gushan Martial Arts School. Lu Cheng ended the call and turned to look at Qin Rue. Qin Rui gave him a thumbs up and smiled sweetly. Brother Lu. I'll sincerely call you Brother Lu. I don't know how many boys in our grade who will insanely hate and envious of you. That included himself. Lu Cheng smiled helplessly. Don't spread this news. Why? Qin Rui asked him in astonishment. Like Jiang Fei, he thought this was incredibly great news. I'll tell you why when Fatty Jiang arrives. Lu Cheng clicked the first number his speed dial to call Yan Zhika. When the call went through, they spoke at the same time. Cheng. Songli has guessed that we're dating. Cool. Fatty Jiang has guessed our relationship. Both of them stunned for a while. Yan Zhika blinked and said, What's going on? Tell me everything from the beginning. So it was not Songli who guessed it on her own. How dare Songli acted like a famous detective in front of her. Here's what happened. Lu Cheng told the whole story to her, including Jiang Fei's reasoning process and how he casually answered Qin Rui's questions. He felt a little chagrined. He was too careless and had no vigilance. How could he hide their relationship from his father-in-law in the future? Yan Zhika noticed her boyfriend's chagrin, and all her unhappiness suddenly vanished. She laughed. You're an idiot, Cheng. The future IQ level of our family still relies on me. I'll warn Songli and do Liu again. They'll probably won't go around telling everyone. As for Qin Rui and Jiang Fei, why don't we treat them to a meal as thanks for not spreading the news? Lu Cheng could not help laughing after hearing his girlfriend's suggestion. Cool. I know you're far better and more mature than me in dealing with interpersonal relationships, but it shouldn't be too serious and formal between guys. I'll give them a little warning in a while. Okay, I'll trust you. Yan Zhika pursed her mouth and smiled, showing her dimples. Don't worry about it too much. In fact, I'm prepared to tell Songli, Sister Jingjing, Gu Shuang, and the others these few days about our relationship. This way, they can be our shields while we date. For example, she could give the excuse of shopping with Songli and turn to where Cheng was. When it came to these things, of course she must explain to the other party and align their alibis. So you mean Jiang Fei and Qin Rui are the only ones who shouldn't have found out? Heh! I'll kill them to shut them up in a while, Lu Cheng joked. Unable to conceal his longing for her, he asked, Cool. When will you come back? Yan Zhika touched the necklace she was wearing and bit her lower lip. I'm supposed to come home tonight, but it's overcast and windy outside now. It looks like it's going to rain heavily. I'm worried my parents may get into an accident if I ask them to pick me up now, so I told them to wait. That means I'll only be returning tomorrow night or the night after. Lu Cheng did not become flirty because Qin Rui was beside him. He comforted his girlfriend a little and ended the call. When Qin Rui finished another round of still stance, Jiang Fei arrived near the Gushan martial arts school. Cheng, where are you guys? Do I come in just like this? He asked on the phone. Lu Cheng pondered and answered, Wait outside. We'll find a quiet place to talk. A few minutes later, 3 of them met at the side of the martial arts club where there was a block acting as the parking lot for bicycles and electric vehicles. Observing his surroundings, Lu Cheng finally felt at ease when he saw there was only an old lady guarding the vehicles. He first joked, I gathered you here to assassinate you. Jiang Fei and Qin Rui burst out laughing, not feeling as high-strung as they did previously. Cheng, do you know how many people who would be envious of your relationship with Yan Zhika? Why are you hiding it? Jiang Fei asked directly. Lu Cheng shook his head and laughed bitterly. 'Cause family doesn't want her to date while she's in university. Oh, Jiang Fei suddenly understood. You should have told us directly. We'd definitely keep your secret. That's right. If you don't say it, we'll be guessing so much that the secret would be exposed more easily. Qin Rui also agreed with Jiang Fei. I don't trust your blabbermouth. Lu Cheng stared at Fatty Jiang and laughed. This won't do. I have to imprint deeply on your mind an impression of your punishment, so you'll instinctively stop your mouth when you want to tell others. What impression? Jiang Fei was very curious. Lu Cheng looked around and walked towards the parking lot where it was blocked by some concrete barriers and a few of thin steel chains. Think about your own neck. Lu Cheng smiled with some threat. He suddenly set his center of gravity downwards and thrust his right hand at a frightening speed to grab onto the thin steel chain. He exerted force using the joints of his fingers and muscle fascia in his hand. Pa! He crushed the chains with his hands. Zhang Fei and Qin Rui both were dumbfounded and took a step back subconsciously, touching their throats. That bloody chain was made of steel. Lu Cheng repositioned himself and smiled. Did you remember it well? This was the great power he gained only after beginning to truly master the martial arts. He heard a severe shout coming from behind him. Hey! Stop right there! The old lady who was guarding the vehicles ran over to them and glared at Lu Cheng. Which department do you belong to? Which company do you work in? Are you working in the Gushan Martial Arts School? How can you simply damage public property? Like a shooting machine gun, she blabbered on. Lu Cheng felt at a loss, and then said with a dull face, Aunt, could you please stop? I'll compensate for it. Is that good enough? This impression was truly deep. Ha ha. Ha ha. When Yanzhika learned about Lu Cheng's awkward incident, she laughed so hard that she rolled back and forth on the bed. The only thing she regretted was not being able to watch the scene herself. That's what you get for committing vandalism. That's what you get for committing vandalism. After a long while, she finally calmed down and wiped the tears that came out of her eyes due to laughter. She looked up and watched the dark sky outside the window. It's almost been 4 days since I saw Cheng. There were plenty of vague emotions in play that weren't made clear when they were able to meet every day and hang around each other whenever they were idle. It was only when they were separated suddenly by a distance that was so close, yet so far apart that the minute details of their everyday life appeared from memory and filled her surroundings. When her grandmother had purposely cooked crabs for dinner last night, she had subconsciously picked up one and shell it until even the meat in the legs could be sucked out directly. But when she finished her work and attempted to pass it out, she finally discovered that that figure she was thinking of wasn't there. In the end, she could only present it to her grandfather and feel a sense of loss on the inside. When she accompanied her grandparents on a walk and took a rest halfway, she took out a napkin but stood blankly beside a road chair. It was because a certain idiot would take the napkin on his own accord and wipe away her sweat carefully in the past. When she encountered something amusing, and turned around wanting to share it with someone. When she felt wronged and wanted someone to spoil her. When she missed the local delicacies and had to be mindful of her grandparents' age. When a wind brushed by and her palm was empty. When she was chatting happily on QQ but could not feel his warmth. Yanzhika turned around and sat up, listening to the howls of the wind outside the wind and sensing the pressure of an upcoming storm. She pursed her lips and sent a message to Lu Cheng. She didn't use an emoji. I want to go back sooner. I'm starting to miss you a little. I want to go back sooner. When Lu Cheng saw this message, he had just finished tutoring Qin Rui on the still stance for an hour and sat on Zhang Fei's car. His heart throbbed suddenly at the message, and Yanzhika's bright eyes that told volumes of stories instantly appeared before his eyes. He felt as if he could hear her soft words beside his ears, and catch a whiff of her familiar, sweet fragrance from his nose. What is it? Zhang Fei noticed that Lu Cheng had drifted off. Lu Cheng cast him a glance and sighed. You'll understand once you have a girlfriend. Can you not put a knife to my heart? I'd rather die than be disgraced. Even a bachelor has dignity. Okay? Zhang Fei wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry when he said this. Not only did you take away my goddess, you're even ridiculing me for not having a girlfriend. What kind of a friend are you? The duo poked fun at each other until they reached just beyond the neighborhood where Lu Cheng's home was. Do you want to visit my home? I can treat you to a glass of plain water straight out of year 1983. Lu Cheng randomly cracked a joke. A glass of mengpa soup, you mean? Zhang Fei let out a laughing abuse before saying seriously, Nah, I'm fine. Just look at the weather. It's obvious that it's going to rain cats and dogs soon. Yeah, you're right. Drive carefully. Lu Cheng waved goodbye, turned around and walked into the estate while holding his backpack. The wind let out a piercing howl, billowing until the trees were swaying and the leaves separating from its branches from time to time. The dark clouds hung low, an invisible pressure that pressed down heavily on everyone's heart. It made Lu Cheng, a person who seldom felt sullen or downtrodden, involuntarily experience a great sense of loneliness. Right now, he was missing a certain someone more than ever before. He climbed up the stairs and opened his house's entrance. It was quiet inside, and no one had returned home just yet. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yenjika. He laughed with tears and said, "I feel like I'm a left-behind child right now. In that case, am I the parent working hard outside?" Yenjika replied with a snigger emoji. After chatting idly for a moment, Yenjika went away to help her grandma with some chores. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng scrolled up their chat log by force of habit and reflected on every word they exchanged with each other previously. "I want to go back sooner." When he saw this message again, Lu Cheng fell into a daze again. He felt as if something was bursting from inside his heart. Abruptly, he got off the sofa and charged into his own room. He rummaged through his stuff and picked up his high school backpack and the thermos cup Yenjika had gifted him. Thump, thump, thump. Without pausing his footsteps, he ran into the kitchen, washed the cup and ran back into the living hall. He pulled open the refrigerator and took out one of the 2 extra bowls of healing soup cooked yesterday and poured it into the thermos cup. He sealed the thermos cup shut tightly and stuffed it into his backpack together with a clean change of martial arts suit and boxer briefs. Thump, thump, thump. He carried the backpack on his back and got out of the house. When he passed through the unit's entrance and hailed a car online, he immediately gave Zhang Fei a call. "Hey Cheng, what's up?" Zhang Fei accepted the call through his Bluetooth headset. Lu Cheng ran against the wind towards the neighborhood's main entrance. He lowered his voice and said, "Fatty Zhang, if my mum gives you a call, tell her that I'm sleeping at your place tonight." "Ah, sure. Where are you going?" Zhang Fei asked out of curiosity. Lu Cheng inhaled and said, "I'm going to the train station." No, he was not heading to the bullet train station. "Why are you going to the train station? Is there an urgent matter?" Zhang Fei felt as if he couldn't keep pace with Lu Cheng at all. Lu Cheng spat out the words that had been clogging up his lungs just now. "I'm going to Zhengke County. I'm going to see Coach Yen. If she can't come back sooner, then I'll head over to her place myself. Why should I wait here like a fool?" "Zhengke County? Why are you heading to Zhengke County?" Zhang Fei was completely confused by Lu Cheng's reply, but he didn't get an answer to his puzzlement. It was because Lu Cheng had already hung up. "Zhengke County. Zhengke County." Suddenly, a memory flashed into his mind. Yenjika's registered birthplace was Zhengke County. Oh my God. I've known Cheng for so many years, but it is only today that I learned that he's a man of action. Suddenly, Zhang Fei thought that the fact that Lu Cheng had won Yenjika's heart wasn't without reason. It was incredibly dangerous to ride a car during a storm, but although no bullet trains were linking Shoshan City and Zhengke County, there were regular and express trains. Wisely, Lu Cheng chose the latter option. He had already booked a 6 p.m. train ticket while he was sitting inside the car he hailed online. The entire journey would take only 35 minutes. It was only now that he gave his mother Qifeng a call. He told her that he was going to visit Fatty Jiang and not coming home tonight. "Really? It's been several days since you came home already, but you're always heading out and you haven't even paid your grandfather a visit yet." Her son was an independent and strong adult now. That was why Qifeng hadn't said much despite complaining for a bit. A dozen or so minutes later, Lu Cheng reached the train station. At the same time, thunderclaps were booming louder and louder across the sky. The lightning that flashed across the sky caused everything within a dark environment to become illuminated in white. "Please don't. The train won't be delayed because of the storm, would it?" Lu Cheng was deeply worried by this. Originally, he planned to reach Zhengke County before the storm showed up. After that, he would find a hotel to stay in and plan whatever that comes next after he learned of Yenjika's exact circumstances. But he didn't think that the storm would arrive faster than he predicted. Murphy's Law dictated that anything that there was a high likelihood that whatever can go wrong will go wrong. Unsurprisingly, Lu Cheng heard the notice of delay after he got through the safety check. Splash. The storm rained cats and dogs. The delay stretched for a very long time, and many people canceled their plans to head out right away because of this. Lu Chang continued to wait patiently at the train station. He revealed nothing while chatting with Yenjika. After all, if he really couldn't make the trip, then he would be disappointing her. Wouldn't he? He ate dinner at the train station. From time to time he would check the latest news and pray that the storm wouldn't cause a flood. Rain fell like it was pouring outside the house, beating against the windows and creating an unusual atmosphere of silence inside the room. Yenjika chatted with Lu Chang while reading her classmates' rueful exclamations at the downpour and certain areas that had been flooded by water. Phew! Thank goodness I didn't ask Empress Dowager to come and fetch me. She quietly exhaled. It was 11 p.m. at night, and Lu Chang was still waiting for the train. Felt like it was never going to arrive. Yenjika had fallen asleep by now. He closed his eyes, concealed his spirit and chi, and slept on his seat, preserving his own spirit. Time passed slowly. When it was 2 a.m. in the morning, a thief who saw that most of the travelers were sleeping stood up and began rummaging through people's bags and pockets in practiced fashion. He arrived next to Lu Chang and extended a pair of tweezers into his pockets while half concealed. It was at this moment a tightness suddenly grabbed hold of his wrist. He was caught red-handed by someone. He subconsciously tried to withdraw his arm, but the person's grip felt as strong as a pair of iron pincers. It didn't relent no matter how hard he tried to pull away. Then he saw a pair of deep and calm eyes. After turning the thief to the station's police, Lu Chang shook his head while wearing a puzzled look on his face. He had awoken from his dreams almost the instant the thief had extended his tweezer over. He had stretched out his hand and caught him instinctively. Am I getting close to absolute reaction already? But I've only started consuming the healing soup and refining my body for 2 or 3 days. I've only been able to execute martial arts in minute detail recently. There's no way it can be that quick. Can't it? Is it a combination of great attainment in meditation and the ability to execute martial arts in minute detail? Lu Chang didn't waste too much time thinking about it, planning to test it when he had the time later. He fell back into sleep once more to maintain his well-being. When it was slightly over 4 a.m. in the morning, the train that was delayed for a very long time finally arrived. A bit over 30 minutes later, Lu Chang arrived at Zhengke County's train station. It was dark outside, and the storm had stopped. The air was filled with the thick scent of moisture. He immediately saw a bunch of illegal taxis the second he got out of the station. He was surrounded by a lot of taxi drivers shouting their prices at him. Are you leaving or what? It'll only be 200 to head into the city. Ask a few people to join you, and it'll cost you only 100 to get the city. You may as well go rob someone. Lu Chang couldn't care less about them. He unlocked his cell phone, activated a navigation program, and entered the 2 words Zhengke County. While chatting idly with Yenjika for the past few days, he learned that Yenjika's grandparents were high school teachers who lived in the county's dependent special district. After he confirmed the route, Lu Chang stretched his legs and began running with his backpack. Yo, this kid's got a loose screw, hasn't he? Is he stupid? Is he planning to run into the city? For a while, the illegal taxi drivers were all slightly dumbstruck by his actions. Lu Chang checked the navigation app, corrected his course, and quickened his pace. It's only 10 or so kilometers. This is nothing. Jingle bell, jingle all the way. Yenjika stretched out reluctantly from her warm blanket and turned off the alarm clock. Then, she mustered the strength to pull herself out of bed and rub her hair. After staring blankly into the air for a few minutes, her mind finally cleared up as she put on the martial arts suit she prepared beforehand and sent Lu Chang a message. Using the highbrow smile, she said, I woke up, regardless of rain, hail or shine. In just a dozen or so seconds, she received Lu Chang's reply, I woke up early today. The corner of her lips stretched upwards, and her dimples deepened. She felt like Lu Chang had appeared right before her eyes. First, she put down her cell phone and tidied her appearance. A while later, after she waited until her grandfather, who woke up early just like her to practice Tai Chi, they got out of the main entrance and slow jogged away from the dependent special district. Right now, the sky was still dark, and road lamps were lit everywhere. Yenjika had just jogged out of the district when she suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was a figure that should have been at Shoshan. The dark, yellowish light of the lamps soaked into his tall and sturdy figure. It painted sheen of light on his countenance, silhouette, and familiar smile on his face. Chang! Yenjika thought aloud with a near murmur. Then, she covered her mouth with her hand in fear that she would startle her grandfather jogging before her. Then, she rubbed her eyes again and again until the rims were red and the corners were wet. She couldn't believe that she saw Lu Cheng. Why, how did he suddenly come over? It was raining so heavily last night. It was at this moment her grandfather looked backward. He was puzzled why his granddaughter had suddenly come to a stop at the estate's entrance. Yenjika turned her head to the side to conceal her own expression. She renewed her jog once more, and when her grandfather wasn't paying attention, took out her cell phone and sent Lu Cheng a message with a dodge emoji. "Why have you come?" While wearing a gentle smile on his face, he replied on his cell phone, "I miss you too, that's why." Yenjika's jog came to a pause once more. Her eyelashes quivered, and her gaze instantly turned blurry. There were just too much emotions bursting and blossoming inside her heart right now. She wanted nothing more than to turn around immediately, running under the street lamp and jumping into the embrace she had missed so much. She cast a glance at her grandfather jogging in front of her and bit her lips with her white and orderly teeth. She forcefully suppressed the turmoil of emotions swelling inside her heart, typed on her cell phone's keyboard and sent Lu Cheng a message. "Idiot. You nearly make me cry just now." Phew. She exhaled and felt herself calm down a little. Then she texted again immediately. "Humph. Your elder sister's inviting you for morning training. You're not allowed to turn me down." The smile on Lu Cheng's face blossomed as he replied briefly, "Sure." He stuffed his cell phone into his pocket and began slow jogging while carrying his backpack. He followed his girlfriend from afar, turning right and entering a boulevard behind her. He followed her into a place that had been reforested beautifully. "Grandpa, I'll be heading over there to train." Yenjika greeted her grandfather with a cheerful tone. She was feeling unusually happy and expectant right now. Her grandfather understood that most martial arts training and fighting style couldn't be shown to outsiders, and his granddaughter had gone to a secluded area nearby to train since a few days ago. Suspecting nothing, he waved his hand and joined the group of elderly people practicing Tai Chi and smoothed out a posture with familiar faces. When Lu Cheng saw this, he instantly quickened his footsteps and followed the delicate figure before him into a small path. The path led to a place that looked a little like a botanical garden just a wall away from the center of Zhengke County. After Yenjika had jogged into the fork of the road, she slowed down and stopped under a dewy tree. She waited with pursed lips as she watched her boyfriend running closer and closer towards her. Lu Cheng was just about to hug her when he saw her holding her hands behind her back and looking to the side. She pouted and said, "Stand there. Don't move. Close your eyes. Come on. Close them already." Lu Cheng couldn't resist against Yenjika's coquettish act at all. So he smiled and said, All right, all right." He stood where he was and closed his eyes. He listened to her familiar, gentle footsteps walking towards him. He wouldn't be teased this time, would he? After Yenjika got close to him, she paused for a moment and examined Lu Cheng's closely with eyes that looked as gentle as water. "He looks a little tired. He probably didn't sleep too well last night. His facial hair is showing. It must be because he had no time to shave them. His hair looks a little messy. Humph, he definitely didn't have a chance to bathe last night." The girl's heart grew softer and softer, and she took half a step forwards and circled her arms around Lu Cheng's waist. When she buried her face into his shoulder and felt his familiar scent, warmth and heartbeat transmitting from his body into hers, she felt that the longing and frustration she had been feeling for the past few days slowly melting little by little. "Don't open your eyes." She acutely noticed Lu Cheng's attempt to open his eyes and return her hug. Therefore, she chided him in a playful voice. "All right." Lu Cheng let out a laugh and kept his eyes closed tightly, looking a little hopeful at what was about to happen. Yan Zhika's eyes rippled with emotion as she moved her hands up Lu Cheng's neck, clung onto it, stood on her toes and kissed the corner of Lu Cheng's mouth and the protruding facial hair with a blush on her face. The corner of his eyes, his face, his forehead. In this regard, she was Lu Cheng's good student. She landed many, many gentle kisses on his face before finally. She closed her eyes and kissed onto Lu Cheng's lips with an expression that looked like was heading towards a noble death, but was immeasurably happy and bashful at the same time. Then, she timidly stuck out her tongue and clumsily drew circles with it. Lu Cheng returned her hug tightly and her kiss passionately. He wished he could melt into her arms. A long while later, Yan Zhika struggled free from her boyfriend's embrace while panting. Looking sideways with eyes that looked like they were drunk with emotion, she said with feigned nonchalance and a red face, "Your older sister has given you your morning kiss. Now you should train hard. Get it, little boy?" "Yes, Sister Yan," Lu Cheng answered while feeling soothed to the core. He hung his backpack on a tree branch and assumed a stance. Yan Zhika cocked her head in confusion and asked, "Aren't you going to drink the healing soup?" "I drank them since a while ago. I've even finished a round of training. Didn't you see that I'm wearing my martial arts suit?" Lu Cheng pointed at his own body with a wide smile on his face. He had to admit that the public toilets nearby were pretty clean. "Oh right, my brain went poof for a second there. Humph. I must have gotten it from Cheng." Yan Zhika shot a glare at Lu Cheng and refused to admit that she completely missed the details because her emotions ran too high just now. The duo didn't let themselves get wrapped up in sentiment, nor did they neglect their training. They took up a spot each and cultivated their own martial arts. From time to time booms would resound over the wind as limbs cut through the air. During this process, their eyes would occasionally meet one another. They exchanged unsaid words with each other through their eyes and felt sweetness and happiness seeping through every inch of their body. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and before they knew it was already 7:30 a.m. normally. Yan Zhika would leave around this time and meet up with her grandfather to return home for breakfast. However, she dilly-dallied this time because she was reluctant to part ways with Lu Cheng. "Cheng, how goes your training for the past few days?" She looked up and smiled faintly. Lu Cheng withdrew his stance and embraced the girl. "Ew, you're dirty and smelling all over." "Dirty Cheng who doesn't bathe." Yan Zhika punched his chest lightly, but didn't struggle. She chose to lie quietly in his embrace. Lu Cheng let out a mischievous laugh and answered, "It's pretty effective. It's only been a few days, but I feel like I'm training the finer details of my martial arts already. I was thinking, the seniors who practiced martial arts at the very beginning must not have any healing soup to support them. So how on earth did they manage to succeed? The very first seniors who successfully mastered martial arts must be the kind of person who are so talented they didn't need healing soups to train their skills to go deep into the finer details. Plus, it is thanks to the summary of their experiences that we juniors are able to skip all the detours and achieve twice as much with just half the effort." Yan Zhika said smilingly. For some reason, not only did she not find Lu Cheng's sweat unpleasant to smell, she even found herself liking it. "Oh my God, I'm finished. I must be sick. My nose has gone awry." An unconscious blush rose to her cheeks once more as she said hurriedly, "What about your comprehension on withdraw?" "Nothing on that yet. I feel like I can't find the right direction." Lu Cheng sighed faintly. "The reactions of my muscles and fasciae are getting faster and smoother. My energy is flowing smoother and smoother too. It feels as if the impurities that are preventing me from exerting my strength properly are being chipped away bit by bit. But this has nothing to do with the meaning behind withdraw, is there?" His fake master had only given him 9 words. A human body Big Dan is round and bright. He couldn't learn anything from them at all. Yan Zhika pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Call me Coach Yan. Quickly, then I'll tell you what you should do. I had purposely consulted several relatives for this, you know. Please, Coach Yan. Please teach me what you know." Seeing that I have nothing to repay the great favor I owe you, I shall dedicate this humble body to you for life, Lu Cheng joked while feeling relaxed. In that case I'll have to reconsider for a moment. Yen Zheka rolled her eyes at him before recalling what she had learned. I've asked my brothers, uncles, aunties and sisters, and I found a common point after combining all of their explanations. Will. Lu Cheng mulled over the word. Withdraw did not represent just the withdrawal of force alone. It also included the withdrawal of qi and blood, aura and spirit. It may be that one must find their own path and their will of martial arts before they can control all these. Yen Zheka made her deduction seriously. Their explanations are largely different. It matches what I've read in the written accounts of certain scriptures. The Dan stage differs with every person. It cannot be imitated by other people. It's probably because every person is unique, and thus no one's will is exactly the same. The words made a great splash in Lu Cheng's mind. He remembered that his master once told him that the reason he couldn't give him guidance that were too in-depth was because he wanted to walk a path of martial arts that blended it the elements of cultivation. But I seriously know nothing about cultivation. What would my path of martial arts and my will of martial arts look like, I wonder? I guess I should start from the Jindan then. Your cousin found his will of martial arts because he got hurt that one time, am I right? Lu Cheng asked. There weren't many people in this world who could communicate effectively with his brother-in-law. His girlfriend was one of them. My brother said that he never really saw the true face of his own will earlier because he was overly reliant on martial arts and hard work. It was only when he hurt himself and was unable to practice or train for a very long time that his emotions cleared up and enabled him to slowly figure out his own will of martial arts. You can't copy his method though. Cheng. No two persons are the same. Yen Zheka's phone rang before she could finish. When she picked up her phone and gave it a look, she withdrew her neck and smacked her lips. Then, she chose to accept the call. Grandpa, I was a little engrossed in training today. I'm coming over right away. The girl hung up the call and looked at Lu Cheng. She said reluctantly, I have to go back to eat breakfast. What are you going to do later? I've seen you and held you in my arms, haven't I? It's time for me to go home. And it's not like you can come out even if I stayed here. Can you? Plus, you're going back to Shoshan by latest tomorrow. Right? Lu Cheng smiled faintly and said this while catching a whiff of Yen Zheka's scent. His original plan was to ask the girl to make some sort of excuse to visit her relatives and meet him for a brief date along the way. But since they'd already trained in the morning together, there was no need to trouble her anymore. Yen Zheka stared quietly at Lu Cheng for several tens of seconds before she finally bit her lips softly and said, In that case, wait for me at the opposite side of the estate street for a bit. What is it? Are you treating me to your grandfather's breakfast? Lu Cheng ventured a guess. Yen Zheka pursed her lips and smiled faintly. Yeah, wait for me. She left Lu Cheng's embrace, turned around and jogged away slowly. She met up with her grandfather and returned to the house. While she was helping setting down the utensils, she inhaled deeply, gathered her courage and smiled sweetly with dimples on her face. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm going back to the university later. Song Li is looking for me about something. I'm going back to Shoshan together with Cheng. Why so sudden? Is it urgent? Aren't your parents coming tonight or tomorrow to fetch you? Yen Zheka's grandma asked in astonishment. Yeah, I'm not gonna wait for me. I'm an adult now. I went back and forth songching myself, so there's nothing to be afraid about. Why don't you two come over Shoshan and stay for a few days? Grandpa, Grandma. Yen Zheka unleashed her charm skill and amused them until their moods were completely lifted and they agreed to her request. Hooray! She cheered on the inside before charging into her room, took a quick bath and put on a new set of clothes. Then, she packed her things but left the clothes that hadn't dried yet on the drying rack. She would come back for them in the future. She made short work of her belongings and filled her suitcase to the brim with lightning speed. Then, she hastily got out of the door. Silly girl, you should at least finish your breakfast before you leave. Her grandmother stopped her. Several thoughts flashed across Yen Zheka's eyes at once before she nodded weakly and said, Okay. She took a few tasteless bites and barely forced down a steamed bun down her stomach. Then she drank a glass of milk. I'm done. Bye-bye, Grandpa, Grandma. She clapped her hands once like a kindergarten student, put on her shoes and ran out of the door towards the estate entrance while dragging her luggage. I'll call Empress Dowager later. Her long hair streaked across the wind as she ran quickly amidst the clattering noise created by her suitcase. She couldn't wait to see him. Lu Cheng waited patiently beneath the shadow of a tree on the opposite side of the street. His gaze never left the estate entrance. Suddenly, he saw Yen Zhika appearing with her long hair dancing in the air. She looked like a little fairy who had descended from the heavens as she dragged the familiar-looking suitcase behind her. He was a little caught off guard by this. What's going on? Yen Zhika looked left and right, crossed the road and paused in front of him. While staring at the dumbfounded Lu Cheng, she pursed her lips and smiled. Idiot! What are you still staring blankly at? Get my luggage and hail a car already. You're coming back with me? Lu Cheng came to joyful realization as he hurriedly took over Yen Zhika's suitcase. Yen Zhika looked sideways and didn't answer his question directly. Instead, she waved a hand coolly and let out a humph. Let's go. Your older sister is treating you to breakfast. The duo leaned against one another on the middle-sized bus back from Zhengke to Shoshan. For a while they said nothing and simply smiled at each other as they clasped their fingers and joined their shining rings together once more. It was at this moment the bus started and began playing a tune. The warmth of spring's blossoming flowers take away winter's pain. Listen to me. Hand in hand, come with me and create a happy life. Yesterday is too late. Tomorrow will be a shame. So marry me today, all right? After going back to Shoshan hurriedly and having reported to Empress Dowager and Song Li, Yen Zhika and Lu Cheng put their luggage and bags in the storage room at one of the shopping malls. Afterwards, they decided to arrange an impromptu date. They saw a movie, hung out in a bookstore, strolled down the street, chased little kids, and ate some food. At the end of it all, Yen Zhika, who was in high spirits, went and took 2 exclusive seats in a children's carousel. Looking at Lu Cheng and laughing, she took out her phone and took quite a few photographs of herself at that moment. Since this wasn't a private occasion, the two of them absolutely couldn't snuggle or whisper sweet nothings to one another. It was only in the movie theater that they could lean against each other, ear to ear and temple to temple. However, even with the situation like it was, Lu Cheng didn't feel any kind of regret or dissatisfaction. He was happy, fulfilled, and filled with abundant joy and happiness all at once. Of course, at his age, if there was an opportunity to be more intimate, he thought it would be even better. Just as the two of them were discussing going to Old Lu Barbecue for dinner, Yen Zhika got a call from Empress Dowager. After talking for a moment, she put away her phone. Wrinkling her nose, she said, Empress Dowager wants me to come back home for dinner. It's like she knows I'm with you. But she didn't say anything. Actually, it doesn't take a genius to figure out who I'd suddenly come to Shoshan for, particularly given how smart and experienced the Empress Dowager was. Empress Dowager has been around the block and knows that a little tact is called for. Where there's oppression, there's resistance. Lu Cheng started to joke. He could guess roughly what Empress Dowager was thinking. She wouldn't forbid him and Ko from going out together. She'd just prevent them from going out too often. It's like they said, dry, sweltering heat caused young boys and girls full of vigor to wear thin clothing. If you weren't careful, it was a recipe for disaster. Of course, this is all built on the idea that Empress Dowager doesn't understand me. There really is no need for her to be worried. I'll respect Ko. Out of respect for both of their futures, I'm willing to restrain myself. I need to get back and make the Empress Dowager happy. Give her a back and shoulder massage, stuff like that. Yen Zhika half-jokingly sighed as she sensed her mother's machinations. She batted her eyes and with shining pupils looked at Lu Cheng. Are you going to give me some rice dumplings tomorrow? Absolutely, Lu Cheng answered without any hesitation. Yen Zhika let a laugh escape and with a soft gaze said, It's a shame that I won't eat them tomorrow. Eh? Lu Cheng was bewildered. Yet you still ask. Teasing Chung is too fun. Yan Zhika giggled. Empress Dowager said once the morning is over she'll take me to eat some Yunshui family noodles. They opened a shop close to the hospital that my father worked at before. It's a big part of my memories. It's too bad. They moved and we didn't know where to. But recently it was rediscovered by the Empress Dowager. Can I go accidentally run into you? Lu Chang said with a grin. Sure. All you need is not to be afraid of confronting Empress Dowager. Yan Zhika replied, her face full of laughter. Thinking about Empress Dowager's imposing manner, Lu Chang wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead and said, This all son-in-laws are afraid of their mother-in-laws. Yan Zhika laughed. All right then. Actually, I'm not sure where exactly that shop is located either. Wait until we go tomorrow and then Big Sister will bring you there. Okay. Lu Chang thought for a moment and said again, In that case, should I give you rice dumplings 2 days from now? No need. Yan Zhika said with a smile. Empress Dowager is going on a business trip tomorrow night. She's busy with a big project and won't be back for a few days. We can do morning exercises together and eat rice dumplings together. All right. Lu Chang was instantly full of anticipation. After getting their luggage, he booked a car online. On the way, he dropped off Yan Zhika at the entrance to her neighborhood. It was a quiet oasis in the midst of the chaos, located at a villa in a small neighborhood facing a lake behind the business district. After reluctantly parting ways, Lu Chang remembered to give his mom a call. Mom, I'm on my way back to eat. He stressed this point. Chi Fong replied with irritation. You didn't say anything before. My food's all done steaming, and there's nothing for you. Oh! Lu Chang was dumbstruck as he came to the profound realization that perhaps she was not his mommy anymore. Sensing Lu Chang's lifelessness, Chi Fong laughed. Fei Fei wants to eat some Old Huang's sliced chicken. Go buy some, and while you're at it, order some for yourself. Okay. Lu Chang stretched out the word, conveying his happiness. The sliced chicken had been Shoshan's specialty throughout the ages. During Lu Chang's childhood, when supplies weren't particularly plentiful, an ordinary household would want to eat chicken. But this was quite a luxury, and the sliced chicken came about as a result. Vendors took chicken meat, boiled it, then cut it into slices and soaked it in a red sauce broth. Walking through the strings of alleyways, pressed for cash, even the greediest children would reach out and scrounge up enough money for 2 or 3 pieces, enough to satisfy their appetite. This was one of the most beautiful memories from Lu Chang's childhood. Nowadays, as long as it wasn't a hard-up household, eating a chicken every once in a while was still feasible, and sliced chicken had step-by-step withdrawn from the pages of history. Now there was only the Old Huang shop, because they were meticulous about their ingredients. Their enticing flavors and appetizing freshness had caused them to become a steady vendor, making both stewed and cold dishes. Snapping a photo of the food and giving Yan Zhika a look, Lu Chang carried it back home and waited for Chi Fong to say it was dinner time. Half full from eating, Chi Fong asked, What have you been doing out there for the past few days? Haven't I told you? I've got a classmate. I'm working part-time at his master's martial arts school. Lu Chang poured juice onto the sliced chicken and mixed it together. Lu Jisheng stopped using his chopsticks, and he drank a mouthful of Ningxue County's original hard-proof liquor. Just like that, you've already started working? A week and a few days. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings from 9 to noon. But there are a lot of times where I'll stay at the school and borrow their strength training gym to train or give the disciples some guidance. Lu Chang hadn't thought about how him not at home very often would make his mother and father feel insecure. A large part of that time had been spent going on a date. That's good. What a relief. Chi Fong sighed. She had been afraid that her son would run himself ragged for the sake of making money. Half because she was curious and half because she blurted it out without thinking. She asked, In that case, how much could you make in a month? Any time the topic of money is brought up, it piques everyone's curiosity. Not only did Lu Jisheng glance over, even Chi Yunfei, who was busy chewing chicken, turned her head, full of interest in her male cousin. Lu Chang hesitated for a moment, but then calmly replied, They're giving me more than 50,000 yuan for 2 months. He hadn't figured in his one-on-one coaching fee. Even though at the moment only Qin Rui had signed up, he believed after he was upgraded, other disciples and ambitious martial arts students also wouldn't be able to resist coming and trying it out. 50,000? Qi Feng's chopsticks stopped in midair. Lu Jisheng's food touched his lips, but he forgot to put it inside his mouth. Only Chu Yunfei, who had heard about Ding Yanba being upgraded, seemed as if she had been prepared. Yeah. Lu Cheng nodded. Qi Feng blurted out, Cheng, are you messing with us? You only have to work 3 afternoons a week, and for 2 months they'll give you more than 50,000. According to her view of her son, what had he done in order to deserve this? It wasn't like he was a magical warrior that could split thunder and fling fire like those on television. How is that possible? Gushan Martial Arts School has been open for quite a few years. The retort came from Qi Yunfei, but she already knew. Lu Cheng said with a laugh, Mom, relax. You can go ask around. That's about what a peak professional 9th pin can earn every month. Although Gushan Martial Arts School is certainly being considerate, it's not over the top. Really? Qi Feng's face was still full of suspicion. It was a great thing, but it made other people unwilling to believe it. Lu Jisheng put down his drinking glass and said steadily, Slow down. I've heard people say that a professional fighter's salary is quite good. Cheng, did you sign a contract? Nowadays it's impossible to protect yourself without one. This was a lesson he had learned the hard way. Before, when he had gone out to work part-time, at first it was all done through friends and acquaintances, so everyone felt awkward when it came to contracts. As a result, a large amount of his salary hadn't been paid, and even now some of it had still not been given to him. I've signed one. Dad, relax. They wouldn't dare try to play me like that. Lu Cheng answered with a chuckle. In addition to his master, just in the Shoshan locality alone, Chief Xing could also make life difficult for the Gushan Martial Arts School. Furthermore, he himself could also play dirty, kick the door down and smash up their signs. The contracts over there? Let me see. Lu Jisheng still wasn't completely at ease. Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head. He turned back to his room, found the contract and handed it over to his dad. Was this the Lu family version of being once bitten, twice shy? As this thought floated in his mind, Lu Cheng didn't merely think it was funny, but also felt that he loved his father dearly. After this you won't have to work so hard and go through so much toil. Lu Jisheng looked carefully and then passed it to Qi Feng, who had come over. He breathed a satisfied sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad. You've grown up and become a man. Your mother and I, with our salaries and lucky bonuses put together, can make about 80,000 yuan after it's all said and done. And that's on a good year. In 2 months, you make what I can in the better part of half a year. He was emotional and was getting a bit long-winded. Qi Feng keenly interrupted and said, What's the one-on-one coaching fee? It's just a bit of special attention. Making up a class with just one student. Lu Cheng answered simply, afraid that his mom wouldn't understand if he spoke too professionally. When bringing up make-up classes, Qi Feng understood. Is it calculated by number of classes? Or by the hour? By the hour, 800 per hour. Lu Cheng explained truthfully. Wow, 800 for 1 hour, 8 hours in a day would be 6,400, and 1 month would be more than 190,000. Cheng, you've really grown up. Qi Feng was beaming. Lu Cheng stared at her sluggishly. Mom, your math is so good. The first point was that it was impossible that many people would ask for instruction. The second was that there were still other things that had to be done. For example, a martial arts group would often have to attend class. After he was done explaining, Qi Feng was a little bit regretful for how she'd originally behaved, and brought up Lu Cheng's cousin Lu Yanwei. Apparently, he had behaved himself for about half a year, but now he again was making a fuss about starting up his own business. As soon as they were finished eating and Lu Cheng's mother and father went out for a stroll, Qi Yunfei leaped in front of Lu Cheng, and with her eyes twinkling said, Brother Lu Cheng, you're so awesome. Get to the point. Lu Cheng's eyes were like torches. Hee, it's still 3 months until my birthday. Since you've got that much money, shouldn't you give me an interesting gift? Qi Yunfei said deviously. Lu Cheng, smiled faintly. I'll have to look at your behavior. If you're too absorbed in love and don't feel like studying. Heh. You understand. Chi Yunfei nodded and signed heavily. I'm really jealous that you can earn this much money while in college. All I can do is to rely on my mom and dad. I have to save up a bit if I want to do anything. It's good that you're aware of your jealousy. Just study hard. In the future you'll be able to make some money. And there's hope you can become independent in your financial affairs. Lu Chang used the new word that he had learned. Chi Yunfei could only shoot him a glance. Brother Lu Chang, you sound more and more like an old man, seizing any available opportunity to educate people. Lu Chang thought for a moment and chuckled. Perhaps my attitude has changed. He no longer was a naive and innocent youth. Instead, he hoped that he could assume some responsibilities, shoulder some burdens, and be a man that could protect a certain female. Chi Yunfei earnestly sized him up. After quite some time she smiled sweetly. Actually, you were pretty handsome just then, Brother Lu Chang. If you weren't my brother, I couldn't say for sure whether I'd like you or not. Lu Chang sked. If you weren't my sister, I wouldn't give you a second glance. Finished speaking, he looked up and laughed, taking his pajamas and other toiletries and heading to take a shower. Chi Yunfei was frozen in place. After a few seconds, she gritted her teeth. What a lovely mood he's in. Early next morning, Lu Chang drank some medicine and jogged to the park. He wanted to experiment with the indescribable early stages of the absolute reaction that had happened before. Through the use of the Jindan, he wanted to seize the cultivation trait and see how he could integrate it into his martial arts, and see if he could start to open up what he could call his own path. Phew! Lu Chang exhaled and shook his head with a bitter smile before morning training had ended. It was due to his failed attempt earlier. The failure wasn't unexpected. After all, it was almost impossible to find the right direction and succeed the first time. In fact, Lu Chang had spent a lot of effort researching into the lost martial art style cultivation, ever since he learned that his Jindan was related to it. However, the information he found on the internet were just too weird and incomprehensible. For example, a person called Soup Book, in a certain minor amateur cultivation forum, suffered from hysteria during his attempts at cultivation. It nearly destroyed him, and his chances of recovery had looked bad for a time. Therefore, the information available on the internet couldn't be trusted easily. Without an art to act as reference, Lu Chang's attempt to grasp the characteristics of cultivation was like the story of blind men trying to figure out an elephant. At best, he could only deepen in the understanding of the concepts frost, sun, and stars. Naturally, he wasn't able to blend in cultivation into his own martial arts and invent his own path. Sigh. It's been several months since Master's old friend had acquired Longhu Immortal's inheritance. So why's there no news from him yet? Lu Chang complained on the inside before he tidied his stuff and got ready to head home for breakfast. If he really was unable to grasp the characteristics of cultivation, then Lu Chang was ready to employ the simplest, roughest, and most effective way, and that was to discard cultivation and focus fully onto the path of orthodox martial arts. He would treat the Jindan as a fountain of supernatural power and squeeze it again and again until he could fully absorb it and enhance his power of frost and blaze. Unlike cultivation, there were countless references on how to combine supernatural abilities and martial arts. As the saying goes, one sows and another reaps. He would be doing only half the work for twice the effect. If it really doesn't work, then I'll leave it at that. Jindan, Jindan. Who knows what it really is? Lu Chang thought and sighed a little. Suddenly, an absolutely ridiculous and literal notion entered his mind. Jindan, Danchi state. They are both dawn, right? Could it be that they share some similarities with each other? The moment the thought began, it poured out of his mind like water gushing out of a broken dam. He couldn't stop thinking no matter how he tried. The concrete definition of Danchi state is that one's surrounding force must run as smooth as they are one, and that one's mind, chi and blood are joined with each other. When a fighter resembles a Dan, they would be able to exert the greatest degree of strength and control their body with unnatural precision, also known as absolute reaction. It is also why this state is called the human body Big Dan. Speaking of which, the best thing about achieving Danchi state is the ability to execute force concentration, focusing all energy, chi, blood, spirit and so on into one point and unleash them in full. If I am to describe a human body Big Dan with my master words, it would be round and bright. I still don't know what a Jindan is yet, but after sensing and observing it for the past few months, I know that it is perfectly round and bright. It is self-balancing and a self-contained universe just like a supernatural ability. Let's see, concentrated substantive objects such as the physical invulnerable aura, concept, mind and so on has a dual expression of matter and mind. I wonder if I can imitate the Jindan or use it as a fulcrum to complete my force concentration. Once I've experienced force concentration, found and created my martial arts will, I can use them to repeat this process once more and become a real Dan stage fighter, right? Lu Cheng thought aimlessly and gradually grasped a general direction to direct his efforts into. He was once again filled with the passion of challenge. This time, his train of thought didn't involve the characteristics of cultivation. He was simply trying to imitate the Jindan's law of motion. I'll try again during tomorrow's morning training. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. With his troubles resolved, his emotions fueled, and his martial arts granted a new path of improvement, Lu Cheng was literally bursting with spirits when he stood before Zhang Chufan, Yao Ruiwei and other students once more. The atmosphere he carried with him could practically be translated into, "I am feeling very good right now." Wu Ting approached him while grinning and asked, "Coach Lu, did something good happen yesterday?" "Yeah," Lu Cheng replied with a smile. "Then will you be easing up on training today? I was so tired I could die at the end of the previous training. My entire body was aching all over." Wu Ting took the opportunity to propose a suggestion. "Yeah, my legs were shaking when I walked yesterday." The little fatty Yao Ruiwei hastily echoed her sentiments. Lu Cheng replied while wearing the same smile on his face. "That's because you train too little ordinarily. You'll get used to it eventually. Don't worry. I'll make sure that every cent you paid is worth it." "Ah!" Wu Ting, Zhao Chufan and everyone else let out disappointed groans. Then, they began calming themselves down and mediated according to Lu Cheng's instructions. It was only when class had progressed into actual training that Lu Cheng realized just how difficult it was to teach an adolescent. The basic stances most of them had learned and practiced perfectly well just a day ago had become off-key. He was forced to explain things again and correct their stances. The only two students who were doing okay were Li Lei and Wu Ting. They were barely able to recall previous class content. Thankfully, Lu Cheng knew from the beginning that they were just hoping to maintain a healthy body. Therefore, he could give them a pass as long as they maintained a certain amount of training. He wasn't too hopeful to begin with, so he wasn't affected by his students' subpar results. After he was done correcting one student after another, he placed his hands behind him and stood at the edge of the practice ground. He began tensing and compressing his muscles and created a suitable amount of vibration to train his muscles and fasciae in tandem with the medicine's effects. Suddenly, he heard a series of rapid footsteps and commotion ringing from behind the door. When he turned his head towards that direction, he saw Qin Rue wearing an excited but nervous look on his face. "What is it?" Lu Cheng asked in puzzlement. Qin Rue lowered his voice and said, "The matter about the preliminaries captain is about to be settled. Today, Chairman Wei would be bringing that chosen guy to our martial arts school for a visit. What happens later will decide whether or not I'll be chosen for the special training. Naturally, the captain's opinion must be consulted before the preliminaries team could be made." "Ha! So who was the chosen guy?" "You should be fine as long as you perform well," Lu Cheng asked curiously. Qin Rue answered with a bit of distress. "It's a professional ninth pin fighter called Li Tianming. He's a very talented disciple of a family sect in our city. After he got his ninth pin certificate when he was 20 years old, he went to Gaofan to further his training. Their sect shares a pretty good relationship with Mingwei. In our martial arts school, everyone else's chances except senior brother Dai are pretty slim. There's still Chairman Wei, right? Even if he's biased, he wouldn't act too obviously." Lu Cheng consoled him, If you manage to break through in the still stance this month and perform outstandingly during the youth tournament, there's no way Chairman Wei wouldn't notice your growth. Right? In the end, my own strength is the most important factor. Qin Rui nodded strongly. It was at this moment the sound of commotion drew closer to them, and Wei Renjie with his all-back hairstyle approached while being surrounded by Chu Wei-kai, Dai Linfeng and a few other people. A young fighter at his early 20s walked beside him. This young fighter had a gaunt face and a pair of small but sharp eyes. His qi and blood had reached a level of vigor where it was visible to the naked eye. While looking around, he looked a little pleased at himself. When Wei Renjie's gaze swept across the VIP class before him, a smile sprung onto his face as he said, "Ting Ting, are you practicing martial arts at this place?" Wu Ting paused her movements and smiled obediently. "Uncle Wei, my father is often busy, and he's scared that I might turn bad if I had nothing to do during the holidays. That's why he sent me over." Lu Cheng was surprised by this. He didn't know that Wu Ting's family shared a pretty good relationship with Wei Renjie. But on second thought, it was only natural. According to Qin Rui's explanation, the VIP class wasn't a place customers could register just because they could pay. Practicing martial arts is good for your health. So how is it? How do you feel? Wei Renjie asked kindly. Wu Ting nodded rapidly. It's pretty good. Our coach is really good. Your coach? After he cast a glance at Lu Cheng and was taken by surprise momentarily, he recalled an old memory and smiled. You were student Lu Cheng, right? Yeah. You still remember me? Chairman? Lu Cheng replied with a smile. It was at this moment Li Tianming's gaze moved onto Lu Cheng. His pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't think that he would find another young fighter whose qi and blood had reached the peak in Gushan Martial Arts School. Maybe Wei Renjie and other normal people couldn't sense anything from Lu Cheng. At best, they would think that Lu Cheng looked very spirited. But in the eyes of an experienced fighter, the significance was self-evident. At the body refining state, a fighter's strength was like a blinking firefly in the night. It was a power that was so bright and ostentatiously displayed that it couldn't possibly be concealed. What does this mean? Li Tianming stared doubtfully at Chu Wei-kai. It so happened that the elderly man with deep wrinkles on his face were also looking at him with meaningful eyes and kindly smile. How can I forget? My special training idea came from your opinion. You know? Wei Renjie chuckled. You're enjoying your summer break, aren't you? Have you come to this martial arts school to work as a coach? Part-time, yeah? Lu Cheng answered honestly. That's great. It's great to earn your own living. Wei Renjie didn't say too much. After circling around the VIP class practice ground once, he walked towards the stairs while still surrounded by people. When the practice ground was about to vanish from his sight, Li Tianming couldn't help but turn around to look at Lu Cheng once more. How could he not be cautious and wary when he discovered a fighter at the peak of body refining state in a martial arts school that he was not friendly with? Meanwhile, Lu Cheng didn't care about this at all. He never planned to contend for a preliminaries captain spot in the first place. How unfortunate. Chairman Wei isn't a fighter, so he couldn't see just how strong you are. Qin Rui let out a rueful sigh before he strode forwards and caught up to the group. After the tour was complete, the few most important people in the group assumed their seats inside the office on the third floor. When Li Tianming saw a copy of Summer School Martial Arts Class name list on top the table, an idea flashed across his mind. He pretended to grab it without thought and began flipping through booklet. VIP Class 3. Coach Lu Cheng, Professional 9th Pin. Lu Cheng. Chairman Wei called him Lu Cheng just now. Li Tianming put down the name list and took out his cell phone while listening to Wei Renjie's long-winded speech. If he's a professional 9th Pin fighter, then he should have some match videos online. Chu Wei-kai revealed an indiscernible smile when he noticed his movements. Lu Cheng, Professional 9th Pin. Li Tianming switched his cell phone into silent mode after entering these few words and began browsing through Lu Cheng's data at a tremendous rate. Then, he randomly clicked on a match video. At first, his expression was still relatively normal. His mask faltered over time, however, and at one point even his body began to shake uncontrollably. When Wei Renjie ended his opening speech, he smiled at Li Tianming and said, Tianming, what do you think after you've browsed through our Shoshan's youth talent? Are you confident in your abilities to bear the heavy burden that is the preliminaries? It was an invitation. Li Tianming abruptly woke up from his reverie and cast a subconscious glance at Chu Weikai. The elderly man's smile was perfectly normal. After inhaling once deeply, Li Tianming said stiffly, Chairman, I am not confident in my abilities. Wei Renjie was dumbstruck. What kind of an answer is that? I'm just asking this out of habit, you know? Li Tianming forced a smile onto his face and said, I've thought over it seriously, and I believe that my strength is still humble at best. I really don't think that I can win glory for Shoshan. I'm sorry, Chairman. I've let you down. If I agree to become the captain, then Gushin Martial Arts School will definitely find an excuse to challenge me. And I have zero confidence that I could beat that guy at all. Thankfully, Wei Renjie was a man of relatively good self-control. He maintained his elegant demeanor and asked seriously, Are you sure? I'm sure, Li Tianming said in embarrassment. When the exchange was over, he left Gushin Martial Arts School like he was escaping a tiger's den. When Lu Cheng saw Li Tianming's panicking figure, he stopped Qin Rui and asked thoughtfully, Why did Chairman Wei suddenly decided to pay a visit today? My master invited him. Qin Rui didn't think much about it. Lu Cheng let out a chuckle, shook his head and said nothing more. Master, it really did work. Dai Lingfeng exclaimed excitedly after sending Wei Renjie away with his eyes and seeing no one else around them. The next time we see a foolish professional ninth pin fighter who wants to become captain, we can just invite them for a visit to our martial arts school. Sure, Lu Cheng has no intentions of participating, but no one else knows about it, right? Chu Weikai sighed and said, We can only use this method once. Did you think Lu Cheng is stupid? Did you think he wouldn't notice? He would feign ignorance and forget the fact that we borrowed his reputation slightly due to our relationship and generous treatment. But if we are to do the same thing again and again, we would be offending him, understand? Dai Linfeng submitted cheerfully to his master's teachings and nodded. I understand, master. We've got to seize this opportunity and promote a professional ninth pin fighter that's friendly with us. Only a worldly person like master would know exactly the limits of that method before. Without any plans in the afternoon, Lu Cheng went home early. He happily chatted with Yan Zhika on his cell phone as he nestled in the sofa, watching variety shows. His mother was not home even when night fell. The dinner Lu Cheng had anticipated for a long time could only exist in his imagination. Mom, where are you? The leftover child took the initiative to call his mother. Qi Fang was confused. Haven't I told you? No. Lu Cheng was even more confused. Qi Fang laughed in embarrassment. Oh, you spend so much time away from home while studying that I got used to it. What are you used to? Living without me, your son. Lu Cheng hid his face in hands and sighed helplessly. Qi Fang continued. Feifei has already spent several days here and your aunt's urging her to go home. Since I have already exchanged work shifts with someone else for these few days, I thought I might as well send her home personally. If anything happens to her, how can I face your aunt? Cheng, settle dinner on your own with your father. Ah, so I can sleep in my bed tonight? Lu Cheng was pleased and asked, Mom, when will you be back? Perhaps the day after tomorrow. I'll visit your maternal grandpa tomorrow and get some homegrown vegetables. Qi Fang soon began nagging Lu Cheng to visit his maternal grandparents on weekends when he was not at the martial arts club. After enduring his mom's lecture, Lu Cheng texted Yan Zheka to complain about being abandoned by his biological mother and was left without dinner. Without a hint of sympathy, Yan Zheka responded with pictures of the delicious food she was eating. You don't need to thank me. Older sister will help you finish them. A short moment later, Lu Jisheng came home to find Lu Cheng lying on the sofa, playing on his cell phone. With the lights and TV off, the light from the screen flickered on his face. You young people really can't live without your cell phones. Father Lu shook his head and sighed as he turned on the switch, allowing light to flood the room. Dad, Mom is visiting Aunt. We have to be responsible for our dinner, said Lu Cheng said, looking up with the cell phone still in hand. Lu Jisheng adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles and announced, I know. I'll make dinner. He paused abruptly. Lu Cheng blanked before sighing. Why don't we go to Grandpa's for dinner? Okay. Lu Jisheng made a prompt decision, as if he had been waiting for this suggestion for a long time. Without washing up, they made a quick call to inform Lu Debong and promptly left home. On their way there, they stopped to buy marinated duck and shredded chicken as additional dishes for their dinner. When they arrived at his grandpa's home, Lu Cheng noticed something was different. There were visitors. There were a man and two women who sat in the living room having a casual conversation with Grandpa Lu Debong, Uncle Lu Jiqiang, and Cousin Lu Yanwei. Lu Cheng's grandma and second aunt were busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Jisheng, you're here. Do you still remember old Zhao's son Zijuan? He's so impressive now. He's the deputy director of the police station in Shafei Road. Lu Debong grinned, pointing at the only man among the guests. Zijuan? Of course I remember. We used to play together when we were kids. Whenever we played cops and robbers, you would always insist on being the policeman. Looks like you've turned your dream into reality. Seeing his childhood playmate again was a pleasant surprise to Lu Jisheng. Old Zhao and his family used to be their neighbors a long time ago. Zhao Zijuan was in his 40s with a square face, short eyebrows, and heavy eye bags. He stood up and patted Lu Jisheng warmly. Jisheng, you still look like a scholar. Each time I got into mischief, my dad would lecture me while using you as an example. He said he would be satisfied if I were half as obedient as you were. Someone else's child. Lu Cheng made this conclusion for Zhao Zijuan in his mind. The other two guests were ladies, so he dared not look too closely at them. When he took a quick glance at them, Lu Cheng noticed a young woman in her 20s wearing half her hair in a top bun. She looked demure and a little shy. On the other side, his cousin Lu Yanwei's talent for sparkling, colorful conversation seemed to have died. He looked visibly nervous. So it was not a reunion between old neighbors, but rather a blind date. With the realization dawning on him, Lu Cheng approached Lu Yanwei and patted his shoulder with great interest. This was his first time seeing a blind date in person. It seemed that Lu Yanwei's ambition for creating another unnecessary setback for himself had frightened his parents, so they decided to speed up the process of his blind date and directly invite the girl to their home. Lu Yanwei gave his cousin a disheartened look, but dared not say anything. This is my wife Huang Kun and daughter Zhao Qian. She's a Chinese teacher in No. 3 primary school. Is that your son? After reminiscing about the old days, Zhao Zijuan began introducing his family members. Lu Jisheng smiled. Yes, Lu Cheng is still a student. He has entered university, hasn't he? Where is he studying? Zhao Zijuan asked casually. Songcheng University, Lu Jisheng replied with some pride. That's great. He's similar to you in this aspect. Zhao Zijuan didn't ask for further information about Lu Cheng as he was not the protagonist for today's show. They sat down and continued chatting about Lu Yanwei's current job, Zhao Qian's condition, as well as what Lu Jiqiang did after he had signed the contract for the cafeteria in the past. Lu Cheng could tell that his uncle was repeatedly warned to answer all questions as briefly as possible, in case he unconsciously hurt the guests' feelings. When it was time for dinner, Lu Cheng played his role well as a bystander who was in charge of eating the pork, chicken, duck, chops, and eggplants. He left the quiet hero and heroine alone as their respective parents hogged the spotlight, only speaking occasionally to answer questions. Lu Cheng could sense their overwhelming embarrassment even with the tip of his toe. He had tried absolute reaction this morning, but found it completely ineffective. So did he catch that thief by chance? But that wasn't quite right. That feeling was too strong. Is it because I was deep in my sleep then, but wide awake this time? When he snapped out of his trance, Lu Cheng noticed the frigid atmosphere in the room. It seemed like the Zhao family was not quite happy with Lu Yanwei's situation. As soon as he'd finished dinner, Zhao Zijuan excused themselves without even allowing Lu Jiqiang and Lu Yanwei to send them off. After the guests left, Lu family fell into a depressed silence. A few minutes later, Lu Cheng's second aunt Wang Lily patted Lu Yanwei. She whimpered and said, "If we were still as rich as we were 2 or 3 years ago, would old Zhao look down on you? Wei, one should give in to fate. Some people are born to live rich and prestigious lives, while others are meant to live stable and comfortable lives. Stop creating more unnecessary setbacks for yourself. Work hard and progress in your career." Lu Yanwei pressed his lips tightly together without saying anything. Rooted stubbornly in his place, his face looked bleak. "That's enough. Let him do whatever he wants. We don't have any money for him to waste anyway," Lu Jiqiang shouted, his hair seemingly graying in just the span of an evening. "Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have come for dinner." Lu Chang soon got a headache and saw that his dad also shared the same thought. As the saying goes, even an upright official finds it hard to settle a family quarrel. Lu Chang and his father had no right to meddle in this affair. "I won't say anything else. You people can solve it yourselves." Old Lu waved inside. He returned to the sofa and watched the TV in silence. When Lu Cheng's grandma and second aunt began to clean up the table, Lu Jiqiang went to sit on the single sofa. Lu Yanwei seemed to have something to say, but he ultimately gave up and returned to his bedroom, a lonesome figure leaving the living room. "Dad, I'll go have a chat with my cousin brother," Lu Cheng whispered. "Go ahead. Persuade him." Knowing his son was maturing rapidly in the past half-year, Lu Jisheng nodded without hesitation. He knocked at the door and entered a dark bedroom. Lu Cheng sat on the computer chair and turned towards to Lu Yanwei, who was lying on the bed. "Bro, what are you trying to do this time?" Lu Yanwei had once mentioned it. The figure lying on the bed replied in a muffled voice, "Remember that I've once ran a restaurant? Takeaways are getting popular in Shoshan these days, so I'm planning to sell takeout food without a brick-and-mortar store. That way, it won't cost too much money." Lu Yanwei once again became talkative when it came to his favorite topic. Sitting up, he asked in bitterness and confusion, "Chang, do you know what is the most painful moment for a man? It is when he sees no hope in his life. I go to work on time every day and earn a salary of 2 or 3,000 yuan a month. Sure, it's not bad enough to starve or leave me in the cold, but I see no hope in it at all. Today is the same as yesterday, and tomorrow will definitely not be any different than today. A house? I don't have one. A car? I can't afford one either. With such a pitiful pay, when will I be able to buy any of those things? What can I do? Still rely on my parents. I don't want to struggle uselessly either, but I don't want to live like this forever." Listening in silence, Lu Cheng thought he would be just as pained and helpless if he was in a similar situation. But you can't just do whatever as you like. You should at least do some surveys to see whether it was worth doing before stepping into it. Lu Cheng persuaded him from another perspective. Lu Yanwei replied in surprise, "I think it should be promising. Many of my colleagues like ordering takeout, but you can't just rely on your intuition." Lu Cheng complained in his mind. Then he took out his cell phone to consult his life mentor, Coach Yen. Yen Zhika sent a questioning emoji. "I haven't done such an investigation. If your cousin wants to do this business, he should at least make some surveys, such as the area he'll be targeting on, if there are a lot of restaurants nearby, and if they're popular among residents there." Lu Cheng rephrased her suggestions and reported them to his cousin. Lu Yanwei, who only had high school education, was taken aback. "Cheng, you even know things like these?" "I don't know them, but I have a classmate who knows," Lu Cheng answered proudly. "Coach Yen is so awesome." "Okay, I'll go and figure them out." Lu Yanwei suddenly realized he had been acting on impulse all along. He had been so certain that his plan was guaranteed success. Ningxue County, Qi Yan's home. Lying on the bed, Qi Yunfei watched a video with both her legs swaying in the air. "Sister, what are you watching?" Wiping her hair dry, Chun Xiaoxiao entered the room. Qi Yunfei giggled. "Brother Lu Cheng's match. He looks super cool." "Brother Lu Cheng?" Match. Chen Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Take a look. Qi Yunfei passed her the tablet. I'm still drying my hair, Chen Xiaoxiao mumbled. But she still took the tablet and opened the video. A few minutes later, she asked in surprise, "Is that really Brother Lu Cheng? How powerful and impressive he looked." "Yep." Resting her chin on her hand, Qi Yunfei said excitedly, "I've almost become obsessed with Brother. It's enough for me if Ding Yanbo can become half as good as Brother Lu Cheng." Her eyes glittered as she fantasized about the future. After leaving Grandpa's home and arriving at the entrance of their neighborhood, Lu Jisheng and Lu Cheng noticed a wanted poster put up in the most visible place. Police Department Class A Wanted Poster. Lu Jisheng read the title. Lu Cheng's attention was drawn by the following line of words. 3 cases of family extermination. Zhan Shuming, fugitive no. Male, professional 7th pin. Professional 7th pin? Lu Cheng turned his eyes towards the photo in the wanted poster. Zhan Shuming had a surprising baby face, with gentle features. Not at all like the face of a fierce, ruthless murderer who had committed 3 cases of family extermination. Even though he was evidently not talented or held any kind of promise, he was nevertheless a professional 7th pin career warrior at the age of 32. He still could cross the threshold of inhuman strength. He ought to belong to the upper middle class ranks in martial arts societies. No matter which large city he chose to live in, he could easily live a good life. So why did he end up becoming a fugitive? Did he yield to an impulse? Or did he violate the rules with violence as a fighter? Or perhaps evil possessed him after he mispracticed some odd skills and experienced a great change in his character. Those possibilities flashed across Lu Cheng's mind, but soon vanished without a trace. With the criminal being a martial arts master of such a caliber, there was no use for the weaker Lu Cheng to spend any energy on the case. Instead, he decided to just warn his family and friends to play it safe if they encountered the criminal. They should just report it to the police afterwards, or they might not even know it when they were killed. Is professional 7th pin considered a great warrior? Lu Jisheng asked. He knew the stark difference between a professional fighter and an amateur one, as well the ferocity of the fighters of the top 3rd pin. But he was unfamiliar with the gap between each pin among the other levels. He'd be very good. He'll be able to knock down several fighters of my level without any problem, Lu Cheng explained to his dad, using himself as a reference point. If you meet the criminal one day, ignore him and call the police when he is far away. Your dad is not stupid. I don't even dare to call the police if I meet criminals of any pin, let alone him, Lu Jisheng replied casually with a smile. That's true. I'm just worrying too much. Lu Cheng put on a smile as he shook his head. He then walked home with his dad without continuing that topic. After taking a shower and lying on fresh new sheets, Lu Cheng received a call from Yan Zheke. Ku. Did something happen? Not knowing what had happened, he asked after her with great concern. She was still fine when we chatted earlier. Yan Zheke smiled, savoring the boy's sincere concern over her. Must I have a reason to call you? Lu Cheng relaxed. Did you miss me? You've become more and more shameless, Yan Zheke complained without any anger. Have you seen the wanted poster? I have. Is there anything wrong? Lu Cheng's heart did a flip. Ko couldn't have made this call simply to gossip with him. Yan Zheke stopped smiling. I have it on good authority that the criminal has fled to somewhere near us. I just knew that there was a reason for so many wanted posters to be put up here, Lu Cheng said thoughtfully. What's wrong with that Zhan Shuming? Why did he commit 3 cases of family extermination? He apparently did it for revenge. Yan Zheke chose her words carefully. His parents were also warriors. When he was young, for some reason a mighty local at Dan's stage forced them to their deathbeds. Ever since he made some achievements in martial arts, he had been trying to pursue justice for his parents. But the mighty one was already an important person in that province with strong political and commercial backing. He even had good relationship with invulnerable martial arts experts. Thus, Zhan Shuming's case was delayed again and got nowhere. At the same time, There were even many people who tried to persuade him into giving up his revenge and negotiating with his enemy. They called it burying the hatchet. Noticing his girlfriend's disdainful tone and the anger in it, Lu Chang echoed her words as he could sympathize with the criminal's feelings. So those people were just gossiping without understanding Zhang Shuming's plan, and the poor guy acted out of desperation afterwards. Well, Chung, don't laugh, but I just imagined if I were Zhang Shuming and my parents were hounded to death, I would also devote myself to revenge. As the saying goes, I cannot live under the same sky as my enemy. Yan Zhuka sighed and continued. Zhang Shuming pretended to compromise and acted docile until his enemies relaxed their vigilance. Then he broke into the home of the Mighty One at midnight and killed him along with his 10 other family members. He then went south to flee into a war zone. But the police department placed great importance on this case. Other than a criminal expert, they have also sent a high-ranking warrior at Dan's stage, who happened to have supernatural tracking ability to lead the team in pursuing Zhang Shuming. They blocked the poor guy's way several times and almost caught him last week. All you mentioned was just one case of family extermination? Lu Chang asked, catching her point. Yan Zhuka took a deep breath and said, maybe he was so deep in his despair without any hope to get rid of the hunters, causing him to break down and commit 2 more cases of family extermination. His victims were both warrior clans with great political and commercial background but had no relationship with him. I originally sympathized with him and even admired him for his swordsman attitude towards gratitude and revenge. But was it anger? Was he just venting his frustration? Or was it simply him lashing out when he knew he can't survive? Lu Chang became worried. Ko, your family also has to be careful. His girlfriend's family definitely had considerable political and commercial connections, while Zhang Shuming happened to appear somewhere near her home. That's the reason why I'm calling. Though my mom is away on official business as scheduled, she asked Aunt Lu and her family to stay in my home temporarily. Yan Zhuka said pitifully, Aunt Lu will accompany me during tomorrow's morning exercise, so we can't go and eat zongzi together. That was something they had agreed on. Something Lu Chang had been looking forward to. Now everything was ruined thanks to Zhang Shuming the wretch. 'Cause Aunt Lu was a professional 7th pin master. Lu Chang put his mind at rest and sighed with relief. Your safety is the most important. I just feel sorry for that Zongzi restaurant for missing the favor of the little fairy several times. Ift. Yan Zhuka was tickled by Lu Cheng's words, and she was in much better spirits. The girl smiled, softening her voice. Then are you willing to send the little fairy some Zongzi tomorrow? I can't be happier for the opportunity. Lu Chang replied without any doubt. Sweet talker. Yan Zhuka complained with a cheerful tone. Chang, I'm actually worrying that a lot of things will have to be postponed because of the cancellation of our date tomorrow. I don't know when we will have another chance. Well, so what then? Lu Chang was confused. What did Ku want to say? So what? Yan Zhuka was embarrassed and annoyed. You idiot. What I want to say. She suddenly lowered her voice, tickling Lu Cheng's ears. I really am missing you. Do. Just as she finished her sentence, the girl hung up abruptly, as if Lu Chang would turn into a ghost crawling out of the screen. Do. Recalling Ku's words with a silly smile on his face, Lu Chang only regretted that he didn't have the habit of recording their conversations. At about 5 o'clock the next day, Lu Chang purposefully chose somewhere near Xiushan No. 1 Middle School for his morning exercise, so that it would be convenient for him to buy some zongzi and then go to Backwater Lake. After completing his daily practice routine and shock force training with the help of medicine decoction, Lu Chang spared half an hour to simulate Jindan's operation, calming himself down to perceive the expansion and contraction of that bright nebula. Lu Chang gradually understood the rules of Jindan's operation with the help of the gradual accumulation of his knowledge and experience. Spin. The key word was spin. Basically, it is the process where the 2 forces of ice and fire repel and transform into each other, before finally reaching a delicate balance. Then they begin spinning around a point on, whose external manifestation is the slow rotation of the nebula. From a more detailed perspective, the ice crystal would spin around the blaze, and the blaze would spin around the nebula core formed by the interaction force, layer by layer like the motions of celestial bodies. Once the spin stops, Jindan would definitely collapse with a violent explosion and finally exhaust itself. Spin. Maybe I can simplify it as making my chi, blood, spirit, and force to spin around a point in balance to form a concentrated Big Dan in the human body, which is the withdraw attempt, while the point should be the so-called martial arts will. Lu Cheng concluded his thoughts and formed a budding idea. Even though I haven't found or formed my own martial arts will, perhaps I can use Jiden as a starting point for my experiment. After analyzing all the possibilities to make sure it wouldn't be too dangerous, Lu Cheng lowered his weight to make a posture, and then closed eyes with concealment of spirit and qi. He immersed all his spirit into the Jindan to activate his qi and blood, which then provoked his strength. When his spirit and Jindan began spinning synchronously, he felt a sudden shock when Jindan accelerated in an instant. Boom! After his qi, blood, and force were stimulated, his spirit contracted inwards as if it was spinning around something. His physical body, on the other hand, was in an odd state of emptiness and silence. The contraction took only a short moment as Lu Cheng's force, which was not pure and clear enough, made a rapid resilience to leak outwards and drove Lu Cheng to throw his fist forward. Bang! It seemed as if the air was blasted open with a gust of wind made purely by physical body force. Lu Cheng opened his eyes and stared at his fist. Without thinking about anything, he then turned his gaze towards the side path on his left. At that moment when his spirit began contracting, he had a weird sense that someone was approaching him from that direction even though he didn't depend on his eyes or ears. This sensation very much resembled his experience of absolute reaction when he caught that thief. A few seconds later, Lu Cheng heard footsteps. After a while, he saw a middle school student passing by on a morning run. So someone is really approaching me. Lu Cheng took a deep breath and murmured to himself. He now pretty much understood what the deal with absolute reaction was. When he was awake, all his distracting thoughts would impede Jindan's motion and prevent it from unleashing its special power. When he slipped into a deep sleep with most of his thoughts vanished, absolute reaction would appear and was even more powerful than that of an ice mirror master. Lu Cheng had always slept in his dorm, or at home, or beside Yenjeka, so he seldom encountered someone with evil intentions in his dreams. That was why he didn't notice such signs and feelings until he saw the thief that day. As for what he had perceived just now, it should be the combination of the special function and the withdrawing motion of Dan's stage. Lu Cheng shook his head, finding himself tired and dizzy after the withdrawing experiment. Now he had to refresh himself with the hot current spared by the Jindan. Sure enough, just 1 or 2 days are not enough to break into Dan's stage. Though my withdrawing experiment succeeded with the help of Jindan, I still cannot make a real withdrawal before I totally refine and purify my force and contract my flourishing qi and blood. Lu Cheng relaxed his muscles and bones, his happiness carrying a hint of desolation. Well, he couldn't always rely on Jindan and forget his initial purpose. I'm experimenting to experience and understand what withdrawing means, and then master my special force concentration with the martial arts will as the center point. As for martial arts will, he was still in bewilderment. Lu Cheng exhaled, knowing there was still a long way to go before reaching Dan's stage. Success? I've only took my first step in this journey.